hot, or is he still not feeling his best? Because if he's not, that could give Carlsen a bit of an advantage.
That's a big question, right? Sometimes when you're feeling under the weather, it's hard to give your best on the stage, but let's give him credit. I think he might be feeling better today than he was on day one when he stepped foot onto the very stage. They're just behind us and ended up winning. Especially after his matchups during day two's competition, he felt he could have played better, feeling under the weather, right? But I think now that he had a full day to rest, because he didn't have to play yesterday, I think he's going to be coming in a little bit stronger.
He didn't seem to love his matches against Hans Niemann or against Andrei Esipenko. You know, obviously to us, the viewers, we don't exactly understand everything that's going on in his head, but sure, maybe Magnus wasn't in best shape. But today, in the quarterfinals, what do you think, Anna?
I think that the thing is that even when Magnus Carlsen is not at his best shape, he's just he's just Magnus Carlsen, right? He's just still
Hello guys,
so
can you hear me?
Good. So yeah, we will
Am I
see
back?
how much of an impact
Hans
he
just
has,
made a
but
massive blunder.
I do
Oh
think this
really?
is
He
going to be
fumbled?
a match where Magnus
I
is
know
the
that the
clear
game is in the
favorite,
other stream. That
depends what
I
Magnus
don't
are we
like
seeing.
that.
Are we seeing
Why
the best
are they
Magnus, or
not
are we
showing
seeing a
that
bit of a more
the
tired
games
Magnus?
on
We
the
will
main
see.
So what I
stage
keep
today?
hearing is
I mean, they're all pretty good.
Kind of got to beat himself,
games.
right? In this case, for
Hans
Carlsen
beats
to get the win. But Carlsen is a great competitor.
Yeah, but did he lose then?
And now that we do
He blanked
move
that he
into a bit more
lost
of an
or
extended
what?
match lifespan,
God.
we get 4 games, which Hikaru commented on this in his interview earlier in the day, saying this actually is a helpful thing for the better players out there, or at least the most experienced players.
Okay.
But when it comes to Magnus being sick, look, he's been competing for how long now? Like, what, 20 plus years?
Immediately
30 plus,
resign.
Like, a long time. So the point is, I'm sure he's played in a tournament where
Only
he felt
first
under the
game.
weather,
Okay.
and he was able to power through and ultimately get the win. But the reality is for Carlsen, if there's ever a time to strike, this is it.
What did he
Absolutely.
blunder?
I mean,
Did he
Nihal's
blunder
really
a big
gonna be
piece or
looking
what?
for those moments, whether it's tactical or on the clock. He's going to need those in order to get the upper hand, because I'm not sure he is going to be able to beat out the endgame master in these type of long, drawn-out, extended endgames.
But I think that we've seen so many draws in this quarterfinal so far. I think that maybe
blundered the
now
bishop.
we're
Wow,
about to
okay.
see some more decisive games. I think we're about to see some more
Lost
wins
a
and
pawn by
losses. I
getting
could
his
be
rook
wrong,
sparked.
but that's my prediction here.
Okay.
That's right, but the reality is this is definitely the harder side of the bracket. You've got Magnus on one
Hikaru
end,
won
and then
against
just below
Arjun. I
is
saw a
the
little
on
bit
B
about
string
it. Yeah, I
is
saw
gonna
it
be
the end of the
Alireza
game. The
Firouzja,
last game
right?
I
So
saw, the
number 2 in the
Armageddon,
world
when I
it
was,
comes to
was
speed
getting
chess.
ready to
This
stream.
is definitely not going to be an easy route for Carlsen or for anyone else who's up in the upper brackets. And again, we commented that Magnus Carlsen, if he does move forward, could in fact play against Alireza Firouzja, which would be a rematch from last year's competition. So those in the top.
When is the
would be
semifinals?
Carlsen.
Because if
Got a
I
tough run.
understand this correctly,
It's going to be very fun. I mean,
today
there is
are
also
4
the chance
quarterfinal
that
games.
Hans Niemann
And I don't know when the semifinals will
Anything
be.
can happen.
Tomorrow
It
or
is 4
today?
games, so the variance is a lot lower in my
I know the
opinion,
grand
but
final
in
is
10-0,
tomorrow, but when is the semifinal?
That's
you know,
right.
anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed, and yeah, that's a fun talking point. Hans Niemann, who's been absolutely
You
on
guys know.
fire, first
I don't
time
really understand.
in EWC, right? Especially making top 8.
Maybe it's on
Same
the
thing for
website.
Denis Lazovic. AJL
EWC.
representation already moved forward to top 4. Prize pool goes from 75,000 up to 100,000 plus. He's
schedule.
knocking on the door of a grand finals. That
Oh,
would be a
today are the
tremendous thing to
semifinals.
accomplish for your first EWC appearance. But this
that
is a
is
battle of the
hype,
Titans,
man.
a rematch from last year. Magnus Carlsen versus Carlsen. Let's send it to the stage to get it started.
Nice. We have sick chess later on.
We can feel the electricity, the
Cool.
tension here at Esports World Cup as
we have
everyone
the
is standing up
semifinals.
and
Maybe
getting
we
ready
have
for the
Hans
next
Niemann
match.
against
An absolute
Magnus in the
titan
semifinals.
is
That
about
would be
to step on
actually
that
hype.
stage. We have been waiting for that moment after the first game earlier sent Hikaru Nakamura
Do
in
it.
semifinals. It is time to validate another ticket to semifinals, Rob, and that one is going to be a big one.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that you have all been waiting for. Please welcome to the stage, representing Team Liquid, Magnus Carlsen.
I hope he feels better.
Second to none. If
How
you
does
are
he look?
into chess, you know his name.
He
The
had a
face
day of rest,
chess
bro. That should be
and
enough.
The title defender. The most wanted player in the world. The target is on his back and all eyes are on him. He picked his opponent himself as the chess titan is looking for his back-to-back title. EWC is his home and we are all his guests today. Stepping onto the stage, Team Liquid's Magnus Carlsen.
I'm betting against Magnus. What? Ah, this is...
Okay.
All right.
And our next competitor is not going to make things easy, Damascus.
Absolutely, every single player had to fight through a very difficult bracket to get it there. Taking on Magnus, please.
How does he look?
Welcome onto the stage.
He doesn't look perfect, though, but I feel like he always looks a bit uninterested. I think he's bored all the time. I don't know. He looks healthier, really.
To remind the world that even Titans can fall. This is one of the leading players of India's new chess generation and one of the most established young players in the world. Speed, accuracy, and calculation have
I think this guy is still young, no?
And today,
Yo, Rallings. Nihal, I think he's what, 19, 20?
Can believe.
I think he's still young.
Magnus, you see everyone rising to their feet, excited to see who you're looked at as one of the best players, maybe the best player of all time. Do you feel pressure anymore in moments like this?
No, I always feel excitement and pressure when I play, but
yeah, I don't care. I'm the best. Whatever. Let's play.
The pressure that I put on myself.
Right,
to do well
I
is
feel
always
like
more
Magnus
important.
is so base.
Okay, always looking within, and so far, of course, it has worked.
Yeah, I don't
out
have
for the
pressure.
best
Whatever.
player
Let's
of
go.
all
Let's
time.
play. Yeah.
Of course,
What is
but
this?
taking on him, Nihal, Magnus picked you himself. Yesterday, you're stepping on that stage. How do you feel taking on that Titan?
Yeah, it's going to be, of course, an extremely tough match, and I just want to.
Why do
I just
chess
want to
players
give
always
my
look
all
mad?
and,
I think they are. Yeah, I think
Let's
chess
go,
makes you
Nihal.
mad, man.
It is time
It
to
does.
kick off that second match. Nihal, can I have you stand
Is he
right
3
there
foot tall?
for the pre-match
I mean, to
face-off?
be fair, I
What
think,
an absolute banger.
Ladies and gentlemen, it
This
is
guy is
officially
quite
about
tall.
that time. Only one of these players
And I
is
think
gonna
Magnus
move
also
forward.
is not
Let's
a
go ahead and
small
get things
person.
started. It is time for Nihal versus Magnus Carlsen.
They always look pissed when they're playing.
And it's showtime. We have an epic matchup here in the quarterfinals. Magnus Carlsen, probably the best player in the world.
Magnus is
Nihal
Viking
Sarin,
genetics.
One of the fastest players on the world. And Ben, we are going to be in for a treat as we see Magnus Carlsen gearing up with the white pieces against his young opponent. What
Young
can we
opponent.
expect
How
from
old
this
is this
match?
guy? Let me
That's
quickly
right,
check.
Yovi, the best player in the
What
world
song
versus
do you
maybe the
type in?
fastest player in the
Nihal
world. This was
Sharin.
my two picks that when they asked us to pick
Nihal Sharin.
our
He's
favorites.
22.
These were my two. They're playing pretty early on, just like
It's
they
so
did
crazy
last
they're
year.
so good at such a young
Obviously,
age, man.
Magnus is a big favorite, but Nihal can be anybody on a good day. It's a 4-game match. Unlike yesterday, we had 2-game matches. And so far, the match we did earlier saw 4 draws. Yeah, I agree
Gamba.
with Nemo.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it.
We're
We are
not
not
going to
a
see
lot
4
of
draws
people.
here. So it's going to get some decisive results. It's going to
We
be
can
exciting.
start.
Both sides have chances to win. And I know Magnus, who has the white pieces, the first game, is going to want to get off on the right foot.
Exactly. I mean, the two did play at the EWC.
We got
last
Alex
year
Jones
there.
with
It
Rock in
was
his
a
road commenting.
convincing
Yeah.
victory for Magnus.
But
Magnus
no, I like him.
to
I like the
repeat that.
commentator.
And
The
for
Alex Jones
Sarin,
one.
There's nothing like a grudge match.
That's right. He's going to want to make up for last year. Nihal having good tournaments so far, having to win some matches. Looks like so far Magnus has been coasting. Maybe he wasn't feeling well on his first day. Looks like he feels pretty good now. So we're going to see a really exciting match. And I don't expect a lot of draws, Yovi. I think we're going to see some decisive results this match.
And it's interesting, right? Because most people, when they don't play very well and they play at 50%,
I wish chess boxing would make a comeback. That was fun to watch. That was entertaining. I watched one event.
And just effortlessly got himself a spot.
No, Gamba is
into the
depressing.
top
Wait,
8.
I will shoot
For
one on.
Nihal Sarin, it's been a lot tougher. He was knocked down
Who
to
wins?
the lower bracket by Arjun Erigaisi.
Magnus,
but then he beat yesterday
Nihal.
on demand Wei Jan-Christoph Duda.
Let's go. This is for the entire match,
Big
huh?
names.
Look, everybody's a big name in this tournament. There's no easy baskets. Every match is tough. Every game is tough. And here we go. We have a Sicilian to start out game
what
one
happened
of the
with
match.
Magnus with Hikaru? Am I late? No.
Do have a
So what
Sicilian
happened
as
is
the
that
knight comes, takes the pawn, and look at this.
Magnus
We have
could
business.
choose who
As
he
the
plays
knights
against
get
because he's
open.
the
This
top
is an
seed,
open Sicilian,
and he
so this
chose
really means that both
Nihal.
sides are going to be playing aggressively.
And Hikaru, because he was
have a
second,
knight or
he
Sicilian,
chose another person to play against,
Pretty
and Hikaru already
recently,
won.
Players have been starting to play H3.
Can you
But it's
Simon
funny, I
kick
was
to no? I'm
doing a
sorry, bro. I
lecture,
can't. I cannot show this
I was
event
doing
there.
a lecture on the knight or
I have
Sicilian
only the rights here.
with A6.
Yep, and it's good, as you can see.
Yeah,
There you ban
and
my
it's
ass.
funny. One of the games I analyzed was from Bobby Fischer in the '60s, and Fischer played H3, which prevents Black from playing Knight G4 later. And here's a move I don't know: Nihal Sarin played H6. This stops White from playing Bishop G5, which usually doesn't play in the line with H3. Typically, White wants to play G4, Bishop E3.
What's the heart rate? 80.
And maybe at some point play G5. So H3, pretty common move. H6, I don't know. And Magnus
You
plays
should
a
be
little
there
slightly
playing Da
unusual
Vinci.
Bishop
Yeah,
D3.
we'll be very soon.
We're
Wait,
getting
let me
into uncharted
centralize.
territory. There's so many different lines in the Knight
It's a bit
Orf.
better, no?
Sometimes White castles kingside, which seems likely here.
I think this
sometimes
is
White
at least
develops
for
the
this
queenside pieces and castles queenside.
All right.
And it's a good question whether Nihal's going to keep the king in the center for a long time or castle kingside himself.
Okay.
So Bishop D3, slightly unusual. H3, H6.
No Simon kick. Guess he will become a degenerate in Gamba. Yeah.
About what's
It's
going
only
on
this event.
because both sides are playing not the main line.
I asked him
and
to
they
give
wanna
me
just-
rights for kick, but they
Magnus
didn't.
does that a lot. He just wants to play chess. Doesn't want to test his opponent's memory.
And there we see a choice from Nihal.
Yeah, I'm
as
live
he
this
does
early. Yes,
go for
sir.
a very flexible
Because we
pawn
are watching the
structure.
tournament.
He could have
Yeah, we are
pushed that
watching
pawn
the
one square
amateurs
forward to
because
attack the
before
knight,
I
but
play
that's
later
a
on.
different
Yeah.
game entirely. Now we have
You are
something
only
different, and
used
as
to
you
playing
mentioned,
top to
the
seeing me
choice
top
is
play,
all
top tier,
white.
top tier
You
chess.
can just castle
You need
your
to see
king,
like
get it to
regular
safety.
people
You
play
can
chess as
also
well
develop
sometimes.
your
You know,
bishop and
that's
just
why.
keep your opponent guessing that little while longer. If you're feeling really ambitious, I was going to say another pawn move, and not this one. Here, Magnus is indicating that he wants to clamp down on the left, and he's going to direct the play to the right.
Yeah,
Okay.
positional way of playing for Magnus.
Magnus
and
already
A4,
mad, man.
Stopping Black
But you are
from doing
winning.
anything. And Black plays B6, putting all of his pawns on the third rank.
Okay.
So-called hedgehog way of playing. Black wants to fianchetto his bishop and
Hedgehog.
eventually put his other bishop on
Yo,
E7.
Mateo.
So it seems like both sides are going for kingside castling this game. Magnus plays an aggressive move. that
Wow,
you
he pushes
always
the
see with
pawn.
A4, and
All
that's
right,
F4.
let's do it.
Magnus pushing his kingside pawns, controlling the center. White has more space. Black is
Belu's
very
basically a
solid.
ringer for
Magnus
this
has
event.
the
Yeah,
slight time
I'm hyping
advantage,
this up.
Trying to get his opponent out of preparation, which I think he did. Now the players have to play their own moves. You know, one thing I was complaining about earlier today, Yovi, because I like to complain. You know, I'm a grandmaster. Complain as much as possible. I was like, how come there's no open
Ring
Sicilians
boy.
in this tournament? All we see are Catalans. Then today we see G3, Bishop G2. And finally, my complaining has come to fruition. We have an open Sicilian Najdorf. It's going to be really exciting.
What is this, an
And
open Sicilian
the
Najdorf?
repetitions,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
stalemates, and the
I wanted
draws
to say they're
are
playing a
off the
Najdorf.
table. We're going to see exciting chess today.
Exactly, and one of the things that is
Oh, brother,
ironic
Nihal is
about the
already needs to
structure of
think.
Black
You are already
is
a
that it
minute
has
down.
the kind of name of the hedgehog, right? And the whole idea is that
What's
yes,
he
it
doing?
may
He's
not
sleeping,
be
bro.
all
Play a
Black's
move.
pawns
Why
lined
did
up
he
there,
close his
not
eyes,
too
man?
far from home. However,
He's
if you try to go
tired.
for it, then the spikes come out, and you have to be careful of those squares you leave behind. But Nihal, just considering what to do, the natural move would be just
He's
to develop
scared.
the light square bishop, but he goes.
Yeah, brother, it took you now
about the
over 1
his
minute to play a knight
and
move.
Big question to Magnus. What is he going to do?
See?
He comes forward
Magnus
with
pushing in the
queen,
pressure.
and
That's
now I'm
you. Yeah,
expecting
that's
White
actually
to get
right.
castled ASAP, and then just again get developed all of the pieces, and then just keep arguing to
And the
Black,
knights?
you don't
What
have
does
as
this
much
do?
space as me.
Yeah, both sides are wondering about White playing E5. White played
E5.
F4.
To
Black
push.
defended the E5
To
square
protect
with
his
knight
pawn.
B7.
He's
Magnus
he's
played
protecting with the
E2. He
queen,
wants
the
to play
pawn
E5.
push on here.
Nihal says queen
Okay.
C7, defending the E5 square, and he hopes that White can never
Ah.
play E5. Black can get developed in
Miss
castle
Gamba.
and eventually equalize the game. So the question is Magnus going to go all out here and play G4 and long? No, he just plays short castle, plays very solid. White has a
Yeah,
little
we will
bit
do
more
the
space.
gamba I did
White's
will
going
only
a
be for
small
this game.
advantage.
And then I will do another one for the next game, okay? Whatever, let's do a gamba for every game, bro. We are here to gamba the arena.
To the side of the board, H1, for example, getting off of the diagonal with the knight, and the other rook will go to E1,
we are hitting with
and white will start attacking in the center and the king side. Very double-edged position. I'm sure both players are happy right now.
Yeah,
Magnus Hikaru, no. Magnus is playing now Nihal. Hikaru already won.
Pounded the table for. Is he going to lift up that pawn in front of his king, advance it 2 squares? Is he
Hikaru played
maybe
another
work his
person.
magic on the other
They
side
switched
of
to
the board and
quarterfinals.
just go for total control, and he goes for total control. He is just arguing and saying to black, you know what? You don't have any space. I'm going to make you suffer.
No knight c5 for black, taking away the c5 square. The bishop on
Missed
d2.
mate in 35, yeah, I don't understand this as well.
And yeah, Magnus just says, I want space all over the board. No space for you.
And no space for you. One of the most unpleasant
He's
things
down
about
1.5
having
minutes.
No space is
Yeah,
that you
brother.
have to fight with
Man, I like it
ground
so much, this
forces
format. It's
and
10
take
minutes,
pieces
no
to get in
time,
the
at
way
no
of
like
each other.
increment, no nothing.
Nihal
It's just,
will be looking
if
at
you're out
making
of time,
these trades.
it's over.
He's also going to have to anticipate what white will do, because white still has a lot of options open. You can lift up your rook. You can also do what Ben was advocating for, pick up the G-pawn. And
What is now what
really
would I
happy
do?
with
I have
it.
no clue.
But for
What
time
is the
being,
next move now?
Magnus might take some time out, tuck his king into the corner, and then just keep Nihal guessing. Nihal needing to
like
break
kind of a
out.
waiting move.
Yovi, you're predicting all the moves. B4, king H1.
How many
We're gonna
moves
get
would you
down
last
there.
versus
We'll get
Magnus?
up here
I
to do the
played once the
commentary.
bot, and
We'll
I
have
think
Yovi
he
versus
destroyed
Nihal.
me, and I think it was
87% Yovi.
There's an expression where we say the commentator, the spectator sees absolutely everything, because this game doesn't carry that much emotion for us, at least, but for the player,
Okay.
there's so much tension
Bringing back
and
the bishop.
suspense. So the bishop tucks itself back, and then this is the question. What is
At
white
least
gonna
one,
play?
no,
I
at least
remember when I was
4. I
playing
think
this
that's
type
the
of stuff as a
fastest
kid,
checkmate is 4
I was
moves.
lifting up my rook because I really like these rook lifts, and then starting moving them over towards the king. Okay,
Bro,
that
they are
didn't
playing like
happen.
waiting chess.
Magnus a lot more
All right.
sophisticated than 12-year-old me.
Yeah, he wants to put the queen on H4.
H4.
And then push the king side pawns. Maybe he'll play rook to G3.
Oh, here, and then push the pawns.
Moving his queen to H4.
Wow, all right.
He has more pieces pointing towards the black king. The question is black going to break out at some point with B5 or D5 or E5?
Imagine
Or
what Magnus'
is
heart
Nihal
rate would be
content
against
to keep
Stalemate.
the
Yeah.
solid position and wait for Magnus to do
85.
something to change the
Man,
nature of the game.
earlier
And
a
again,
guy
I
played
said this
called
before,
Arjun
when these are slow
Erigaisi.
games, classical chess time
He had a
controls,
heart rate of
we have
50.
slow maneuvering.
59
you
or
can't really
something.
do that in rapid chess, 10 minutes. You got to make quick decisions and hope that you're not blundering, and hope when you change the position, it's for the better.
Is Magnus white or black? Magnus white.
Just sit there waiting.
Do you
because
see this one?
I'm seeing the skeleton of an attack against
The name
black
of
king,
Nihal
right?
Sharin.
So I'm thinking
And,
if the queen just lifts
is
herself
over a
up
back-
2
over a
squares,
black
if the
background.
rook comes up and,
And,
all
you
the
don't see it, but
pieces
do you see
start
Magnus
to
Carlsen name
just
over a
start
white
looking at
background?
the black king,
Background,
you
I
could see
mean.
trouble on the horizon.
This is how you can see
Okay,
where-
so
who
the
plays
rook
with what
just
piece.
waits. And what will Magnus do? Is the time now? Another idea.
So
I
Magnus
wanted to
winning
say
right
is
now.
you
This
can
is
just also
plus
start to
0.6.
break open the diagonals and even maybe do a piece sacrifice here and there. These are not my pieces.
Easy to sacrifice somebody else's pieces. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, it could very well happen, right? So I'm just thinking you can lift up the F pawn. But first up, I like this whole plan of moving with the queen, and this is exactly what Magnus
Oh, mistake.
has done.
He lost
I
his
was actually
advantage
advocating
completely.
for 1 square further,
Yeah, that's not
but
good, bro. You
not
need to
approved
play
by
accurate
the
chess.
engine.
No, I agree
If
with
you
you,
do
Yogi. I like queen
mistakes, you're
H4
gonna
better,
lose.
so the white rook has the G3 square. Seems
Put
like
your
white's
camera
rooks
over
aren't
Nihal so it looks
participating
like
in
you're
the attack
playing.
after queen G3. And I'm wondering, I mean, I can see the move being inaccurate, but a question mark. Man, this computer overlords are really mean today.
It is a bit mean because it's not entirely. Okay,
Oh,
hang on a
he
second. Hang on.
oh,
You'll
okay.
get the wish, and you'll do it with some extra
Oh,
time.
okay.
Okay.
He has his
now,
back his
big
advantage.
Question, given a question mark, and I think that's because it just allows white the time to lift up a rook, get the rooks involved into the game.
Okay, what does
Everyone
lift up
wants to
mean?
party
On
that
like on
side.
F3
Nihal
or
just
what?
lost
And then bring the
tempo
rook
there.
here?
So this worked out well for Magnus. He got
She's good
queen
commentator.
H4
Yeah, the
and he
commentators
gets
are
to move
good.
Again. the engine doesn't like this knight f6 move, moving back and forth, giving Magnus extra time.
I gotta say, Magnus playing with a 93.9 accuracy. In my books, them's good.
Mm-hmm.
And heart rates, very standard, I would say, for both of them. Around the 80 mark, which in my eyes, pre-Argent era guys, he was relatively
And Magnus is
calm.
still winning with 1.5 minutes,
exactly.
so he has enough time.
Okay, so we're hoping for a rook lift.
Okay, rook
E3
lift.
or f3, rook g3, start some attack on the king side.
Yes, bro.
Magnus does start attacking. Very double-edged move. He gives away the e5 square, so black can play knight e5, but the e6 pawn is hanging. So
E6 pawn is hanging. Why is the E6 pawn?
And
Oh yeah, because the knight.
Let's
Oh
see
wow,
whether they
he has
work,
to take
in
because
fact,
otherwise
because there's a big
Magnus
question
takes his
here.
pawn.
Can you go all in to the attack? And I'm
Okay,
looking
let's
over
see.
at Ben
Let's see
and
the
I say,
analyzed board.
let's just show it. Like if
This is
black
the board
plays
to
the most
analyze.
natural move, which is to
See?
lock up the center.
commentators
the
can
big
move.
thing is, don't go back with a knight. Go forward.
Yay,
Wow,
knight
what?
e6, attack.
And you can see the evaluation bar giving it a stamp of approval. It's saying this is the way forward. Oh, we're gonna see it. We're gonna see it.
Oh, they played it.
On our screens.
Yay, the analysis board and the regular board are the same. Magnus
he
sacrifices
he
a piece.
sacrificed the
The
piece.
engine says black should play g5. That seems like a crazy move, but the knight doesn't really have any good squares. Knight b8 isn't something you want to do.
Oh, he just gave it back.
And instead he gives his knight back immediately. Let's see what he does. We get
Okay.
rid of the analysis board, go back.
And there
Huh.
we're seeing that after
Is this
giving
live? Yeah,
back
this
the
tournament
piece,
is happening
I
right
can
now.
understand there
Yeah,
were just
Alex Jones is the
too
other
many
commentator,
pieces
actually.
around the black king. So now the queen gets out of trouble, gets out of the eye line of the bishop, drops back, and now big threat on the board.
What?
This bishop on
Oh,
D2, this dark
the
square
bishop can take
is
this pawn
pointing
because
at the
he's
black
pinned.
king. The black king needs to step away from trouble. And
Brother,
if that doesn't work.
Magnus
dear.
to play. Maybe he's not. He's not.
Yes, Magnus is going to have a
Sick
monster
anymore.
attack. Magnus has a big time advantage already. Nihal's getting
He's
short
up
on
2.5
time
minutes.
with less than 3 minutes left. Magnus
Random
still has more than
recommend
5.
stream.
Magnus
I'm here
has
for
the
it though.
half-open G line,
Welcome, Logan the
half-open
Brogan.
F line
I like your
to
name a
attack.
lot.
The knight can go to D5, getting some more pieces into the attack. And black doesn't really have any counterplay against the queen side there, Yovi. So it's one-way traffic for this game.
Yeah, I'm gonna say actually,
Nihal wasted all his time on
trouble
3
the
moves.
Evaluation bar telling us this is the most natural move. And
It's
look,
over. No, it's not over. This is
beautiful,
rapid chess.
Beautiful move there from Magnus.
But
The whole
Magnus
point
is
you
playing
don't
out of
care
his
about
freaking
material.
mind,
What you want to
man.
be doing is just opening up the diagonals and the light
Wow,
squared
both
bishop
bishops
is
are
gonna
not
be
looking at
such
this.
A dangerous piece. I
Oh,
would
this is a
even
bad
go
move.
rook takes ball.
His advantage went up to 3.
Exactly. You don't care throwing away material because checkmate ends the game.
That's right. Those white squares are more important than a measly exchange.
Exactly. And if you get
And
that
now what?
bishop and the queen lined up on this beautiful light squares, it's going to be game over
Now
for
what?
black. Look at the black monarch. It's all by itself. And let's just...
Time differences? Yeah.
Oh, he takes with the bishop. No.
Oh, this was a
Come on,
mistake. He's still
Magnus, you
winning,
can
but
take
this
it with
was
the
the
rook.
wrong move.
And this is what we were advocating
Yeah, we
for, but
wanted this to happen.
Yeah.
Then Magnus could play queen g6 and play
But
for
this
make
is
at
the
those
same.
white squares.
Yeah.
Magnus is like, I
This
just
is
wanna be a
literally the
pawn
same,
up. Give me a
according
break.
to the engine. There was something better.
White's a pawn up.
There
Black
was
doesn't
something
really have
better
any
for the engine. Did you see
compensation.
that? He was a
White still
plus
has an attack
3.
against Black's king, but probably more incisive was to sack the exchange. Always sack the exchange. One of my rules.
not our pieces. So I can understand.
There was
why
something really
Magnus
good
is
for
like,
Magnus.
you know
Didn't
what,
see
I
it.
don't
It's
need
not
to do
enough
this.
time.
I don't need to go all into the attack. When this position is so nice and so
Engines
good,
are better
and you
chess.
see
Yeah,
he's
they
a
are.
comfortable pawn up. Why take the risk? Very pragmatic
He's up a pawn
decision
now.
there
Okay.
from Magnus. Now the big question is how to improve the pieces in order to get them to that finish line. The rook comes in.
Take
so
with the rook
big
would have
idea.
lined up the
Bishop
queen.
is
No,
gonna
they showed
slam
this move.
on.
What you
keep
said
playing
on
bishop
the
takes h6, Yofi, in
the
every position. You're attacking.
on the
That's my
on the
commentator style.
analysis
I just wanna
board.
be giving up the pieces,
And
but there's
advantage
a
was the
point.
same, then
There's gonna
taking
be a
first
ladder
with the bishop and then
checkmate
with the
on
rook.
board,
It was
and
the same.
If the black king is left without any protection.
Did the
this
streamer
is
do
why the
something
rook
weird to
steps
Mona
forward. The
Lisa
rook
or
wants to
just
do some
French?
nifty
Oh, brother, you are new to
defensive
the stream.
footwork
I'm
on
telling you
the
something.
line.
You just,
And
I
now
thought
here,
you strike,
what to do?
you
You
strike
can
gold,
just
okay?
simply start
You hit the
moving
gold,
the
my brother.
pieces. I
You
perhaps
just
would
stay here. You will
attempt
understand
to
everything.
improve my bishop, or maybe advance a pawn. But we'll see which way Magnus goes.
Magnus with a big time advantage, a winning position on the board, extra pawn. He's got the rook on e6. Nihal's very passive. So far, this game is one-way traffic, just Magnus having as much fun as he can. And he's just figuring out, I like this move, I like this move, I like this move. He's trying to figure out which gives him the biggest advantage.
Exactly. I mean, he can even dive up with the queen and start attacking the rook. Magnus is not looking 100%
Yeah, he can go here. Is this a good move? I don't know. If he brings the queen here.
He's just looking for the cleanest way to finish off the board.
I mean, he can get with the queen here and maybe bring the bishop.
He chose an open Sicilian. He took the risk, played perfectly, and Nihal already staring down the barrel of defeats. What is Magnus? He goes in.
Okay,
with
he does it. And now what?
Drops back.
I mean,
back,
if he sacrifice doesn't work because the bishop now is helping.
Together, and the move that I was asking for in a different position, but I think is also quite relevant here, is you can start improving the left side of the board.
He can now bring the bishop on here maybe. But there's still this bishop. This bishop is pretty good. He's defending everything important.
Yeah, we like to say in the U.S. during commentary, White has the extra pawn and the compensation. So White's better on the board, and White has an extra pawn. Black is very passive. Magnus can do whatever he wants, and Magnus has an extra minute on the clock.
Yeah, he's winning.
I
mean, 1 minute.
He has a minute 22 left. He finally goes on the counterattack, attacking the d5 pawn. Magnus centralizes his queen, queen e4, defending everything.
Where's the tournament in Paris?
Very difficult for Black to attack anything. And in the long run, Nihal's just in a lot of trouble, but he's going to keep defending.
Matteo, see you later.
That Magnus gets low on time. Maybe Magnus will make a mistake.
Exactly, and Nihal fighting hard now, you know.
All right, it's a good move.
Kind
of now he has something. He's at +5.
Queenside
he has a good move now. He sees it.
Now comes
this
the
was the he had something better there.
Majesty gonna go.
He actually had something better.
Less than a minute now for Nihal, dives in. I mean, and this is just really floundering here. There isn't any threat, even with that active queen. Not much that Nihal can do. I'm expecting the rook to drop back 1 square and set up what is going to be a terminal.
He can go here. And then how? Okay, the rook, the
All
queen
his pieces
is...
are pinned. Bishop's pinned, the rook's pinned. Magnus is trying to find the cleanest way to win. The bishop can't go to b4 right now.
Okay, he plays it, good. He wants to trade the queens now, obviously. But that's not going to happen, I think, no? He had again something better.
Seeing a trade of rooks.
But I feel like he's up a pawn.
So that one took me by surprise. But here, this one is also beautiful. No risk whatsoever for Magnus.
Yeah, he's up a pawn. So, I mean, why would he risk anything?
There's some kind of maybe some tricky ideas with some h5 ideas for Black. But here, Magnus starts improving. And look at
Magnus wants to play h5
50 seconds.
It is just fixing the pawns on his color complex.
Right.
These early streams are killing you, man. Yeah, brother, you need to wake up a bit earlier.
G7 stuck on a black square. Okay, now Magnus has to make a decision.
I'm at my corporate job hiding the stream. Lol, they are killing me.
Plays h5. And Nihal has to play g6 to stop the king from going to f5, but then the h6 pawn is hanging.
Exactly.
So
okay.
Magnus has the extra pawn and the better king.
And everything is just working perfectly in stages.
Nice.
First, Magnus has
he pushes that pawn.
King. Now he's going to be maximizing his
nice.
bishop. And he's just working out. Look at this. Not a single square.
Oh wow, he cannot come here because he takes with the king now and then he can jump in here, no? No, he does not.
And Magnus starts running to assist his extra pawn and he wins. What a game.
He can take this pawn here in the center.
Super smooth.
Because he's 2 against 1.
Yeah, nice win for Magnus. He
bro, I feel like he's a good chess player, this Magnus guy.
Had the extra pawn and just won the game with the extra pawn the rest of the way. Not really any difficulties for Magnus.
Called out my corporate job to watch Felu early. Yeah, guys, quick new gamba. Oh, guys, right.
Technique for Magnus. Nihal has to go back to the drawing board.
Who will win?
Again, I didn't think there'd be a lot of draws this
match.
Guys,
new prediction.
Sort of a one-sided match. Magnus game. Just playing out of his mind.
We do a prediction after every game.
Next game and get more active play.
Let's go. 1 minute, guys. Come on.
Definitely, he's going to have to go back to the drawing board, and this is why you see him just doing a quick game review where he's going to check for some possible improvements. That wasn't the best outing for
Man, I wish it was on board and not on chess.com.
just showing us why.
You mean over the board?
He is the boss.
Why? I mean, at the end of the day, you watch it
last year. He chose
on
his
the board on
opponent this
chess.com
year,
anyway.
and,
You know,
looks
if
like a
it's
good
over the
choice so
board,
far.
you still watch on chess.com
Excellent
on the stream.
choice
So
there
what
from
what
Magnus,
difference
but
does
now
it
we're
make?
going to see Nihal with the white pieces.
Why
Nihal,
not add draw?
Very positional player, very quick.
Well, you know what?
as
You're
we
right.
mentioned. And
Shit.
will he
We
go
don't have a draw
for
option.
Traditional style.
Wait, we need to stop
Keep
it.
the pawn structure classical, or are we going to be seeing
Cancel.
something else?
Delete.
These top players, they can play absolutely anything.
We need to
They
draw
can
as
serve
well.
with both hands, but he does open with the queen's
Okay,
pawn.
fast, guys,
And
1
now
minute.
It is going to be a London system with the bishop coming out. The whole idea is to get a
Hey,
triangle
look, if Magnus
pawn
somehow loses this, you
formation
owe the chat
and
50
just
push-ups.
keep the
No, I
center
already was
solid,
the gym.
and then just get to a nice,
I
safe
can't.
middle game where white is just a little bit better. I have to say that because it's the London.
Exactly. I played Magnus.
Have you
once
seen
in
Hans
my
Blunder
life
in game
the Pro
1? No,
Chess
I
League,
didn't.
And I was black.
I
of
was
course.
setting up my
And he
string.
played the London against me. I forgot the result, but the end. The game
Wait,
was
what?
very
He's playing this. Is this not the
Well, now we
Jobava
have a
London?
kind of
Like this
Jobava
like
London,
knight
which is
setup on the
characterized by
pawn?
The knight coming out and jumping, just
Nice.
arguing that black's knight on the edge is going to be misplaced and white's is better prepared. But you see, the triangle formation, that's rock solid. And now the maneuvering has
Triangle
begun.
formation. So this is how you play
Both
against
sides
this
have the knight
London
on the
stuff.
side of the board. They're going to try
Triangle.
to relocate
No,
to the
white is
center.
playing triangle.
White doesn't go for very much of an advantage. Just a solid position. Bishop
Okay.
on f4 is well placed. Are you one of those people that loves the London for white or hates it? You got to be in one of the camps.
Who put 60k on
hello.
Magnus? yeah,
English.
guys, if it's a draw, you're
I'm gonna
done.
say I dislike it. No, I really do like the London. I think it's a great choice because
Who is
it
Jobaba?
takes away the fireworks
I
from
don't
the
know, I
opening
think it's a
and
Star
just
Wars
allows
character.
you to enjoy the position in the middle game. And I say enjoy liberally.
I have no clue
Okay,
what
so
London
knight
system
does
means.
maneuver
Yeah,
itself
bro, do you
over
think I know it?
towards
I
the
just know that
center. This
people
is
call
what
this
both
London with
sides
white.
do when the center lacks tension. And now we're seeing Magnus, he ups the pace. And now there is some conflict in the middle of the board.
Yeah, there's some possible captures. Magnus is gaining some space. He might even play c4 later and b5.
London is killer. No,
gain
I
more space
win
on the
out
queen side.
against all the Londons. I'm a
Will
professional
white
London
castle
winner.
here? Will white capture on c5? Those are the moves that Nihal is considering. And Nihal has a time advantage so far. Oh, and he plays h4.
Nothing's better than
Engine
coffee in
doesn't
the
like
Zin.
it.
What's a
Of
Zin?
course, you like it being British.
This is
You like
vaping
h4.
stuff.
Put it in H. And looks like Harry is having a good time today. H3, H4, soon H5. Take advantage of Magnus's pieces over on the queen side.
Exactly.
Snooze.
And wow,
Yeah.
what a move.
No,
You know, it
it's not
doesn't come
good.
naturally to me, I gotta say, to advance that pawn. I was expecting just a rock
Fun
solid
fact, Philo has never
castle,
beaten me
get the
when I
king
play
to
London,
safety,
yeah.
And the game continues.
Tea
blah,
and
blah,
vape.
blah. But this one is now setting
Yo,
the candles
Carlos.
pigeons because as black, do you want to allow that pawn one
Oh
square
my
forward?
god, they're pulling
If
the
you don't,
zooming again.
Then you yourself are
Who
going
is
to
playing black? Magnus Carlsen and Nihal showering his
own
rights.
concessions because squares are so
Yeah, I need to do a
important.
boss
They're
call.
like the currency, the money.
I was in the
in
mainstream
position. The more
earlier,
you have,
and they all were
the
freaking
richer
out
you
when they are zooming.
Yeah, Magnus.
Everybody
is
knows
thinking
that
now, should I
nobody
take it
wants
to
this.
center?
They know it.
Should
They
I
still do
advance on
it.
the
I don't know
queen
why.
side
Maybe
with
they have
C4
some
and
sort of.
B5?
Like,
Should I
maybe
block
this
the
is a
pawns
contract with the
H6 or
sponsors
H5?
that you show the
Or should I take
the
advantage of
sponsors
the
company a
empty
bit
G4
bigger.
square and play
But they
bishop
show the
E4?
faces of the
So many
players.
possible moves for black. That's why Magnus is having a think. H4, not the most obvious move, but very aggressive. And instead, he attacks the bishop on F4 with knight E6, which is an unusual move because it blocks the bishop on C8. So you have a very unusual position.
Okay.
Bishop E5. Nihal wants to trade the bishops, then play H5 and start attacking Magnus's king. Very aggressive play from Nihal this game.
very
Aggressive, that
You know,
sounds good.
trying to just weaken the black king, remove the defenders, but Magnus reacting in the center. There's often said that
He's taking
when
back with the
play
knight
starts
now.
on the wings,
He can't.
react in the center. So those are the
Oh, he has
rules,
to think
and
which
Magnus
pawn he takes
knows
it with.
them. So I'm expecting white to actually recapture with the center pawn. Because if you capture with the other pawn, the knight on the edge starts
Can
to
someone
bother
explain
me.
to me
That's
what
right.
London theory is?
Yeah, that's why Magnus played knight E6
but
after
I
the
don't.
e-pawn takes.
Oh, I can't.
Magnus wants to get his knight to F4 at some point after the bishop trade, and the knight on E6 was blocking the bishop. If the black knight can get to F4, that would make more sense. Conversely, Nihal's knight on A3 can now get to the central E3 square via C2 so that the knight isn't so badly placed. So both sides maneuvering their knights from A3 and A6 to the center. Magnus
Can you make the board bigger? Thank you.
The engine says
oh, thank
Black
God.
is a little bit better.
Oh, bro, Magnus behind 2 minutes.
And because White's playing aggressively, putting Magnus on the back foot, Magnus now has a 2-minute time disadvantage. This is exactly what Nihal wanted.
Yeah, it's a kind of really
I just asked Google what it meant. It's not explainable.
Risky play by Nihal as he finds himself perhaps gonna meet a very quick attack.
Why not playing against Magnus? Yeah, because bro, I need to drive there. You know, I have to book like an hotel.
It's so
I have to leave the house. It's just too much work.
Who
you are rooting for? I don't really care who wins. I just want a bit of drama.
Accelerate the play. He wants to burst out into the center and just open up the lines, but he's saying.
Oh, he's attacking finally.
No, Magnus shaking his head. He didn't like what he did. His knight couldn't go to
yeah, but if you don't like what you do, why do you do it then?
D3. One of my favorite squares with White in these queen pawn openings. And now the knight went all the way from A6 to G7.
Okay.
Magnus proving to his fans he can do the knight's tour during the game and still get a winning position. White's position is now slightly better according to the engine.
Is Magnus black?
White
yes.
Played H3, H4, H5. That's how they play chess nowadays. Magnus has the beautiful knight in the center. Nihal tries to maneuver.
The prize money from this competition is just pocket money for Felu. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't play for like. What does the winner win? I think $250,000. Yeah, that's not enough.
Keep moving his knight, or is that the last knight move we've seen from?
I think they pay out $1.5 million in total this tournament.
I think that might be the last one we see for a while, but I really love the way that Magnus is not rushing things. And I say
G4,
that and,
wow.
Whoa, I know. Nihal is really going for it. He's like,
let's go.
Hey, make
yeah, he has to win. I mean, he has to try something. I like
Come
it.
forward. What are you going to do? The knight is going to go to the edge of the board or could even go into the middle. Which is the way forward? I mean, instinctively, you want to go forward. You don't want to go back.
Yeah, knight h4 I like as it goes forward.
Okay.
Magnus does play knight h4.
And now what?
Nihal maneuvers his knight with
yeah, what does this knight do?
Knight on h4 is sort of trapped, but it's sort of trapped on a good square.
Wait, this knight
Magnus'
is now kind of trapped.
Squares, E4
He's
H4.
not going anywhere ever.
I'm not sure what Nihal's going to do with his king. Wonder if he's going to castle queenside.
Well, this is because look at this. Nihal is playing such an uncompromising style. He's more or less forcing Magnus to go on the offensive.
Thank you for the prime subscription.
Where is the white king going?
The tax in my country will take at least 80% of 250k. Really? No, in Germany? No, wait a second. No, that's income. In Germany, half is gone.
Reassess.
250k, half is gone.
Very unusual game. If
more actually than half, I think. It's taxes, then insurances, more than half is gone.
It was on a6 a few moves ago. Magnus is really moving his knights. Magnus shaking his head. The engine likes his position. D5 is a weak pawn.
Okay, I mean, Black's winning. You know, Magnus winning. I don't know why he's shaking his head. Maybe he doesn't feel that he's winning.
Black can play B5,
I mean,
A5.
do Super Games know that it's like plus 0.4? Probably they kind of know it. I don't know.
But the question is, how does Nihal improve his pieces? The engine slightly prefers Black because Black's knights seem to be better than White's knights. They're more in White's territory. And Black has nice safe king, even though Magnus played G5.
This is probably a poisoned pawn over here. No, he cannot take this pawn. There's no way.
Blocked.
You know, it might be time for the golden rule, which is when your king is feeling the heat, trade off the queens.
Yeah.
Like step the queen up one square and just say, hey, let's get those pieces off the board and my king can just live in the middle and it's all okay.
Yeah, I think if I was Nihal, I wouldn't mind trading queens because I'm not sure where my king is.
He brought the 2-minute loss down to about 40 seconds.
Well, that's only going to happen if it happens, if Magnus allows the queen trade. But Nihal calculating, big question. Does he try to force the trade of queens? Does he run with the king, just scram to the left?
Why can he not take this pawn? I don't understand. Is this like, because
don't see the
even if he pushes the rook here, I mean, this pawn is...
There's a move I wouldn't have predicted. Rook H3.
Oh, this is not a good move.
Keeping us guessing. What is the point of this move? Does he... No, I am not seeing it.
Bro, is sleeping, man. He's like, what is this? Wake up.
Play F3. It still seems like a strange idea, kicking the knight out of E4. Well, He's not going to castle kingside, Yovi.
No, he's not going to do that anymore. But, you know, you do have to look after the old man. You really do have to take care. And you know, if Magnus were feeling really feisty, he'd try
because
and
don't
punish
want
that
rook on
immediately.
b2.
You can punish
Really?
that by going,
But the knight is here.
breaking through with the pawns right now.
You know, the knight is protecting the square.
This is also clever. Just saying, you know,
Brother, can you just
miss,
take the
but
pawn?
being
Like,
very
I don't
natural move,
understand.
saying, hey,
Take
if
it.
you ever want to find solace with your king in that direction, you're not going to get it because that pawn is
Queen
marching
strapped.
those squares forward, and there's also no queen trade at all. So
Right,
I
stops
like
queen
this
before.
move.
I like a5.
Wow,
too.
you know
There's
what? The
humans
queen's
and computers
trapped.
like different moves. Yovi and I and Magnus all
Now
like
it's
A5,
trapped. Before.
and the computers
Wow,
is
the
A5
queen would
terrible,
be trapped.
And also doesn't like A4. I'm
Holy,
really getting
it's
worried
like this
about
rook
Nihal's
over,
king.
and then it's
It
over
looks
for the
like
queen.
It doesn't have a safe place to go, and I'm wondering if in the next 5 to 10
Yeah,
moves,
brother, queen's
Magnus is gonna have some
trapped.
attack against that king on E1.
Yeah, but you know, having
Yeah,
that
okay.
rook,
Yeah,
rather
but the
strangely,
test. That was
you
test.
should be consistent, right?
The queen's
A
obviously
good-
queen's
a bad
trapped,
plan is
yeah.
better than no plan at all.
Yeah,
so
free
I
pawn.
like your idea of just kicking that knight away from the center, and then I don't know what next.
No, I'm not sure what White's going to do here. Very unusual position. I think for Magnus, just going to try to play b5 at some
I mean,
point,
Magnus doesn't have to
or
win. He
can
cannot
play
draw
bishop
every
f7
game and
e5.
still moves on.
Break open in the center where White's king is. And again, I like Magnus's position. Magnus has more time. The match is going
When's
well
Magnus
so
playing
far
the
for
Fellow
Magnus.
Gambit?
Seems
They
like
never
he's
play
pretty
the
happy with his
Caro-Kann.
position. And
Feels bad.
White's play very strange. Rook
I don't know
H3,
why.
leaving the king on E1, H4, H5. I thought it was going to be a more solid game like you did when he played. I thought he would castle short, put his pieces in the center, and instead he played H4, H5, Rook H3, kept his king in the center, making the game more double-edged. But now Nihal's taking a lot of time on the clock because it's not clear what to do. And he
All
does
right.
play F3. Never
Push the
play
pawn.
F3.
Yeah, Ben is not a fan, but you know, why not? And there he drops back with the bishop.
Okay, he comes back
and,
with the knight.
Well,
Man, like the
Nihal is
black's
playing
knight are
in such
kind
a
of...
kind of random way that is kind of confusing. Even though the engine
Yes, I'm
doesn't
very
approve
confused.
and doesn't kind of get blinded by the lights. But I would be very confused as well because there's a danger that Magnus could get his knights trapped on the edge of the board if
Yeah,
he does
these
not continue in
knights
the right
suck.
way.
Yeah, I think Magnus has to play F5 at some point so his knights can get
What
out.
is?
He can defend
What
his
if he
knight.
pushes this pawn?
That's very complicated.
He
'cause it gives
takes.
E5
I mean,
to
I
White,
guess
weakens the D5
everything is
pawn.
fine.
Magnus
Even
is
it
having
looks
a
bad,
thing.
but
Position
takes,
is very
takes,
strange.
takes, and he can
It
take,
doesn't
but
look
then
like
it's
two
check.
super GMs. Looks like two kids playing in a weekend Swiss that don't know the rules very much and just move their knights every move. That's how super grandmasters play sometimes.
Huh.
Yeah, and they do say that loose pieces drop
Where are they
off, so
playing? In Paris.
bear in mind, I just noticed that the rook is loose.
France.
And there are tactical ideas of knight takes pawn.
St.
and
Louis?
the
No,
whole
that's
idea is
the
you
other
can't
tournament.
capture that knight
There is
because
also
the
a
rook
tournament
is
playing
hanging.
in St. Louis, but this is
there
in
again,
France,
you
Paris.
have to go into calculation mode. You have
The
to
capital
work
of
out what is
France.
gonna happen. So, okay, it is
Hey, that's what
there.
you
Oh, he gives up the knight.
Well, it was there. I'm a greedy person.
And this
I
is the
like
only
to
move.
Snatch up pawn. So we're going to see rook takes knight. Now, is this going to be working for Nihal as we see the evaluation bar saying yes?
Wow, he's
This
winning.
was a good trade. And wow.
Oh
the
shit!
position
How is
just
he doing?
got
What is he doing
There's
against
a lot
his
of
pawn now?
H-pawns in this game. Both sides have H-pawns.
I mean, this is completely messy. It's so crazy. You know, black is like 2 moves away from promoting the pawn. So you have
Holy,
to
what a
act
position.
quickly. And how are you going to stop? How are you going to stop that pawn?
Are we
from
going to stop
advancing?
Harry?
Yes.
Yeah, Harry's looking
I
good.
mean, Nihal is winning,
looking
but
good.
bro, this pawn,
Edmund
man,
says
huh?
White's doing well, but I
Looks
hate to be right
dry.
here because that H-pawn is getting pretty
I don't
close
think
to
that this looks
promotion.
dry.
Exactly. Okay, he
Wow,
wins.
I was going to say, I don't see a safe place for White's king, and Nihal moves his king out of the way. Move
He's
his bishop
winning-
out of the
he's
way
winning
next,
with
so the rook
+1.
controls H1.
Well, okay.
Wait,
this
he's
is a nice
winning
idea.
even
So
though he
the
gave
whole
up a
idea is you're gonna
rook.
Stop the pawn from advancing. You
Ah,
can just
he's
simply
up a full
control the
piece.
promotion square. So Magnus tucks his king into the corner. He's going to
So
use
he gave
all of
up-
his pieces. And
Magnus gave up a
I gotta
piece
say, this is such
to
a
promote
dangerous
his pawn.
position for both sides. It's not going to be easy playing this with 3 minutes and with a black H pawn on H3, and it's not going to be easy because if black doesn't do anything, then white is slowly going to start to unravel, coordinate.
White does have 2 pieces for a rook,
Exactly.
and black has that passed H pawn
Okay.
as compensation.
Oh, he wants to trade up.
Nihal wants
This
to trade
was a
queens,
horrible
because the
move,
king is
man.
on D2. Engine doesn't like the queen on A3.
Oh, this loses the entire
Very
advantage,
difficult for
brother. What are
human
you
play here.
doing?
The position is so unusual with the white king on D2, black having the passed H pawn, 2 pieces
Is
for
he
a
taking
rook.
this now or not?
Some of the pieces aren't well placed. Very complicated position. Tough to play for both sides. The engine wants to trade queens, messing up white's pawn structure.
Okay.
Then double rooks on the G file, giving black counterplay.
Which
Then
one
black
is
will try
Magnus?
to play
Magnus
rook
playing with
G1,
black.
get rid of the white rook, and then promote that pawn. And that's what Magnus
And now
does.
it's completely
Plays
equal.
exactly the
I mean,
engine
I feel like this is a
recommendation. Not
computer
very
equal.
shocking.
If you play
Magnus
this
plays like the engine
as a
quite
human,
often,
this is not
and
super equal, I
messes
think.
up white's pawn structure. White has a terrible pawn structure. Black has a passed pawn. Black wants to trade rooks and get that
He
passed
takes
pawn
that
going.
pawn,
And
and then he takes this pawn, but then he does this pawn, and then what?
Scary times.
He has to move this
I gotta
rock
say
then.
for white,
Huh.
because yes, it might be objectively equal, but black's plan is just simply just to come in, trade.
If it's a
7
draw, what
rooks,
happens to
and then
Gamba?
it's
I
gonna
had
be
that draw in the
very
Gamba.
difficult
I
to
had one.
prevent the advance of the H pawn. So Nihal has to find the right move. I'm wondering whether you even have the time to grab the pawn in the middle.
On D5.
Yes.
2 minutes left.
That takes guts. But
I was just going to play
Huh.
bishop F1 and try
I
to
mean,
take that
even
pawn
if he
on
doesn't
H3,
win, you know,
even
I mean,
though
Nia is
bishop
playing
F1
with
gives
white.
away my F3 pawn, my A4 pawn's hanging. There's a lot of pawns that look pretty weak here.
Okay.
Johan. And he did take the pawn on
Oh, you
D5.
cannot. If he takes
Yeah,
this
he
pawn,
goes
he
for
can
a
actually
rook
take
here, and
this
now only one move to hold the balance.
pawn.
Magnus
Wow, what's
finds
this?
it, of
Okay,
course.
he takes it.
And wow.
He gives away the rook, and
wow,
now he's
wow.
2 knights and a
Look,
bishop
3
against
pieces
2
for
rooks.
2 rooks. That gives me bad memories of a game that
Wow.
I played a long time ago.
Okay.
This
Now
was
the
the
question
only
is
move
how
he
to
had.
coordinate the pieces. The rooks have to be placed.
And
on
now
those
what's the
open
move? Now
lines,
bring
and they
your
have
king
to have a purpose. The
into
3
safety,
pieces, they
but then
have to
this
be
pawn is
working together
this
as
was
the
a bad
knight
move.
just comes in,
Oh,
but this allows
oh, brother.
Oh, this attack.
Maybe
And
this is not
suddenly
collapsing.
The white knights, they are really not coordinated.
No, the knight on D5 is lined up with the king on D2.
Oh, this is even
All of
worse.
the
Now
pawns
it's
are weak on
+2.
A3, A2. The rooks are super active, more active than the white
Uh-oh.
pieces. And
now
Benjamin
what?
said Magnus has taken over.
Oh, if he
Magnus has a
checks,
big
this
time
bishop's
advantage.
gone.
He has a
Oh,
big
he
advantage
sees
on the
it that
clock.
he's screwed.
Says he's winning now, and things are just going Magnus's
Oh,
way.
+3.
The bishop on E2 is
What do you
trapped.
play here?
Can I just play rook? Yeah,
This is
attack
the wrong
bishop and
move.
just take the bishop.
Okay,
Yeah,
he's
you
still
can do
in.
that one, and then
Good
you just
move.
keep on harassing.
He's still in.
Just attack that bishop one more time, slide the rook over, and Magnus, he senses blood.
Okay. Oh, this is a bad
Hang
move.
on a second. Maybe this is not the most.
Oh,
precise way
the
because
knight
Nihal
was
is
wrong.
Nihal saved his bishop. Now it seems like he's okay. Still worse, but maybe he can hold the draw.
Wow.
Okay,
He
bishop
says
out.
54 seconds on the clock, so Nihal's
He attacks the
gonna have to
rook.
play
Oh, this is
super
bad again.
actively
2.5.
to save this one. The problem is
I mean,
that
the knight is
A-pawn
safe
a
here. He's
runner.
the oh, this is bad.
Run with the A pawn. Just
It's
get
tough
it
to stop
marching.
pass pawns when you have 45 seconds on your clock.
Oh, brother,
No,
this
and
pawn.
How are those
This
pieces
is
gonna
terrible.
Stop that pawn? It's gonna
How is
easily
he
get
drawing
to
this?
A2.
I mean, he is also
then it can
down
just
a
be
minute.
Magnus had a passed H pawn a few moves ago. Am I dyslexic? What happened there? There was a pawn on H3.
He gave it up.
And
He
then
gave it
now
up
he's
for
a,
his pieces.
now he's a pass pawn on the A file.
Yeah.
Amazing.
This is why Magnus is so good. He doesn't just play on one side of the board.
And now
Here
what?
comes the A pawn. I mean, you're
Yeah,
gonna
but
have
he
to
can
give
push
up
that. No,
one
there
of
is a
those
rock still.
pieces
Yeah,
to
there is a
stop
rock.
that
He
pawn
cannot
from
slide.
floating.
And how you
20
attacking this?
seconds for Nihal.
No, this is freaking over.
No, this isn't looking good for Nihal. 15 seconds
15
left.
seconds.
He
He
just
will-
closed his
I
eyes,
think
too.
it's
That
not time
wasn't
for
good.
Boom resign, guys.
Yeah, he's already given up in his head.
Such a big fight, though. I mean,
5
Bye.
seconds.
And we
yep,
have a
and he
win.
resigns.
Magnus takes the lead.
Wow, what a game. What an unusual game.
It was
He has to win both games now,
if
this
you're my
Nihal
student,
guy.
don't watch that game. It's too complicated.
Velu would find a way
And
to
for
lose
me.
this position. No, I wouldn't.
Variation from
Yes.
Nihal. It was a gamble, I feel, because to play in such an unconventional way against world number.
Magnus had his knight on A6. He moved the knight from the A file to the
I
H
think they have
file.
a 5-minute
Then he had a
break
pass pawn
now
on the H
to
file,
use the
and a
bathroom.
pass pawn on the A file. Magnus just plays
And
on
then
the
they play
side of the
another
board
game.
and wins the game. Amazing.
Well, amazing stuff. And now we see Nihal. He is on the brink.
Isn't final today? Semi-finals are after this.
Point.
And I think
Magnus
the grand
Carlsen
final will be tomorrow, but I'm actually not really sure. We'll see after the game, like the schedule and everything.
The white pieces, and again,
guys, next Gamba.
Just checking through.
Who is winning the next game? Who wins next game?
He has to dig deep. He's one of the world's best players. One of the
Magnus
world's biggest
draw.
players.
Let's go.
He has his back up against the wall. He has nothing to lose. Playing with the black pieces. Now is the time to give it absolutely everything he's got.
Now remember the
How
last
is the
match
other
that we
game
did,
going? Let me see. I will check it real quick.
Arjun and Hikaru, they had a break
Because
after
on
the
other game there is
like
Hans.
Magnus is on his break.
Where is
they just talked to Nihal.
Hans against
and he said,
Ali Reja
no, I don't need a
Ferrugia.
break. He's just sitting there. He's like,
Oh,
I'm
Ali
disgusted.
Reja is
I don't want to
winning.
get up and do anything. Just having
Ali
some
Reja won
water.
the first
He's gonna
game,
chill by
and
his
then they drew
computer.
twice, and now they're
Magnus
playing the
can
last
walk
game.
around a
Hans
little
needs
bit,
to
clear
win
his
the
head.
last game. He
And we're gonna have a
needs to
little
win
break
to get to
between games
Armageddon.
2 and 3,
or he is
which
out.
we saw last match also. But it looks like Nihal doesn't want the break. He wants to get at it right away and try to get as close to equalizing the score as he can. Not going to be a simple task, Black against Magnus. Nihal has to win the next 2 games and win the Armageddon game. I'd hate to be
Yeah, he can do it.
Yeah,
it's hydration break,
not
guys.
An easy
See?
task for Nihal because one draw for Magnus, and that's
Who is
it.
in the semi-final?
He is into the semi-finals, and it started with
one semi-final is
an almost
Hikaru
perfect
against
game
Denis
from
Lazovic,
Magnus.
and the other
Choosing the right
semi-final is
opening,
the winner of
breaking
this
through,
match,
sacrificing
and the
pieces,
winner
and then
Ali
just
Reja Ferrugia
full
against Hans
board
Niemann.
Control. Everything done to perfection. In comes the queen, and this game, Nihal will want to forget because he
Hikaru was
almost
watching the
chanceless
Tekken
here.
8
There was
finals,
absolutely
really?
nothing he could do against the might of Magnus.
Yeah, beautiful win in the first game. Very confusing second game that could have gone either
Magnus
way.
against Niemann would
But
be
in the
fun.
end,
Yeah,
Magnus
that
took
would be
over.
great.
The
We need the
last 10 moves of the
semi-final
game was
Magnus
all
against
Magnus,
Niemann, and then we need
winning on
the
clock,
final
winning on the board.
Hikaru against Magnus. That
Nihal
would be
frustrated.
sick.
He knew his game was okay at some point, but very unusual game. Both sides playing on the side a lot, and eventually Magnus taking over with his A-pawn, winning the game. So very interesting 2 games so far. Magnus has to be happy
Magnus
with his
lost
play.
0 games
Looks
in all
like if he was
tournaments.
under the weather a couple of days ago.
Wait, are you
gone.
sure? Really?
Magnus seems like he's in perfect Magnus form.
He
gotta
didn't
say,
lose
if
a single
Nihal's gonna
game
take
this
an
entire
inspiration,
tournament. That's
it has to
crazy.
be from
Okay.
this game, because Nihal was so
Not too
close
bad.
to actually generating a really good position. He unsettled
Due to strict
Magnus,
Dutch
took it off the
legislation
beaten track,
regarding
and
online
there,
gambling,
Magnus was
Twitch
in
has
some danger. He
completely
had to work
blocked the
very
gambling
hard to get
feature
that
in the
point.
Netherlands.
But in the end, he showed us why he's like the world #1. But as we see,
Bro,
Nihal
you live in
just
a... Oh
thinking about
my
what
god.
to do.
Brother,
He has to
that
have
this
that self-belief.
screams soy to
He's
me.
thinking what happened
What
in the
is
second
this?
game. The first game didn't work out well for
Where
him.
do you live,
He did better
Netherlands?
The second game, he's got to do even better.
Yeah,
in the
maybe
third
stop
game.
eating so much
That's the
soy
win with
over
black
there.
pieces on demand.
What
Can he
is
do it?
this?
Can anybody beat Magnus with black when they're forced to, or is Magnus just too good? We're going to find out in a few minutes.
Well, it has happened on a very rare occasion.
They are
Once
not
in a
allowed
blue
to
moon,
gamble
yes,
channel
but it has
points on
happened,
Twitch,
and that's
bro.
exactly what Nihal has to think about. Magnus, he says, I need the break. I want the break. And we're waiting for him to get back on the stage. He'll have the white pieces, and he's just a draw away from the semi-finals.
Do you think Magnus is going to play E4 again? We'll have another Najdorf Sicilian, or is Magnus going to play calmer London waters?
Are the tickets for this expensive? Probably not, no?
Ensuring that he always
Because
has the
otherwise
draw.
nobody
I
would
think
go.
with a crowd like this, I think he's going to perform and be the showman.
Oh, okay.
I mean, look, everyone is super excited. We have absolutely full arena, and it's so nice to have everyone there. And I love it when they cheer.
Come on, crowd! You gotta cheer,
We have a Rocket League too.
Let me move to
actually
Germany,
compete
man.
with.
I'm
So
already
guys,
visiting Germany
can I
multiple
hear a
times a
cheer?
year. What are you drinking? It's called Mezzomix.
I heard a couple people.
Can I have some more, please?
We only have this. Coca-Cola made this
Go Chess.
for Germany
Go
because we
Magnus,
drink
go
a lot
Nihal.
of Coke
Go
and
Nihal,
Fanta combined.
Exactly. I mean, our players will need every ounce of support that they can get as we see Nihal.
Everyone is super excited. Crowd is doom
meditating.
scrolling on phones. Yeah,
Come on,
maybe they are
Nihal.
playing on chess.com.
He can do it. And this is the thing with chess. There's a kind of
I bought
expression that we use,
750
like,
of
the
MND
bigger
a
the
week
ego,
ago and already
the
made
higher the
6% in
ego.
the buy. Really?
That's exactly what you
What's the
need.
stock
You
market
need to
doing? Let
have
me
that
check on the
brash
sideline real quick.
confidence that you can do this, even against all odds.
Let me check.
Yeah, it's hard to have confidence against Magnus when you're down 2-0. but somebody has to do it.
Bro, this guy's
Nihal just
sleeping,
won't
I
do
feel
it.
like.
One of the fastest players in the
Ah,
world.
it's all flat
one of the
today,
best players
okay.
in the world. For the first time, he's playing on
kind of
India's
flat,
Olympic
everything.
team starting next month. India has a lot of top
All right.
players in this tournament.
Where's
We saw
Andy?
Arjun earlier today
Andy is at
against
what?
Hikaru. We see
597,
Nihal here.
497.
The pairings are tough. Magnus is in his seat. He's done with his break.
All
He's
right.
ready to take the white pieces.
It's
putting in his
Friday. I mean, I
headphones,
think it's Friday.
Getting ready for
usually,
game
it's not
3.
super volatile.
And from Magnus's point of view, this has to be the last game. He doesn't want to give Nihal a chance to get to game 4. Doesn't want to lose with white. Wants to finish the match in style. And I would say Magnus, as you pointed out, wants to play for the crowd. He wants to win 3-0 and not give his opponent even half a point.
Mix is also one of my reasons to
Let's
move to
face it,
Germany, really.
The guys at
But
the
why
top,
don't you buy it? It's all
They
9.
are sharps because when they smell blood, they pounce. You know, there is no ifs and buts about it. You know, they are ruthless.
Wiener.
They're going to go in for the kill. Now, will we see Magnus go for the same approach? Well, we see.
What about those vegan sharks? What about them? No?
Why don't you
No.
mix
Have any
sea
of
line
those?
Fanta?
No, they don't.
You mean cola
I'm
and
talking
Fanta?
about vegan
I don't know.
sharks.
Sometimes
We
I
have
just
a
buy the
really
Medicine Mix bottle.
It's a
Hell, if it's Sicilian.
It's a C3 Sicilian, which is a renowned drawing weapon.
All right, what's he doing?
Especially when Magnus needs a draw, he often plays the
I mean, he has to win now with black. He has to try something. Oh, see, he actually tries something. He just brings the queen out. Let's
He's
go.
always a little bit better. Doesn't want any problems. Plays a solid line, and Nihal has to mix it up somehow. But it's not
Okay.
easy to do in such a solid line.
This is literally the most solid response to the particular Sicilian. And here, white tends to develop the bishop, the dark squared bishop. You can also chase away the queen. You can also just make some little nifty move on the right, just to advance the h pawn 1 square.
Are you saying H4,
Prague not playing? No.
H5, H6?
He's
No,
not.
no, you're saying H3.
No.
Yeah.
Aren't you
gotta
supposed to
lock
play
in,
against
right?
Hikaru? Yeah, but I have to
Let the
go there,
complications come to
with the
Magnus here.
train
You don't
or
need to
like
do
with the
anything
airplane.
crazy.
There's too much
Magnus
work.
just,
I just want to stay in my
thinking
home
about what
by myself
he should play. I mean,
and
he
leave me
knows
alone.
his position. Many moves possible. And this is the thing with Magnus.
Why did the
I
guys the
remember
other day
he
have a
just knows
BPM
his
of
openings
155?
inside
Yeah.
out, and okay,
Man,
he
earlier
goes
there was
chasing
another
away
Indian
the
guy.
queen.
He had a
One of the
BPM
things,
of
though,
59.
When you only need a draw, it's very important that you just don't just play for the draw, because then you start taking negative decisions, and you could find yourself that little bit worse. Not easy to be when there's a person
Sparkling
chasing
water
you
is
with a knife.
more
But there's
standard
the
than still
bishop
water in
coming
Germany. Yeah,
out.
it is.
I'm
It
expecting
is.
the
We
queen
drink a
to
lot of
stand
that
up,
stuff
say,
here.
hey, you make the trade on my own terms.
I'm hoping for crazy moves like D5, but I know that they won't happen. Magnus is going to keep the tiny advantage, play safe, solid. The bishop on C8 isn't very good for Nihal. That's what Magnus is banking on to give himself a slight advantage. White doesn't have very much, but on the other
I noticed
hand,
Magnus just
White has
slowly
very few
increases his
losing
advantage to the
chances.
game. It's
That's
never
what
a
Magnus
sudden
is going
blunder. He
for.
just
A
maneuvers his
position
pieces
that's
so well.
simple,
Yeah, but I
plays
feel like
slightly
that's true
better,
for all
where he can
Super
play to
GM
his
games.
strengths and not give his
Usually
opponent
this is
any
how it
winning
goes.
chances.
One
He's gonna
player
be
just
clinical, isn't he?
is
Yeah.
just
He's going to lift up the
Magnus.
queen.
has a
right?
small
He's gonna
advantage
go
and builds
put
on
the
it for
queen
the
in
entire
center and
game.
Say, how about we take it into a pure 8 game?
Yeah,
there
you're
it
right
comes.
as usual, Yovi.
No,
Oh
dear.
my
This
God.
is not looking good for Nihal. He knows he needs to win, and this is such a difficult position to win with the black pieces. Not only are you lagging behind in development, but the position is
Why don't you watch
relatively
this game on
simple. And the
chess.com?
thing is,
Because I
though,
want to
you
see
have
the
to
live
keep the
broadcast,
queens
you
on
know?
board
I
if
think
you
it's a
want
bit more
any-
fun.
Yeah, I think Nihal has to play Queen E7 or Queen C7. He can't really afford to
Exactly.
trade queens and go into a tinily worse endgame where White has the pawn majority on the queen side.
And Nihal knows it. This has not been the way forward. And he does play the most principled move, support the queen. And
Okay.
if Magnus again wants to be clinical, he just trades off queens, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, he doesn't need
just
to win.
wants that draw. Moves that rook to the center. Now I'm expecting maybe some solidification on the left side with some pawns. Make it all beautiful, compact. You can also try and take control with the rooks on the D line. There's only one open line, but such a
Who do you think you have better
Yeah,
chances against?
Black
Magnus
has
or
to win.
Hikaru? I
That's
don't know.
a
I
tough
will beat them
position
both.
With either color if you have to win.
Both of them.
But especially with Black with the two isolated queenside pawns. Magnus going to trade pieces. Bishop F3, Knight E4.
Brings the rook.
Trade everything. No pieces on the board. Wants to put his knight on A5.
Oh, this was not a good move.
If black plays A5,
come on.
That gives white the B5 square for his knight. The knight can go to D6. The knight can just sit on A5. That's probably why Magnus played knight B3.
Bro, like really, I would love to ask the person to test the camera, who do you think wants to watch a grown man face from 1 millimeter distance? Who do you think is here for this?
Maybe he's the one playing for more.
Yeah, Magnus wants to play B4 at some point and get a pass.
Me?
Pawn.
Yeah, he has to do it. He goes for the pawn advance. I think he senses that maybe he can go for more. He'll try and make it a clean sweep.
Yeah, I think Magnus wants 3-0.
Yeah. But this is good news for Nihal, because Magnus could have played this position in a variety of ways, which would have killed any energy. And as it stands, well, maybe he's got a chance. The rook lifts up. And Nihal, the only way that I can see.
I mean, he's still a drawish. I mean, he's slightly winning, but the 0.1, who
right
cares?
Side of the board. Just take as much space
does nothing
with the pawns, and then hope for the best.
Not easy for Nihal to get winning.
Everyone is complaining about it. I saw on Chess Reddit yesterday on the official chess.com stream also.
Okay.
People are going mad. I know. Also in the official, I am in a streamer Discord. Everybody's disliking it.
Kicks the bishop back.
I think this is some sort of like, I don't know, maybe with some of the sponsors that want this. This is the only thing I can think of that would make sense. But even then, they are not even zooming to the sponsor names. They are just zooming to the play. I don't know. I have no clue why. Maybe they just have no clue what the fuck they are doing.
Black has one pass.
I think that's the solution. They just don't know.
Excellent blockader. Black has access to the D5 square. The engine actually prefers black because white's pass pawns aren't super dangerous yet. We're still in the drawing zone.
AI cameraman, you know what? Maybe this is true.
Yeah, and some good strategy there from Magnus.
Oh, the knight is a good move now.
Fantastic blockader. Let's swap it off. And Nihal said, no. That knight is going to attack the rook. Rook, where is it going to go, actually? Because I thought that it could just double up alongside its partner and start giving some checks, but this will come at the cost of the pawn. Okay, so he moves his rook 1 square, just prevents the black knight from infiltrating.
Yeah. This is the same people that created the Eclipse. Yeah, these are the people that made the NASA studio, that's why.
Into the middle.
I thought he played bishop to D5. Now if white plays knight E3, Nihal has bishop B3. Magnus not happy at all. Doesn't like the looks of bishop D5. Magnus shaking his head. Nihal's making a comeback this game. This match is not over.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Magnus just was like, I can.
But I mean, black still, this is still equal. He needs a bit more firepower. Come on, bro, you need a bit more moves.
The rook doubling up. You still can't.
He's playing fast. He's up 1.5 minutes. I like it. I mean, it's not over. Maybe we get another game.
You can't do that, but there are other ways that you can slowly improve your position.
Yeah, this is the best position Nihal's had the whole match.
Oh, he wants to double up the rooks. All right.
Pawns are,
I like it.
Are asymmetric. Both sides have chances. If Magnus doesn't watch out, he could lose his B5 pawn. Then he's in a lot of trouble. So Nihal still has chances.
Okay, attacking the bishop.
Defending the B pawn with the bishop.
Oh, because if he moves the rook now, he can take this. Ah, there's the knight still.
Yeah, that is a good move.
There's the oh wow,
good move. Where are you going to go with the rook? You have to move. And
now what?
Now, maybe it's time to get active with your own pawns and try and trouble Magnus. Push the C-pawn.
Can you push that C-pawn?
Like
bro, there is looking, three pieces are looking on the C-pawn. You cannot, what?
Okay, well, it's on the board.
So he must have
but this is like 1, 2, 3.
You suggest moves, Yovi, they play them. I'm not sure.
I mean, the engine likes it. Okay. I'm not seeing something.
Nervous laughter there. No, I don't think they're listening to us. I'm not sure that would be a good idea.
No,
I don't get it. Take.
Yeah. Well,
does he have a knight move at the end that's dangerous?
Okay, big question is, I didn't do the maths. And there are 3 attackers and there's only 2 defenders. So you can take the pawn, but then you have to work out what happens if there is a pin in place, because black could double up. And one of the things about this new Indian
I
generation
don't understand.
is that they're so good.
I'm missing something. Why can he not just take that pawn? Do you guys kind of tell me?
How to write.
Is there some really good player here? Why can he not take the pawn
The
now?
problem is if you don't take the pawn on c4, the b5 pawn is loose. Then black will be a pawn ahead. So Magnus, getting outplayed this game, realizes he's a little bit worse and has to fight for the draw now. Magnus with a huge time disadvantage, the biggest of the match, down over 2
minutes down.
And the heart rates are the same. Both players are still pretty calm.
There will be a
You
pin.
can see Magnus is unhappy
Towards
with the
what?
way the game is unfolding.
Yeah, this is a critical moment because the big question
there it
is,
is.
can white capture
Okay,
the pawn in
the
mid,
analysis.
right?
Okay, he takes. Let's go.
'Cause there's a lot of things happening because one of the things is that we were talking about that there's a pin in town. So if you capture
He
bishop
pins
takes
it to
pawn,
the
we
rook.
can just put that up. I mean,
Yeah, what happens if I pin
Wow.
then white has an amazing move here, which I never would see, and that's knight d5 check.
wow. Wow, wow, wow.
And the idea is if you take, I play rook e1 check, and bishop takes b3. Thanks,
Wow.
engine. You helped me out there.
Holy
Okay,
shit,
well,
man.
hang on a second because
Man,
what is
chess hard,
happening
guys.
on our screens? Let's go to the game because we see bishop takes pawn being played.
Okay, he
so
took
now
the
Nihal
pawn.
has to be super careful. You cannot double up on the C line.
No, knight d5 is an amazing resource, which I'm sure both players see, just I didn't see it. I wouldn't see it either. I would double rooks. I would miss knight d5 check.
Exactly.
That's too complicated a tactic for me.
It's so easy to miss that beautiful resource. And Nihal thinking he's got a lot of
This is the
time
fourth game
on the
ending
clock,
a draw.
so he
This is
has,
the third
two
game.
alternatives. The knight can
This is the
drop
third game.
back, target the bishop, in which case Magnus will have to answer some questions, like how is he gonna play this? We might even have
I
to
mean, he's
lose
2 minutes
material.
up. If he can
But
speed
one
up a
thing-
little bit.
Knight d6 is
Come
definitely
on,
the
bro,
engine.
just play faster. I don't know
But
what
one thing
what's
for sure
the
is you can't double
what's
up.
the issue
you can't
here.
play the most natural move on the board because that will lose. And we see knight drops back.
Okay.
And now it's a big question. How is Magnus gonna defend his bishop? He moves the rook, and now you just have to go bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, then Magnus is going to pin the bishop, and then black's going to be a piece up temporarily until Magnus plays a4.
I'm gonna
e5.
watch more matches
And
after
the
this
engine
one.
says
Yeah,
it's
we're
about
watching the
equal.
tournaments.
Looks like Magnus has escaped the difficulties by taking a long time and taking
I don't
that
know
pawn that wasn't
if
really
the
poisoned on
semifinals
c4,
are
and it
after
looks
this
like
or tomorrow. I have no
Magnus is
clue.
on
We'll
his
see.
way to drawing the game. Unless something crazy happens in the next few minutes and somebody blunders, it seems like a draw is a fair result. And well, Nihal had chances this game, but Magnus defended properly. He's not going to be happy with the way the game ended. I'm sure he wants to get an advantage and win 3-0, but he'll be happy to have won the match.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, today as well. Tomorrow is the grand final. I know.
Matter.
I think the semifinals are maybe later on.
Yeah, and I'll show you the main line the engine is giving. Bishop c4, rook c2, rook c8, a4. White wants to play a5, and black can't really hang on to his extra piece. So the engine says king d6, takes, and this position should end in a draw.
Take.
Knight takes c2.
Oh, he takes with the rook.
Equal material. Both sides have 4 pawns.
Oh,
And
wow.
says nobody's better.
Okay,
We'll see if
now
that's
he.
what happens.
Oh wow! Wait, now Nia
So
can
far,
win.
they haven't done that.
He's up a
Nihal
piece. He give
actually
him two
doesn't
a
wanna
rook for
draw.
2 pieces.
He has to play differently.
Yeah, and he's
Come on, bro.
actually
Yeah, he's
taken
risking. This
with
is good.
The rook instead.
stuff.
So after that happened, so this meant that we see this particular position where we have that imbalance again, where Magnus has the rook and Nihal has the 2 minor pieces. And
Yeah, if you're forced to win, this is a better way for Nihal to play.
Yeah, I think
Rather
so.
than that drawn endgame.
Who
Both
will
sides
Hikaru
could win
play
here.
against?
Although
Hikaru plays
Magnus
against
is used
Denis
to promoting his
Lazovic.
pawns to a queen based on what we saw the previous 2 games.
right.
Magnus likes his fast pawns.
So now what's super important for Nihal, if he wants to win, is he has to control the advance of those white pawns. So he has to tuck his rook into the corner, prevent the advance, and then what you do is once you've stopped them from moving forward, then you start to pile up the pressure because that's the step 1. That's exactly what he needs to do.
Good.
And okay, Magnus defending, and the point is that when you do the maths, black has 3 pieces,
Okay.
white only has 2. So there we're
He's playing
seeing
fast.
Magnus
Oh,
trying to
bro, Nihal is now
just try
down
to
on time.
maximize
That
the power of
sucks.
his rooks. The way to do that is to open up lines. It's still really complicated position here.
I mean,
Because
Nihal
Black's
is slightly
rook
winning,
tried
but he's now
to the
down
corner,
40
tried
seconds.
to stop that pawn from advancing, and now what to do next?
The engine slightly prefers white. I'm sorry, black, I should say. I know the colors. Because black has 2 pieces for a rook. White has those advanced pawns, which black just blockaded. And Magnus is going to advance his king, king e3, d4, c5.
Right.
And
I
eventually
mean,
black
he
is
has
going
a
to have to
0.5 advantage.
A4.
Oh, now he has a good
Magnus
move.
plays G4,
It was a blunder.
which weakens the f pawn. I don't like g4. I'm not sure why Magnus played that. That seems very risky.
Come on, bro.
3 pawn. Now the engine says Nihal has good winning chances.
Yeah.
And it's all based on
But
the
if
fact
he
that
has
that
to
pawn
find
is
it now,
weak,
what is the move?
because
Taking this pawn? I don't think so.
Now you can grab that pawn on a4. Now
You
you
really?
can make the trade, because guess what? That bishop, that beautiful bishop in the center, is pointing at the pawn, and now the white king is just left behind. And it's going to happen.
But this is the wrong move according
this
to the
wasn't
engine.
The way forward. This was not the way he
Oh,
had to
this he
capture
blundered, I think.
with the rook. That knight had to be firmly blockaded, and now black, it's not enough.
It's
He had
still
to
better
take
for
with the
black. I'll
rook.
Still take black in this position. Still has some winning chances. Taking the f pawn, and he can defend.
Brother,
his f
now
pawn with
against
his
the
rook.
rocks. This is
Black
not
has
gonna
winning
happen,
chances.
bro.
With accurate play, which is easy for me to say, with 3 minutes left, Magnus should be able to draw, but not easy to play accurately in this position.
No.
Magnus plays the way I wouldn't play. The engine loves it, moving the king away from the pawns.
Okay.
Likes the king on d2. Magnus defending his g pawn with his rook.
He's
attacking
up
the
to
f pawn with
pawns,
his other
but
rook, and says, "What are
he
you
has
gonna
to
do?
win this.
I'm defending everything." A drawn position, Nihal's better, but with more time on the clock, Magnus should be able to draw this position.
Yeah, he will draw this.
Absolutely, and so instructive.
L
King
move,
moves
yeah,
away
I don't
from
know
the
why
heart
he
of the
just
action
doesn't play the
in
good
order
moves.
to try and force off a trade of rooks.
Yeah.
And then the whole thing is that that rook goes all the way to the first row. You can maybe even keep on harassing it and see what happens next. But wow.
And he's
1
also
minute,
down on 1.5
14
minutes.
seconds for Nihal, and he has to put the pressure on white. One thing for sure, I was going to say you want to be keeping those
I mean,
rooks,
okay.
but instead he's
I mean, maybe
going
he's
to
lucky
run
and,
with the king,
I don't know, he
just
blunders or
start
something. I
advancing
have no
pawns.
clue. Okay.
In comes the king. Stage
Right,
one,
good, good move.
And now he's going to.
He can
you can't
oh,
take the
he's now
pawn,
pinned.
So you have to start advancing.
Yeah, and
The
this just
problem
a
is that,
drawn
yeah,
rook
and now he picks the
endgame.
pawn.
Magnus knows how to draw this. Black has some winning chances, but with accurate play, it's a draw. Magnus doesn't look super concerned.
No, Magnus doesn't
concerned
care.
at all. Look at that. And now he's going to stop the pawn advancing. And every time that bishop moves away, he's going to give a check
Why
to
can he not
the
push the
king.
pawn?
You can do it now. Check the king. That has been the formula. And if you go back with the king, up comes the king on dark squares, and it's
come
a
on, why do you do a
draw.
draw?
And with
Like,
that,
what is
Magnus
this?
Carlsen is in the semi-finals.
That score is very familiar. We
I
saw
mean,
that
come
score last
on,
year
what
with
is the
same
point of
opponent.
drawing the game? At least
In
try
commanding
something.
Fashion.
I don't
Just
get
showing
it.
us why he's the world #1 on every move. You know, this game had its adventures. Nihal perhaps had some opportunities to press a little bit harder, but in the
Gamba?
end,
Yeah, you had good
Magnus
Gamba.
Carlsen is the fair winner.
Yeah, I don't think Magnus is going to be too happy with that game. But sometimes when you're wrapping it up, things don't go as you plan. But he still got the job done in the end, even without playing his best chess.
It was repetition.
But,
Yeah,
I gotta
brother,
say,
I know,
very
but
impressive
why?
Match there from Magnus from the first
Just play
game,
another
second
move
game,
and try to
handling
win.
the
I
complications,
mean, you're now out of the
and
tournament.
Now choosing a great opening. Again,
you fight
holding
until the
his
end.
nerve, because he did feel the pressure at some points. Players shaking hands, and always
You know,
nice
you
to
never
see
know.
the players.
Maybe
and
there's a
just
mouse
discussing
slip.
the variations,
Yeah,
sharing
slip
their
with the
thoughts.
mouse, maybe.
Yeah, they're very interested
Part
in
of
what
chess.
should have happened. And I think Magnus took about 30 seconds after the match to have a look at some positions to see where
Bro,
either
it was
player
unwinnable.
could have
What if
improved,
the battery
especially
of
in
the
that
of
last
the
game.
mouse
Magnus
all
is
of a
still
sudden is
interested.
empty?
He's like, hey, let's look at this position.
Yeah,
He's like, come on, Nihal, let's look at this
ever
position.
thought about that?
What's going on here? Maybe you had a bigger advantage than I thought, and you could have pressed me more. But a brilliant match for Magnus. Wins the match. Let's go to the
Yeah.
stage.
Wait, what did I click? Well, what the heck was that? Wait, what? What just happened? Huh. Is Magnus a giant? No.
Another exciting match, and the ticket has been validated to semi-finals for Magnus Carlsen. But of course, we need to exchange the keys now.
Let me see. What is the
Nihal,
other?
can you please give your
game?
key to Magnus? And as Nihal has to bow to the stage, please,
Oh,
can you give it up for
Hans
Nihal?
is out. Hans Niemann is out. Hans Niemann is out of the tournament. Bye-bye.
All right, Magnus, congratulations. First quick question for you. You know, on Thursday you said you were not feeling that great. Now you're back. This looked like a pretty comfortable
cool.
start
We
for
have
you.
semi-finals now.
How do you feel right now?
How cool is that?
No, I'm still, you know, yeah, form is kind of not great, but I'm happy with the way that I managed to, yeah, to perform in this match.
I think he's like sick.
The last two games really messy, so I was really happy not to have to play a fourth. And I'm a little bit worried.
You should have at least tried paper
for the
games.
next match as well. That it seems that my level kind of.
I'm short too.
Drops a bit after.
I'm 5'9".
Seems like I only have the energy.
I think
for,
this is
for
like,
2
what's
games,
the
but
average
yeah.
person?
Yeah.
What's the average man worldwide?
I get a break and then we'll see.
All right, and on the stream B as well, another match happens, so I'm letting you know as well that semi-final will be a run back from last year's grand finals. You will face Ali Reza Firouzja. How do you approach this news?
Oh, yeah, I saw that he was up in the match and then he was in trouble in the last game, but I suppose he held it. And yeah, it's a very, very tough matchup.
Is semi-final next today? I think so, yeah.
Kind of would have preferred to have that one tomorrow, but it is what it is. I'll give it my best.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Magnus. It is time for you to go and crush the key. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Magnus
I think so.
Carlsen!
Carlsen!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Magnus Carlsen moves on to the semifinals as he tries to once again punch his ticket into grand finals. He takes down Nihal Sarin and will have his run back with Ali Reza Firouzja. Only someone of this caliber, a player of this caliber, can win convincingly like that and still is saying, oh, I feel like I'm extremely off right now.
He's sick.
But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's about that time. Magnus, you can go ahead and press it forward.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. As our next key is officially being crushed. Amazing run. Okay, okay. That's the champ right there. He's making
what
sure
is that machine?
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Officially,
I'm gonna be
Carlsen
honest.
has punched his ticket
I
into
think
the
if this
semifinals.
like entire ceremony they
Magnus, and
do,
best of luck in your next match.
if this next year is not there anymore, I think literally nobody will miss this.
Every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here.
I think that
Now,
literally
the proud
nobody
founding partner of
would
EWC,
miss this key ceremony.
powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder.
I don't know
with the
what this
world's
is, but hey,
best, making
I've heard
history.
this tradition in tournament.
Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
They've been doing it for a long time. I wish it was more exciting.
Well, the matchup
yeah, bro,
was ice cold versus No Fear, and in the end, No
Okay,
Fear
let me see.
takes the win.
Maybe they
Magnus
see when it's the
Carlsen
next game
moves
or who.
forward to play against his arch enemy when it comes to the EWC stage. Ali Reza Firouzja, grand finals rematch from last year, taking place in semifinals up in just a little bit. But
Oh,
Nihal
little bit,
Sarin,
nice.
What a performance,
Oh, bro,
making
that's
it
a good
top
game.
eight,
Firouzja
earning
against
himself
Magnus.
$75,000.
Even the winner doesn't seem to enjoy it. It's
but of
yeah,
course,
it's
we celebrate his
I don't know what this
accomplishments,
is.
making it to this
Yeah, they
stage,
did it for a
making
long
it the
time,
top
so we do
eight.
this
It's gotta be
forever. What
something
do you
he's
mean?
happy with. I understand he's probably disappointed in the
You know,
loss, but
in
you
the
know what? You're
ancient
going against
Rome, what
Magnus
they did is
Carlsen
they burned
back-to-back
women
years,
alive because
and
they
that is the
believed that
champ.
they are
After all,
witches.
so you take what you can get.
At
Welcome
some
back to
point, you
Ollie
can
on
stop
Vault.
doing
I'm Taylor
stupid
Reflections Noble, Mike Klein, and Nemo. Mike, what a matchup, man. Again, a rematch from last year, and you can see showing appreciation.
I'm surprised they're not putting the other players' hand in there. Yeah, your brother maybe you stop watching the movie.
But the Crunchyroll story of the day was about deja vu, and unfortunately for Nihal,
we need ring guards coming out in between rounds.
The
yeah,
exact same score as
I
in
bet
2025,
people would like it.
To 0.5. The difference being that Magnus won the first 2 games and sealed it, whereas in 2025,
Mike
Magnus
Klein.
had to win late. And interestingly,
I don't know this guy. Apparently,
he's
a FM.
He played the Catalan, which is kind of
What's
a softer.
that? Federation
right
master.
after Nihal with
Federal
1
master.
E4 in this match this year. Nima, your thoughts?
I mean, I think the matches were absolutely exciting to watch from back there in the green room. We were all rooting for Nihal, obviously, but Magnus Carlsen proving to us once again why he is one of the greatest players to ever walk on this planet.
The semifinals now as well.
I mean, it's been a year. You would expect some changes, right?
Yeah, maybe, but the big change was actually that Nihal's confidence went down. In 2025, we talked about this pre-show. He welcomed the chance to go through the best.
They should hang the
yesterday, when he was picked to play against Magnus, he openly admitted that things didn't go so well in 2025. You don't have to pick me, Magnus, but that was kind of a big issue for him. He psychologically was maybe a little bit weakened before the match began.
What kind of tournament is this that you need 2 PCs and monitor to display chessboard? It's called the e-sports World Cup. That's why.
You know, when you're playing against Magnus
and
Carlsen,
also, for us as a viewer, there would be no difference because
fear
you are watching the
opponents.
stream on chess.com boards anyway, even if they play on a real board. So for us, it makes no difference.
At such a high competitive level, it is very difficult, and you just know what that man is capable of.
Yeah, what he was capable of today.
I would even argue it's better like that because there is not such a big delay.
And then another night sacrifice in game 2. So the ponies were dancing all over the board, and Nihal wasn't really able to contain them. He actually captured both of Magnus's knights in succession in game 2, but it actually wasn't enough.
Yeah, I noticed.
Now it's an e-sport because they're on a computer.
At least accuracy.
I don't know what the definition of an e-sport is. It's electronic sports, no?
Was Nihal making some mistakes, maybe because of the nerves?
I don't know if it was necessarily Nihal making some mistakes, but one of the things I really wanted to point out was in game 1, Magnus Carlsen found this beautiful move with knight to e6, which sacrifices the knight. It looks like you're
McDonald's
not
and
getting too much
KFC
compensation for it.
both
You do
suck
get
here in
1 pawn,
Scotland.
And then, you know, Nihal could have chosen to move the knight
Brother,
back.
it's time to eat a little bit
it
of...
could be the moment that we're going to take
yeah,
a
of
look
me.
at. I don't
Go
know,
to
Mike,
a
I know there was
butcher
a
and get
moment
this
from game 1 you wanted to
steak, bro.
see. We now
Really?
hone in on game number 1, and you were particularly interested in this.
Yeah, as Nemo said, a lot of
Guys,
sacrifices when it comes to
I
these
need
faster
10
time
seconds.
controls.
I need to
It's
fill up
they're very punchy. Like I sack
cup.
a piece, I get mate. But this is a very long-term sacrifice because if the knight's captured here, then the pawn on f5 takes back, and if Black wants to keep the piece, Black has to start moving pieces away from the king with knight to b8. And it turns out all of the white bishops, the white rooks, and the queen are just going to pile up on the black king. This is what we call an intuitive sacrifice. This is actually even more impressive to me than a calculatory sacrifice. And Nihal actually trusted Magnus. He took the knight and he gave the piece right back. He trusted the world champ on that one.
Yeah, no knight b8 for Nihal. He was like, no, thank you. That looks terrible for me. I'm just going to try to play this position. But you know, when you take something like that, obviously Magnus is going to get a slightly better position, and unfortunately, slowly over time, the advantages for Magnus just built.
That's right, and including in game number 2, we hop over to another moment, Mike, that you wanted to talk about in game 2 that ultimately Magnus ended up winning.
Yeah, we say that knights and bishops are both worth about 3 points in chess. Now, in truth, the bishop's probably worth a little bit more than the knight, but in faster time controls, the knight's trickery is maybe equal to the bishop. The knight took back on h5, and here Nihal tried to get rid of all of Magnus's knights. There's no more knights dancing. The problem is the white king is completely exposed. The h-pawn's coming down the board, and although it took Magnus a bunch of more moves to win, it was that backward knight move that set everything up. And in fact, Black was better and went on to win. And 2-0 was just too much of an advantage, although Magnus didn't exactly get the draw cleanly in game 3. It's too big of an amount to overcome.
Yeah, I think last year Nihal was able to at least get 1 draw, but then he lost, you know, of course, win-win to Magnus. And this is actually the same exact result, just flipped on its head. Either way, a great matchup. Nihal came in here, performed incredibly well, has an earlier exit than he wanted, but he still has to be celebrated. Again, top 8, he walked away with $75,000, and that's a tremendous amount of money.
All right.
Of course, though, Niall Saurin, great competitor. John Sargent had a chance to catch up with him after his loss.
Hi,
How
Nihal.
did you
a
do
difficult
your
match.
steak?
It looked like you controlled game number 3 to an extent
Well
quite
done,
well,
medium
but
rare.
the damage was done in games 1 and 2. Talk to us about how the match went from the start.
Yeah,
Your chat's
I mean,
actually
he's
great,
way too
lol,
strong.
really.
Like I just had to I just have to
Really,
level
what's the
up,
optimum
hopefully.
time to eat
If I'm
and
there
work
next year,
out?
or in general, I just need to get a lot better. And,
if you have protein,
game,
first of all, it's more important
think
your daily,
my position was
your
maybe a
total
little bit
daily
passive.
protein
And,
intake is
okay,
more
he just showed
important
his
than the
plus there.
specific times.
I think second and
So
third
at
game I
least,
played much better.
as long
Second
as
game
you
was
get
quite
enough
happy with how I was
protein
playing.
in
I was playing
throughout
quite
the
fast, quite
day,
good.
you are
Had
good.
my chances there.
If you want to achieve the
But, yeah,
last,
in the end,
let's
I
say
got a bit
10%
confused.
perfection,
There are many options.
I would
and,
eat protein between
yeah, I think
2
King
hours
D2 was
before
apparently,
or
after
after
the
you
game,
work
Hikaru
out,
was
you
telling
know?
King D2 was maybe
Somewhere like
instead of
that.
to put the king
In
on
a
F2.
4-hour
but,
window where you train.
apparently with a very good advantage, but okay, I didn't see that. And
You don't need to have a
also in the game, I
post-workout
thought it was
meal.
good, but then
You can,
once his
but
rooks,
it's not
I
that
thought
it's
the
like building
3
new
pieces would be
muscle.
good, but
If
I'm
you
just
eat it
so
before the workout, you know,
I'm
your
just
body still
not
needs to
having
digest that protein anyway.
enough time to coordinate my pieces. I thought if I can put the bishop
But
on
is
b5
it
and
true
get
you
a
can
knight back,
only
it's great, but
process 40 grams protein
like,
at a
he was
time?
just
No,
one
what
move too
people
fast,
think
and,
is
yeah.
there is something called
Look,
muscle
a strong
protein
performance in the tournament
synthesis.
still, making
That
it
is
through
the,
to the single
that is the
elimination
moment
bracket,
where you
and
build
a lot of your
muscle.
fans watching
And
you will have been cheering you
usually,
on. I certainly
you
heard
cannot
them in the
eat
crowd very loudly.
4 kilograms of
maybe
protein
a couple of
that
things
will
for
alter,
them,
will
and
turn-
also
will be
reflections
turned
on
to
your time
muscle.
here in
There is
Paris.
a cap.
Yeah,
and the cap
like
is
I'm
somewhere 40
extremely
to 60
grateful to
grams
the
of protein.
crowd for their
okay?
support. It
The
means a
cap
lot,
of muscle
like,
protein
that's-
synthesis.
That's the reason
However,
why we're here.
if you eat more protein than that,
it means
it's
so
not
much,
that you
like,
know that
a
magically
heartfelt thank you.
peed out or whatever
And,
the people on the internet
yeah,
say.
it has been a great run.
You still can use it for other
yeah, I'm happy
functions
with
in
the
your body,
performance.
you know?
Not so much today. Like
So,
I could have. I don't think
40
Magnus
grams of
was quite
protein,
at
if you
his
can
best
hit that
today,
in every
and,
meal,
and
that's
it was
good.
still very much good
But
enough,
if you eat
but
60
still,
or
like,
70,
I think
that
I
will
could
not
have.
hurt you.
I could have definitely
doesn't
played
matter.
better and hope to be able to raise my level if I'm back.
Well, we look forward to seeing
2
you
grams
back
per
very
kilogram.
soon, and we look forward to
yeah,
seeing more
so
of your
there's
games.
a
Thank you very
general
much,
rule
Neil.
of thumb.
Thank you.
If you eat 1 gram per pound of lean mass, 1 gram of protein per pound of lean body mass, or 2.2 grams of protein per kilogram of lean body mass. That's your daily protein intake. So, if you weigh, let's say you weigh 80 kilograms, which is 176 pounds. So you have to,
Thank you, John Sargent, for the
optimal
interview.
protein
Neil
intake is
Sargent, gone but not
176
forgotten. Again,
grams in one day.
$75,000 richer, and he's got good faith where he's going to be coming back next year.
He sounded a little down on his luck. I've got some good news for Nihal. $75,000. I did some math during that segment. 7.1 billion Indian rupees.
He's a billionaire.
He's a billionaire.
Who is a
keep going
billionaire?
with that, Nihal.
That's actually incredible. I don't think I'll ever be a billionaire in my life. Nemo, you're
Right,
already
who
there.
is a billionaire?
Oh, I wish. But, you know,
If this
another
guy's
good
a
news, we are
billionaire,
gonna cheer for
what did
Nihal
he say?
Sargent's 75 billion Indian rupees. That's amazing. That's
No.
absolutely insane.
Again, life-changing, right? I mean,
The
you know, we
Indian
look
guy
at
who
the
just
prize
lost
pool,
is a
$1.5
billionaire.
million,
Yeah, but is he a
250
billionaire in
reverse, but
Indian
everybody
rupee or
walked
what?
away with money. Even those who got dead last in 22nd place got at least $23,000. That's what
In
you get
Indian
for just
rupees.
qualifying to
Yeah,
this
but is that
grand,
still a
grand
good?
stage.
Is it still
And,
good money?
Again, it can incredibly be life-changing
Let me
for
see.
many of those out there. Now, for
Euro,
Esports World
Indian
Cup,
rupees.
it's such an incredible
me
product,
see.
and we've got something
What if I'm a
special
billionaire in
for
Indian
you.
rupee? Bro, that's still... Are you guys sure? I don't think that that's true. Because it's still 9 million
Now
euros.
this is cool.
Or
We showed
$10
it
million.
earlier. We'll show it again. A one-of-one chessboard signed by Faker and Chovy. Both having a unique history when it comes to League. They faced off on
I
this
don't know.
very board. 2 esports legends signed a one-of-one. Like I said, if you want to own a unique piece of history, scan that QR code.
What?
Indeed,
Faker
for those
against
of you who
Chovy.
might not know, Faker is the Magnus Carlsen of League of Legends. If Magnus Carlsen was Korean,
But
and
why would
played
someone
League of
that's a
Legends.
chess fan...
Yeah, he can set his mind to anything.
Ah.
You know? We don't want to lose him in the chess world.
We
But
definitely don't.
so
Why
every
a
player
faker
that,
chess?
we've seen so
What?
far today can at least get in on the
I'm
bidding.
also
They
a
would be able to
billionaire in
take the winnings,
Argentina. Yeah, brother, we are all
I'm just
billionaires
saying,
in
it's one way to
Argentina.
spend your
Wait, so you're saying 75K
We all
Neil
are.
Sargent just earned, he can just go ahead and put it up for bid for that. That's actually pretty cool.
It might appreciate in value, you know. It has to be Faker's last World Championships at some point.
It could be eventually, but he continues to go. I saw him play week 1 on the stage just off to our left, and the crowd was
Felu
going
joined the
nuts
next
when he was
EWC
competing.
tournament.
Chovy
Yeah,
also
bro, but then
a
I have
very
to go
unique
there.
and
You know, I have to
incredible
leave the
competitor with a long
house and
lineage,
travel
right?
there.
And he
It's
is
like too
trying
much
to
work.
of course, rival that of Faker's history. But again, that board, 1 of 1, and you can own a unique piece of history. Hopefully, you guys can get involved. We'll be showing it a little bit later, too, if you missed a chance to go ahead and scan the QR code. But if you go to esportsworldcup.com, I'm sure you can check it out.
Is Alireza and Hans next? They played. Alireza won. Hans out.
There is a lot happening, and I don't know if you guys were following. Denis Lazovic actually pushed forward. He's going to be on the stage next, representing AJL, but Falcons are still flying high. We need a club championship update powered by Aramco.
Now it's Alireza will play against Magnus.
Now we're in the final stages. Finally, it seems it's been an eternity.
What is this for a tournament?
Some club championship teams should be playing through, Lauren. What's going on?
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's going to be an interesting one now that we know who's playing in the finals, right? Because when it comes to the CC side
Ali
of things,
and Magnus would be a good matchup. Yeah, I think so as well. It would be a hype game.
Now, Vitality coming into this title in
I'm
general,
a billionaire in Angola with over 8 billion kwanzas.
We're only 3 matches in so far on the first day. They're going to play up to 18 total. So there's still lots of gameplay left, but right now Aurora are actually tied.
Do you know
at
that
the top.
you are?
So they've done really well for themselves in the first 3 matches.
You are closer to be a billionaire
than ideal, but
than Elon Musk.
Since it's so early on, I still have a lot of
Do you
faith
know
in the
that,
fact that they could easily come back, get some points on the board, and then it really comes down to smash point on day 3. That's what it all boils down to.
Yeah, well, still so much time for Vitality to recover, and I think at the moment it's much needed.
There you go, brother.
Leaderboard. We'll see if they can pick things up over the next few days.
What is this? Some Formula 1 board. Also, another fun fact is Elon Musk is so rich. The difference between his net worth and the net worth of the second place, the second richest one in the person, that difference is bigger than the net worth of the second richest and you.
Break through Damascus and Hollywood Rob TV.
Aramco is a big sponsor for me, I know.
Kremlin said, "Hey, it's my turn."
We are back with another chess lesson. I'm Anna Kremlin, and I'm here with Rob TV and Damascus, and I'm going to increase your elo.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know these people. Well, what's this guy's name? Rob D.
Steadily increasing as well, so I believe it's going to
come on, brother. We locked in. Let's do it. And what we got?
This was a little bit harder. We did a lesson another time.
I feel like the news they join your stream early when we are talking about current events, but when are they going to start playing chess?
So this is a little bit difficult. It's between Ian Nepomniachtchi and Hans Niemann.
I think
here in the Esports World Cup.
I think any moment. They will give the players a little bit of rest because they just played maybe 10 minutes.
For black, but there's only one move that wins.
Okay. First off, I got to say, so we're
What's this? Is this a puzzle? Yeah, I will fix that puzzle in just a second. Give me a second.
Pretending to be Jan Nepomniachtchi before, so this is a big moment for me. I naturally am thinking my puzzle intuition is making me think we should play king to f3 for a discover check. Force the king onto the back ring.
Yeah, and then what?
Damascus, you agree?
Can you tell me I would go f3 and not f1? I would kind of go f1 to force the king in the corner.
Don't need to puzzle, no.
The reason why I think we wouldn't want to go f1 is because
the second richest guy is closer to me than Elon. Yeah, it is.
There for him, like
that's
more
true.
space. So if we go here, he has to go to the
Da
last
Vinci doesn't do puzzles. No, I don't do any puzzles.
Let's try.
I don't.
Boom, discovered. Oh, okay. Discovered check.
You got it. You got it. Okay, I'm very impressed. But you need to understand why this is such a good move, okay?
Okay.
Because this is very important. In the previous move, Jan is playing with the white pieces. This was a drawn position. He just needs to move his king back. Why? Well, now the king, if it goes here, you see that Jan is able to check the king, and then no matter where the king goes, it doesn't matter, he can make a queen. So you get that check with the tempo. The problem is that in this position, Jan took this pawn and didn't realize that now when Hans goes here, it is with check. And that is a huge difference because now there isn't this, what we call an intermediate check. There isn't that anymore. So now the king is pushed back. And now, do you want to continue? You're in such a roll.
Yes. Okay, we got this. Let's.
Isn't it just a rook?
Yeah, rook A1.
Rook to A1. And then you cover.
No, she don't look like that's it.
Okay.
Her reaction didn't look like that's it.
No passes? Yeah, it's not my idea, bro.
Okay, when the teacher gives you a side eye, you know it's not good. So.
Yeah. I feel like she slid us our paper like face down, so you know you got a bad grade under it. Because if we did that, he would just go back up there. Hold on.
You bring the king, no? in front
That's
of the
the only
black
thing
pawn.
we can do. That's the only forcing move we have is rook a1 check.
You have one more forcing move.
There's another
What
forcing
other
move.
thing is going on in this position? You have the rook. You also have the other things, right? You have 2 pawns.
We have 2 pass pawns.
Exactly.
I mean, we could push
G2.
If you push this pawn down, you're 1 away from.
Yeah, but he has this discover check
Very
stuff,
good,
no?
Damascus, exactly.
I have. Oh my God, bro! Yeah, I'm installing the app right now, man. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so we're pushing down the pawn. I mean, it's about to promote, right?
Okay. In my defense, I did not realize that black was going towards us.
Fair enough. That's
you'll get there
bad.
someday, bro. My chess
The
brain
queen
will
does
give you-
nothing.
thank
No,
you,
it
brother.
does.
Thank you.
No,
That
it's
is not bad
checkmate.
as a teacher.
Oh, cool move.
I apologize. Yeah, so the pawn is going that way. So now
Oh, wait, we
Hans
need to
needs
end the
stop this
gamba.
from
No?
promoting, but now the only great
no.
thing that
We'll do
that
gamba
Jan
when the
had,
next
which
game
was
starts.
this pawn right here, is gone, right? So now the king has to move up, and now it's an easy win because this rook is once again going to block the other rook, and then this pawn is going to promote. And in this position,
Who plays next?
Jan
I think
resigned.
Magnus
Oh my
against
goodness.
Ali Reja
Okay,
Feruja.
that is amazing.
Or
Damascus,
Hikaru
I love it.
against
Can we agree how much
Lazovic.
imaginary
I'm
elo
not
they
really
got?
sure.
I'm not gonna lie to you, brother. You just went from 0 elo to a mean 500.
Let's go.
A mean
Like,
500.
do you agree, Anna?
I agree.
Yeah?
I agree. Do you think I'm a good teacher?
100%.
100%.
You the best in the game. Thank you
you
so
very
much.
much.
Thank you, Anna.
Best
Come
teacher in
on,
the
bro.
game,
Let's
ladies and
Taylor,
bring
if you're
back
listening
the
to
players.
this, I hope you are. Hi, Taylor. Next time I'm teaching you.
I don't know if anyone could do that.
Let me see what that's going
Doom
on here.
scrolling is cringe.
Doom
Chess
scrolling,
is
okay.
fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Okay. Come on.
And a
All
great
right,
lesson.
we are back,
Yes,
I think.
I am listening, and I'll happily take the lesson, although Rob thinks it won't help at all. And he might actually be true, but I believe in Anna because he can teach those too. Let's move into our bracket. It's stacked up quite nicely, and semifinals are ready to go. We've got two
there it
ahead
is.
of you, and the one about to take the stage is Denis Lazovic versus Hikaru Nakamura. Then we'll have Alireza Firouzja versus Magnus
we have both
Carlsen.
games in the
We're
stage.
deciding
That's
who goes
hype,
to grand
man.
finals
Cool.
today, and we're also figuring out who's going to have their key crush forced to play the consolation match for
man.
third
So we have
place.
Hikaru
Will
and then with
Hikaru
Magnus,
finally make
and then the grand
finals,
final will be
or will
tomorrow.
Denis Lazovic shut him down.
That's
That's
cool,
what
man.
we need to talk about. Hikaru, a wonderful competitor, a great streamer, and when it comes to the esports world, I would say probably one of the most well-known players we have to offer.
Hikaru drop
Definitely
out. No,
think
I win this.
Hikaru is a well-known name all around the world.
We need our finals,
Incredibly
the grand
strong.
final. Hikaru
You know,
against
He
Magnus.
is here. He did say earlier that he is very happy to be here. He would also be happy playing that third place match at the very least, but he will surely not be satisfied with just doing that.
Yeah, for those of you who saw your screens look a little bit familiar, that's because it's the exact final day of the Speed Chess Championship in London in February, where 3 of the 4 players punched their tickets here. Now, famously, Hikaru went down to Denis Lazovic in a 26-game match. 14 of those games were decisive, by the way, but a little bit of revenge was enacted here in Paris because, as we all know, Nakamura got the best of
The
Denis
people
in
on
their
the stage
mini-match
know.
a few days ago.
Yeah, Denis Lazovic, speed
Hikaru
chess
is Magnus,
champion,
Hikaru
only
wins. I don't know.
19 years old.
Actually, I don't really care.
representing AGAL. He might be young, but he's already played many of the world's strongest players.
For sure. I've been backing Denis all day. He has looked like he's been on fire. I mean, this could be
Bro,
anybody's
this guy is
match,
super
but
young, no? Lazovic.
it is going to be a hard
He
one.
looks like
did lose
19 or
earlier,
what?
so
How
we'll
old is
see
he?
if it's a revenge arc.
He looks like
again.
19 or
Right,
17.
beating
How old is
Norbert.
this
That
guy?
was a huge win earlier.
Yeah, Norbert is, I'm sure, regretting his decision. Of course, I don't think he had any good options there. But the reward for Denis is that he
He's
has to beat
19.
Hikaru in another long match. He did it once this year.
right.
Can he do it again? I really don't know.
All right, back to you real quick. Who do you got for this matchup?
I got Hikaru
Bro, why
because
are
the
they all
match he
so
lost was a
freaking
third
young,
place
man?
match, and I think Hikaru was a little bit hard to get up for that match. This one, everything's on the line. Hikaru's never won this event. I got Hikaru.
Okay, Nemo, what about you?
I got to take Denis. Denis did lose a very, very painful king plus rook endgame. No pawns on the board, by the way.
I was
just
the
kings
Jim
and
did
rook
Magnus
against,
lose, yeah.
Hikaru,
I know, he won.
When Dennis, unfortunately, I had 7 seconds left on the clock, so it could be anybody, though. It could be anybody.
Could be anybody. For me, I'm going Denis Lazovic. I believe in the young gun, 19 years old, speed chess champion, first EWC. But will he make it to grand finals or get shut down by Hikaru? Let's send it to the stage to find out.
All right, let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time for our semifinals here at the Esports World Cup. We started out with the 16
Why are you
best
doing
players on
passes?
planet
Me?
Earth,
No, I
but
don't do
now
any passes.
We are
What do you
down
mean?
to only 4.
Only 4 remain and only one can lift this trophy. It could be a repeat or it could be a new champion. So without further ado, it is time
It's
to
nice to
welcome
see
our
father and
first
son
player
playing together.
onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Hikaru Nakamura. Walking past, he was 3rd last year. His speed and tactical awareness are second to none. He made a name for himself for his incredible.
Is Hikaru, does he have
throughout the world circuit, whether it's
Japanese
online,
ancestors?
offline, on a stream, or in person at
He has, probably, no?
Hikaru is always here to deliver the solid performances. Last year,
It's like boxing
was blocked
entrance,
in
yeah.
semi-finals by Magnus Carlsen. This year, he got a path clear of Magnus all the way to the finals, and he is here to
He's
try
still
and
Japanese.
get a better
Okay.
position than he got last year. One of the strongest rapid and blitz players of all time, and he clutched the win earlier with 4 draws. Hikaru Nakamura.
Can I take this right? This is like
his
MMA.
opponent will not make things easy. Please put
Oh,
your
Gamba,
hands
wait.
together for Denis
Guys, with Gamba.
Lazovic.
Who wins next game? We do a Gamba after every game, guys, so get ready.
Lazovic
Pull out your
is
credit
one
card.
of the most promising young players
Hikaru,
in their international
Lazovic,
scene of chess.
draw.
At only 19 years of age, he is the youngest remaining player in this event. But his skill goes way beyond his years. He knows no fear, and his strength and fast time control.
Hikaru is Italian but lives in Germany. Yeah, and it's live 5 p.m. German time every day.
The pressure is getting higher, but Lazovic
Hikaru was born in Japan
for
but
it
moved
all.
to USA in early age. Ah, okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's about that time, ladies and gentlemen. Semifinals. Hikaru, you are officially 1 step away from the finals. How does it feel to be this close to lifting up that trophy? How do you like your chances?
Well, I mean, everybody who's left is a great player, so just have to play good chess and see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
That man's ready to get into it.
Ready indeed.
And
That
these
is an
up,
extremely
really?
clutch match earlier against Nodirbek, and you managed to
Let me
pull
see.
through. Now
Yeah,
up
but the
next is
market's
Hikaru
going a
Nakamura.
little
How do you
dip.
approach this match?
Why is the market dipping?
It's hard to say, but I'm already very happy to be here. So
SpaceX
we'll see.
going
But
down a bit.
today I played good,
Oh, and
and
they, it's
I
5%.
hope that I will
Wow,
continue to do
holy
that.
shit. AMD
All
and
right,
Micron
well,
are
Denis
going
and
up.
Hikaru, you guys are
Not
ready
too
now.
bad.
Denis, can I have you standing right there, players, for the pre-match face-off? And without further ado, it is time for our big semi-finals. 1 spot in grand finals, 2 more up for grabs right now. Denis Lazovic versus Hikaru Nakamura.
Hikaru needs to stop being nice, talk some shit. Yeah, I think so as well.
Damascus, we are hyped for our first
I-
semi-final. One of the greatest forces in speed chess. Hikaru Nakamura takes on the Giant Slayer, Denis Lazovic. Only one.
See, I
will
told you, we
survive.
need more
Now
people
for
like
Denis
Hans Niemann
to the
that
EWC,
sometimes, you know,
he
show
had to
some
beat
character.
Hikaru. Can he do it one more time to reach the final?
I
And
feel
for
like
Hikaru, it will be
Hikaru
his
is
first
also
final if he
sometimes,
gets the job done.
you know.
Speaking of first, for the first time next to me
A
is
little
none
bit.
other than Levi Rosman. Levi, what a matchup we've got in front of us. A generational battle. Is there a Gotham favorite?
FIDE makes them
there is
wear
no
suits
Gotham
to
favorite.
play.
Also,
Yeah,
shout
FIDE
out
is
to
also
everybody
FIDE is
who's
a bunch
here
of
live,
boomers
and shout
that
out
have no
to
idea what they're
everybody who's
doing.
watching back at home. This is a rematch of the 3rd place match in the Speed Chess
Oh,
Championship.
they're scanning,
and
see?
These are the 4 best speed players
We need
in
more
the world.
trash
They are
talk.
here
We
for a
need
reason.
more
I
trash
can't
talk.
believe it actually
Absolutely
all
more
turned
trash
out
talk.
the exact same way as 6 months ago in London. These are the
Imagine
final 4. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru
They would play
Nakamura,
against each other,
and we also have
and
Denis
one
Lazovic
player
and Alireza
resigns, and the
Firouzja.
other one
I'm so
stands
pumped
up and screams over.
It's deja vu
Boom!
for
Resign!
Fabri, but there are certain players who are hoping for a switch up in the way things went down at the Speed Chess Championship. Hikaru Nakamura, what a path it has been after that Armageddon coming back to the arena today. Same for Denis Lazovic. So much incredible tension handling of that pressure.
You would do this.
What
I
are we
would
expecting for this one?
100%
Because I
do this.
see this as a best-of-6 match. This is the longest the two have
Flexing
played. How
biceps would
important is the
also be
endurance
legit.
factor here?
It is, but we can't forget this is a best of 6, but they've also played a lot of games against each other 6 months ago in a totally different format.
Oh,
That was
Levy
a
is
very,
26 games.
commentating.
Yes,
Cool.
26 games in 5+1, 3+1, 1+1. This is totally different. So for today, before
They
we
need to do
got on
UFC
the
style
microphone,
interviews with
there was a
trash
stat on the
talk
screen that said
pre-candidates. Yeah.
91% for Hikaru. No way! Who made that stat? There is no way Hikaru wins this match. 9 times out of 10 if they run it. But here we're about to see game 1. Let's go.
Oh,
And
it's
it
a
is
best
Hikaru
of
Nakamura who
6.
starts with the white
Oh,
pieces. He wants
shit,
to not
bro.
only get
We
that
are
spot
here
into
until
the final, but
tonight.
rewrite
10
their last
p.m. or
chapter
something.
that happened
There's
at the
another
Split
game.
Chess
We have
Championship, and it
12
is
more
the
games.
Queen's Pawn opening, and for Dennis,
That's
it's the knight
240
that comes out.
minutes.
Are we going to see another Queen's
Wait,
Gambit
it's
decline?
4 hours.
It is the Nimzo
I'm too
Indian.
old to
Yeah, the
stream
Nimzo
that long,
Indian, when you
guys.
play Dennis Lazovic,
Well,
every
we'll
game
see what
is gonna be
happens.
40-50 moves. He does not make mistakes. He doesn't make a lot of imbalances. He likes static positions. What that means is he likes the pawn structure to go a certain way. He likes to have clear, simple plans. And we're already getting a position which will involve some of these simple plans, like white
All right.
expanding on the left side of the board. Dennis
See,
maybe going
Lazovic
for
already has
a
to
rook down
think.
the middle or something like that. But,
Which one is
okay,
Felu?
first
I'm the
non-standard move,
king,
Tanya. What
the
is
black
this?
king.
Brings the knight to the edge. Do not try this
24
at
hours
home.
stream,
but
yeah,
Dennis has been
sure.
trying all kinds of things, and it's been working to perfection.
They need to
Meanwhile,
stop
Hikaru
with,
sticking
I'm
to
just
plan,
glad
gets
I
the
made
knight
it
out,
this far.
expecting
Everyone
him
is
to go
so
short
good, yeah.
castle. The route for Dennis's knight eventually,
They need to
Levy,
start
has to be
saying, yeah,
towards
I'm
the
here to
center of the
win.
board. Once the C-pawn
That's
moves
it.
forward, the knight will drop back,
Let's
only
talk,
to go to
let's
the
play.
E6 square.
And Hikaru's totally content
Who
not
is
to
white?
take that knight. You can
Hikaru's
see
white.
Hikaru's bishop pointed
And
to the
the
left
Lazovic
side, the
is
knight
black
outstanding
pieces.
that we have talked about already on the outside. Now, if you take it, you would damage the pawn structure. That would mean that Dennis has split pawns. You could go for that, but Hikaru's not making any big decisions yet. He's just going to put his dark-scored bishop maybe to b2, and then Dennis is going to reposition his knight. This is a typical Lazovic
Is
game.
that
To
blitz?
beat Dennis Lazovic, you got to grind
Brother.
him down.
But Levy, there is something very
don't you
non-typical
see that
about it,
time?
and I think that's
Huh?
why Dennis paused.
There's
because
that
it was a
time at the
moment where he can
bottom.
still bring out that bishop to the g4 square, hitting that white knight on the right flank, but instead Dennis sticks to plan. He comes back with the knight, eyeing that central square, and I think this is why he takes the pause. Will the light squared bishop come out first to the g4 square, or
Okay.
does he plant the knight
Everything's
to the center
good.
of the
All
board?
right.
It's the
Yeah.
bishop.
Pin.
Yes, so
Wait,
now
what
he
does this
finishes
move
with
do?
good
This is not a good
fundamentals,
move.
and
What you are
Hikaru's
not
thinking, I
pinging
think
anything.
Hikaru,
No,
the
this does
experience
nothing.
factor here is very important. That +0. They are playing 10 minutes with no added time, which is the most popular time control in the world. Most people who are listening to
Is
me
the
right now
blitz so
play that
rapid?
on
This
their
is
phone or on their
10-minute
computer.
classical.
When
Yeah.
this gets down to 3 or 4 minutes,
What does
you're
it
gonna have to
matter
have
if
a
it's
clear
blitz
plan.
so
You're
rapid?
going to have
You
to have
see
a good
the time.
position with
No,
no
no.
imbalances. White probably can't allow the knight to get taken, but honestly, Hikaru might allow it because it would make the game very dynamic. He kind of doesn't want to take a step back. What does he do here, Tanya?
It's really, really tricky, and
Felu
you know,
needs
maybe
to
this
coach
is the
him.
moment
Yeah,
that
I
we
need
bring
to.
up our board as well because of the different plans that exist.
Is
Now, you
this
really
TikTok
want to
chat?
hide
No,
your
it's the
knight, but if
YouTube
you
chat,
fall back with it,
unfortunately.
you're pretty much leaving your right flank completely open to a lot of attacks. The black knight jumping forward, the queen landing on h4 eventually, targeting that h2 square. Not a happy decision, but I will say it's slightly surprising that Hikaru goes into an early think. You've got to have a response to this move, or if you're white, stop it forever with h3 a little earlier.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay.
So that's why he's thinking, and he's been thinking for about a minute now. All right, now we have that
Oh,
analysis.
Hikaru
board.
burned
I
the
will just
minute
say
in the
everything that
clock.
Tanya
That's
was,
not
was
good.
saying, you know, this can pop out over here after we have a capture on f3. Basically, the major question is Hikaru going to play something like this and allow it to happen, or move the knight? Now, he could also consider this move. And this move would lead to a lot of trades, a sacrifice potentially, and then the opening of the position with, of course, not that there is nothing there, but these two bishops, the long-range pieces. Hikaru has many choices that he can consider here, but we're about to find out, or maybe we're not about to find out. Maybe he's going to continue to think. He spent about 20% of his time, and he has retreated the knight back, and well, there's
And
your
this is a
reward for
bad
that.
move.
And that reward isn't a happy one, Levy. It gets a question mark. That just means that black can't start
What's
setting
this?
up
Oh,
forces on the
black's
right
winning.
flank, and this is what we were
Wow,
talking
this is a good
about.
move.
The
He's
black
already
knight
up half a
ready to
point
bounce
now.
over to g4. The white bishop, the light squared bishop, is going to get
Bro,
trailed for this
like
last move
Lazovic,
that Dennis has just played. Then watch out, knight coming forward,
Gotham
queen
speaks so
coming
fast,
ahead.
Holy.
There are potential
Well,
for
yeah,
kingside
because
attacks. The
he
other knight
knows
on
that
the left flank for black
he has to do
also
that.
has a clear route to the right side.
If you force Dennis Lazovic
She
into
as
a
well, yeah.
dynamic attacking game,
But
it's
they
not
know
his
what they are
style,
doing, guys.
But he will go for it. Now, one thing I have noticed about him, he loves to remaneuver his pieces.
Okay.
So he has traded
Take,
this bishop.
take.
Now, you can count the pawns here. Hikaru has a lot of pawns on dark squares. first. He just
Can we
had
get an
even more before
analysis
that
of
last
these
move,
openings?
which
Yeah,
means his
you
bishop
can.
is not very good. That move is very
After the
unconventional,
game,
Tony,
I will
right?
do
He
a
weakens
deep
the pawn
analysis.
right next to it on e3, but he keeps out the black knight. Hikaru kind of bobbing his head. He stopped the attack, but what does he do now? His position is so passive. Any pawn that he pushes, everything else gets weakened.
And I think he's getting ready to step out of that passivity that you're pointing out. The rook's at the center. What he's aiming for, Hikaru Nakamura, is a well-timed e4 break.
Okay.
There are pawns to
Oh,
be
see, the rook is
before
lined up
e-pawn
on the
can
queen.
move one step ahead right now.
See?
Meanwhile, Denis Lazovic setting up some breaks of his own. The rook X-raying the white queen. Ideas of c5. It just feels like Denis is the happier of the two on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Denis Lazovic is winning 0.7.
When
See?
we talk about who has a better position in chess, you need material, which is
Really,
even,
we
then
need
you
an in-game
king safety,
analysis.
which is a little
Isn't that
bit
why
better
they
for
ask you
black.
to
I mean,
host?
there's no hope in a million
Yeah,
years
they
Hikaru's
thought.
pieces are going to launch
I'm
an
an
attack. And really,
analytics
Denis
guy.
then controls the better piece placement. His knights and bishops are better than Hikaru's. Look at Hikaru's dark squared bishop on b2. You would have told me it's a bishop. I wouldn't have known. It literally looks like the pawn on the home square. And the knights don't have a lot of forward mobility. Tanya, this last move b4 right away runs into a strike from Denis. Well timed, and he's going to chop that down. Yeah, black's position is really good here.
Bro, he's
Super
up
healthy
+1.
formation, right there with the target on that
Did
B file
Magnus
that you're
win? Yeah,
pointing out.
Magnus
The
will play
black queen
after
ready
this
to jump
game
on at the
and
right moment to
semi-final.
double down on it as well. Now, minority attack for white is a very typical plan in these opening, the Carlsbad structure. So Hikaru really wants a well-timed B5, but needs to make sure there's no counter C5 to that move
Did
right
he win
now.
all the games? The
This
last
is
one
still
was a
going to be
draw.
fun middle game.
I think Denis should just put the best way to stop a pawn from moving forward is to put your own pawn forward, right? Like if Denis
Hope
with the
Hikaru
black
wins.
pieces
Yeah,
here
we need
moves
to
that
finally
same
Hikaru
b-pawn
Magnus.
two
Would be
squares
cool.
up, locks the position, gains
But
total
he's losing,
control.
bro.
He doesn't. He's baiting Hikaru. I don't know if I love this. He could have shut him down, but maybe he's setting a little trap for Hikaru.
It's coming. B5 is coming. The
B5.
battle that's just been set up. The B pawn under fire right now. Hikaru's calculating.
push
I
this
push the B
pawn?
pawn. Denis pushes the C pawn.
All
Who
right,
does
he
that
pushes
favor?
it.
There is a central
And
D
now
pawn
what?
under fire as well. Tactics in the air. If Denis does not get a successful C pawn push right now, it's advantage Hikaru.
Oh, he could
Actually
push this
can't believe
pawn.
He didn't lock it down. That's
He
such
pushed
a,
this
wow.
pawn.
That's the other side of the board.
I don't know who this is, but Denis Lazovic must have had an energy drink at the halftime break of today.
Yeah, but
because
he's losing
he
his
could have played
advantage.
B5
What
and
are you
totally
doing? You were
shut down
+1.
Hikaru's
Now it's
play. The best way to
0.6.
react to being attacked on one side of the board sometimes is to strike back in the middle or on the complete opposite side. And now Hikaru's got a lot to think about.
It makes a lot of sense when all your opponent's pieces are on one flank. And, you know, we're not the only surprised ones here. Did you see what Hikaru just showed us on the
Oh
camera?
my God.
Denis, wait, we're not supposed to be playing on that side.
Yeah, exactly. He blinked
Guys, it's not my
twice hard,
fault, huh?
which is, you know, Hikaru
In
face
case you
number
don't see the
17
board
when he's
anymore,
playing. He's
that's
probably
the
looking at this like,
production.
do I actually have to move my
Not me.
pawn up in front of my king? The black pawn on the next move wants
Because
to
they think
continue
it's
its yellow
important to
path
show
forward.
headphones
Hikaru
of the
has the option
players
to push
somehow.
the H pawn all the way on
Yeah.
the right side of the board up one. If he does that, he stomps the pawn moving forward because he would control the square diagonally, but he allows it.
Yeah.
Had he done that move, he would have weakened the dark
Make
squares.
the board
Against Denis, you
smaller.
don't really want to weaken squares.
Ah,
right? But
thank you.
Tanya, I would not be comfortable here.
This is one of Denis's superpowers, right, Levy? That with a younger generation, you're expecting attacking play, but he's so quick to switch from strategic positional battles to these
It
kind
needs
of
to be
well-rounded fights all across the board where tactics play a big role. And I'll point out one thing. If Hikaru was relying on the F-pawn moving forward to block things up on that right flank, well, guess what? Denis had another G-pawn to roll up the board. So instead, Hikaru takes the fight head-on. A trade
Oh,
we see
sorry,
the
my
black
screw,
knight
my
about to
cursor.
jump into the game. Is Hikaru going to kick that back? He does.
Wow, this is very scary. Does Denis have to retreat here, or does he have some sort of tactic in the middle of the board? He does just go back. I
Oh,
don't
he
know if
lost his
had anything
advantage. He
better.
was
Maybe
super
did.
winning. It was a good move.
Well, he did or not. He went for a flank
What are
attack,
they
and
listening to in
traditionally
the
Hikaru does
headphones?
strike in the center.
And
That
this
is
is
the
noise
best response
cancelling.
when your opponent
And
is playing
also,
on one side. You
I
want to
think they
break
maybe
open
they
the lines.
listen to music.
Notice how Hikaru's
I'm not sure.
rooks
I
are
think they are allowed to
beautifully
listen to
aligned
music.
for a central break like this. One of the
And
knights
noise
is about to
cancelling,
get pinned
obviously,
as
because
well.
they're sitting in an arena.
Denis Lazovic, he's looking for ways, inroads towards the white king with the white queen. Offside.
This has felt like such a scrambled game by white. Like you play on the left, then you play on the right, you play in the middle. It's kind of like people in the audience are playing. But like, you know, but it's working out. He's just going to trade all the pieces. And Tanya, at this point, Hikaru would be more than happy with the draw because you're going to have his pawns all traded, and then we're going to get into an endgame, and probably those two pawns on the right side are going to survive, and that'll likely be where we had. Unless somebody blunders. We saw a crazy blunder earlier in Ali Reza Hans. That was the biggest blunder of the day. But I doubt we're going to get something here, surely.
But you know, with the rooks and the queens
Now
lined
what?
up on the same file, there are always
I mean,
chances
Lazovic is still good
of
on
those
time. He
moments
has time to
appearing
think.
Right now, knights are on the board. Both
They have
knights, which
earbuds in
means
that-
you have to
in
watch out
that
for those
other
big
Percy
jumps in,
sound.
folks. Hikaru looks
Then
completely
the bigger
locked
auto
in at the
noise
Allianz
cancelling
Vault,
headphones
as
over
does
that.
Denis
Ah,
Lazovic
so
right now.
I
What
thought as
is
well that
going
they are
on in
listening
Denis's
to
mind?
the
Is he
chess
going to
move
simply
sounds
trade
that,
off
like,
the pieces
tick,
here? Is he
tick, and
feeling
check
like
and
that knight, the
everything. Maybe
central
this
knight that
is-
Hikaru has? Wait a second. Did he just open a path of the white rook towards the queen?
I guess he did, but if the white knight takes either the knight or the bishop, Black
queen
will
takes.
recapture, and then everything is going to be protected.
Yeah, this is not.
And also, Dennis now has a
dangerous.
threat. Both his queen and his rook, don't forget, behind the queen, attack Hikaru's knight in the middle of the board. So Hikaru's going to have to capture here. Here's that critical moment of the game. Both guys have 5 minutes, no bonus time to navigate this. I still think the only way this gets decided with a win is with a crazy blunder, right? It's kind of one of those boards that feels like everything is going to get traded.
This is an insane position to say that draw is a likely outcome right now.
I love the mustache close-up.
Levy, I will
They
take
don't
you
have
up
a
on that
mustache,
one.
no?
I say we get a
Man, guys,
decisive
what do you
game
think
one.
about
Look
my?
at the
Should
knights,
I
the way they're jumping, and you know what? I'm gonna
mustache
add one
come
more
back?
knight. Hikaru's
I'm
knight is
feeling
gonna
coming
land
back
on
with the
a
mustache.
5
What do you guys
YG3 very
think?
soon.
It could be, but it does feel like one of those moments where...
Is it true that these
like
two players
both
were
sides
your
are clashing,
students
you can
back in the
capture,
day,
then
and
you
that's
can
why you
capture, and
watched
we all
this?
just
Yes,
capture like 4
exactly.
times. It's a Hikaru video, Tanya. It takes, and then we just trade.
We need another fellow mustache.
That's the way it works.
If you have a decisive result, how many caps in your recap video will we have then?
Oh, well, you know.
Man, this is sick ring.
Hikaru, look at the deep
Bro,
involvement.
Hikaru's down
He's
1.5
minute and a
minutes.
half. He's on a minute and a half. He doesn't like either capture. And I don't think taking the knight is correct, right? Like, I think if you're going to capture anything, you go for the bishop, the long-range piece. But Hikaru doesn't like something. I'm not liking this body language here.
I get the feeling if you see a trade of the minor pieces right now, it would help
Should I
Dennis
make you
more
guys
than
for
Hikaru.
my
Hikaru needs to
mustache? I should
complicate because
make you for my
positionally,
mustache.
structurally, Hikaru does have a weakness of the D pawn. And you
Oh
got a
my
beautiful
God,
square for
get
the black
back
knight
to
to
the
land
big
on D5,
board,
which will
bro.
shut off the queen and the white bishop as well. So Hikaru needs to play with tempo. He does go for the knight trade. And I think
He's
he was on
completely
point.
losing. Oh my God, +5. This was a massive blunder.
What has Hikaru missed?
I think he has missed something. I don't think Dennis actually has to capture here the pawn on c6, a very, very big moment. And he
Oh God, he misses it.
Totally miss it. There was a check on the e2 square. There was knight to e2 possible on the previous move, and now this.
It would have been game over, Levy. You've got to show that line really quickly. Let's just go
Wow,
back on our
he
analysis
missed it.
board.
Yes.
A golden opportunity missed for
Oh, they're
Dennis
showing
Lauderdale
it
to
here.
take a
See, on the
point
right
here.
side of the board.
Knight to e2 check defended by the rook, and queen in, and that was lights out. The queen
Wow.
was mating on the next move. This is an unfathomable double blunder, right? Like if we, let me just put this on the board
Check.
here. Instead of this capture, we would have had
Check.
this. So the king
Go
coming
here.
here, and queen down.
And then he threatens mate.
There's nothing you can do. You got to give this up, and that's game
That's
over.
why
It
+5,
would
because
have
you have to
been,
give the
would have,
rook
should
up.
have, Could have, but instead we see a quick capture on
He misses
C6,
it.
and let's get up
Brother
our
Lazovic,
line board
you
one
cannot
more
come
time.
into
And
the
maybe now
semi-finals
we're
and
headed
miss
towards
this.
your
You have
prediction,
5 minutes.
But that was a massive moment for Dennis.
Can I just say, first time in the caster booth, I said unless somebody does a horrendous blunder, which instantly gets granted to us. I
Levy's
think
a funny
Dennis,
guy.
Honestly,
Guys, he has
he's
8
like
million
too solid to
subscribers
his own
for a
good.
reason.
He's not like, oh, I'm just going to win
know?
by checkmate
He's the
every
most
game. He's like,
entertaining
okay,
chess
take my
content
pawn,
creator
okay,
there
take
is.
back, yeah. Like it's just like we trade pawns. I mean, he's not. No, I just didn't think Hikaru could blunder like this. But like, how did you just hang mate? Like in the middle of this game, that's game one. That's semifinal nerves.
It really is, but I
It's
will
just the
say
only
moments
sport
like
where an
that against
individual can
players
be
like
complete
Hikaru
dominant in their
Nakamura
own
come far in
terms.
view, and when they do,
What do you mean in
you know,
own
you have to
terms?
seize that
I
opportunity.
mean, there are lots
You
of
might look
sports where
back and
people
this
can
might be the
dominate
moment you come to regret, because look at this, it almost feels
Tennis,
like Dennis
for
has a
example,
match strategy.
golf.
I'm happy with game one, trading everything off, just settling into the match and getting a draw.
And that's exactly where we are going. Neither one of, well, Dennis never looks happy or unhappy.
Okay, now it's completely
I can
draw.
never tell, right? But Hikaru's kind of like, all right, well, the worst is over. And the thing is, he'll never know how bad it was.
If Hikaru had the book of expressions, where there were about 999 of them, I think Dennis's book of expression wouldn't have a single page.
Oh yeah, I remember you
Now
used to be
this
able
will
to buy
end in
these
a
like
draw.
blank books in the store that had nothing in them. They were just
Unless
blank
the
pages, and you could
bandos-
name the title anything. Like, you know, the hopes of Gotham Chess becoming a grandmaster. There's no hopes inside this book. It's just blank pages. So
I feel the pain.
And there's C5. We're gonna probably get a trade here, and there's gonna be no pages in that book. Actually, can you? No, you can't push this pawn.
You can't push the pawn. You can definitely not take the pawn at the center. There is a pin along
Okay.
the C line right now. So Hikaru taking that opportunity to put his king
Man,
to a better square.
was a
And
huge
this might be the
moment.
moment that
He
Dennis
missed
wants
it.
to improve the position of his pieces. It just felt like getting a draw in that game one is what resulted in Dennis not going for that line, which would have given him a big advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even think it was advanced. It was game over.
It was just game
Yeah,
over.
it was literally just like, it was a fatal mistake. And I will add, these two got to this round through Armageddon.
Yes.
That's not even like a real even game.
I think
'cause of the
Felu is
time
a baby
format and
before Levy
everything,
gets GM.
They haven't
Yeah,
won
I
a
don't
game
know,
or
bro. I'm
lost a game yet.
42 now.
Both of them have
Maybe
four
it's
draws
over for
today.
me.
And now they will have 5, right? So this is just super stable, but something's got to break.
At some point, that's going to change, Levy, and it
completely
might
equal.
happen sooner than
I
later.
mean, maybe they
Well, the
will.
knight does fall back, still positioning the
blunder
balance. Dennis just making sure that now his rook is free. Now that the black knight and bishop defend that c5 pawn, next looking at inroads for his own rook via the A-line.
These pawns will be traded
When
at
you
some
become a
moment.
GM,
Hikaru.
man, never.
Oh, wow.
That's too much
Okay, that was a
work.
mouse thing.
You don't have to play all of these
He
tournaments and
obviously,
read books
maybe
and
picked
shit.
it
I
up,
don't
maybe
have
it
time for
dragged.
that.
The mouse live here would be terrible. All right, we're going to get pawn takes pawn, Tanya.
Okay, pawn takes
The
pawn.
rook has moved away. There is a threat on the board right now. Something's got to give. Do you
I mean,
defend
they
that
are low
pawn,
on
keep the
time, so
tension?
maybe we get
Hikaru
some
looks
action
like
soon.
he's also getting ready to just shake hands. Well, in this case, not shake hands just yet, but draw very, very likely right now. I have to say, starting with the black pieces and having absolutely no problems to solve, this has been a good game by Dennis, apart from that one move massive miss.
Good game.
Yeah,
No, it
I
wasn't a good
completely
game. He
agree.
could
Now,
have
Hikaru
won
might
that
offer a rook
easily.
trade here. That would be okay. Orki does that. We can't forget. You can make faces, right, and everything, but there's still a wow.
Draw.
They just agree. I was just about to give this whole spiel about why 50 seconds.
Okay,
but
they
first
agree
game
to a
is a
draw.
draw.
It ends in a draw, and it's Hikaru Nakamura who makes a move and offers that draw on his screen, accepted by Dennis
Chess
Lazovic
players
with
love to
that
do
knight
over-the-top
retreat
facial
right now.
expressions.
Game two
I
about
don't know,
to
I
begin.
think that
It will be
Lazovic
Dennis
guy doesn't do
Lazovic
any
with
expressions.
the
No,
white
at least I didn't
pieces.
see anyone.
But we have to talk about that moment. And I'm glad that Dennis doesn't realize it, because he did take a pause before capturing the pawn. We would have had a completely different narrative had he given a check. It's check captures threats. You always look for checks in a position, Levy.
Yeah,
What's the
absolutely, but
highest
there's still a
point
reason
score
we're
you
talking about them
max
and they're
out
playing,
in
right?
chess?
So
What
the
do you mean?
chance that they miss
Highest
something
point
like
score.
that, they both missed it. It happens in chess. You have mutual
Hikaru
blindness, you
noticed
have
he
a
was losing.
respect
No,
for the
I don't think he
quality
was.
of the
He
moves that
noticed.
your
I
opponents
don't.
are making,
He
and you
didn't see
both
it.
Kind of
You would have
think
seen
the
it in
game
his
is supposed to
reaction.
follow a flow. You don't just think, oh, one person's just going to slip on, on ice and boom, hit their head. Like, that's not how either of them is really processing. So, as always there, Dennis Lazovic, full of emotion after that one.
Yeah.
It's also the kind of moment, if someone pats you on your back, you know there's something to look for. You find it
Now
in
you will see
under
it.
1 second right there.
He's
Players of this
analyzing and thinks,
caliber,
wait
with,
a second, what the heck
with
have I done?
absolutely no idea that that is the critical moment. We
Oh,
saw the
Gamba,
capture, we
shit.
gave away the advantage,
We
and
had a draw.
Hikaru Nakamura never let it slip one more time. A very peaceful draw at the end of it.
Next
Both
Gamba,
players
guys.
finding their rhythm
Get
right
ready.
now. 5 games remaining. We might even have an Armageddon
Who wins
if
next
this
game?
goes down to
Hikaru
that. What are we
Lazovic draw.
expecting from an opening
go.
approach by Dennis?
1d4.
A queen's
Is the
pawn
other guy
opening
German? No,
has
he's
been predicted.
Polish.
I will go with
I
the
think.
knight coming out first.
I think he's from
keeping things
Poland.
flexible. We might see Dennis employ the Reti opening is my prediction. It's half a
Do the
point
players
apiece.
see the left bar?
Dennis
No,
getting ready.
no, they don't.
Dennis has
They
been
cannot see
expanding
the
his opening
evaluation
repertoire
bar.
recently. A couple of years ago, I would have said, he only plays the queen's pawn, and with black.
That's
he
the
plays a
difficult
couple of
part
different
about
things,
chess.
but, he played a lot of Sicilian defenses against Magnus with black, and he might play knight f3. He also could play
What's
e4.
the highest
He's
elo can
basically
get?
expanded to the 4 major
Theoretically,
moves
infinite.
with white. So that's amazing,
Theoretically,
considering
it's
he's only
infinite.
19, and clearly in this
But it
format,
becomes,
in speed
it
games and
becomes
even in
more and
esports,
more
he's like a top
difficult
3, top
the
4
higher
player
you
the
are
world.
in
So
elo
it's
to
amazing.
gain more elo.
And I think to
you
get
know?
there, Levy, you
because
have
if
to
you
have
are
the
at
breadth more than the
2800
depth in
and
your
you lose to a
opening, just be able to
2600,
lash out,
you
with
lose a
different
shit
first
ton
moves.
elo points.
I'm also
But
going to
if you
just talk
win
about
against
what
a
happened in their
2600, you
previous
just gain a
massive
tiny
encounter
bit of
back
elo.
in February at
That's
the
the
Speed Chess
issue.
Championship.
So
26 games
once
were
you
played
are at the
between
top,
these
it's
two
very,
players.
very
Dennis won that
difficult
match
to make
with a
more and more elo
1-point
progress.
margin. Today is
That's
just
why
the best of 6, and it was exactly
2900
that win
seems to
against
be the
Hikaru
ceiling
Nakamura
right
that
now
got Dennis to
for
Paris.
humans.
That got him to the Esports World Cup.
I think
A win today,
Magnus
and
once
it's the
had
finals for him.
And let's not
2880
forget,
or
Hikaru
something,
was
and
3
that
or
is the
4
highest
moves away,
elo
and
ever.
we do have a queen's pawn. But Hikaru was 3 or 4 moves away from tying that match. It really came down to the last 3 or 4
Do
seconds.
GM chess players get a
And
lot of
we could
girls?
be having a
Yeah,
totally
exactly.
different
The
conversation. So Dennis
chess
playing
players, they are known
the
to
Catalan,
have a lot
very
of
famous
race, bro.
opening, very solid opening, very interesting opening. Hikaru playing, I
Yeah,
have
we
no
do.
idea what. I have never seen this in my life.
It started as a Tarrasch opening, has sort of transposed into a Catalan structure with the white bishop. The entire center is gone. A very symmetrical pawn formation right here.
they know
4
ending
versus
elo?
4
No.
on one side, 2 versus 2 on the
Basically
other.
not,
The
no.
problem for black is development as quickly as possible, and that's what they're
Magnus
doing
be
on
drowning,
that
yeah,
left
but
flank.
Magnus has now a
Hikaru
wife
trying to
and a
challenge
kids.
that white bishop, getting his his own on the c6 square.
This is where 99% of chess players on Earth drown against Denis Lazovic. He gets you in a position where even though the pawns are the exact same, even though the pieces are the exact same, he applies the pressure. He's like, honestly, I don't know if he's
Lazovic
even
is
better
white
already
now.
at positional chess than Magnus was at the same
Okay,
age.
it's rating.
At the same age, at 19, right? He is so good. His role model, in many ways, the way he plays, is very Magnus-like.
Why don't you play
this
viewers?
kind of turning the screw
The
and
rich
everything.
don't entertain
So I really
the poor.
like the way
Exactly.
that he plays.
That's why.
But I think Hikaru's going for like a game-killing mode here, right? He went totally symmetrical, and that's what you play when you're unambitious with black. You want the games with black to be draws, and you want to play for a win with white.
It is a traditional approach, and Hikaru right now looking for his second white, getting the pieces and the pawns off the board. The bishop does land on that diagonal. What you pointed out about Dennis's style, very mature for his age. He also handles the end games where traditionally
I don't know.
known as anti-young
I mean,
player
Hikaru
chess
is like very
incredibly
experienced.
Yeah,
you know, if he
absolutely.
loses a game, I don't think
to
it's
be
a big
clear,
deal for them.
I do think Magnus is the best. You know what I'm saying? But given the amount of resources that these players have now, you know what I'm saying? Like, Dennis has hundreds, if not thousands, of opportunities to play Magnus, Hikaru, all the other best players in the world. When Magnus was 19, it was not the same thing. When Hikaru was 19, Dennis's entire lifetime ago.
Yeah.
He's double his age. Like, it's incredible. And that just speaks to the
Isn't
longevity.
Hikaru the
but
best
he's had so many
defense? I
times to
have no clue.
practice and improve his chess. And why is Hikaru's heart rate 130?
I'll just say one thing, Levy. You do not have to tell us that you think Magnus is the best, because all we need to do is go to your YouTube channel to make sure that's the reality.
If you had
Who's right
a
now
YouTube
considered
channel,
number
Tanya,
one?
I have heard
Felu,
you cast-
exactly.
Listen, if players want us to not talk about Magnus as much,
Bro,
they gotta win some
Baipa,
freaking
did you play
tournaments.
against me
That's what I
yesterday,
gotta
or
say
was
about
this
the
another
players.
guy?
Like, guys, win a tournament or two. You know, we're going to talk about other players too.
Well, Magnus Alireza will be in action after this one, but who is going through the finals in this one now? Right now,
Or was
one
this
thing's
another
for sure,
person,
that
or
a
was
lot of
that you?
pieces are coming up. Rooks challenging
Because I
each
played
other,
against
the
someone
bishops
that had
challenging
your
each
username.
other. Is this racing towards
No,
a
I'm
draw
2000.
right now? Black's about to get the
Today,
king to
no
the
reason
center
to
before
flex,
getting
okay? I
the
just
line out,
asked
so
you,
that
did you
there are
play
no
against me? You don't
infiltration
need to
squares
tell
on the
me how
white
much
brick
LO
path
to
on
do
the
a
seventh
high
rank.
LO.
This is a very
Okay?
weird position
No
for
reason
most
to
people
flex.
watching, because Black hasn't moved a knight
Yeah.
or a rook, but White has no way in with the rook. The last entire second half of the board there is covered, and you bring the king here because you want to bring the knight out, but you want to bring the knight out to the center. You don't want to bring the knight out to c6.
This is
you want to go to
completely equal
d7,
again.
and you want the king to protect it. So Dennis is waiting for Hikaru to move the knight, because then his rook would get in. Hikaru's waiting for Dennis to do something else, because he can't actually do anything.
Say, White's pieces are perfectly placed, but what
Did you
is
have a
next for
Nephilu?
Dennis
Yeah,
Lazovic? I
small
will
one.
point out, it's not easy to rush with your king to the square you mentioned earlier. The g7 pawn also needs to be protected before the king is able to get to the center of the board right now for Hikaru Nakamura. He's taking a pause. He's trying to understand exactly what you're saying. Where does my knight belong? If he places it on c6, there is rook to d7, but right now it's Dennis on the move. Does he continue to improve his king? Will he start advancing the pawns to gain more space on the right flank? But pawn moves are committal.
Dennis from
Absolutely.
Belarus?
And
I
to
think he's
prevent the
from
bishop
Poland.
from
I'm
taking
not
the
sure.
pawn, Dennis's bishop, of course, very active, targeting that g7 pawn all the way down on the right side. You could consider moving your f pawn forward, but as you just said,
He's down a
pawn
minute
moves are
now.
committal. Every time you move a pawn, you make something stronger, you make something weaker. He would be weakening the other pawn. But this is actually like exactly how you have to play against Dennis. It's a pretty simple position in the sense that there's not too much mobility for the white pieces.
Brother, in the end game, after
now,
1 minute.
there are some players here with white I would trust to apply some serious pressure, and maybe Dennis is one of them. We're about to find out. But I also like that Hikaru has a near 2-minute time advantage, and I don't think Dennis is seeing much here.
He needs to make a slow move right now, and it looks like with all these
Heart rate
options, you push the
134.
H-pawn, you push the
Quite
F-pawn,
high.
you move your rook
You need
forward
to
to
relax.
one of the squares on the D line. The problem with moving your knight away is that you give some activity to the black bishop to land on a nice diagonal. The white bishop nicely placed already. Hikaru Nakamura is ready with his response, and Dennis says, I'm ready with mine. My king's coming to
Are
the
they
center.
playing the finals today? No,
That
the
is so
grand final is
non-standard.
tomorrow.
You have this whole
After this
position.
game, there is the
Usually
other
pawns
semi-final.
go,
Magnus
and then
plays
the
against
king,
Ali Reja
or in
Feruja.
this case, the king just walks through
And
the
tomorrow is the
forest.
grand final.
Why not? It's the end game. The king has to be an active piece. Maybe a queenless middle game. I'm not sure. With a set of rooks off the board, maybe the king's feeling safe enough right now. Dennis Lazovic says, I don't see a single check arriving on that square. What have you got? How are you finishing development? Now again, if Hikaru brings out that knight towards the center on c6, Dennis is ready to land his rook on the 7th rank. And that just starts looking
Man, this
a
kind
tad
of a
bit
boring
uncomfortable.
game. They're in the end game
Yeah,
after like 1 minute. Now they
Hikaru's
take
actually
forever
maybe
move.
the only criticism of
He does it
defensive
anyway.
Yeah, this will end in a
I was gonna
draw
say,
in
the only
like
criticism
two
of defensive
moves.
skills is he rushes at some points. He likes to make a forcing conclusion to one of these unpleasant positions. There's not really.
Can
here.
he bring
Maybe
in
he
rook
does
on
just
here?
Keep going. He brings in the
Yes!
king all the way to e4.
Well, it just waits for a second right now, and this is what was Hikaru's idea. You get
And
the
now
rook
bring the
in,
knights,
I'm going to
maybe.
simply defend my pawn, and I'm chasing away that rook with my king stepping one step towards the center right now. So not much to do, not much to improve. The one thing that white shouldn't do is move that bishop away from the diagonal that it exists in. There's a massive fork at the center of the board.
Why?
Good thing for us is Dennis will not
What?
do that. That is, or maybe bad,
Oh,
but
wow.
he's also
Look at
shaking his
this.
head.
The
I've
knight
not seen this degree of
has a
frustration out
fat
of him.
fork on here.
Do you think it's also because
That's why
you
the
know
bishop
that
is
you're playing
important.
against a speed chess specialist, one of the absolute best in the world? You want to maximize your chances with the white pieces as much as
Cool.
possible. And the reality is that Dennis in
Right,
this
so
game
gets rid
didn't
of the
really get
knights.
much, at least not so far. A set of knights about to come out as well. Off the board they go.
It could be. It could be. I think Dennis has respect for at least two players on Earth, and their names are Magnus and Alireza. Because did you listen to the interview yesterday? He said, "I'm just happy I didn't have to play Alireza," which is a massive compliment for somebody around his age range, right? But yeah, now Hikaru puts all the pawns on the light squares. That dark squared bishop will never be able to see them, and we should be heading for another draw quite fast,
Yeah,
actually.
there's a draw.
What's fascinating to me is that if there's a set of rooks were
Okay,
to come
that's
off
cool.
the board,
See?
then is white playing for more? With the
Lazovic
clear
has
path,
a
with the king
a
perhaps to
dark
go
squared
forward, or will
bishop,
that also stay
and
within a drawing
Hikaru is
territory
now
right
putting
now?
all his
This is
squares on white
absolutely in the
squares,
balance,
all his
symmetrical
pawns on
pawn
white
structures,
squares.
Rook and bishop, no imbalances in the position. Who blinks first? Do you think we're going to see another draw offer very soon, or
Three.
will the players play
White
this
square.
out?
I have a feeling
And now
Dennis
probably
might
pushes
not
this pawn.
offer. But again, these guys are chess is like it's
See?
very old school.
I
right?
know all
Chess
the
is
good
kinda
moves,
like,
guys.
We don't have to.
Yeah,
play
I
all
know
this
all the
out.
good
We
moves.
both know that if we play our
I
best,
know
this will be a
it's-
draw. But we'll see. Maybe Hikaru offers, but Hikaru's playing with black, right? So
If you're Dennis, are you at all concerned with Hikaru going b4, push that bishop out, the black rook infiltrating on the home rank, the first rank right there, get the rook into the game,
Now what?
start targeting some
I
pawns
mean,
on
he's
the right
down
and the
2.5
left?
minutes, but this is still
Maybe.
so much time.
yeah, maybe it could be.
7
maybe
minutes and
Hikaru's waiting,
5.
'cause he
I
could've done it on
sometimes
that
hate how
move.
Hikaru plays it
And there's
safe,
also
I
one
don't
other
know.
thing to note. It looks like Dennis can push his own A pawn, right? On the left side, A2 to A3, but then Hikaru would just take it. Not anymore, but on the previous move, he could have captured it because the black rook is staring at the bishop. I haven't seen a king this confident walking through, everything since House of the Dragon.
Kane,
most
he
recent
trades,
season.
trade.
Okay, now we're
Okay, let's
getting-
make a draw.
Spoilers, by the way. We're getting to that draw.
We are. The white king will also move forward, making sure that the black king has no path inwards, can't advance too
Come
much
on,
ahead. And
make
you
a
can
draw,
just look
click.
at Hikaru and you know that he knows that this is going to game 3 with a level score. First, Dennis consolidates the center. Now we'll bring his king
Feli
up the
would
board.
lose this
Might even reroute
100%
his
of the
bishop first, but he just continues to play the pawn move.
That's not true, I would
expecting
convert
G4 to
this.
land next as well, just to force Hikaru's
Yeah, I
hand
would
on the
first
right
make a
flank.
bit space. You know, that's
Yeah,
important.
Hikaru,
You need to
based on
have
facial
space.
expression, is not particularly thrilled with these games. Actually, not because of result, but I think because of the theater. I don't think anything has happened. And this is actually the way that Dennis beats most people, right? He had all
Okay.
those draws against Nojabek,
Man,
and then he
everything
wins.
is completely
Dennis is an
symmetrical.
extremely frustrating
All
opponent.
pawns,
Very,
everything.
Very frustrating.
And it's like he has insane amount of patience himself. He'll play these positions out till the very end. It's a lot of what Magnus used to do back in 2011, 2012, when we saw him play all these
Come on,
endgames out.
can you
But
just
I
draw
still
the
think in
game?
this one, there's absolutely
Okay.
no juice left. And for Dennis, he knows that he's noticed how
99
all
accuracy,
of Dennis's
yeah.
pawns are
That's
on the
actually
light
quite
square.
cool.
That's some great technique there. You don't want them to be attacked by your
All
opponent's
right,
bishops
they know they
ever.
draw
And
it.
we're seeing a
Draw
repetition.
it. Okay,
And
come
that
on,
is
next
it.
game.
Game
Good
2
game.
in the bags.
PayPal,
1-1,
yeah.
2 games down, which means it's a best of 4, which is really everything we can hope for. We got less and less games, and they have a huge possibility to mess something up at some point.
Wait,
Who
are
do you think that
they
favors,
getting a
Levy? The fact that
hydration break?
From a best of 6, now it's 4. The margin for error is that much less because the scope to come
Just
back has
yesterday,
been
he was up 5
reduced.
pawns with rook and lost
I
all of
think
them in drew.
By far, the biggest
What?
weakness
That's
that we
not
have
true.
seen
That
this
wasn't-
year out of
what are you
Hikaru
talking
and out of
about?
Magnus. The first year Hikaru
That
didn't finish
happened
top 3 in the
yesterday?
Speed Chess Championship, and this is the first year that Magnus really struggled in
5
let's say,
pawns
Norway
and a
chess,
rock.
right?
And I draw.
It's that
No,
late
no
game
way.
decision making under severe
That's not
clock
true.
pressure. If you actually go back and
I will go
watch
back and.
when those games got away from Hikaru in the
Oh.
Speed Chess Championship against Dennis, and when those games got away from Magnus,
Oh,
it's when they had to
Gambarino.
do crunch time decision making, 5-10 seconds, time
Oh,
is
yeah,
ticking,
we need
they're
the
going
next
to lose
draw,
on time.
next Gambarino.
Here he has avoided that.
Guys,
If he
next Gamba.
avoids that, Dennis is probably still the underdog.
Let's
Although
go.
The 91 to 9% was the most disrespectful graphic I've ever seen in my life. Dennis is not at 9%. But yes, I think every game and closer margin, it'll still favor Hikaru.
I won't be surprised if that 9% has gone up.
Okay,
after seeing what
can you
happened in the
please
first
now
two
play a
games.
bit more
Absolute
risky?
Confident hold there by the 19-year-old.
That was tough
I've got a
watch.
theory of my
That's
own of
not.
what
You
is
guys are
happening here,
talking.
and it's
I
a
don't know what
sneaky
you're
one.
talking
What do you
about.
think of the odds that for Dennis Lazovic, he's
Okay.
just trying to tire Hikaru out?
Good.
I mean, there is a...
Lazovic is playing the double
I
knight.
didn't say that. You did.
Open.
Why would Hikaru get tired? What do you mean?
This is the double knight opening
With
called.
all the Armageddons that have
He's a dad, right? You know,
Okay.
maybe not sleeping
But this
well.
is what young players do. They do play on the fact that there is more energy on them, and I wonder if that's part of the plan.
Does Dennis look like he's full of energy?
Always.
No, he
Yeah,
doesn't.
I know, just absolutely bursting. I will say, I have noticed, and maybe I'm looking at Hikaru way too much. He has big muscles now. I don't know when this happened.
Out of
Really?
context, that's just going to sound wrong.
No, it's not. It's the dad, infusion of energy for life and the passion to succeed. And
Okay.
he's looking, he's looking in good shape. Arjun talked about exercising more. I think
Cool.
Hikaru, I don't think he's going to get tired.
I will say one thing.
Nice.
That these players were at Riyadh.
They're
at last
getting-
year's
they're
EWC.
getting,
They know exactly how grueling and demanding this
They're
format
juicing
is, what
maybe.
it takes to get to the top. So, a good idea to work on
Good.
all of that before getting
Chance
here.
then you
And we
need
see
to
a
get
shot
yoked.
castle is what gets Hikaru look up into his classic thinking pose, and he decides to change the route of his bishop. He wants to
Okay, I
get
think
ahead
this
instead.
might be
This
more
is a
exciting.
very anti-Dennis opening. So Hikaru has played in English.
Okay.
With the pawn on the left side on c4. Then he played the king's pawn to e4. Then he played the
Hikaru's
pawns on the
130
outside, like
BPM.
a3 and h3, and he's just
But he has this
he's just
BPM
going
the
for an
entire
equal
game.
where there's no opening path to follow, and then he's going to develop his position. That's because Dennis is one of the best theoreticians in the world in openings. And also
Yeah,
gets clear
see?
positions.
Did
And
you
here
hear
Dennis
that?
has a lot of options.
They are
So I think Hikaru's
theory,
leaving the
they
door
are
open for Dennis
theoreticians.
to maybe do something
Nobody's
wrong.
a practitioner.
Having said that,
No one.
I'm not sure he's going to do anything wrong.
Yeah, they're all
He's got a
theorists.
plan exactly to counter what you just said. You know, he's eyeing that b5 break to get more space, more breathing room for his pieces to come out, so the b pawn ready to move forward. And because of all the pawn moves that Hikaru's made, there is a big gapping hole right there at the center of the board, right? The Black Knight has a beautiful outpost on d4 as well for the rest of the game.
Hikaru just is confused because he doesn't understand why he can't expand or castle. And now Dennis probably has to commit to that.
Good.
Otherwise, your rook move is unbelievably stupid. So now Hikaru does this, and his knight is attacking the pawn. His bishop, he was attacking Dennis's bishop there. And so now what? Does he
What
play
are the
his dark
chances
square
they
bishop
draw
to the
6
right?
games?
Does he move it to the left? Does he try to expand in the center
50-50,
with
but
d3, d4?
that would be cool. Then we
What
have
is Hikaru's
Armageddon.
idea here?
Armageddon is cool formats.
What is Hikaru's idea? And he has to figure out, because the big break has to be around that central pawn
Heart rate
moving
monitoring is
forward.
interesting
The
to
d-pawn
see
is
this.
also a long-term weakness for Hikaru Nakamura in this. But right now, the stronghold on that square lies with Dennis Lazovic. A pawn, knight, and a bishop controlling all of that. Meanwhile, for Dennis, the question will be, where does his own light square bishop come out? Is he going to target
probably did
the
a
b7
pre-game
square, or will it be
agreement to
out to
skip the
e6?
first
Are
two
we going to
games?
see a
Yeah,
potential
maybe.
f5 to
What
try
is
to get some
Armageddon?
play on that right flank by Dennis?
The
What's
person
also
that has
pausing
black
Hikaru here a little bit
has
is I
less
think
time
respect
than
for
the
opponent.
person
The
that
truth
plays
is,
white.
like, when you play a guy like Dennis and you
But
commit
if
to something,
the game ends
even
in
as
a
simple as
draw,
moving my bishop
black
to the left
wins.
or the right side of the board, or repositioning my knight, or going for a pawn break,
That's
you
how the
know
format
that on the
is.
other side is like a mechanic, you know?
Velu, you
And
really should look into a heart rate monitor to be sick. Yeah.
He's clearly preparing to move his f-pawn, but when you play a guy like Dennis, Tanya, you overthink, you know?
Hikaru literally doesn't care about everything you just said.
And
with that
also,
last move. It's not
the
doing
way
it
they
with
decide
marking
who
here.
plays with
Dennis
black,
is stopping the bishop
you as a
move, and then I
player,
move
you
it.
have
I
to
think
bet
Hikaru's maybe
on
gonna
the
expand
time
with
you
the
want to
f-pawn.
play as black. So let's say
I
you
cannot explain that last
you are a
move.
player and you say
Wow,
you want to
what-
play
how-
with 8 minutes.
How do you go with the king?
If
And I
the
thought
other
you were
player
preparing the
bets
f-pawn push, and now you trade. Like,
and
why couldn't
says
the
he
king
wants
go?
to play
Tanya,
with
please
7
explain
minutes
this
and
to me.
50
I don't
seconds,
know.
he gets
I
to
have no
play
idea.
black,
This is
but
some
then he has
super
to start
level
with
chess
7
going
minutes and
on
50
right now. The
seconds.
bishops are off the board, and
This is how
also
it
this king
works.
on h1 could fall under pressure.
So there
once
is a
the Black
gamba
Knight jumps
before
towards the edge
the
of the board, eyeing
game
that
actually
G3
starts,
pawn.
which is
so watch
exciting.
out for those threats. For now, Dennis makes a little move with a big idea.
They
the
bid
queen
for
can
it,
line
yeah.
up as a
It's got
battery with the
pre-gamba.
bishop and start targeting those slightly weak pawns. I have to say that Hikaru's king looks a bit unsafe long term here.
It almost feels like it should have went up 1 square. Okay, he goes knight out
Why
to
would you
h4,
buy a
so
heart
his
rate
rook is
monitor
opened
when
up,
you can
targeting
pay an
Dennis's knight.
artist
The knight is gonna
2K
jump forward
to make
f5.
emotes? Yeah,
He's content
exactly.
keeping the center closed, because he also had the option on the previous move to move the d pawn up one, try to open things up. Visually, I actually really like White's position.
Black's
and then
winning.
I see the computers of Black is a very little bit better, but that doesn't really mean much, right?
Yeah,
I think Dennis should play a very
0.4.
natural move here. Just retreat the knight, stop Hikaru's idea to advance.
Well, I just want to point out one thing, that in chess we often have the concept of pawn islands, right? Hikaru's got 3 of them. You got one on the right
I
flank,
feel
one on the
Lazarek
center, one on
wins.
the
Yeah, I
left
don't know. I
flank. But
feel
look at
like
the
that's
beautiful
the
harmony
first
that
game,
exists
the
in
massive
Dennis's,
blunder.
pawn
I
formation.
think
You got
Hikaru
one
didn't
big
even
island,
realize
it's
that he
everything
blundered
defending each other.
massively.
That just means long term you'll have more
Oh, now
weaknesses to
Hikaru's
fight
winning.
against, to fight
This
for
pawn
in the
push was
position where
bad
your own
according
pawn
to the
structure will
computer.
remain beautiful looking. And look at that. What Dennis is setting up, he took away that
Ah,
F5
he
square
wants
levy
to
you
bring the
highlighted.
rook.
The knight eventually could fall back, and we might even see that F5 break land.
Absolutely.
Oh.
People who are watching this right now must be confused, like, why are the kings just moving up? But this is very normal. In locked positions, it's nice to move your flank and side pawns up a little bit, and then bring the king up a little bit, and you're just improving the position. You're not taking any risk, you're not attacking anything, not weakening
They
anything.
get to analyze the games after
Honestly,
they
I
can
call
shortly,
this- I
yeah.
like to
Because
call
they're
this
playing on
tennis.
chess.com,
Like,
so
you
they just click
you hit the ball
review.
back. Now
and
Dennis
that's
has to
it.
hit the ball somewhere, and then Hikaru has to hit the ball somewhere. I would actually love to watch a tennis match between the two of these. I don't know who would win. Like, where does Dennis move? Where does he go from here?
Where is this being hosted in
It's a
Paris,
good question.
friends?
I'm glad he answers it before I had to. He retreats the knight, and to me this hints at not the f-pawn moving forward, but a potential c-pawn moving up the board if it's allowed towards the center of the board. I also want to point out one other weakness in Hikaru's camp, that a3 pawn, the pawn on the a file. Everyone watching, be on the lookout for that one. It could be a big target that Dennis uses to his advantage.
Okay.
Wow.
The knight goes back to its starting
Well, what does the
square.
knight do?
It's the wrong knight.
Yes, that was the wrong knight. This is like house sitting. The knight
What
from
is
the
this?
left
What does the
side
knight do
went
back
to
there?
house it
Where is he going? Does he wants
for
to push
other
the
knight.
pawn and bring the knight in
this
here?
This is alien level.
Is this guess the ELO territory already?
Oh, absolutely. Like, truly. I mean, clearly, from the opening,
What?
it's very high level, but...
And this is a mistake.
Dennis must be planning a little repositioning here.
Huh.
Maybe c6, and then, like,
Do you
the
like
queen
Paris?
comes up and...
Paris is a beautiful city.
Okay,
It
I can
is,
kinda feel
but
the
it's a bit.
I can
It's
predict
a bit
Dennis's moves
dangerous.
and have
Okay.
no clue why
There's
he's making
actual
them.
military
Well, I like this
with
one. It takes
heavy
away a lot of
machine
squares
gun
from
and
the center, so
everything
great
at
call
the
on that
regular
one,
freaking
Levy.
train
And as you
station
said,
there.
the queen gets out of the way. The rooks are connected
So it's a bit
now.
dangerous,
I'm still
but it's a
expecting
beautiful
Dennis,
city, absolutely
now that
it
the
is.
b5 pawn is defended, to go rook a8 at some point. Think about doubling down on the a file. It feels like a plan. That's just going to ask some questions to Hikaru.
Hikaru's now in a position where he has to transform the game.
Okay.
And this, for a lot of advanced players,
I'm very late.
Is
Did
a
Magnus
difficult
Hikaru
decision.
already playing?
Do I take
This is the first
Dennis's pawn right
semi-final.
now? Do I
Hikaru
push
plays
my pawn?
against
Do I leave my pawn? Because at some point
Lazovic.
Dennis is going to want to
In
take
the
my pawn.
second
Where's
semi-final,
Dennis gonna put
Magnus
his
plays
rooks?
against Alireza
Do I do
Firouzja. It's
nothing?
after this game.
Am I hungry? Like, there are very hard-hitting questions when you play chess. And now Hikaru has a tough... Yeah, see, he doesn't take. But now Dennis can take, Tanya, or Dennis
okay.
can put a rook behind the queen. So Dennis has the flexibility here.
He comes in with
Right.
a threat first. He
Still
does have the
equal.
flexibility.
Man,
He
I
brings
feel
the
like
other
something's
rooks, like you
brewing
mentioned.
here.
And I'm just looking at these
Something's
two players.
brewing.
Now Hikaru carries the rating. He carries the expectation. He carries the experience. And I think the pressure firmly lies on him to make it to the finals. For Dennis Lazovic, it's already been a fantastic show here, right? He took down Jan Nepomniachtchi. He won his semi-finals match as well against
Come on.
Norbek Abdusattorov. And now playing against Hikaru. It's already been a big statement by Dennis. With the pressure on Hikaru, Dennis playing with the freedom, that makes him a dangerous, dangerous opponent.
Absolutely. I would argue there's only pressure on 3 people, and it's Magnus, Alireza, and Hikaru. And it's not even really fully on Alireza, but he was second place here last year. He's been a runner-up in a couple of Speeches Championships.
All
so
right.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Dennis has a little bit of
okay.
a free roll.
Oh!
He does a little knight shift
This
around
was his
here.
plan.
Still inexplicable to me. I think both guys
No
are
clue.
basically just at an
There is
impasse.
not a million.
That's it.
In a million years, I
We are
would
at
play
what
something like
we
this.
like to refer to in chess commentary as a quagmire. Nobody has ever made any progress.
You know what I want is for you to show us the knight
What
dance that we
happened?
just
You
witnessed.
brought
The
a knight
black
back.
from B8
Yep.
going to
But now
C6.
Black's winning.
Absolutely. So if we
Plus
just
1.
back
He
up
has a
here
good
on
move
the
now.
board,
Come on, you can
couple
find
of
it.
moves ago, Dennis had this nice position.
Wait, can he
brought
bring the
this
knight on here
all the way
and
back,
attack this pawn? Maybe.
Then repositioned and replaced it with that knight. So that knight has been
This is
here
the wrong
and
move.
here. And let's not forget, that's
still
from
good.
there. So these are all the
still
squares
good
that
move.
it's gone
Wow.
to. It's now playing as the other knight, and that knight has only gone there and then repositioned
Uh-oh, Hikaru
backwards.
knows he's
And
in
this
trouble.
is a hard-hitting commentary when the position is super locked. Apparently, Hikaru's position is not particularly good. We will see, Tanya, if somebody tries to make a break and go for it.
Wait,
Now,
is this
again,
pawn
we
push
have been
not
saying,
coming?
We think
because
Dennis
it's
is
only
looking
protected
in good
twice,
shape.
and Hikaru
This
has
is so
3
smart, right?
pieces
It's a waiting
here.
game. You just simply keep
Maybe
the
this
tension
was
on
to
the board.
prepare
And
this
is
pawn
one of the
push, I don't
superpowers
know.
that Dennis has. He's not thinking about the trades. He's not bringing in the breaks. He's just shuffling around his pieces, testing Hikaru. It's only when the clocks
Oh,
will
he can
go
bring the
low
bishop
that
on
we're gonna
here,
see
maybe.
this position explode,
Oh,
because not
that's
so
also a
much is out
good
of the board.
move.
Only a set of
No,
minor
yes, a
pieces
crazy
and
good bishop.
a set of
But the
pawns
bishop
have
can
been
be
traded
kicked
off.
out from the
We
knight.
might-
I
you're
mean, I
absolutely
don't
right,
know
and
what
we are
this
about
does.
to see. Hikaru's going to move his rook. He's not going to lose his rook. And this move, I think, is coming and is the final form of the Denis Lazovic repositioning. If he goes here and then here, and all of this opens up,
Okay.
this is not going to be a draw.
I want to say,
All right.
Levy, you saw this coming.
I mean,
about
Lazovic
yesterday
is
when
at
you were talking
+1.
about the King H1 shift that Hikaru just made, which you said
do
surprised you a
it.
lot, and that might be something that Hikaru will have to take care of very soon if we do see that knight jump right now.
And
But
if this happens, I think he has to just retreat. I don't think he can allow. And there it
Ooh,
is.
it's on the board.
Okay, within a second.
Wow,
and then
he's
this
super
is obviously
winning.
what we want. How about this for a disgusting move? You just live in the opponent's position. This is like a tapeworm. Like you just like live in the stomach and nobody can get you out.
Cool.
And it's
Wow,
there.
cool move.
How do you get this bishop out?
This has blown my mind. Everything that Denis Lazovic has done over the last 15 months
Wait, you don't
suddenly
get the
makes sense.
bishop
All
out
the
there.
minor pieces
There is
after
no
that
way to remove the
nightmare
bishop.
that happened on the board are targeting, including the two
Not even
majors
with one
highlighted
knight
there,
move, you
on
can't.
that E4 pawn. You can never kick that knight out. H4 will be met by a knight G4 check.
Now he has to
forking
move
the king
twice
and
for
the
that
rook.
stupid bishop.
The two knights landing on G5, F6 has been genius by Denis.
Yeah, completely incredible. And Nightmare was amazing. To say that this was a nightmare is, that was.
But if he takes that pawn, this
these
is
two
a
pawns are
triple
delicate.
protected.
They were brought out there by Hikaru, but they are standing scared. If you ever capture, you leave doubled isolated pawns in the middle of the board. Please don't try this at home. And if you push, you're probably going to lose something in the long run anyway. Plus, you're going to open
4
up the
minutes
entire
left.
C-file for the opponent. Denis has a very big moment here. This is what we like to call the critical moment of the game. He has played every possible improving move. There is no further way to improve the pieces. Can he make a breakthrough?
Big question.
Man, this
Big
would be so
moment right
interesting
now
to see what the
figure that
computer
out.
wants to
Denis
play
is
now.
reaching the 4-minute mark, and he takes a committal decision.
And that was the best move.
Wow.
Denis Lazovic, the queen rotation, and Hikaru does not have a way to defend the pawn.
Wow.
It's an X-ray through the pawn to the rook, not a single
And look
piece.
at Hikaru, he realizes it.
Yep.
There's no good move to save that pawn.
You can go here, but I'm just going to take it. Not to mention when that move happens, this is unprotected. If
Okay.
these pawns fall, it's just a matter of time before the entire white position disintegrates.
Whoa, Lazovic, brother.
Denis
Maybe he's
Lazovic
doing it.
Choosing that moment, Levy, to trade and
Man, he
put
plays a
pressure
good
when
move.
Hikaru's
He's got some
defenseless.
chess commentating, it is.
Tanya,
Yes.
the best move in the position.
Yeah.
Well, if Hikaru has watched my videos, he will find it. But let's there
Wait,
might
what?
be some opportunities
Sacrificing
here
a
to
rook?
complicate things. This is an incredibly dangerous moment here for White. And Hikaru,
There is no
he's
way
got
that
3 minutes,
sacrificing
Denis
this
at
rook
4.
is the
Actually,
only move.
Hikaru's heart rate has been the same. But Denis
Because
is now
this is what he
feeling
wants
that
to
he's
say,
at
no
130
sacrificing
now
the
for
rook.
Denis. He's feeling it. Hikaru is beside himself.
He can't believe it. That center pawn, an absolute key pawn in the position, is about to fall. Hikaru needs to find a way to fight for compensation, to hit, well, the chaos button somewhere right now. And just exactly because of what you said, I think I have an idea where your head's at. What is the best move for Hikaru? If that happens, the floor is yours.
I mean,
you will take it away.
We've got to. Sometimes there is a
I
difference
think it's
in
the
defending in
rook.
chess.
The rook
Passive and
sacrifice.
active.
This is what Gotham wanted
If you
to do,
play
no?
passively here, it's over. But again, it could be a shock to the system. You don't react the best way. We will see. It's 1.5 minutes now.
Oh, he's down 1.5 minutes, brother. Let's do it.
Can Hikaru save it?
What's
That's
his move?
the big question. And Levy, we've got our analysis board right here. Show us what have you got? How does Hikaru keep his counterplay here?
Yeah, so here's the thing.
Gotta do your thing.
If you develop here with the knight,
Okay.
it's not going to work because this is weak. You can maybe retreat.
All right.
And if the queen captures, at least your rook is protected.
Okay.
Then you have to go knight to b3. You're almost solving the position like a Rubik's Cube in some ways. Then you could maybe play something else. You have to set a trap. If the queen takes, you push somehow and something like this.
Yeah, but they don't have enough
Or
time
you
to
could
calculate
just send
this.
it. You know what I mean? You could just send it. And
Okay.
he plays passively. And that's the thing.
Oh.
Like, it's easy for us because we see the answers. But he goes for this line. He's playing it like a little bit of a Rubik's Cube. He's going to kind of reposition. Queen is
Okay.
going to defend everything else. But he could have went for it. But Tanya,
Yeah, I know
this is
what.
really
He's
looking
now
really bad for
down
Hikaru.
3
Rook takes, that was
points.
a very difficult decision.
He's squeezing the attack, and now what? Okay, goes back.
Human move, but now he's just down a pawn. Dennis has an extra pawn, a very healthy one with the black pieces. Hikaru coming in with an attack.
I think he can take the central pawn even.
Simply defend it with one of your rooks moving it behind.
Let's attack 5 times, bro. That's gone, that
I was
pawn.
just about to say, now, Hikaru didn't find that because he hasn't watched enough Gotham content. But Dennis, you don't have to defend that pawn. You could, of course, move the rook and protect it, but if he moves the knight to the outskirts of the board, and you best believe he sees that, that G3 pawn, like, there's almost no way to defend it.
And that looks like a scary pawn
he wants to bring the knight on this square so the queen can attack this pawn.
Does, just consolidates his position before going for that killer blow.
Wow, he protects his pawn. Okay, he plays it safe. I mean, he knows he's super winning. He knows it.
Is that if the black knight was to jump there, Hikaru will have the option to trade the queens lined up against that black king on the long diagonal.
Man, Lazovic is winning +3. I mean, he sees that knight move on h5. He sees it.
Dennis convert this into a full point.
This is absolutely peak Dennis chess right here. Just a grinding game, repositioning his pieces and maximizing
down in time like Felu. Yeah.
Of impact when it lands. And he's
you know what? This also could move.
The queens. But Tanya, the pawn on e4 is still swarmed by 5
Okay, he
pieces.
attacks the bishop now.
Have you ever seen 5 pieces pointing at the same pawn?
But he can take that. But then he gets pinned.
But
they stop. No, he can take the pawn in the center. I mean, who cares? No, I think.
What a move by Dennis. If he would have moved his
knight,
it would have been the queen. But instead, he wanted to go h4, and we see another pawn fall off the board right now. That's 2 extra pawns, but the queens come off the board, and Hikaru, one of the best defenders in the world, will try and save this one.
I have said this before, and I will say it again. If Hikaru saves this, it's just not fair. Like, it really just makes no sense. Because whatever Dennis takes back with now, it's just 2 healthy pawns. And a time advantage. Tanya, why is he not moving? They give Hikaru more confidence, when they don't move. But yeah, just amazing. Hikaru's a minute and 20. How is he going to save this
he lost
game?
a little bit of advantage. 1.7 according to the computer.
Okay.
I mean, they will not make perfect moves here, obviously. 1 minute on the clock. This is not going to happen.
The
but
pawn on d6 under attack. A pin on the c file. I will say one thing. The bar is deceptive here. This is not over, especially when you're facing
No,
Hikaru
of course it's not over.
That's it. That's really it. Because if you're facing me,
can he push this pawn? Then he has a passed pawn, but then he can push the a pawn. If he pushes this pawn, I think this pawn push is coming, and then what?
Advantage on the clock. And if this gets to a minute, I said it earlier. Hikaru hasn't been great in the time scrambles, Tanya. But it's the best chance he's going to get.
He can win a pawn.
But Levy, he's about to lose one of the 2 pawns right now. Now it's just a single pawn deficit. And that bishop on g2 is on a beautiful diagonal with clear targets on the left flank as well. Dennis's pawns are on the light squares.
Yes, but Hikaru's heart rate has spiked for the first time in 9 minutes.
140.
Under a minute.
Both of them. 1 minute left.
He's going for a rook trade, but he doesn't like that. He does not like that move, and I don't think that was good, Tanya.
And Dennis reroutes his knight. He knows that it belongs on the queen side. He has to assist that c-pawn. The knight about to hit the white rook. The c-pawn about to march up the board.
The knight jump. Yeah, see that move, and then the pawn's falling. But he has another one.
But that's it, yeah.
Okay.
He's going to push the rook out, and he's probably going to take, and Dennis is going to get the pawn on the outskirts of the board.
And now what? He's at +5.
And very likely to win that bishop. The white king completely offside to come and defend that left flank, but it's Dennis who's getting the assist.
40 seconds. He pushes.
From his own king.
He goes back. Wow, he wants another pawn. He ran into a
Dennis
fork.
has to be a little accurate here. He's gonna. The king can't even come closer because there would be a fork.
A trade of the bishop and a knight is game over on the spot. A king pawn ending, and that is it. It's 2 extra pawns for Dennis. Hikaru almost looks like he's about to hit the resign button.
He is, and this is losing. If white walks over to win that pawn, Dennis will go to the right side of the board with his king and his knight. Hikaru is just unhappy with himself, but he's going to win.
He cannot protect the pawn because he's 3-1.
And that's it, Tanya. Dennis Lazovic is about to take the lead in the semifinals.
It's over. He takes that now with check and down chow.
Again, 2 pawn deficit on the right flank.
Can he do it?
Seconds for Hikaru Nakamura.
No.
The pawns are coming. The black
Even
king
Hikaru is not saving this, bro. Yeah, bye.
And that's it.
Wow, good win, man.
Takes the lead against Hikaru Nakamura. What a win
Lazovic.
with the black pieces.
Just such a typical Dennis Lazovic win. That was a very, very nice performance. He can be very happy with himself.
Yeah, for real, bro.
Lead.
It's unbelievable. Levy, we were not able to make sense of all those maneuvers, the piece shuffling that we saw in the middle game. He got his knight from one side of the board to the other side of the board, jumped around with it for about 10
I hope the
moves,
next games are all like that.
Suddenly it all made sense. Everything that Dennis had foreseen.
Dennis Lazovic has maybe not lost more than a game here in Paris. He doesn't lose much. That's just the thing about him.
Next gamba, guys.
Explain to me, how do you...
Next game will
Hikaru's
start in 2
asking the same
minutes.
question
I know,
right now.
like, it's crazy.
And we see
Get your
Parham
predictions
in the
in.
crowd as he's watching the match as well, right there on the front seat. It's a packed house, and you love to see it, Levy. Chess played in front
Great
of a
game,
live
yeah.
audience.
Hikaru washed.
You know, the crowd
I mean,
cheering.
I don't
It's
know.
Team Falcons
There's lots of
versus
guys seems to be a good
AGL.
player.
The championship race is on. So much rides on this matchup. One player will make it to the final.
Dennis
And
is
again, I
19,
want
just
to
like
say this,
Felu. Yeah,
that
exactly.
It wasn't just winning the game. It's not the scoreline. It's the quality of play that we saw from Dennis Laswick that makes him so incredibly dangerous.
Both of those players spent about 10 to 12 moves moving their pieces around.
Allez, les
And-
Prince
Oh, yes,
What is it?
Ale.
Prince
Yes,
Ali.
we see the crowd there. He's not on the stage yet, but he will be. And let me tell you, it's a very difficult pairing.
yeah,
Okay,
they're all
nobody's
rooting
easy
for
in the
Ali
Final
Reza
Four,
because he's
but Ali Reza Magnus, we've gotten
French.
used to seeing over the last few years. Since
Obviously.
2024 in Paris, that was
Feli,
also
why
in
are not
Paris, that
playing
was
in this?
not
Because,
Ali
bro,
Reza's
I'm
best,
not
but then,
like
you know, you kind of work your way
traveling
into it,
there,
and
booking
as
a
we see in tennis
hotel
now, you know,
room,
players like Sinner and
and now I
Alcaraz,
have
like,
to
they
figure
are
out
excited to
where
be
to
Novak Djokovic.
eat,
Maybe
and
at
this
some point
is
they
just all
weren't,
too much work,
but now
you
they
know?
are. And so, I mean, what can
Yeah,
I say?
I
Dennis
said
Laslovic
them
is
at
just
home.
so incredibly
He's prepping
strong.
for Paris
But
Fashion Week. Yeah, I
some
go
of
to
the
Fashion
audience
Week.
members are
They invited me as a
equal
model,
strength.
you know, for
What a
Fashion Week.
balance. What a strength we're seeing. And like you said, the King versus the Prince is coming up later. Magnus taking on Ali Reza. That was the finals from Riyadh at the Esports World Cup right there. It will be the semi-finals this time, but right now, I don't think anyone would have predicted this at the start of the match. That we're going to go down, start of the game 4, and it will be Dennis Lazovic in the lead, taking a win with the black pieces, starting his next game with white.
Let me see what's
All right,
going on.
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know if I would have predicted that. But you can't tell me seeing 91% for Hikaru was not like, who made that? Was that just like a random person in production that
You
just put
better
it
than
together? I just
Hikaru.
put 2 numbers on the screen.
They
It
were
doesn't
going
matter.
to pay for it all and hand you
Whoever
travel.
did is
What's your
definitely
excuse
regretting
now?
that decision right now. I mean, that 9%
I still have to
has gone up
travel,
to
no?
what, Levy?
Yeah.
I mean, he's the favorite now. Like, what am I supposed to say? Probably like 55 or something along those lines, maybe 60. Guys,
Well, do you think I
you
can
don't
beat
just
him
beat Hikaru over the course of 4 hours and not get more respect than that.
You know, I want to hit on that a little bit because the fact that even after a win, you gave a very conservative 55-60 to Dennis, it's only because he's facing the absolute
Yeah,
best.
prize money is
the
not worth
speed
it.
chess king, Hikaru Nakamura, and we know what he's capable of, the comebacks that we've seen him make.
There's only maybe 2 or 3 players I would list better than Dennis right now in a speed online format. The esports style format, this type of format. I don't know if this was played in physical, how much that changes things, but on a computer, in front of a crowd, with the headphones, with the pressure, with the spotlight, this is it. Dennis is amongst the field of players, the only ones that I would list who are maybe a little bit better than him.
And it
For
was
those new
this
people
game
here, Felu
right
coaches
here
and
as we
advises
relive the
several
big
players in
moments.
this
And it
tournament.
started
Yeah,
really
exactly.
slow, Levy. You know,
I'm an
we saw
advisor.
the Pawns move ahead, a very cagey position. The first
They
trade
have this girl
happened,
commenting
then we didn't
everything,
see a trade
candidates
for
in
a
tournaments.
while
Yeah,
after the
she's
bishops went off the
everywhere.
board.
She is.
And notice how Dennis
But she's
just did
a
a dance from left
can you
side
say
to the right side,
sympathetic
repositioned
woman?
itself, and it all aimed at that
I
central
feel like she has
E4
passion.
pawn. And
You
suddenly
can
the
hear
queen,
it.
rook, the 2 knights, the bishop, looking at it, and it's the other pawn that falls. It's like Dennis just
Who is Dennis?
saw all
Here,
of this,
this is
looked
Dennis.
ahead in the future,
His
and
name
realized
Dennis
it about
Lazovic.
10 moves ago.
I love how we
Never
said,
heard of him?
"Oh,
Yeah, I
it's
have no
quite
clue as well."
complicated, it's not over, and like 3 moves later it was over, and this is the Dennis Lazovic effect. This is the truth. I'm actually a little bit sad.
This
we
guy
don't
is
get to
19.
see- well, of course we might, but we haven't seen it yet. Magnus versus Dennis. We keep seeing Hikaru Dennis. I want to see the matchup of the guys that have very similar styles, you know, but
Who knows, you know, be careful what you wish for. Let's see what gets granted today. Now, Lavi, I want to ask him, you know, the players have a
Dennis
couple
the
of
Menace.
seconds off, a couple of minutes off before they go into game 4. If you're in Hikaru's
Yeah, bro, he will
corner,
come
know
back.
you're
I
a bit
think
of
that
a
our
boxer
boy
yourself. What are you telling
Hikaru,
Hikaru
now
going
comeback
into game
time.
4?
that is a very disrespectful thing to say. To,
All right,
to
guys.
actual boxers.
I ready. Wait,
did a
did we
little
start
bit
the
in a
gamba? We
local
did,
gym,
no?
and the second they started actually hitting me, and I wasn't hitting
We
back,
did.
I stopped.
Humble.
But I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I have no clue what to say when it comes to defeating Dennis in a match, because he has a complete antithesis style to mine. Hikaru's just gonna have to have 1 or 2 moments in the next couple of games and
what is
take them,
this?
and he has to be really careful in the remaneuvers. When the pieces are being shuffled around left to right, he just can't fall asleep at the wheel because Dennis will pounce. And that is what has hurt him. Maybe go for a more open game. Less maneuvers, like maybe go for a more
bro,
forcing
what's
line,
the
like play a
stock market
scotch.
doing?
Just something
Guys,
a
stock
little
market's
bit more
going
open
down.
with
I don't
slightly
like it.
clearer plans, something with the Sicilian that could maybe open up the game a little bit. But if Dennis just keeps playing Queen's Pawn, I mean,
Can you
you
do
can't
doping
take
in
huge risk
chess?
against Dennis. Like, you can't play a gambit. You
I
can't
guess,
play the Dutch defense.
you know,
He's gonna
you
make
can
you
take
really
something that lets
suffer.
you focus better.
Hikaru Nakamura perhaps needs to go back to his earlier days, his earlier style
He's on
of
tilt?
chess.
No.
The house
Bro,
will
he's
go on
40
fire
years
because
old.
against
You know how many
Dennis,
times he lost
the
the game and need
strategic
to come
approach,
back?
The positional
Yeah,
approach so far
experience.
hasn't
They
worked
don't
at all.
tilt.
2 solid
I'm
draws.
confused by the
One
headsets. Noise
opportunity at a
cancelling, but the
maneuvering
players
win,
have earbuds
and he did
underneath.
just that, Dennis Lazovic.
What's up with the microphones and the
Can
headset?
Hikaru get his
The
kind of positions?
earbuds are for
I
the
think Hikaru also
PC
splashed
music.
some water in his face on the break.
You
I
know,
think he just,
it's
he's
for the
just trying to
PC
wake himself
sounds.
up.
They
No,
most
no,
likely
definitely
either
not. No.
listen
Dennis
to
is making
music
him sweat
or
on the board.
they
He
listen to the
absolutely is,
sounds of the
but,
chess
but I think
pieces.
Hikaru
You know,
splashed
the
some water. Was
moves.
like, come on,
Tick,
wake
tick,
up, wake up.
or
You're
the
just, you're
checks,
playing a
the
little
check
too slow.
sounds.
You're not playing with the good
And
energy.
the overhead things are
And
for
now we have
the
another queen spawn,
noise
of course.
cancelling.
Hikaru's not going to play to win with black. He's not going to play to win with black.
But do you have enough time for that strategy, or do you just maximize your chance every game? It is a Queen's Gambit decline to start with.
Extra silence,
by
maybe.
Hikaru Nakamura. Dennis Lazovic sticking to his pet Queen spawn opening.
Now, don't ask me why
And
they
will
just don't
Hikaru
use the
rely on
over
the
ears
next
for
white, or
both.
will he try to
But I
push
have no
for
clue
more
what's the deal
with
with
the
that.
black
Maybe
pieces in
this
this
is
one?
like
The knight
extra,
comes out
extra
for Dennis.
cancelling.
He's getting ready to castle next. But first, he needs to get the bishop back.
In the game that Hikaru beat Dennis, we
need to get you headphones like that. Why? What's wrong with my headphones? Look at these headphones.
A
They're
similar
sick.
position.
Look at this.
He dropped the
This
knight
is,
in the middle, just like this against Dennis.
like
and
noise
at some point,
cancelling
Dennis took it
2.0.
with his bishop, transformed the game poorly, and just gave Hikaru huge chances, which is very uncharacteristic. If Dennis just gets a game where he doesn't have to transform the game at all, Hikaru's in for a rough time. Not because he's going to lose, but he's not going to be able to create some chances.
Well, my headphones, I bought them for $15, I think, on Amazon.
Has been that even on the clock, Dennis has been spectacular.
Yeah, I had $15 headphones, and my microphone was like, I think, $300 or something.
Hikaru Nakamura. We see a trade right now, and Dennis capturing towards the center. Now that d4 pawn is consolidated, he can think about going castle on the right flank. What Hikaru's setting up is a potential rook landing on the c7 square, eyeing the white queen.
Man, I had a burger earlier. Smash burger was pretty good.
Yeah. But he does pause.
After the gym?
I don't know. I think maybe he's going to come up with something even smarter. Maybe he's going to reposition his queen and bishop somehow. I don't know why he's not castling faster.
We're playing chess
maybe
later? I don't think
Hikaru
so.
Actually gets
I don't know.
somewhere
We'll
by
see.
pushing his pawn forward and attacking the bishop, but that's such a committal move, and I don't like it at all. But maybe Dennis wants to avoid it.
If Shah Castle, what is going
I don't
on
get
in
hype for
Dennis's
smash
mind is what
burgers. I mean,
happens
neither.
if
Sometimes
Hikaru
they're
pushes
good.
that white bishop with c4
Sometimes I
next,
like them,
and
but
he
it's
does
not that
I think
I
was
go
exactly
crazy.
on his mind.
But
So
in
spot
Germany,
on
we
Levy
had a
right there. He
massive
wants the
hype
bishop
for
on this
smash
diagonal.
burgers the
He
last
wants
couple
a
of years.
retreating
I don't know
square
where
on
this is
c2.
coming from.
That's why he moved the queen away first, making sure that c4 is met by the bishop retreat.
I don't think Hikaru would have
Your chess is more entertaining, not
like
gonna
the
lie.
bishop
Yeah,
would have
but
been
I'm the
targeting
goat
there,
of
and he
streaming,
would have
obviously.
repositioned. But again, we trust in Dennis. It's not like that move was a mistake. It was just kind of a cosmetic choice. And now Hikaru has a very tough decision. Does he move his
came
knight
from America,
and where?
yeah,
Does
I
he
know.
move his
It
bishop
came
and
from,
where?
I think, New York
Does he put
City.
that rook 2 squares over to the left, the one that can move?
I hate that famous.
target
I
the
had
pawn
that
on
famous
c5.
New York City burger when I was there.
Well, I'll tell you one
3
thing.
years
For
ago when
Hikaru,
it
it
was.
might look like the normal approach with the knight development is the c6 square, but that knight really belongs next
Is
to the
this
king. You want
pre-recorded?
it on the
No, it's
f6
live.
square. So the route you're looking at is
Why
place it
isn't
in front of
Hikaru
the queen,
castling?
then
Because
land on
Hikaru
f6,
is
also
like, you know,
eyeballing that e4 spot at the
he's
center
like
of the
me.
board.
The king comes
so Hikaru
outside,
just weighing the
fights.
pros and cons. Does he bring it
Yeah,
out
you don't
in
go
one
into a
move,
castle.
or does he take the longer route? Does he bring the bishop out before the knight comes out? Not easy choices. While Dennis is ready to go shot castle and bring his rook to the open b file.
This is so much time spent in a position where you can kind of almost do anything, it feels like, but both guys very, very careful. Hikaru again
Why doesn't
is
Hikaru?
pausing
I don't
because
know. I
he
don't know
knows
why they don't
the
just play the best
ramifications
moves.
that come up if you choose a bad setup against Dennis. The good news is it's not, he can't really mess anything up yet. Like, okay, that move is a little
Who's
passive,
white?
obviously. It
Lazovic
looks
is
like it
white.
blocks the bishop.
Hikaru plays with
He's
black.
heading to f6.
Yeah, exactly.
We spoke about this, that's where this knight belongs in these positions. Levy, you're eyeing that e4 square. You want it closer to the king, so Hikaru takes the longer route. And as you earlier said, getting that castle in. The white rook heading towards the b line. The a pawn might move forward. I want to say that Dennis has got reasons to
See
be
their
pleased out of this
shirts?
opening. He's up
Yeah,
in
but
the
that's
match.
only true
Many
every
pieces are
second
off
game,
the board.
sir.
There's no big
Yeah,
weakness
they're
just
not
yet.
changing their shirts before they play
Good
a game
outcome.
to let you know
Absolutely.
what pieces they have.
That move is played to support the pawn. pawn and also open up the path for the light squared bishop. And now I think Dennis in one...
Hikaru has a better hairline than you?
Yeah,
he has.
It's a very normal idea. He has that pawn on the left side of the board that's not doing much. But once you push it forward...
There it is.
Yep, this is very, very Dennis-like. I shouldn't play any chess. I should play guess the Dennis move. That's the way I can get my next title. I mean,
you'd be a GM in that.
He makes it so easy, right? And then he's going to bring his F rook all the way, and then he's just going to keep advancing. And again, he just has a slightly more pleasant position.
Yeah, maybe.
And that is like all he needs in life.
A pleasant position and a little more time on the clock. And he's got both right now. And a clear plan as well. He does exactly as you said. You're a 2,900 player levy at guessing Dennis's.
I'm 2,900 when Dennis is making the moves. Yeah.
Right,
exactly.
good move.
Right now. And does he go for that A5 break, or does he just think, you know what, I just need to keep things under control. Why should I take the fight to Hikaru? Plays it slow. I just feel that Dennis is always delaying that. When it's not necessary, why go for it?
I was going to say, I think he's going to trade the bishop. Because if
now
Black
what?
had taken, he could take with the pawn. He could also
Okay,
maybe
chill,
take with the rook
you know,
and then
chill
try to
start.
push his a-pawn through. But, you know, Hikaru's
fine.
meeting him right there, and Dennis maybe slides the queen over. He might play a waiting move like pawn up to h3, just a simple
Hikaru needs to
improving
make
move.
space.
Or he's going to maneuver the queen over to the left side or try to push.
Why?
But it's a very chill position.
It's a very chill position, especially because so many of the minors are off the board. Very often for Black here to create chances, you want your dark squared bishop. You want the knight on the right side to be able to target the white king. Notice how all of Dennis's pieces on the left flank, the king empty, but nothing's getting to it. The queen is eyeing the h2 square, but no assist on the board.
Oh
so it's
my
all
God.
play
Last
on
game
the
we
left
didn't have
flank,
this
and
at
clearly
all.
It's Dennis with a better piece activity there. I'm still expecting him to break with a5, either now or after the bishop
We need
trade.
a hard
That
mark on
minority
failure
attack
if
is
they
just
play
so tempting.
shirtless.
I still think in the long run here, Dennis will have all the chances, right? Because when you think about the whole left side of the board clearing out,
Bro, what are you
you
thinking
can kind
about?
Of see, and he goes for it.
Okay, now
you
he's,
kind of see
he's
that
pushing
Dennis's
the pawn,
structure
but it's
is
equal.
more like it's dropped back toward his own king and his own side, and those pawns are hard
These
to target.
games make me
Whereas if you
realize how
weaken
good Magnus
Hikaru's
actually
centered
is.
Pawns, then your rook
Why?
can just eat them like Pac-Man. You just bring up the rooks and you just eat across. Whereas, like, aside from Dennis's C pawn, how do you attack anything? Now, objectively speaking, of course it's equal. But
What is this
it's always
obsession with
equal when you
chat
play
wanting
Dennis,
Felu to
and
play
then you make a
shirtless?
mistake.
I don't know where this came from.
But Dennis is on the right side of this equality. With that last move, he's actually threatening a trade on the pawn. Notice the pin along the A file. So Hikaru won't be able to recapture towards the center, which will leave him with a weakness. And that has to be something that's on his mind. So he does trade first. Again, pawn takes pawn is a threat. He hits the white rook. The rook will retreat.
Okay.
Literally anywhere, by the way.
It would be hot,
Probably
yeah.
not to B1. I mean, maybe he considers doubling to either B3 or B2, but yeah, even B1, right? All good.
You could choose any square right
Bro,
now.
can
You'd
you
still
make
have
now?
the threat of going pawn takes pawn to create a
It's
weakness
great.
on that
We saw
left
now
flank,
the glasses
A
of the
file.
player, the
Hikaru
headphones.
won't be
It's
able to
good. Like, can
recapture
you
with the
now
rook on
again?
A-pin,
You know,
expecting Hikaru to solve that problem.
reopen
You
the
could
board.
either
It would
move
be
the
actually
rook
cool.
away,
Yeah, thank you.
push the B pawn. If you want to be aggressive, you're trailing the match. Are you looking at a move like B5 here? If you're Hikaru,
You can get a woman
Yeah, certainly.
DMing you from a
then
shirtless
Dennis
string.
might
Yeah, exactly.
take
This is
your
how it
pawn.
works. You
Because
just
then
are
you don't have to take
shirtless,
back
and then
with the
women
pawn.
will start
Well, I know
DMing you.
Dennis
This
can-
is
I mean,
how
he
it
can
works
just
in
chop
real
everything
life.
down.
Yeah,
Pawn
guys.
takes pawn,
Yeah.
pawn takes pawn. He obviously has to be a little careful how he does it. He doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, this is how it
major
works.
moment. Okay, he.
of course, you know what he's going to do.
Right?
He's not going to take this pawn. Pawn takes pawn here for
Bro,
white.
Hikaru needs to win. What are you doing? You cannot just chill. You are down
I
a
like
point.
it. There are open. It is Denis Lazovic who's fighting for both of them right now. It looks like he's going to capture the A line, the only open file in the position. He also has a clear target on that B6 pawn, tying down the black queen and the knight.
Can Hikaru see
currently.
the reflection in Dennis's glass? Yeah, I
For
can.
Hikaru, not so easy to find moves. It feels like the pieces are maximized. You can't move the knight away. You know, if you move the queen, you're allowing the white queen to infiltrate on the B5 square as well. Easier to play with white.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Thank-
Not a pleasant one.
I mean,
All
this
right,
is-
there's a nice Hikaru trade. He's
Okay.
threatening. Well, he's not threatening. He's kind of sending the game into something where. Well, I predicted that move 15 moves ago, but fine. Dennis.
We need
keeping
chess
the tension there
analysis.
between
Yeah,
the rooks.
nothing's happening.
Hikaru's
This
sort
is
of
just a
threatening
draw.
us
What do you
with
want
a
me to
nap
analyze?
here in the middle of the day?
Hikaru needs a bit of a
Again,
player
another
with low
game.
risk.
This one though, there's not too much. Very similar to game one.
But that would just leave Hikaru with
Whoa.
2 more games to fight back. And what he
Okay.
wants right now is a fight. Because if white was to trade on Hikaru's terms, he gets an outside passer. Pawn
Huh.
takes rook would mean something to play for.
Tell us the
for
theory.
black
Yeah, I
pieces
will.
there. That A-pawn, very dangerous.
Where's
I'm
the A pawn?
expecting
Wait,
Dennis
what?
to
There is no
either
A pawn. What's it? If she takes the
go
rook.
sideways with the rook. Or maybe a pawn takes pawn.
Shout out Robert Hess. He calls these collinear moves. A move where 2 pieces stare at each other and you move, but you don't take. You have to put it where it's protected,
Huh.
hopefully. And the transformation here would be good for black. giving him an outside pass pawn, as you said. Taking here rook takes rook is a very
Okay, he takes the
poor
pawn.
decision.
Good.
It's important for folks to
Maybe
know
we get
that
some
it's
action
he
now.
takes like this instead. Now, if the pawn takes Tanya, he would be losing a rook. And I don't think that's going to happen.
I think Hikaru will spot that one, Levy. So instead
I mean,
of
when he
that, I
takes
am
with the
expecting
pawn,
him to either
with
trade
the
the rook
knight.
and then capture towards the center just to get the pawns connected, or he'll have to play with a weakness in b6 for the rest of the game. One thing's clear, that Dennis has no danger in this position. This very
Yeah, he doesn't
unlikely
have
to
to
be the
win.
game where
Hikaru has to take a
equalizes the
risk.
score.
Dennis
Slowly
hasn't been
but
in
surely.
danger since he showed up to the venue.
Today morning.
Yeah. And, you know, maybe he could have tripped while walking. That was the most danger that he had.
I don't know if Dennis has been in danger since he showed up in Paris. I mean, he's just been a giant slayer.
No, he's incredible. Very, very tough to beat somebody like
You
this.
could be able
You
to see
kinda
the
have to
mouse
send him
cursor
into a
and what
time
Dennis has
scramble
planned.
situation
Yeah,
with pressure.
exactly.
And that's exactly what happened. I want to point out, it was Hikaru
While the
versus
players
Dennis
can bigger
in the
than the
group stages,
board,
and Hikaru did beat Dennis,
It's
but it
because
was
the production
only
of this tournament, I think they
Dennis
have no
getting
idea what they're
flagged in a
doing.
king and rook versus king and rook, making a
Unfortunately.
blunder at the last moment, having 7 seconds on the clock. Position, game, super well handled. Hikaru wasn't really better.
He was putting some pressure. He was
Okay.
It was like it was almost assisted
How is he taking
in some
this?
way. Hikaru could have won that.
Bro, he's
more
down 1.5
convincingly than
minutes.
he did,
Why
and then he was
does it
just like,
take
"Alright,
so
king and
long
rook
to
versus
take
king
a
and rook, like,
pawn?
let's go. And hey, shout out to young Krzysztof Duda, who didn't do that against Nihal Sarin. But here you have to do something like that. We're feeling the dead air because Hikaru's he's not taking back, and he can take with anything. You know what he's thinking? He doesn't want to trade rooks.
But if he doesn't want to trade rooks, the only way to do that would be to hit the white queen, and that's not possible. A move like rook to b5 lining up against the white queen would
You can
end up
overlay
in
the
perhaps
actual
a
board
check
over
on
the
back
stream
rank, on
via
the home rank.
chess.com, but
The
I
queen
think
would
it's
be
not.
deflected. You can't move the king up because
It has a
the white
delay.
king gives a check. So in the end, even if an unhappy decision, Hikaru does trade, picks
Okay.
up the pawn with the knight.
I
The
know
black
it's
knight headed towards
completely
the
equal.
central e4 square.
Oh!
But first, Hikaru lines up the queen, and he's not happy with that decision. It's a blunder.
Oh
It's a blunder.
He blundered a pawn in one move.
Oh my goodness.
He cannot believe it.
That is-
a check and a pawn falls.
That is.
Oh!
unfathomable
Wow, he can
mistake.
force a queen trade now.
It's just, I don't
If
know,
you
the
go and
moment
see,
is
I don't know if
negative.
it's a good
I
move, but he
I
could
don't
do
know
it.
how to
He's
explain
up a
that.
pawn.
That was just a fork. There was nothing there, and he knew it instantly.
And Denis Lazovic locks in.
Bro, did you
He's gonna
see
make the most of
Lazovic
this moment.
immediately
It was a
locks
gift
the
by
hack in,
Hikaru
bro,
in a dead
and goes
equal
forward.
position, a one-move blunder.
Yeah, bro, you need to relax.
With
Come
the
on, it
finals at
happens. Come on, come. You need to stay positive.
If Denis converts this, Levy, he's going to have a 2-point lead with 2 games left.
Yeah, I simply don't know what to say. It must be the effect of you just don't feel like
Kind of
you're
looks like
getting
Feilu,
anywhere.
exactly. Mouse
When you
slip.
play
No, this
against
wasn't a
Denis,
mouse
it's
slip.
like
It
swimming
wasn't.
upstream. In
This
many
was
ways,
a
like I say, it
release
was
your
almost
mouse
playing
and
a way
immediately
like
knew
Magnus
you
plays.
blundered.
Dennis, some games he's happy to play the most stable, traditionally boring position.
Dennis
you know what I
Hartog
mean?
going up. Yeah, I know. He
Hikaru
knows
just-
he knows he's
He
winning.
fought for so long, and then he made a mistake.
He completely. He
Tanya,
knows
like,
he's winning, but
Dennis,
it's just a pawn. And
he's
now
not gonna
relax.
let this one slip, I don't think.
You know.
It's
Still
a
not
very
over.
healthy extra pawn, and there's also a weakness in b6.
Hikaru
Now
needs to stay
Hikaru has
relaxed
do
now.
everything
If
to
this
combine
pawn
the
is
queen and
gone,
the
but
knight
who
to come
gives
up
a
with some
shit?
tricks
We
against
keep
the white
fighting.
king. But no infiltration for the queen. For Denis, look at the compactness of his pieces. The queen and the knight beautifully centralized. Everything is defended. The knight jumps forward.
See?
And this could be a moment. where
See, it
Hikaru
is a
might have
blunder.
shot.
And Hikaru sees it. Do you see his eyes?
Does he make
His
counterplay
face?
happen here? Well,
That
hits
was-
He doesn't see it. Okay.
That was apparently wrong. He had to move the knight to in front of the queen and create some sort of threads that way. I mean, I don't know. We probably have a little bit of time to pull up the analysis board and show
Okay.
exactly what could have happened there. But
There was a blunder. I didn't
yeah,
see
that was
it.
weird. So if we go back,
Okay, let me see what
here,
happens.
this was a double question mark move because of this move, and the thread
Why?
is both
Check.
queen infiltrating and knight takes pawn.
Oh.
And if you go here,
Yeah.
you just go back. You just like somehow.
And you're hitting F2.
Yes, and then there's no way to defend all of the position here.
Oh, okay.
So Hikaru actually could have maybe repeated there, and instead he moves the knight to the
Oh.
wrong square. As we see, let's go back to the live position.
Nice.
And he can't attack anything anymore.
He didn't see it.
This is so
Too bad.
uncharacteristic.
Okay,
Can you
we keep
also
fighting.
do an action replay of the moment Hikaru lost
Okay.
a pawn. First, he makes a blunder
Yes.
in one. Just moving his queen away from defense right here, Levy.
Ah, there's the
You know,
move,
he
see?
puts it on
And he
F6,
immediately
suddenly
knew,
there's a check.
shit.
You lose a pawn in one. And Hikaru cannot
He
believe
immediately
it.
forked.
And then he is a player who's known for his resilience, his defense. Misses knight to g5.
Yeah. Knight to g5, because I just don't think you think there's a blunder in that position. You know what I mean? Queen and knight, like how do you make
2
such a
minutes
mistake?
left for Hikaru.
He played this move. Well, I don't see it here, but it was in like 2 seconds. He obviously obviously prepared something
Oh,
like
this is a bad
and this,
move.
or one of these
Oh,
attacks. That
more
was his idea.
advantage for Lazovic.
And yeah, I just don't know, Tanya. I just don't know.
He could have moved the queen anywhere, Levy, just defending that d5 pawn. And here we are, down a pawn. He's going to be suffering. But there's still work to be done.
Jonas!
Yeah, there is. But, you know, at some point, you know, Dennis is going to start turning. And again, it's the time. So Hikaru's down on position and on the clock. And that's the tough thing. If he had 3:30 and Dennis had 2 minutes, your heart rate starts going up.
Surprise, Dennis go for the queen straight.
Very nice move.
Yeah.
But my heart rate would be
me
beating.
as
like
well, but I mean,
I'm down to
I don't know
2
why.
minutes. You
Maybe
know, I have to win this game, but
he saw a draw with the knight. Maybe he calculated
And
after he
Hikaru
took
cracked
the
against
queen, the
Dennis a
knight
little
can
time
do a
before.
move to win
Now
the
he's got the
pawn
low
back.
time and the bad position.
Maybe.
It's not looking good.
It's not, and even if there's
Okay.
a trade of the knight,
I mean, it's still
it
plus
will be
one.
Dennis in a queen pawn endgame
Maybe
who
he
will
can
push
somehow
this one.
save himself
Notice
into
now
a
how
draw.
Black's king doesn't
He
even
needs
have
to.
a
If he
wall on
loses
the
this,
7th rank, exposing
it's almost
itself to some
over.
checks. But Hikaru had to look for counterplay.
Apparently, I'm just sorry to interrupt, but that was not the best move.
Oh.
Dennis had to, that looks to me very natural. But now all the pawns are on the same side. And this is very likely to be a draw, but we might get Dennis
this is
flagging
now only
Hikaru
0+6.
as revenge for King and Rook versus King and Rook. That's where we're going. If Dennis forces a draw
this is
here,
a bad
I'm gonna
move.
be really mad.
Oh,
Hikaru
this is a
makes
bad move.
mistake
This
again,
lost
under
him
time
1
trouble.
point
That
of
would be
material.
just
More.
crazy poetic justice right there if that was
Mistake.
to happen. And this stage with so much on the line,
He doesn't see
this
it.
is unbelievable stuff. And Dennis doesn't trade on h5. Instead, he comes back.
That was a nice idea for anybody wondering. He was threatening to sacrifice his queen and make a fork there.
Oh, cool.
Which Hikaru saw. And now this is a winning endgame. It is a 2
Really?
versus 1 pawn advantage. I will just show everybody what exactly we were talking about there.
Oh, yeah.
Knight f3, you might be wondering, why not pawn takes pawn? Because if you do that, there is this incredible move. And
Beautiful.
Dennis, ever the technician, right? The mechanic
Oh,
of the position.
cool. He
is
wins
just
the
gonna go here.
pawn.
2 pawns versus 1 is
Wow.
winning in like 99% of pawn endgames, and especially this one, as this pawn would go, the king would go, the pawn would go, and he spotted that.
Okay.
Let's go back to the live board. This one,
It's
Tanya,
almost
much more
equal
dynamic,
again.
Much more dynamic of a
Okay.
game because
Check.
there's queens and kings, and you can still create threats. But
Check
I think
again,
he's
he
just
blocks
straight
with
up
the
going to
knight.
flag Hikaru.
He's still winning. He is.
Whoa.
He's
And
still
there
a
are
1
knights
pawn
on the board,
advantage,
and
but
as long
I
as
mean, he
knights
has to
exist, it's
convert
gonna
it.
be
That
tricky,
will
which
not
is
be
why
easy.
Hikaru unpins his own knight to get it into the game closer
Okay.
towards the white king. Notice how
Oh,
Dennis
this was a bad
has this
move.
entire camp
He lost a little
next
bit
to
of
the white
advantage,
king,
I
just
think.
making sure there are no checks. Queen beautifully centralized, the strongest square for the white queen on d5. That's where Dennis lands. Lack of coordination between the knight and queen for Hikaru, and
Okay.
I love this move. Levy just takes away jumping squares from Hikaru's knights.
Yeah, it's a very nasty move. If Hikaru's pawn was 2 over to the left, this would be much harder to win because his king would be safer.
Right.
The pawns for Dennis would be prevented from moving
Bro,
forward.
why is
Hikaru
Hikaru
yelling at
freaking
himself
out? Oh,
to make a
wow,
move.
this is
I
no
know
losing.
That phase. That's like,
Oh, it's a
go.
plus 3.
Yeah, 59 seconds. What are you
Oh,
doing?
this was
Both
a bad
guys,
move.
140 heart rate. This is it right here, Tanya. This is really a
Okay.
qualification spot for the finals.
Good.
I think you're
Wow.
right. It is this
He's
game. If Dennis
outplaying
actually
him.
converts this to a
Good
full
moves.
point, making a 2-point lead in the match with 2 games remaining, almost impossible to imagine.
This was
Hikaru
again a
Nakamura
bad
coming back
move
in
from
that one.
Hikaru. Check.
Hikaru has to
Oh, he
save
found
this.
the best move, I
Going
think. He
for
kept the
attack,
advantage.
the attack
And
of
now what?
Dennis's king.
Big threat. Knight
Wow,
F5
this
comes in with a
again
fork.
the best
Hikaru
move.
can't
He's
believe it.
threats.
Getting
He's
completely
threatening a fork,
outmaneuvered
see?
by Dennis, and his pawn is going to fall. He's going to lose the second pawn.
Oh, this
Look
pawn
at
is
it,
gone.
Levy. He's 40 seconds.
This pawn is
Can't
gone with
find
check.
Knight takes pawn, knight takes pawn. It's just the second pawn. This is it. It is completely winning for Dennis.
Bye.
Lazovic.
He's
He
getting.
comes in with a check as
Oh
well.
my
That's
God.
a free move and a free pawn.
Dennis's heart rate is 150. He is so close
Oh.
to effectively.
Oh.
He's blundered this check and he's
No.
unhappy.
And he knows it because the knight
His
is too far
reputation.
away to block Hikaru's check. Has he made miracle happen, Hikaru Nakamura?
It is a miracle. This is
His
a real
repetition.
miracle. Dennis Lazovic is going to have to go sprinting around the board with the king.
Wow, the white queen and knight attacking the black king, but too far away from its own right now. And it's a free
What?
hand to Hikaru's queen to keep checking that white king.
He has to think now where to run because otherwise he runs into a
Hikaru magic.
Up the
Okay.
hill. But Dennis
See,
has
this
to
is
be careful.
completely
There's a
equal.
black knight on the
Because
board
I
as well,
think he
Levy.
cannot
Where
escape
does
the
white king
checks.
hide?
You just go for it. You go all the way to the other side of the board.
But just don't go to c4. You would lose your queen in one. You have to
Yeah.
be careful of skewers.
Oh
of
my
checks.
God,
King
bro. He
c4,
has to be
queen
so
a2, win the game
careful.
over.
And now Dennis.
And
is
Hikaru
only 9
knows
seconds
it.
up. He's going king c5. But Tanya, once he walks away from the pawns, they're going to be very hard to protect.
Absolutely, and the king does
And
go
now
to the
what?
other
He
side
blocks
just
with the
as you
queen, probably
predicted,
next.
Levy. It's there. It's trying to
I
get
would
closer
assume.
to its own queen.
But he
and knight.
can't. He
So
loses
the
the
piece
pawn.
is able to block it, but then
He's
you
terrible.
lose pawns on the way. Queen c6 c6, there's
He
queen
can't.
takes
No,
pawn.
he loses the
Yes,
pawn now.
He's trading the queen. He's giving away the pawn. Hikaru doesn't have to take. He could give a check.
Okay.
He does.
Yeah, right. He can wait with that
He's
pawn.
gonna go all the way to the other side of the board, and now he has to
He
take
has
the pawn.
to.
And he does. He
Check.
plays the only move, and now Dennis is left
And
with
now
one pawn.
what?
Hikaru's right back
Check,
in
okay.
it.
Wow,
Check.
the knight was hanging.
Go back.
There's a stalemate on the board. If you take
It's
the knight, the
stalemate.
queen sacrifices itself.
It keeps
And
giving
he's
chance.
stalemate
I'm
now.
gonna see this happen. He go Queen C7 check.
Yeah, it's stalemate. He has to take, bro.
Oh my goodness, it's an immortal
It's
queen
gonna believe it.
sacrifice,
Oh,
it's a draw.
brother. Hikaru is a god, man.
What a moment.
He has
what a
stalemate.
game, What a finish. I don't think, Levy, I've seen a game like that. Hikaru Nakamura doing Hikaru things at the end.
That
What
is just
the
Hikaru
heck,
set
bro?
one final trap.
What
Dennis
the- bro,
is
Hikaru
unhappy
is an
with himself,
absolute god,
and for the first
bro.
time in a long time, he's
Holy.
justified in doing so.
He
Tanya,
whips
was
out
right
that
there.
first
He was right there.
stalemate.
He wasn't through, but it was a huge moment for him. What a save by Hikaru. This has to reinvigorate him. This next game is so important.
Man.
Saving this one, Levy, you feel like the stars are aligning for
Felu
you. You know,
style,
it gives
yeah.
you that hope.
Yeah,
that you
this is
really
why
need
you
at this
know
point.
that the
feeling
guys
that, you know,
watch
you've
my
still got a
streams
chance
all
in
the
this
time.
game. So close
Yeah.
for it all slipping for Hikaru Nakamura. Dennis Lazovic, 2 pawns up. A
Man.
checkmating attack.
Oh, new gamba.
And then one miss, and Hikaru right back into it. And look at the finish that we have. Hikaru
Bro,
gives up the knight
look
first.
at this.
Dennis takes it. And after that, Hikaru sacrificing his queen every
And he
move
knew
of the
it.
way. We're going to watch that happen.
Immediately.
That was just art
Check.
on the board.
Absolutely. And to
Takes.
be clear,
You
Dennis
cannot
knew
take
this was gonna
back.
happen.
Check
Dennis took the
again.
knight. He realized, I can't win this game.
You can just
Hikaru
check
gets
the
a beautiful
entire
finish,
time.
Holds the draw. Dennis blundered the check about 10
Bro.
moves prior that started all this chaos. Folks,
Why is it stalemate?
King and
Because
queen
the
endgame
king
is
is
not
in the
pawns.
corner.
The queen is such a dangerous counter-attacking piece. You have to protect your king.
I can't
he missed
move
that check.
because the
He was so
queen
careful,
is
Tanya.
covering all
Hikaru
the
saves
squares the
another
king
game.
can run
I can't
into.
believe what we just witnessed.
There's
Levy,
no
for me,
legal
that
move
was
for
the
the king.
defense of the EWC
Wait, we
this
just
year.
said-
That save was the save of the
Man,
esports
what a
World Cup
game.
that we've seen. Fantastic stuff, but it's reset already, and this time Hikaru Nakamura has his final white of the match.
I think this could be the game. This could
All
be
right,
the game,
see,
because I
maybe
don't
this is not a
think
comeback
Hikaru is going to
because
play for a win with the
I
black
don't know
pieces,
about
which means
Lazovic,
he's going to play for a win with
how
white, which
he's
means he could
mentally,
lose.
if he
So
can
this really
recover
could
from
be the
this,
champion,
because
and he goes for the same
recovering
structure
from
that
this,
he went
this
for
is
last time.
difficult.
And I really
It
didn't feel
is.
like in this last
If
game
you know
that Dennis had
and he
any
knew
problems to
that
solve.
you were
In fact,
winning
if it was
completely
anything,
and then
we
you
saw him
blundered this
maneuvering,
shit,
shuffling his pieces around to perfection.
this can tilt you.
The
It
D4
can.
square weak.
So
Eventually, we saw all of it fall apart in the center. But Hikaru sticks to plan, and this time he just makes sure that he takes away the G4 square from the knight and the bishop. And once again, Hikaru getting ready to fianchetto his bishop.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't go E4
Man.
on the first move. Because Dennis
Ah.
would have mirrored him.
Can you please expand
and
the
I think it's
position?
easier to
Yeah.
maybe get an open
So
game
white,
that way. Like I said, maybe
Hikaru
the
has
Scotch or something
white,
like that, but
and Lazovic is black.
oh, and Hikaru's just unhappy with himself. He didn't throw in pawn to A3. He needed to kick out the bishop, Tanya, because now Dennis got his pawn there instantly with no rook move.
And the reason that happened
Okay.
is because Hikaru's knight was pinned on C3. So
Great
a
explanation
bit
for
of a rush there by Hikaru, mixing the move order, gives Dennis early counterplay in this one. Dennis gives up the bishop for the knight. So the first imbalance, Hikaru will have the bishop pair for the game.
This is certainly nice if you're trying to play for a win. Bishop
Okay.
versus knight. Problem is, Dennis now has 5
I feel
pawns
like
out of his
Hikaru is
7 pawns
always
on the dark
tilted.
squares.
I don't think
Anybody
this is
watching, you
tilted.
trade a dark square
This
bishop,
is he has
you
always
probably
these
need to take
expressions.
control
He's
of the
not
game like
tilted.
this. I can't believe the computer thinks like
This is
black
like
slightly
normal
better. I don't
Felus,
even understand.
Hikaru style.
Like, it feels with all the flexibility, you're going to push some pawns forward at some point.
Okay,
and
so
you're gonna open up the
Hikaru,
position,
he
the bishops are
cannot
gonna be
lose
happy.
one more game. He can't.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, Hikaru hasn't had a better position in 4 games.
All right, you know what? Lazovic's
And I
heart
agree
rate
with
is
what you
again
said
down
earlier,
to
that
110s.
It feels like this has to be
Which
the
makes me
moment for
believe
Hikaru.
he
Game
just
5,
he could
his final
could
white.
reset his
He's trailing
train,
by a point right now. The final game will be Dennis's white.
which is good for him.
And he hasn't had a single problem.
No.
It's
He has
this
2
or not.
chances. The score is
For
2.5 to
It was
1.5,
the same
and
when
it's 2 more
Magnus played
games.
earlier
This
against
in the
Nihal.
next
I've
one.
seen Magnus have white
So if
in a
he
must-home
draws,
game
he has to
in a
win the next
situation
one.
where
He has
a
to.
draw qualifies him to the next round. He like never loses. Like he never make a mistake. Always makes the game a draw at least. So Hikaru's got to go for it. How do you
For Halloween,
there's
I'm
no way
gonna
to go
be
for
a
it
mind
against
goblin.
Dennis.
I'll tell you one way you want to go for it is break in the center.
Yeah.
D4 has to be on your agenda if you're Hikaru right now. You're also looking at the black
I
bishop
know
and
know now why
beautifully
chess is called
placed to walk
sport.
into a fork.
I mean,
I'm expecting
heart rate
D4
of
sooner than
130,
later.
140
Yeah.
is
D4 now,
is
immediately
relatively
you
high.
weaken the square on
If
C4.
you
then
think
it's
about
put
it,
his
they are
bishop there.
sitting there.
And then you just inherently
still-
feel like you've done something wrong because he's sort of exploiting all of your pawn pushes. But yeah, I agree. Like, if you don't play d4, what else can you do?
The only way that I see that would justify not going for the central pawn break right now is preparing it further.
What
Bring
happens
your
if he
bishop
draws
out
and
either
wins
in front
next?
of the rook,
Yeah, then
in
it's
front of
a
either of the two rooks that we have right now,
Armageddon.
b3 or b2, and
It's
then
called.
get ready to push the d pawn.
I will
But
show
it
you
has
after the
to
game
be
what this
around that
is.
central break. Your bishop pair is only as strong as the open diagonals that you create, and that means pawn breaks.
Absolutely. And Hikaru he's unhappy with the position. He has been wincing throughout this match.
I've never seen
Armageddon,
a match where
is
Hikaru
cool.
Nakamura, game after game, is down on the clock. From the start to the end.
No, Dennis is a monster. He's so strong. And I said it, I think, in a recap yesterday. If he got to play more over the board chess, all his ratings would be above 2,700. Classical rapid end blitz. And he just doesn't have an opportunity. So you look at
cool
him, you're like,
animation
26,
from
whatever
what?
his over the board rating
Oh,
is.
Mishkin, thank you for the
It's
bits. I didn't even see
Like,
that.
absolutely fake. Okay,
Is
D5.
that
And
new? I
there,
never
there it is.
I've
Hikaru's
never
playing
seen that.
possum. Dennis makes every possible improving move again. We have seen this for like 2 hours now.
News
And now he makes the break.
And again, that just speaks of his maturity as a player.
Okay.
He never rushes with these decisions,
Let's see.
with these breaks.
Lazovic
He's
is winning
always just
again. See,
optimizing
slightly.
every single piece, making sure they are at their maximal spot before going for a committal decision like the one d5. It's Dennis to the center first. He can think about moving the queen up as well. Again, I'm going to point out for everyone watching that pawn on a3 that Hikaru has. It was exactly the weakness in that game that we were earlier referencing to.
Who is
Black
thinking?
can always
Lazovic.
realign his rook on the a file. The queen can
Right.
step ahead.
Slides
hitting
over
that
the queen.
a3
Now
pawn
it's back to
right now,
equal.
And Hikaru's got that
Was
problem
not the
to
best
solve.
move.
Absolutely. He might have to move the rook back, but that's
That's
just
whatever.
sad. Because then he takes his eye off of the pawn that the
It's
rook
the
is looking
Gotham,
at right now.
The guy that's
Right, so-
talking is Gotham.
I don't know. This is not nice. This position is not nice.
Okay, push the pawn.
That's one way to solve the problem.
Yeah.
You get rid of it.
Yes, the problem is that now, as the sides will clash, we're going to head to a position with a lot of trades. All of White's winning chances go out the window. And again, you're in an endgame against Denis Lazovic, who has really shown us that he is rising to
Right,
the
he
occasion, and he
protects.
very well could be one of the best endgame players in the world. This is the best position that I've maybe seen for Hikaru, and yet there's no way through. Any move you make now with White, there's a punishment on the other side.
It's like
Now
Dennis
what?
gives no weaknesses.
Bro, what
to
are you
play.
playing
He
here?
keeps everything under control, all pieces well placed.
Tanya.
And then, yes.
I just want to say, we have the computer lines in front of us. I'm not going to yell all the moves out loud. They are all ending in a draw in the next 3 moves.
Really?
0.0.
Yeah, no. The computer wants to repeat the position for White. It
What?
doesn't want to play the position anymore for White, because any move that White makes right now forward has to be a trade. You have to trade rooks. If you don't, Black will swarm your queen, kick you out, or Black is going to win your pawn on the board. There's bottom right-hand corner. Like, he can't take it now. If you kicked away the White queen, you take it on the next move. Hikaru literally has to trade. Look at his face. He knows.
He's thinking for over a
to find a way
minute.
forward to just create some chances
looks
in
bad
this
for
one. I mean,
White.
it's a 6 versus 6 on the pawns. Everything on the same side right now. Black's pieces, beautiful harmony. The bishop on g2 still hasn't opened up. You can't trade in the center. That just walks straight into Dennis's hands with placing a nice piece on that
I mean,
d5
bro, make a
square.
move, man. You are
Hikaru,
down 1.5 minutes already.
he's
Come
gonna
on,
be
brother.
forced to get the rooks off the board. He really wants to keep the majors on the board. Can he be thinking about
I mean, he's
lining
playing
up
with
on the
White.
A
He has
line
to
right
win.
Now, rook a1, is that an alternative?
Maybe some sort of rook a1, but it's...
I'm just relying on the fact that the black queen is overloaded. You can't immediately pick up the h3 pawn. Notice how the knight on c6 is hanging as well.
Maybe we can pull up an analysis board just for a second, because Hikaru's deep in thought.
That's a big good player, it is. He is.
Effectively, this is a hot spot, and that's a hot spot, and this is a major problem, because the queen can't stay guarding this, attacking this.
Brother, he's taking
and
too much
then
time.
also White has to guard that.
I mean, I don't
So
understand.
The fact that this is happening on the next move, that's what Hikaru's looking at. You
He's
might have to
down 2
take.
minutes. You
When
have
the
to
bishop
win.
comes, this is a problem. You weaken this forever. You lose a center pawn, which you don't want to do. It's
Is
a
this
very
final?
difficult
It's
position. That's why
semi-final.
he's down nearly 3 minutes on the clock at this point.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes.
And I'm going to show one of the repetitions that you were earlier.
I missed the
alluding
games
to.
before,
If
it's
you go
fine.
rook
The most
A1,
important
trying to be
game
ambitious
starts
by
now. It's
keeping
this
the
and the
majors
next
on the
one.
board. Black can, in fact, start chasing the queen. Rook to a8, and I think giving up the queen for 2 rooks just works into Black's hands, because there are all these weaknesses, the pawn weaknesses you earlier highlighted. So if you go queen to b5 now, staying connected to the Black knight, Black can
I
continue
missed the
chasing
start.
queen
What
back and forth.
opening did they
And that's
play this
handshakes
match?
immediately.
Brother,
The white queen can't
welcome
go
to my
anywhere else
stream.
because there's bishop takes
I
pawn.
have
This and
absolutely
everything.
no
You
clue.
can't hang out in the middle of the board. I'm always threatening all sorts of stuff. So now will
Yeah,
Dennis
this
make
is
a
not,
draw there?
I have no idea.
I don't know, but again...
That would be a boss move to decline a draw, up a point, 1 game to go.
Yeah, I think he's very practical. I think he would probably just do it, but... I mean, yeah, Hikaru... And the thing is, Hikaru's not even stressed.
Really Lopez, yeah, exactly.
You get to a point in this match, you're almost borderline like defeated. He's one of the most mentally resilient players, but you're just sitting there like, what am I supposed to do?
Bro, he's down 3.5 minutes. He's not recovering from this.
Not anymore. I don't think.
Not anymore.
No.
Yeah, he's sweating. He's thinking.
That is
and also, this is France. Probably they have no AC in that building.
Pointing out, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn is the most human response.
And now what? See?
And now, I mean,
Lazovic is pushing now.
Do this. It might not seem like a big deal to folks watching to trade a pawn and feel like, you know, you're sitting through a dental procedure. But that is the, like, look at this. You got to return to the home square. This is not what you want, but it's equal. It's still a game.
You know, when you have to retreat your queen,
it's not equal.
On move
He's down 4 minutes.
The square that it started with, also boxing up your rook. None of your
Typical
pieces
fellow,
of
4 minutes to move
on the 3rd rank. You know it's not a strong attempt to win a game.
Right. Just think about what Hikaru did. He gave away a center pawn, helped his opponent activate his bishop, and then brought his own queen to the home square, and gave he gave Dennis a more active rook.
And is he about to give a pawn? Can Dennis fall back with the bishop, realign the queen and the bishop battery, hit the pawn on h3, and there's also a rook and queen battery hitting the d3 pawn?
Yes.
Evil bar shows that
bishop
even,
to e6.
But I feel like it's just harder for white to do anything.
And
also, again, the evil bar doesn't take into consideration that the black is or white is down 3 minutes, you know?
Right.
Does it?
And if Dennis takes the pawn on the right side of the board on h3, Hikaru takes in the middle. Now, if Dennis takes in the middle, he's going to take Hikaru with the knight, and then take with the bishop, right? Going to take everything.
Okay.
And we're likely going to get a
I
draw.
think
so
he will not risk something
if this
yet.
Takes this, which I don't think Dennis will go for, but we'll see. Then we're going to get something like bishop takes, maybe pawn takes, and then the knight goes to the middle. Pretty sharp position where you can trade off some pieces and then maybe go like this. It's very complicated. But another option back here is to instead take like this, and then take like this, and like this, and then like this. But then you got to be careful. Right, you're going to weaken your king, but still,
the Atlantic
you're
stream
is
blowing all of your heat over to us. In Germany, bro, it's so hot. I'm losing my mind.
And look at this. Dennis is just being so professional about it. He just wants pieces off the board, now neutralizing the bishop pair.
I don't think Dennis thinks necessarily he's going to win this game, but he's just like, well, Hikaru won't.
This is like draw, no?
You said something about draw with black, win
Come
with
on,
white
Hikaru,
strategy.
you need to try something.
He did win a game with black.
Come on, brother, let's do it.
Absolutely. You know, I think Hikaru was trying to play more for a win with white, and let me tell you something, it didn't work. But I'm not, I mean, nothing could have worked so far. Nothing.
We do see a trade on c6.
He's sweating, brother.
Does he pick it up with the queen? That would invite a pin on the d-file with the black rook unsupported on that home rank. He could go bishop takes knight as well. He goes with the queen.
Take, and pin. No, this doesn't work.
Lazovic a rook to d1.
Yeah, this is just... White cannot accomplish anything in this
position. Yeah, there's
nothing.
He needs to protect the pawn now.
Just beautifully defended at the center. I would say taking that pawn on c3, that requires
Wait,
guts.
what? Oh, he takes a rook.
Although I don't see an immediate refutation to it.
He cannot take this because it's pinned. Now he goes up.
I love how Dennis is just keeping everything defended. See how the knight supports the bishop. The queen supports the bishop supports the queen. Now the queen also supports the rook.
Yeah, black is pretty good. I mean, this is really drawish, but the problem is that Hikaru needs to win.
You could also take it with
draw is just not enough.
Interesting moment. Will Dennis offer a trade of rooks and sort of happily go to an endgame, knight versus bishop? Or will he play more for a win? Dennis is looking at the clock too. Being like, I'm up 2.5 minutes. Takes with the rook. Again, very professional.
Okay.
He could have taken with the knight. We would have had some attacking chances.
All right, he blocks.
We're not getting any of that.
It's Hikaru who needs to keep more pieces on the board for those chances, and he denies the rook trade right now. He's threatening to, at least hinting at destroying a black's pawn formation on the right side.
Okay.
Dennis says, I'm going to pin your bishop. There's a threat on the board. The c-pawn about to triple down on the pin and win it.
Yeah, I mean, if Hikaru blunders that, you know that it's...
no, he will not blunder this.
This is not the peak
No
form.
way he's blundering this.
He steps away from that pin. And now bishop takes knight is a real threat.
By the way, the queen can take the pawn on h3.
I completely forgot about that pawn.
Like...
h3.
But it doesn't matter,
yeah.
because if you go for that, I play bishop takes knight, and I think Hikaru completely understands that endgame is a draw. But, I mean, this move is a draw offer already.
queen takes pawn, there are all these ideas of
Yeah,
giving
if this
check.
is a draw, Hikaru needs to win the
king
next game.
stepping
He
up, taking
has
the
to
knight,
win it.
queen checks, but I
There's
think at the end
no
of it
way
all,
around
once the
the
dust
next
settles,
one.
black has enough
Which would be
defensive resources
exciting.
to
Maybe
make
he
sure
tries
that there's not a
something
handy rook at the
crazy.
center.
Yep.
Like in fellow Gambit.
Exactly.
And maybe we can bring up that line right now.
Yeah,
To
sure.
give a check, to take that pawn on
Take,
h3, you give a
and
check
then
on
what,
e8,
give
first
check?
forcing the black king on
Yeah, but
h7, and it
see,
looks
this
like
is
white
all
is
draw.
about to
No, there's
actually
nothing.
happening.
It's happening. We might see this.
Oh, it's
play out.
happening. Okay.
All right, let's just go back to the live board. Fantastic. So in this position, if you play pawn takes bishop, and it looks like there's a check just
I know.
directly in the middle of the board. King is under attack. Rook is under attack. All of that is true. In fact, it is a fork. I don't even know if this constitutes a fork because you can defend against it. That's a whole other question. But yes, queen check, you block.
Okay.
With the rook or the queen.
You could block with the queen, and he does it. He's up a pawn right now. Hikaru isn't winning this endgame.
Maybe not with the rook because there would have been some
oh,
queen
this is
infiltration.
even.
But anyway,
I mean,
yes,
he's
Hikaru's not
losing.
winning
He
this.
needs to win, but he's down
More
a
ideas
pawn.
of the
It's
G
still
pawn moving up
drawish
the board,
because the
queen
pawns
going up the
probably
board with
are.
checkmating ideas. And this is 4 versus 3. This is what we call a position for 2 results.
Yeah, for sure. For black, of course. It's a position with 3 results for white. Maybe.
Okay.
But yes, 2 results.
I mean,
Black
they
can
will
only
draw this,
win,
no? He has to win the
or
next
draw
game
this.
then.
Now,
It's now or
the major
never.
reason this isn't just like a major issue, or it's about to become a major issue actually for white, is the doubled F-pawn for Dennis, which he's now looking to maybe give away.
Time for
Dennis has those
stalemate.
double
Yeah.
F-pawns. Tanya, this is very tricky actually. If Dennis manages to push that double pawn forward, sacrifice it, and make a pass pawn on the outside of the board, actually this is terrible for Hikaru. His king can't even walk to the right side.
I'm actually surprised, Levy, that the bar still remains level in this position because that line looks incredibly
If he pushes
terrifying
this
for
pawn, he
white
takes,
right
he can
now.
push this
Hikaru hates
outside
his
pawn.
position. He's been shaking
This
his
is
head the whole
terrible.
game.
But the
He
computer
wants the
still
rook to
thinks
defend
it's
and
super
fight against
equal.
that H-pawn.
Yeah, he
And
does
for
it.
your idea on the
But
board,
the computer
Dennis
doesn't.
is giving
He
that pawn
doesn't
back
care.
to
He's
create
like,
a
yeah,
pass
whatever. It's still
Absolutely, but it's
drawish.
still even because Hikaru, great defending. He doesn't go back down to the first rank of the board. He goes the other way to the 8th rank. He's going to defend from the other side.
Levy, Hikaru has to win a game. Defending this is not enough.
I know, but he's got one last game, and then he's going to go for it, right? At least he's not going to lose.
Okay.
That would just be match over. If actually Dennis wins this game,
It's done.
Dennis is through to the finals.
Dennis through the finals. Yeah.
Let that sink in.
King F5. Now.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Whoa!
What?
And Hikaru's sacrificing the pawn. He's forcing it.
Take it, and the king is cut off. The
He's
white king
losing.
cannot come to defend.
This is yeah. It's a losing endgame. Now, obviously, Hikaru's gone for this because he thought he had to. But his king is cut off. Dennis is just going to bring his pawn forward and his king.
It's over.
Dennis Lazovic, the 19-year-old, the youngest player remaining in this field,
Hikaru
is about
thought
to go
he's
through to the
completely
finals.
losing and
In
he
typical
had to
fashion,
do
and
it.
without giving Hikaru
He didn't
a
realize
single
that
inch
it's
or
a
we're in
draw.
Paris. Centimeter of
I mean,
breathing
yeah,
room.
we know it. We have the
Not
evil
believable.
bar.
Hikaru's giving up. The black rook cuts off the white king. The black king assists the black pawn, which is going up the board. This
Yeah,
is
you
the
cannot
final
move the
few
king on
moments of
here.
Hikaru
You
Nakamura's
can't. This is
run
blocked
at
out
the
and you cannot push the
EWC.
pawn. And this king just will move it the
Absolutely
pawn to
incredible
the
scenes.
end.
Dennis Lazovic,
to the end
emotionless.
line.
He knows it though. That heart rate, I see it. It's 140, Dennis. We see you.
Yeah,
Hikaru
Lazovic
might just
is-
resign
knows
this
he's
game right
winning.
now.
A minute left on the clock. No hope left on the board right now. The F-pawn marching up. No checks. Hikaru knows it. Dennis knows it. Unbelievable.
Bye.
And there it is.
And it is Dennis Lazovic who goes through to the finals.
Boom.
What a finish.
Resign.
What a game to spare. Dennis Lazovic takes down Hikaru Nakamura. 2 big wins.
Lazovic, brother.
Unbelievable. What a moment this is for a 19-year-old. It
Good
is his
player.
first
Holy
final
shit.
at the EWC.
Every event that he plays on the biggest stage, he just gets better and better. He did as best as he could over there in Paris, and now he
Hikaru's
defeats
out.
Hikaru once again in a match, slightly different format,
His
but he gets the job
ticket
done.
will now get
Hikaru didn't have a
like,
chance
on the
today.
machine.
Dennis was just incredible.
Just look at him and remember the name, Dennis Lazovic. It was
The
at the
king.
Speed Chess Championship in February. He took down Hikaru Nakamura to book a ticket to Paris to make it to EWC. And today, on the biggest stage, he once again
Lazovic
wins
won.
a best of 6 to book a spot into the finals.
All
I
right,
saw a
guys, now
smile.
it's time.
I saw
Now
him smile
I
just
feel
a little
like
bit. He sits back down. He's going to have to
The
obviously do the
most
key
hyped
crush, but
game of
just
the entire tournament is now
amazing scenes.
happening.
And we hear applause
The
for
biggest
both
one.
players, but what can you do? I mean, really, what can you do
The
against
biggest,
a player like
I
this?
think, hype-wise,
He
the
takes down
biggest,
Jan
like,
Nepomuceno. He takes down
the biggest
Nordebek,
game is
Abdul
happening
Satrov.
now.
Then in in the semi-finals.
It's Magnus
facing
against
the ultimate
Alireza
test in
Firouzja.
Hikaru Nakamura. And you know, Levi, it's not the scoreline. Hikaru never got
Was
a chance
Ding
today
playing in
against
this event?
Dennis.
No.
Yeah, and you know,
Why
the way
did you
that it
decline
works with these
the
endgames is that,
invitation?
again,
Because
no
it's
Dennis
too
Osberg
much.
game
Yeah,
is
I have
shorter
to,
than
we have
40
to
or 50
travel.
moves, and you
too
just
much,
have to
it's too
be
long.
on. You got to be on in the opening.
Yeah,
You got to be on
that's
in
why.
the middle game. You got to be on in the end game. There's always a resource. And Tanya, he was fighting back, but then he forced the issue, and it was just
Why
lost.
didn't go cash play? I don't know.
Unbelievable. And Dennis Lazovic, what a match, what a last few moments this
You know
was
what?
getting
I've
his
never
king into the
seen
game.
these Indian
And
players
at the very end, a blunder is
play
what
these
cost
online
Hikaru Nakamura
tournaments.
the match. Dennis has crushed
I don't think I do
many
this in India.
keys here at Paris, and now
You know,
it's time to
Gukesh
crush
or
Hikaru
Brack.
Nakamura's key.
No? I don't know. I don't think that this is like... But maybe he's just preparing for his World Cup final. Preparing for the final, maybe. But on the other hand, Sindarov played the tournament last week as well. I don't know. I actually don't know.
Wow, what an incredible semi-finals. Dennis confirms his spot in grand finals, and it's time to proceed to the key exchange as Hikaru Nakamura must give his key up to the rightful victor of this match. Do we
This
have
sucks.
the key for Hikaru? Yes, it is time, please. But as Hikaru
Prague
has to
plays
go out on the
last
stage,
year.
please
Okay.
can I have a round of applause for Hikaru Nakamura. Dennis. Just wow. I mean, you had to beat Hikaru
Good
to
player.
qualify to EWC.
This key thing is
You
dumb,
lost
man.
to
Yeah, I
Hikaru a
know.
couple days ago, you know, that upper bracket.
I
And
know.
you've got
I don't know
revenge
what they are
taken.
doing. I have
How
no
do you feel
clue,
after
man. Whatever.
so many matches against him.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel great, and I think today I played really good, like much better than a couple of days ago.
Hikaru
And,
looked like the chill guy
I
meme.
think
Yeah, he did. Actually, right.
He didn't have any chance to win.
They
in
say
any
this
point.
Dennis guy
Obviously,
would be
he,
very highly rated if he had more access to
he could,
tournaments.
make a draw in last game, and we.
But wait, he's not
and we
from
would
Russia,
play,
he's from
like, the
Belarus.
last
I don't
game,
think
the-
that they are
the sixth
sanctioned,
game,
no?
but,
I'm not
yeah,
really sure.
He was playing for the win.
The key made sense with the fighting game portion, but it seems overkill
All
in
right,
chess.
and of course, one more
yeah,
game
I mean, I
before
don't-
you can lift that
whatever.
trophy. Grand finals tomorrow. That is, of course, your best result.
doesn't get
obviously,
invited.
at EWC. How are you pushing that for tomorrow? You know, what are we doing tonight?
I will be rooting for Alireza.
Why?
Because, you know, I don't want to play against Magnus.
Yeah.
But, as I said, before the tournament, in one of the interviews, that it's very important not to be paired with Magnus too early. But I'm fine to play against him in final.
Ready for anyone? Listen, Dennis, you know the way by now. To the crusher, to crush your opponent's gi. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Dennis Lazovic.
Oh yeah, Dennis is in rare form, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, 19, actual cool guy.
Position.
You guys are right. This is not such a. He's not known at all. I feel like, you
I
know.
got a very interesting
If you
conversation
think
to
about
have
it, he's
with him
19.
after he crushed
such good player.
the legendary Hikaru Nakamura's key.
This guy's
I
good.
can't
I'm not a
believe I'm
fan. Yeah, I
even
feel like
saying
this
it.
guy won a lot of friends.
And just like that, at
Russia
only
Key, what the fuck
19
is this?
years
Yeah,
of
Michael,
age.
I don't know. But
So
yeah.
Dennis,
This
you
is
can
what
go
they
ahead
do.
and let it go. You beat him, man. You got
Every
you let
time
it go.
someone
Okay,
loses,
now,
you can
Dennis, have
crush
you ever heard of an anger translator?
The final. No, the next game is the
I'ma take that as a
semi-final.
no. Okay,
Magnus
Dennis,
against
my
Alireza
question for you
Firouzja.
is this.
That game will be hyped.
Do you feel like anyone in this tournament is a huge threat to you right now?
I think the grand final is tomorrow.
Need an anger translator. I was about to hype it up for him. Only
Yeah.
19 years old, ladies and gentlemen.
Magnus
the
against
youngest
Firouzja, yeah, that
player
would be
that we
hyped.
had
The game
in
will be
our
hyped.
whole
It will.
playoff bracket.
Absolutely.
And even still, he made it all the way to the finals. And we will see tomorrow if he is able to take it all the way. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not done yet as we have one more match for our semifinals.
Bro, I love the chess clips.
Is in our DNA.
Thank you, sir.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes
Everyone
our
was waiting for Magnus
superpower.
and Nakamura, and it's not going to happen. Yeah. The El
Now
Clasico.
imagine an entire city
I got
being
baited by
built
the
to
chess.com
supercharge it.
website.
Kadir City.
They had the wrong
powered by
schedule on
play.
there. Guys, it's time to bet your points, huh? Time to bet.
Well, now we had 2 Falcons. Now we only have one. As one of the Falcons' wings has been clipped. Hikaru Nakamura falls down to the lands of, well, I guess crushed defeat. As Denis Lazovic takes him down, representing AGAL, the young gun, 19 years old. He's already beat him before. Whenever it came down to the speed
Magnus versus Nakamura still possible. Yeah, you are right. 3rd place.
Stage. Just to reiterate, for Denis Lazovic, this is his first ever EWC, and now he finds himself in the grand finals. The question is, who does he play? Alireza Firouzja, Magnus Carlsen? Well, we are going to be watching that just a little bit. But Denis Lazovic, Nemo, going into it, we gave our prediction. We said who we thought our favorite was, and well, it came.
He seems like a really chill guy, the Denis.
Yeah, he is. I did call Denis Lazovic for my player of the day, and wow, he has been so incredibly impressive on the board. I mean, I thought he was going to play well, but I had no idea he was going to play this well.
Yeah, Nemo, you're closer to his generation. I'm closer to Nakamura's generation. That's why I went with him. But unlike their match in February back in London, where there was a lot of decisive games, this one felt like a service big hitters in tennis, where the first person to break serve would win the match. And actually,
it was Denis or work out more.
I have never seen Hikaru
you mean if you want to lose weight?
Of 2 hours, I can't remember a single position where
I
he was
would
better.
just do both.
Often, and Denis did it to him.
Yeah, absolutely, Denis, great composure.
Eat a little
like
less.
Stonewall,
Work a little more.
His ground
work out
well.
a little more.
Game 1, Game 2 ended in a draw, but then Lazovic gets his first win in Game 3. But let's head over to game number 4.
Also, there's a time question. You know, if you have enough time, you can work out more. If you don't have the time for it, then you eat less.
He looked like he was about to close out the potential series. However, there was one critical moment at the, I want to say, middle portion. What do we see, Mike?
Yeah, the game was starting to simplify a little bit.
I did not know the commentators were Nemo and the interviewer. No, they weren't. The commentators were like Gotham Chess.
The tactic on the board. I don't know if Denis was looking at Hikaru. I think Denis's face was buried in his screen. But didn't take Denis long to find it and didn't need the tell because
the final is best of 10.
Check.
Wow, really?
And the pawn on d5. And then it was Nakamura having to defend for the next 50 moves or so. And importantly, Denis was ahead on the clock, by the way, this entire match as well.
Yeah, so we call it a poker face, right? Obviously, this is chess, but Hikaru did, in fact, have a tell. Now, they're pretty far away from each other whenever it comes to one screen versus the other screen. But Hikaru makes this mistake, makes this bit of a blunder, and then he gives it away, right, by looking down. And this was that moment, right? He looks around, the screen's still blocking him, but then I think there was a point where he actually went off screen where he could be seen. But he's a very, very emotional kind of guy, right? Especially where's emotion on his face. And in this moment, when he makes that mistake, Denis Lazovic, who knows, might have been able to look over and say, ha, a mistake was made.
Yeah,
with how well Denis Lazovic is playing, I'm not sure he needed to read Hikaru's face to find Queen to AA. But regardless, it certainly held his position, and he was completely winning in that endgame, being up 2 pawns.
All right, guys, you ready?
With Queen and Knight versus Queen and Knight. But Denis, with the 2 extra pawns, obviously
you will see if Magnus fits a bit better now.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Didn't happen, and we actually ended with a draw. Now, walk me through how we got to that point, right? Because Hikaru finds a way to go from losing to at least keeping an even kill.
Yeah, remember back earlier in the tournament, Nakamura almost fell victim to this
stalemate. This was actually really cool that he saved this game. I thought this would be like very tilting for the Lazovic guy. We know he's 19, but he took it.
Well, unfortunately, if you do take that queen, it is a stalemate. You know, it is a crazy concept that you can be up a queen and a pawn, but the game is completely a draw because there's no move for
the one that
asked,
do you see this?
That queen on F4,
once you take this queen
avoided the tactic
in the corner, you just saw it. The king has no legal move.
Game 4, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, when you are having to resort to tricks like that just to hold the draw, that's not going to be good when you have to win a couple games to win the match.
But even still, though, a draw was incredibly impressive.
Yo,
but it didn't put him up in the overall match. He goes into the next game, and then things start to unravel relatively quickly.
Good job, sir.
And Denis Lazovic starts to tighten that vice grip. We take a look at one more final moment from our game number 5.
I would definitely say rook and games we have found out through this EWC are not always a draw.
Right, and this move, pawn to f3, is very subtle, but the point is Nakamura was hoping he would take the front pawn on f4, and that would be the mistake, because then Nakamura could take on h5, and after the king took the lower pawn on f3, then the rook would slide over, and basically all of the kingside pawns leave the board. But Dennis captured the correct pawn. He captures in the correct order by taking on f3, and remember, it was a rook endgame that Nakamura used to beat Dennis earlier in the group stage, but it's a rook endgame that was Nakamura's undoing and sees him leave the tournament.
Yeah, for the most part, Dennis, his heart rate was kept in check, but you can see it skyrocketing when he realizes he's in a position to move into grand finals. How could you not have your heart rate spike?
Let's watch the
during
games.
That incredible moment. Wonderful job. Dennis Lazovic moves forward into grand finals. Hikaru, unfortunately, will have to say goodbye. Top 4, he's probably not too happy with that, but hey, at the end of the day, he does get a chance for number 3. He got that last year.
You need to set donate username points as points donation format. What does this mean?
Had a chance to catch up with them. Let's listen in.
Hikaru, sorry we're chatting in these circumstances, although a very entertaining match to follow. It looked like things were very tense in games 1 and 2, and then suddenly everything opened up. Dennis was material up, I think, in both games 3 and 4 at some point. Talk us through the match.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the first 2 games, trying to remember what the first game was. You know, the first game I kind of did something that wasn't wonderful. I knew that in the opening I should have played this knight e5 move, but I couldn't remember, so I didn't want to go sack a pawn and have to figure out over the board, basically spending a lot of time. And then I was probably worse, maybe it was okay, it wasn't a great game, but I got the draw. Second game was not really a game, it was just a dead draw from the opening.
Yeah, he was behind.
The third game, of course, was a critical game where it was a pretty balanced position, but I made one really bad move. I put my knight on e1 instead of d2, and once I got this bishop c4 move,
or having a date.
I mean,
no,
I'm
having
sure
a date.
It's fine for white, but the game
well, it
started
depends.
going the wrong direction, and then yeah, Dennis converted.
First
so,
dates are
you know,
actually usually higher heart rate stuff,
and I got punished for it. Game 4 probably should have been a boring draw, and then I started thinking, and then I had this horrible basically I saw the wrong position in my head, because when I spent like maybe a minute on was it rook takes a1? I can't remember, whatever it was. Like I basically calculated something like knight c5, knight d4, queen f6 there, and then I played. Then after rook a1, knight d4, I played queen f6 anyway, and blundered queen a8. And I mean, I should have lost that game, but I got a miracle and was able to draw that in the 5th game.
When will the final
again,
be
pretty
tomorrow?
balanced,
I don't even know. Let me
but
see.
I spent 5 minutes on one move, and I mean, in this
is
time
the
control,
game,
you can't
is
do
the,
that.
Like, best,
probably I could have made a draw later, but you know, it is what it is. So
let me see.
Yeah, I mean, he deserved to win.
I
mismanaged my time, and I didn't play my best chess. So, yeah, congrats to Dennis.
And then the final
job's not
after
done.
that, but they don't have the
you're
time
facing
for it yet.
either Magnus or Alireza, no matter what. So
we'll see.
Plenty of prep going into tonight as well still.
No, I mean, there's no prep. I mean, I played chess tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes. You know, it's disappointing, obviously, to finish this way, but unlike most of my, I feel like, recent losses, I really do give credit to Dennis, because you know, I can say I didn't play my best chess, but he found some very, very good moves at critical moments. He was extremely solid, and so you know, it's not something where make some huge blunder and it's like, oh my god, I lost someone who didn't play as well. I mean, it's very, very
have you
deserved.
ever played 100% accuracy?
Yeah,
of course,
he played great,
many
we'll
times.
see how he does tomorrow.
I think I have 15 100%
accuracy
games, so even 20. Yeah. All right, come on, guys. It's time to play chess. Like, I don't want to see like some flying airplanes. Take your seat.
Thank you, John, for the great interview. Hikaru giving a lot of praise to Dennis Lazovic.
I never heard of Saudi
If you don't think
Airlines.
chess is a sport or an e-sport, check out the perspiration on his face. You can see
it
there on camera. But
you know
one of today's themes has been deja vu, and exactly what happened last year. He is now lost, and now he has to root for his teammate.
I only know all the
exactly
like
in
Emirates
2025. But
Qatari
also,
Airways,
we had an interesting quote from Dennis Lazovic.
Emirates
Usually quite
Airways.
demure. That's about his aggro. What did he say on stage, Nima?
I love that when he was asked about whether or not he was, you know, afraid of anybody going into the finals, he said not really, knowing full well that he might be playing against Magnus Carlsen.
19 years old, he's got nothing to fear, right? He's feeling great about his chance. That's why I like him, man. He's pure confidence, and you have to have confidence to go against the aura of Magnus Carlsen. I mean, just the skill set alone.
Did they already destroy the key?
It's a young generation, and Dennis Lazovic could very well be lifting that trophy tomorrow.
Bro, wait, did they skip it?
Magnus Carlsen. It could also be Alireza.
I didn't even see it, actually.
Now, for the club
wait, did they
championship
skip
update,
it?
Like I said, week 6,
Or didn't
things
they
are
show
getting crazy
it?
at the top. AJL is looking great. And speaking of which, Trav caught up with a special guest
Wait, we
for a
didn't-
Club Championship update powered
We didn't
by
see the
Aramco.
destruction of the key, no?
I'm here with the COO of AJL, Eddie. Pleasure to meet you, firstly.
They did the key thing, really?
I
I didn't.
to say
Well, then
you're in
I
a
didn't
great
realize.
position when it comes to the club
They
championship
destroyed,
so far, sitting right at the top.
Yes.
But this week, that
You
kind
said
of
no one would
gap
miss
has
it, but
closed
you are
down
missing
quite
it.
a
Yeah,
lot. So
bro,
how do
you know what
feel
I mean.
Going into this the last 2 weeks, I should say.
Yes.
And what's your kind of preparation looking like at the moment?
So I think these 2 weeks are very exciting for us and also for
Who is this guy? Eddie Chen, COO, All Gamers Global. I have no idea what this is.
Because this year we have like so many titles participating in, so we like invest into more into different roster, and we want to be like performing better than the last year.
So focusing in a little bit more on chess, obviously this is the first year you've been in the game, and you've picked up Denis Lazovic. What was the kind of thought process behind that?
Okay, so chess is a new game to us, and also because of the EWC, we want to expand our roster into more different game. And this year,
The Belarus
we are so
coach,
happy
I have no
that,
idea.
Denis to join us together, and we think he's a very good player with a high potential, and he's also very young. So we also like want to give him more support in the future. So I think
Until they start playing,
there can
Gamba
be
is
like
already
a very
statue
good
bear.
partnership between us.
So
Where's
we've kind
my
of seen
Gamba
you popping
button?
up in a few more of these single player
I could
games. It
delete
allows
it
you to
and
diversify,
refund.
pick up a few more players.
And
Is
do
there
it
any
again
plans of
before the
that in
game. That's
future
actually a
chess,
good
let's say
idea.
for 2027?
Guys,
Do you
refund.
expect to
Delete
pick up a
return
few more
points.
players
We
to
do it
higher
before the
chances of
game.
getting some championship points?
Yes, so I think definitely we will like increase the investment and also to expand our rosters into different games, and because there is also a very good chance for us to like get more players in the
Scam
solo
back?
games.
No, nobody
So
got
we
scammed.
will,
You got your points back.
still,
It's
we'll
refund done
scout
by,
for
exactly.
more good talent players, and then to increase our roster in the future.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much, Eddie, and good luck in the rest
Good
of the
luck,
esports
bro.
world.
Thank you.
Trav, thank you for that great interview. Always great to have special guests for AGAL. Come on, how could they not be happy? They've already scored 750 club championship points as Denis Lazovic moves forward, but maybe getting 1,000 if he can win the entire thing. Big moves, taking a big risk. Now, I don't know if you guys had a keen eye or not, but if you were to look right in between the both of them during that interview, there was a special chessboard behind them. Hey, check it out. A lot of special things coming your way.
Bro, like 2 legends, Faker and Chovy. I don't even know Chovy. I heard about Faker once, but I don't understand. What do they have to do with chess? Are they good chess players? I don't get it.
Such a special board played by 2 legends coming from League of Legends, Faker being one of them, and I gotta say,
Faker, I know
is a
Faker.
one-of-one.
I know him.
Faker and
This
Chovy,
is,
they
like,
played on that very board.
the
They
Korean
signed it
League of
themselves,
Legends
and you have a chance to get a
superstar.
piece of history by scanning the QR code.
I mean, if Faker is the Magnus Carlsen of League, then Chovy might be its Hikaru Nakamura.
All right.
Both absolutely incredible at what they do. Would you ever play League, Mike?
Over no, now it's the most hyped game ever. Is now
I
coming.
might. I just might.
No, it's Magnus against Ali Reja
By the
Ferrugia.
way, but honestly, it is worth it. Scan the QR code because again, this is a one-of-one. You're not going to see this ever again.
You play League,
It's
Felu?
history
No,
in
I'm
the
Dota 2
making,
player.
and it's special.
Dota 2 is
indeed.
way
I
better
remember
than
when
League of
was
Legends.
Playing week 1, man, 7,000 seats sold out just to the left.
I
of
know-
me, and
I
they
don't
were
play
loud,
Dota
especially when
anymore,
Faker
but
took
when
that
I used to
stage,
play it-
and it's also signed
when
by
I used to
Chovy.
play
Get
video games,
involved,
I
and hope
played
you guys
Dota
have
a lot.
chance to see it. Now, things are getting loud here at the Esports World Cup, specifically over at Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage number 3. It is getting crazy. Trav, let's catch up with you with another club championship update powered by Aramco.
We're over at the Lenovo
Game starts in
Legion
40
Gauntlet. It's
minutes.
Rainbow
What?
Six
No
Siege
way.
this week.
Where do
I'm
you see
joined by
that?
Chris, and it seems like there's no real
Did you
top
play any
teams
FPS
left in Rainbow
games?
Six at the moment. There's some
Yeah.
emerging club championship
Counter-Strike.
teams.
not as far as CC
I
goes.
played a
This is
lot of
kind as an
Counter-Strike.
expected
I
kind of top four that we
owned
do
a
have going
server.
into it. Semi-finals
We
today,
actually owned
of
the
course, they're
second
called
biggest
tomorrow, so we're very
Counter-Strike
excited
server
for
in
that.
Germany.
But as far as actual
That was a
CC goes, the
massive
top end
server,
of things,
40
no, there's
against
not really
40
a great deal
players.
to be said about that.
That
But
was
what we
cool.
are talking about, and I think is a good
Then I played a lot
conversation
of Call of
to start
Duty
over
as
the last 2
well.
weeks, is filling in those top
And
24 spots. Furia are a team playing right now 1-0.
That's basically it. I tried a little bit of Overwatch when it came out.
Quite high up. They've got participation and good participation in CS.
You watch it the international, not anymore. Many years ago, we used to watch it all the time, but not anymore.
So them and COD didn't really play it off. Might play off here though for the side of Rainbow Six Siege. Look, it's all about the prize money that you can get a hold of. They're not going to be able to get their hands on the
Is that Faruja guy any good? Never heard of him. He's pretty
They
good.
might not be at the tippy top, but still so much money wherever you are in the club championship.
Why is this swamped with Saudi sponsor when it's in Paris?
Thank you, Ton and Trav, for the club championship update.
Because the esports stuff, I think it's owned by the Saudi Arabia fund or whatever it's called. I think Saudi Arabia is a big investor into this entire esports stuff. That's why. How do I turn off AI spying again? You don't. I have to turn it off on my stream. But I didn't. I want the AI learns from all of us, so he can create an AI Felu. And I don't have to stream anymore, and he can do it for me. Yeah, that's my goal. Yeah. AI Da Vinci, exactly.
Magnus Carlsen about to take the stage, but opposite of him is Alireza Firouzja, the last Falcons' chance to make it into grand finals, or will it be Team Liquid? But
okay, come on, bro, I'm not waiting now 40 minutes. You're kidding
Allianz
me.
wanted to catch up with them for the mental fortitude piece.
My name is Alireza Firouzja and I represent Team Falcons.
Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's mostly about keeping your nerves.
I would like to see how I would cook food.
At your best, not think about
Gamba, yeah, before the game.
And pressure and just to play your game. Yeah, when the host calls your name to the stage, you get some goosebumps, as they say, and you want to be in the moment and also to enjoy it. I don't have any specific ritual. I think mostly I just prepare for my opponent and try to think more chess-wise. After losing, mostly I just think to bounce back. I try my best to that moment. If I have second chance, I try to bounce back and then think about that loss after. Here, mostly it's
what
about
country
the
is this guy
team.
from France?
You want to be honest, I think
He's French.
The team points and everything here matters a lot. But yeah,
That's
of
why
course
the
it's,
people in there, they are all
nice
rooting
to
for him.
Play in France, but I don't see why I need to be pressure.
Originally Iranian. Ah, okay. Velu, what do you recommend to someone who has never really cooked in his life? How to start, apart from following your food channel? It's pretty simple. You learn cooking by cooking. You just start with very simple stuff and you build your skills over time. There is no other way to learn cooking than to just, you know, start with simple stuff. You know, make breakfast make eggs for breakfast. Make yourself an easy pasta dish. Stir fry some meat with vegetables. And the techniques will come over time.
Let's talk about the competitor of Magnus, Alireza Firouzja, and what makes him so good. Arguably second in the world, second best when it comes to this
I won't burn the boy back.
And he's looking
Bro,
to go
why
for
do I have so many cooking
as
noobs
Nima
in my
said
stream?
earlier today,
One of
very
you burns
aggressive
pasta,
player, and I
the
think
other
he's
one
figured
burns an
something out
egg.
since Riyadh last year. Remember, he lost in straight sets, but then he actually made it very close at the Speed Chess Championship Finals in London. He only lost 15-12, showing that he's nearly Magnus's equal. And here's the stat I want to give you from that event. They played
Learn how to
27
adjust
games,
your food as you're
19 were
cooking too. Yeah,
decisive,
that will come
almost
over
a
time with
70%
experience.
decisive game
You know,
percentage. I think
season your
needs to play
food
a
with
little bit more
salt, how
solidly
much,
and not
when
go
to
crazy
salt.
against Magnus like in London.
They will
But
come over
it did
time.
get him
Right? You just
closer. We're
have
going
to
to see
go
what kind of
into the
style he
kitchen
shows
and
today.
start
That's right.
cooking.
Well, only 23 years old, arguably hasn't even hit his peak yet, but already making history himself. Last EWC was a new experience.
You will be
Now he's
happy to
back
know
for a
that I'm an
second
excellent
EWC,
cook and
that
baker,
valuable
really?
experience from last year is going to carry over to today's competition. But Magnus Carlsen, he is the guy everybody wants to beat. He is the champion from last year, and he's looking to do it again.
Let's do it.
For sure. He was coronated last year. This year,
Cooking
he
is easy.
here
I
to
don't understand how people have so much trouble with basic survival skills.
2025 EWC Grand
I mean, you
Final,
can
and he won
be
2
intimidated
sets
by
straight
cooking if you
against
never do it,
Alireza.
you know.
How do you
You
think
know,
he's
you
going to do
stand
this
there in
year?
a hot
Let's
Japan, and you hear these stories about stuff getting banned.
No fault of him, and the bracket made it the semifinals. But again, he enjoys playing. And when
you
you're
char
at
bones
Magnus Age, where
before
you've done
making
everything,
beef
you want to play
stocks.
chess for enjoyment. He
I'm gonna
enjoys
be
playing
honest,
against
bro.
Alireza. He doesn't have a ton
I
of
made
energy, it
a
looks like, but I think he's gonna get
homemade
up for this
beef
match. It's
stock,
gonna be just fine.
He's been
completely
just fine.
from
We know that
scratch
maybe he has
with
a cold
stocks
or something, but
and
regardless,
with
he's been
bones.
taking the stage. He's been
Once
playing
in my life.
flawlessly. Magnus is going to
It
be
was
at his
so much
best
work
when he
that
goes up
I
in
said
this
to
matchup.
myself,
And again,
I'm
like
never
Agent
doing
say,
this ever
this
again in
is
my
a
life,
rematch
ever.
from last year's grand finals, but now they face off in the semifinals. Only one spot remains in the grand finals.
Never
the question
again,
is,
bro.
who's ready to lift the trophy? Will it be Magnus Carlsen? Will it be Alireza Firouzja? Falcons versus Team Liquid. Let's head to the stage to get it started.
All right, they're coming in. Who are you rooting for? I don't really root for anyone. I just want to see a bit of drama.
Qualify the grand finals.
I'm here for drama.
And now it is time for a remake
I make
of last year's
mean
grand
plain
finals,
rice
bro.
and boiled chicken
That
breast.
semifinal
Oh,
was
bro, you boiled
absolutely
with chicken
phenomenal.
breast, man.
Only
You are
19 years
hardcore,
of
man.
age
Are you a gym
and
bro?
just slicing
If you are a
through
gym bro, I can
competition
understand.
with reckless abandon. That said, ladies and gentlemen,
But man,
it is about
boiled
time
chicken
for
is
us to start up
insane.
our next match. Please,
Of
welcome
course.
to the stage, representing Team
Nice,
Liquid,
bro. Welcome.
Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, guys, we need
To be the
gamba.
man, you've got to beat the man. And in this arena, that
Yeah,
is
give me
Magnus
what?
Carlsen.
Give me 2 more minutes.
The pressure of being the
Give me
favorite
2 more
is
minutes.
always on his back.
Until the game
But when
started.
it matters most, when his back is up against
Magnus
the wall,
drunk?
he
Yeah,
always
maybe.
seems to pull through. He already made history last year.
The introductions are cringe.
EWC champion in chess. And he
Come
is
on,
now
they're trying to make it
do it
entertaining
2
with
times in a row.
introduction and the key stuff.
Looking for a back-to-back, but you know what? You don't go to a back-to-back without repeating that back-to-back grand finals from last year. And his opponent represents France. So
Is
we need
Hans
to do that
Niemann
intro
playing? He's
in the
out. He
local
lost.
language. Faites du bruit
He
pour
lost
Alireza
to
Firouzja.
this guy that's coming in right now.
Le grand maître français qui représente l'équipe Falcons. 2 Armageddon le premier jour. Il a battu Hans Niemann tout à l'heure. Il représente les Falcons. 23 ans. Et c'est sa 2e fois à l'eSport World Cup. Il était en grande finale l'an dernier. Et il essaye de prendre sa revanche. On
When
a
he
un
gonna
match
be in the upcoming
exceptionnel.
Syncfed
Alireza
Cup? Yeah,
Firouzja
maybe
sur la
next year.
scène.
If I don't have to
Magnus,
travel, then the next one,
first
next year.
off, that pop was kind of crazy for Firouzja. It seemed like the crowd might be a little bit biased. Does that affect you at all?
That's all right. Last year, you know, we were in Saudi and he plays for the Falcons, so it was the same.
Okay, and when it comes to Firouzja in general, it seems like you have more respect for him, or at least maybe for his
Where's the
skill,
gamba?
than you do for a lot of your other opponents. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think he's really, really good.
All right, and last thing, going into this match,
Let's go.
you have history on
Oh,
the
no,
line. You
I
already won
clicked the
EWC
wrong
before,
freaking
Trying
button.
to get back-to-back, one step away. Are you feeling confident and up to your game?
I mean, I'm obviously
Magnus
not at my best right now, but I'm hoping to.
All right,
you know,
ladies and gentlemen, bring in your
give it
money.
my best, and we'll see how far it goes.
Okay, we will indeed see just how far it goes. Damascus, I'm interested in hearing what Firouzja has to say.
Absolutely, Alireza. You were there in grand finals last year. This time, you know, you're home. The crowd has been making some noise. How does that make you feel?
I feel happy that
Crazy how they have AC in the Middle East, but Europe is 100 years behind.
It was
We
not
are.
easy, so
We are behind.
I try my best to put a good fight.
All right, and last year, of course, that was the grand finals. You come back with revenge in mind. Was that a match that you've prepared for a while? How do you come into this match?
No, I just wanted to get to top 4 now. Now everything else is just trying to fight, and we'll see.
Hey,
Bro,
you know what?
we need
No
more
time to
trash
speak,
talk,
bro.
really.
It
We
is
need
time
more
to kick
trash
off the
talk.
second
We need more
semi-final.
action.
Alireza, can I have you stand there for the traditional pre-game face-off? Rob
What is
certified
this?
banger again.
Ladies and gentlemen,
No way they're
it
doing
is
a face-off.
officially time. This is the semifinals, and only one will punch that ticket into the grand finals. It is
What are
time
they
for
making?
Alireza Firouzja versus Magnus Carlsen.
They don't want to do this at all. They are like, bro, please, I want to go to my PC and play chess. Leave me alone.
Semi-final of the day. Magnus Carlsen.
They don't want to do
Alireza
this,
Firouzja,
brother.
A match of the king versus the prince.
They're like, what the
I
fuck
mean,
are
we
we
get to see
doing
this
here?
every single year,
Leave
but
me
every
alone,
single
bro.
time it is so exciting. Tanya, how are we feeling right now?
We are pumped, Levy. This is going to be fantastic to watch. One Falcon goes down, the other enters the arena. For Alireza Firouzja, it is a spot to the final, but in front of him, the ultimate boss, the final boss of chess. It is the world #1 for Team Liquid, looking to rise at the top. Magnus Carlsen. Now these two,
All right.
so much history. They've played plenty of finals. And Levy, it has always been dramatic. It has always been filled with fireworks.
Magnus Carlsen, when he was the reigning defending champion of the world, said he was maybe not interested in defending his title against literally any other human on the planet. No pressure intended whatsoever with that statement. And now he is here. Now, I have to say, he's been under the weather this week. Let me tell you something right now.
So
this man
lame.
likes basketball.
Hans is
Michael
up
Jordan,
for the
Game
trash talk.
6 is
I
a
feel
big
like Hans
inspiration in the
trash
playoffs.
talks.
And
I
don't
like
we know
it.
the feeling of the first day,
Anish
feeling fully
Giri
rested and recovered?
trash
I don't know if
talks,
it's
but
today,
only on
every
Twitter.
day that goes on by these
He
other
does it only
opponents
on
of his,
Twitter.
It could be really bad
He
for
trash
them.
talks on
I'll
Twitter.
tell you something. There's Game 6 history for Magnus Carlsen
but
as
that's
well.
it.
Well, this one is a best of 6 as well. Now, Alireza Firouzja, what a day he's had taking down Hans Niemann. For Magnus, he hasn't been in the best condition, but still finding a way to win when you're
Dubov
not
trash
feeling
talks,
in top
really?
form.
I don't know Dubov.
That is an invaluable asset to have, Levy.
This is going to be a match that really tests the players' stamina, really tests the players' ability to navigate complex positions. It's going to be a complete opposite of what we have
Let's
seen
do it. Hans
in the
versus
match
Magnus would have a lot
versus,
of
with
trash
Hikaru
talk. It didn't.
Nakamura
They
versus
played
Dennis
yesterday
That
or
was
2 days
stable.
ago.
That was waiting for the
And
one
there was
moment
no
that would
trash
come in
talk.
50 moves.
They just
These
didn't
games are gonna be
shake their
imbalanced,
hands.
complicated, all over the place, and very unpredictable.
And that is exactly what Alireza Firouzja has to be looking for against Magnus Carlsen. Now, these two played in Riyadh. It was the finals, but I have to say that, Levy, that was a Magnus show from start to finish. He dominated that match. He
Do I
comes
hear Levy?
in.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
Levy
Alireza, the
commentating.
form that he's shown earlier this year in Norway chess, Alireza had his first classical win of his career against Magnus Carlsen. He knows it. He's taken him down earlier in speed chess formats as well. The belief is there. This is the biggest stage. And I do think that he senses that Magnus isn't in top form.
Is there anywhere I
Very
can
well
watch
could be,
this
but I will
without
tell you
Felou
something right
talking
now.
over commentators?
Just sitting at
What?
these screens. Alireza's
Why
heart
are you
rate is
on my
nearly
stream,
120 beats per minute.
What do
Not
you
a
mean?
single move has even been made
you want to
yet.
say shut
Magnus
up?
is getting a little bit more amped up. It just went from 78 to 89. But I can't wait. We're about to get underway here. Magnus with the white pieces.
Bro, if
We have
person comes
Magnus
here,
versus
want my team
Alireza.
want me to shut
we have
up.
Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. And we have a Queen's Pawn opening.
It is, and we see the Queen's Gambit decline happening here. Game 1, we are off with Magnus Carlsen's choice of opening here as we're watching it play out. A lot of Falcon fans in the building. We saw them go wild when Alireza walked
All
in.
right.
A lot of support, and I
Yo,
will remind
Surya,
everyone,
man,
it
Surya,
was
I
in
prepared
Riyadh,
such a
the
great
esports
video.
World
I will
Cup,
show
where we
you
had
the
one of
video
our
tomorrow.
most iconic moment of the
I have
tournament
proof
when
from
finally
your
Magnus first taking down Hikaru.
from
then
you running
Alireza
3 cars. I
shuts
found
the crowd.
video proof, just
Shuts
so
the
you know.
crowd.
I
Shut
found
down two
video
Falcons.
proof.
It must be nice to win all your games and all your matches
Yeah.
and then trash talk a little
I
bit with
prepared
the
the video for
audience.
you.
I have to tell you. Now, this Queen's Gambit declined. The reason why Magnus is thinking so early, it's a very dynamic one. Black has like 7 different
Yeah,
moves that
don't
he can
hit me,
play
don't
on
hit
that
and
last
run.
turn. And Alireza is going for, okay, he's going for something a little bit more stable and structured.
Heart
Tanya,
rate
these two have
80.
played
Nice.
likely thousands of games against each other. And I'm talking about casual 1+0 bullet all the way up to classical chess. How do you even explore new territory at that point when it's likely thousands? There are 3 digits after the first one that you've played.
You know each other's soul by now is the problem. Where do you find fresh ideas? Well, we have the first pause of the game, and it is Alireza Firouzja after trade at the center. Does he take that pawn back with the knight with his own pawn, or will he capture the pawn right behind
Someone
it
tell me
on
what
D4?
he said.
There are
I said
3
that I
moves
prepared a
possible
video
right
of
now
you
for the Falcon.
with
Which
proof.
one will he lock in on?
That you
Well, let's
did
see.
hit and run.
Lazovic, I think, takes with the pawn. Alireza, maybe knight. Hey, there we go.
Right.
That's the
What
dynamic
happened?
player that I know and love. But it doesn't really matter. It's a queen's pawn game, which means there's still a lot of stability.
The one thing that we've seen from Magnus and observed as commentators and fans is that if you have to beat this guy, if you have to have your chances against the world #1, against the GOAT, you need to drag him out into imbalanced positions as quickly as possible. You need those complications to happen. You want those opportunities where both players can go
Instead
wrong.
of paying me 59,
And I think in positional
I could
strategic
even have one myself, man.
Magnus just
Bro, they're already
crushes
trading
every
off
single
everything.
human
What's
being.
going on?
And this is a great one right here, right? It's brewing in front of our eyes. Magnus here has the white pieces. Black has what we call an IQP. It's an isolated queen's pawn. Now, the person who's playing against it, in this case Magnus, wants to stack his pieces in the center, block it from moving forward, trade off some knights and bishops, and ultimately win this pawn. The person with the pawn wants to play like that. Use the space around it, bring the rooks into the middle of the board, and you know, at some point you could push, But there's going to be a moment that pawn is a nice defensive tool
Below
for
what's
the
the
knight
peak
that lands
rating?
in the
I
middle
think
of the board. You could
2007.
then build around it. Sometimes there are opportunities to create some sort of kingside attack, but Tanya, you said this is a positional savant. He is going to trade enough
Magnus,
pieces.
yeah,
He's
is
going
chilling.
to
He
put
had
rooks and
a rating
queens
of
like this. He's going to put a
79.
knight, not immediately.
Go
This would
attacking
lose
the
a queen. I
center
don't think he's
pawn.
gonna do
Good,
that.
good,
And
good.
this, in the long run, is it an asset or a liability? That's going to be the major question here.
And on the side that's playing with that
I mean,
pawn,
right
if
now
you just
it's not
highlight it,
protected.
because the whole game that we're going to see unfold will be around the ideas that Levy, you just mentioned.
The same year my girlfriend
For
was
Ali
born.
Reza,
Really?
Either he gets that d4 break, which I think is a faraway possibility, potentially not happening in this game. He defends that pawn, which was under attack. You start looking for ideas of counter-attack, right? Plant your knight to the center square. Get your queen out to the queen side. Start targeting the pawns, which are a2 and b2 on the other flank of the board. The rook's beautifully placed. With the pieces getting traded off, that favors white. So Magnus will, in the future, look for more queen trades, majors coming off the board, so that it gets easier to get to that pawn at the center of the board.
I think Magnus' next move will likely be pawn to h3, and then I don't think Ali Reza will be taking. That would play directly into the hands of Magnus.
Yeah, this
he will
is
likely
stupid
move
if he
this
takes that
bishop back
knight.
to this square, and this square will prepare the king being safe for the long run. That bishop gets pushed backwards. This is also a very natural move in these positions. You know, you trade off these bishops, then you reposition, you double the rooks on the d file.
Okay.
It's a defensive game for sure from Ali Reza, but it might be simple enough that he doesn't have to worry too much. Now, one thing I want to point out, the difference between Magnus and Denis Lazovic, we have made a lot of comparisons in their positional style. What I would say is Magnus has built up the experience and the confidence to play in positions where he won't take the simple solution. He is happy to go into a position that looks funky or a little bit weird or a little bit imbalanced because he loves chess. He values his skills.
Magnus is thinking, he
still
doesn't know
higher
what to
than
play.
everybody else, whereas Denis might not. And so
Okay, he
Magnus
plays a
will
knight in
play
the
this in a
center.
positional way. I doubt he can make this crazy. But over the course of this match, he's going to meet fire with fire. There's a reason Ali Reza's got FIR in the first 3 letters of his name. He detonates fire on the board. But we have this move knight to d4, and for now, we have to play positional chess.
Ali Reza Firusha is what we're calling him for the rest of this match. For
Yeah,
sure. Now the
Magnus
knight does
chilling.
land at the center. A set of minor pieces about to come up, and this is what we were talking about. When you're fighting against that isolated pawn at the center, as many pieces that come off, it favors the side that wants to get to it. In this case, Magnus Carlsen. But he does open up his queen to be a little vulnerable to Ali Reza's rook. Magnus is saying that you don't have any great knight jumps that actually get you something eventually. The knight
Okay,
falls
he wants
back.
to trade the
The
knight.
queen will step forward, stay connected to that bishop on e2.
I mean, I guess he will go
and then
back. I
eventually
don't know.
we'll have all the minors off the board. Very, very likely that this ends in a draw. And the reason I say that is
Levy's
that
better
Levy,
commentating. I
principle of
think
two
the exact
weaknesses.
opposite.
You
I think
need
he's
two
really good.
targets to often win a game, and there's only one easily defended by black.
Absolutely. You also might be wondering why there's bishops staring at each other. Let's not forget the black rook was just attacking the white queen. So right now, black has the option to trade the bishop. Honestly, you might be able to get away with that. I would avoid too many trades. I think here there's a question of why can't I move my knight back to c5 and attack the queen? Maybe he's going to repeat moves and make a draw.
Okay, he
That's
takes
never
back
gonna
the
happen.
queen now.
Magnus obviously had something in mind there. But so far, this is progress, right? This is progress for the side playing against the isolated pawn. Right now with black, you never take the knight here, ever.
Well, now you do if you get the opportunity.
Yes.
He's doubled down on it. There's also a pin along the e-file. So exactly to your point, what you want is that when you capture that knight, Magnus is forced to take it with a pawn. So that you're not left with any weakness on that open line. Rook c4,
And now
a
what?
nice multi-purpose move. You're hitting the knight on d4. You're also eyeing a doubling up, maybe even a tripling up on the c line.
For anybody wondering, we've been saying, oh, the person playing against the pawn wants to make trades. He doesn't want to take black's knight there, because the pawn would take. Yeah, I mean, queen takes, maybe it's silver, but pawn would take. Then the pawns are together. Now, knight back to f3. Ali Reza has a funny move here. He could jump his knight to the right side, attack Magnus's queen. Magnus can't take the knight, because then he would lose the queen
Okay.
the other way. To this
Because
other
he's
piece.
pinned.
Let's have that on the board. Let's show
Yeah,
that.
but what does
Knight
this
to
do?
F4. You can't take the knight. I'm forced to move
What
my
does this
queen.
move
I don't
do?
have so many squares. Let's put it in front of the rook. And I say, what's next? I'm hitting your knight on f4, Levy.
Well, allegedly, there are ideas like this. Any time that you see a piece that is only protected by a king,
Really? But
you
what's
gotta
the
look for
follow-up
tactics.
of
Now,
that?
it's not winning, but it could
Bringing
make things
the
very
rook?
complicated. He also could
Wow.
reposition the knight a couple more times. He could also bring it back.
We'll
I mean,
see.
in general, you don't make a move like this
I mean,
without
bro,
a
I'm telling
clear
you.
follow-up.
Can we just investigate
Heart rate's going up for Alireza.
This position explodes. And look at Alireza. He's locked in. He's burning the clock. This is going on in his mind. You give a check. You drive the
Magnus
king,
is
only
chill,
square.
yeah.
You bring the queen. You pin that white knight. There's one move to defend it.
Okay.
And he's going
He does. He plays that move. He cannot take this pawn.
All right, let's get back to the live
Because
board. There
otherwise
was
he will lose
a
the
pretty
queen.
nasty sequence there, which I think Magnus
But what
might
does
be
this
realizing
do?
at
I
this
don't think
point.
that he
The
will
nice thing
sacrifice
about
his
this,
knight
for
into this
anybody
pawn.
wondering
There is
how
just
Alireza can
no
spot this,
way.
It's not actually super complicated. The knight on f4 is a very forcing move. We see Magnus sit back there because he's realizing he gets it. He has to move his queen to the left. Maybe you can move it back. Doesn't particularly matter.
You move it back. You're giving this option of even eventually the black
And
rook
now
landing on
what?
the second rank. Anyone wants to put it on d2. The reason Magnus isn't rushing with it, he's calculating knight takes pawn. Alireza's looking at it.
Yeah, and Magnus might just be wondering, am I just lost here? He's not. There's an amazing move at the end of this sequence that will give Alireza the chance to win back the knight. Now, is Magnus upset because he thinks he's in a lot of trouble? Or
is he taking that pawn?
is he just upset that he got
There's
nothing from
just
this
no
game and it's
freaking
not
way.
considered to be a draw? There is this
Thank you so much for the prime subscription.
Absolutely clear.
He takes it.
I was going to say he's considering it.
Fine.
And now,
Oh, it's a
it's
brilliant,
move.
brother.
That's relatively straightforward. We're going to get king takes. We're going to get a check.
Okay, now rook
Absolutely.
check.
I don't even have to make a move. All right, Alireza's going to play this in half a second.
And then what?
Start with this move, but I don't know why you would do that.
It's got to be the check because then you just block out your rook from the attack. So you get your rook closer.
Thank you so much for the prime subscription.
That you would have.
King
We're
here.
seeing that happen.
Yep.
And now the move, and look at the sequence
Wow.
with which Alireza
Okay, now what?
this out. And this is where I was stuck. What is
Bro, but,
next here? You're down a piece.
Boom.
Oh,
the
wow.
same exact pin gets you back, right? Gets
Oh,
you back
okay.
this material. Now here,
Wow.
there's no defending the knight. But I
Yo,
will
Morgan, thank you for the prime subscription.
continue. I go full Wreck-It Ralph mode. I'm just bulldozing the position. And this rook is a major issue. It's actually black who is playing with more pieces
Okay,
here.
he can bring
Now,
the rook
good
back
thing
here.
For Magnus is
He
that
can
after the
still
move
not
rook
take
f4,
this
he doesn't have
because
to
he's
lose the game
pinned.
on the spot. He maybe has this move, which he will spot, and we're going to go to an endgame anyway. That's likely going to be a draw. It's going to be
okay, at the
Alireza
end
who's
of this a
pawn up.
draw.
But in a rook
What
endgame,
color is
when the other
Magnus?
side
White.
has a lot of activity, it's still going to end up a draw. So if Magnus defends himself here, he
I mean,
should be
the
fine,
heart
but
rate
he's
of
not gonna be
Magnus
very
went
happy.
up. He was in the 70s, 90s, and the 90s, you know? He knows. It's game on, bro.
And now it's on
Yeah,
Alireza.
Alireza comes in with that brilliance.
Is he going to go for this endgame, or will he find another way to keep the pressure on? Other ideas, perhaps
They need to zoom in their
throwing that
faces,
deep
yeah.
pawn forward, finding a way to rook lift the other one to the 6th rank to get towards that knight. Alireza has a lot of options he's looking on, but what was impressive with which the speed with which he played that, the confidence with which he played. This is game one. You know, you sacrifice a knight, you could be losing.
And the reason he's not happy is I think he thought he had more. He's not unhappy because he's somehow in a bad position.
Yeah, but I don't
But
understand.
he went for this
I mean,
thinking, like,
okay,
oh, I'm
it's maybe
absolutely
a
winning
bit
here. I'm
much
just
to
gonna push my
calculate
pawn, I'm gonna play
because
this rook move, and we're
you
gonna win
sacrifice
this
your
game.
knight
Now
and
he's
now
sitting
you
there
don't
thinking,
know what
like,
to do.
How did White actually have a defensive resource here?
And that defensive resource
Yep.
is the rook lift,
Okay.
and that's been stopped. Alireza goes for a more dynamic option, keeping the game alive, not allowing Magnus into an endgame. Still a lot of pressure on the king's king there on h1. Pinned is the
Okay,
knight
the
on
knight
f3.
is still
Lots
pinned,
of
and
pins
now
on the board.
what?
You can't capture that pawn with your own pawn. The queen is hanging. You can't touch the knight. The king is pinned on the corner, the bottom right there. The d pawn is about to move
Wow,
one
this is
step
a good
forward.
move.
And
You
apart from
cannot
all
take
of
with
that,
the rook.
threat that you earlier
You will
highlighted,
simply lose
the
it.
rook ready to come
You
to
cannot
f4
use
to
this
double
pawn
down,
because your
win it
queen
and
is,
win it.
is
The
pinned.
only defensive move here for Magnus is to slide his rook over one square to the right to meet the black rook head on.
Okay.
Looking for a trade of rooks and
straight.
potentially moving it forward.
But
a
what
little
if
bit
he
as well
pushes
to
the
play some
pawn?
defense. That is actually the only move, which is quite fascinating. Because the
Wow.
alternative is to try to defend
I don't know what
against
to
this
do.
black pawn push. The next move in black's position is pawn pushing one square, attacking the queen, and that wins on the spot.
That wins on
I
the
thought
spot.
brilliant
The
moves
rook
were
slide
supposed to
hitting
give
the
an
knight
advantage.
wins.
It does.
Magnus
It gave
Carlsen
him an
to stay
advantage.
in
You
the
have to
game
keep in
has
mind
to
he
play
lost
rook
a
to
full
G1
piece.
to offer
So
the
he's
rook trade on
down
the
3
G5
points of
line that
material
up.
off that piece.
Everything else
and it's
would
still
have been
equal.
lost, but of
So it
course
gave him
he's
an
Magnus
advantage,
Carlsen, world
a
number
positional
one
advantage,
for a
but
reason,
it's
finds
not that
it,
easy. You know, a
plays
brilliant
it,
move doesn't
and
let you
he's
win the
up
game.
on the clock.
You need to play the
So now,
follow-ups.
if we can pull up the board, I think Alireza is going to respond quickly. He only has 3 minutes here. There's actually kind of something wicked. You can play d3, and what happens is rook takes, queen takes. This is still under attack. Takes. And it's a queen endgame. Or how about this? You can play rook takes, and simply go down a piece. Now, this might be survivable by white, but it looks awful.
Yeah,
it looks awful.
wow.
White can't
the
move
knight
any
is
of
pinned.
these
That's
pieces.
so terrible.
This completely nasty position, but the computer does find a way out here. Now, will Alireza go for this, or will he go for the end game and likely just, make a draw? But what a position.
This is just fantastic chess by Alireza, finding that opportunity, spotting it, jumping with the knight, giving up a piece, going for the attack, not sliding the rook, but pushing the pawn ahead. Magnus on top of his game as well, finding the only moves. Rook G1 played. Alireza, does he push the pawn or does he trade? Only these two moves.
And you see, this is the difference, right? Hikaru Lazovic, very solid battles. These two right away just
first game, I like it already.
Punches at each other. And this is what I love about the two
Don't
of them.
tell me he loses on time.
Better and better.
He's
and
down
understanding
2.5
Magnus
minutes,
a little bit more. Tani, he's a minute 49.
Yeah.
The one thing I cannot take when Alireza plays chess is how low on time he gets. And D3 is on the board, so we are likely going to see
okay, take.
endgame.
And that's
And now
always
what?
fascinating to watch.
He takes the pawn. Nah, probably he will take now this pawn. Rook takes, and then takes the check. He slides the king here, and then it's endgame. It's equal. Yeah, okay, they play it. We now take the good world. Okay. I know I do a draw.
That looks like it's a perpetual.
Oh, brother, all of this brilliant. And then do a draw. Come on.
Yeah. And Magnus could have ran with his king to the left and tried to just, get rid of the pawn on the right side of the board and keep the game going.
All right.
Here's the thing, though.
Good first game,
format,
man.
Getting into
Brilliant and
time,
everything.
I'm talking 140 to 4 minutes. That's how you lose against Magnus. And Alireza actually does that a lot. He beat Wei Yi in his match with like 10 seconds against a minute and 20. First of all, what? How is that even possible?
It's crazy. It's like
he's down on time, yeah, of course. He's down 2.5 minutes. He has to draw there.
But what a game that was to start, to set the tone of what's ahead for us in the remaining 5 rounds. Alireza really taking the battle on with the black pieces. Magnus finding the only moves after that first surprise right there.
First game draw.
Fantastic
Let's do it.
Stuff we set ourselves up for with this clash.
For sure. I'm curious to see what Alireza goes for with the white pieces. Very different type of first draw than we saw in Hikaru versus Dennis.
You know, Levy, they say not all draws are made equal.
On,
and what we
1
just saw right now happen was definitely one of those that gets you excited.
Okay, London. Yes, Alireza's been Londoning it up, and Magnus says, your London, my London. The best response to a London is
London,
to play
okay,
London.
London.
There's
I have no clue what is opening.
Levy, someone tell them we're in Paris right now.
How many games do they play? This best of 6.
That's desperate times, call for desperate measures. Alireza Firouzja attacking Magnus Carlsen's pawn with his queen. Magnus giving it away. And then the entire left side of the board might fall apart, but actually it's uncapturable, which is sort of fascinating.
You'd have taken that pawn. It allows a lot of the rook sliding over, the b2 pawn being soft as well, and it looks like both players know exactly what they're doing right now. The knight does jump. Now there's no queen takes pawn. The bishop is being hit as well. Is Alireza ready to give up the bishop pair? He says no, falls back.
There you go. You want to win the Esports World Cup, just learn the London. That's the lesson. Alireza's played this to perfection. Offers it.
Slides back.
We have Magnus here defending with the trade of the dark squared bishops. Alireza's going to castle or develop his knight. Also fine. I actually like White's position a lot. Whenever there's a knight on a non-standard square, as we see in Magnus's position over there on the left side,
bishop.
It can be a target, Tanya. That's not really where knights are supposed to stand.
Completely agree, because the a-pawn is also ready to go up the board and dislodge that piece as well. And I'll just point out about the London. Where are those days? Gone are those days when London was considered this solid opening. You know, you could
opening
sit
up
back,
the rook.
play position,
So is he not castling now?
It just feels like full dogfight whenever we see a London
All right, bro. I think he does.
Well, a castle now played.
Okay.
But always watch out for the black queen and knight attacking the h-file once you go into this structure. You know, London's become really combative, Levy.
Absolutely. Having said that, this one is likely not to end in a checkmate, but a more grindy type of game. But
okay, I see.
I mean, I still have to say, everything on the board looks normal, except the knight.
Do you get a higher heart rate when playing, Philo? Yeah, sometimes I do.
Everything looks correct. You gave your king a little bit of space. Your knight and bishop fight for the center.
What color is
White
Magnus?
has
Magnus black.
here, having more center
Magnus plays in black, and Alireza is white.
More mobile, right? He has much more progress to be made. This is Alireza's game. I really like. He just has to develop the left side of the board, the queen side, bring his rooks to the middle, maybe push his a-pawn, Magnus is defending here, Tanya. The structure resembles like a Karl Khan or a Scandinavian defense, but overall, I really like the chances here for white.
Okay.
And just to your point,
He
the
jumps in with
knight
the
advances
knights.
to a square where it's currently
Good knight.
unchallenged. It's also vacating the square for the bishop to land on, taking care of any ideas that Magnus might have had of knight g4, any attack, potential attack on the right flank. He also improves the position of his rook. The bishop gets to the square. And now again, that a4, a5 that you keep highlighting with the c-pawn up the board, you can't even stop that advance.
Okay.
Absolutely. Which is why
Oh, can you push the pawn? Okay.
He's now faced with this decision
White's
of
winning.
taking the knight or not.
He's at plus
He does.
0.5, so white is an
And
advantage.
Where do you go from here?
I know
I
what.
want to point out that in these positions, we see the bar, it does give white an advantage, and it's more long-term. Imagine with the bishop as it's placed, eventually the white b-pawn going up the board, a minority attack once the queen is out of the way. You've got ideas like b4, b5. That bishop on f3, it's going to become a sniper once you're able to get to the c6 pawn. And I think it's on Alireza's radar. Well, he starts
Okay.
with the a-pawn. He wants to push that knight back.
I missed the gamba. We are
This is
doing a
quite
gamba
impressive
before
because
every
Magnus
game.
can't mirror him
Every
with an
game you
a-pawn.
gamba, bro.
Right,
So
he
don't
can't
worry.
play a5 himself. But he follows the age-old wisdom. When attacked on the side, strike in the center.
Okay.
He does it, and he does it fast. And now Alireza has to make a decision. There are two attackers on the d4 spot, only one defender. Does Alireza bring his rook to the center of the board? Does he capture, or does he even push that pawn? d5.
All look pretty good. All look pretty good.
What's
I
he
would be very
playing?
tempted to push d5. You know, I've got enough defensive resources to make that pawn going. Again, the bishop needs
Bro,
to be
maybe
activated. The bishop on f3.
he's sleepy still.
So I'm looking for ways
He's
to
still
open up
sleepy,
that
bro.
diagonal to get
Wake
to that
up,
c6
man.
pawn. And you look at Magnus, you just know that he's not feeling well.
Well, it's
And
the
he
best position he's
mentioned-
had all day.
True that. You know, he mentioned it after winning his quarterfinals matchup that he was very worried about playing Alireza. He's not feeling himself. You know, Alireza is the kind of opponent who's not going to let go of any chance. We saw that in game one. He got one opportunity to sacrifice his knight. He went for it.
Man, Alireza is thinking a
I
lot.
have
He's
to
down
say,
again
sometimes
1.5
when Magnus says
minutes.
stuff like that, it's kind of like the smart. You ever remember school? Remember when the smartest kid in class would say, "Oh, I didn't even study for the test," and get the best grade? Shut up. All right. Like, seriously. I mean, I
Magnus
don't
is
like to play
terrified.
Alireza. I just beat him in the finals.
Yeah, I
like
don't
4
know.
times
I
in a row.
don't think
like,
so.
Look, we get it. Like, Magnus has to be sick or he has to be off form, right? But when he's at his best, he's the man to beat. If I can have an analysis board, please, I would like to pull up how difficult it was in that last position to push forward. Tanya, how about this? In this position, the way white gets the advantage is not to attack the knight. It's to trade it.
Oh, wow.
And the idea is that this is now very challenging for black to play, because if he goes for the same concept, there's rook to c5, very positional, very Lazovic-esque. Lazovic-esque.
Oh, he
or
pushes the
however you
pawn
would say it.
forward in the
That's
live
the way
game.
you were
All
supposed
right,
to play,
let's see it.
Which is weird because it was the target the entire time. How do you just go and trade it off and just slowly advance on the queen side? Instead, we have complete chaos, which is normal when we have Magnus Alireza.
It's what we want. But that was a beautiful idea that you pointed out, just playing against black, getting free with the
Okay,
central
now
break.
what?
But there's a central break that
he taking
Alireza
with the
does
pawn?
go for. D5. Again,
Maybe
this
he trades
bishop on
the rook.
F3. Keep an eye. Watch out for that bishop. It's about to get really strong in the position. I'm expecting a bunch of trades on that D5 square. You take everything.
Yeah, what do? You take once? I mean, you have to take. Maybe you don't have to take, but you likely have to take this pawn with black.
If
Do
I'm
you take
making
it once
all
with the
to
pawn,
snipe,
once with
Philip
the knight?
Dragon
What do you
band,
do?
yeah.
I'm
not
all the
nah,
trades
I
to
don't
happen
I
and
don't
the
know
white
if you're
bishop to
allowed to
land on
make alt
D5.
accounts
For
officially.
Magnus, the
I'm not
queen and
really
the rook
sure.
are nicely set up on the 7th rank, just
I
making
think a
sure
lot of people
everything's
don't allow it.
defended.
A lot of platforms don't allow alt
He's trying to
accounts.
think perhaps if there's a way to throw in a curveball here. You know, that e-pawn that's just moved one step forward, can he sever the connection between the bishop and the pawn by going e4? An in-between move.
Could be. Could be. And honestly, when he plays Alireza,
Well,
this is a thought. This is really a thought that goes through his head, like, let's complicate it. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's take a little bit of risk.
They're zooming again, guys.
Of course, he
I'll
can
look
just take
into
the
the
pawn on
board.
d5 and suffer, but Magnus is at a point in his career where he's like, could this be a more fun position to play? It's not about minimizing risk. It's not about being hyper practical.
It takes
How
a
are
lot
we
of time
feeling
to
today?
think.
How's the mental processing? Do we take some risk in this position or not? Having said all that, we might sit here for a minute and he just trades everything in the middle of the board.
Okay, he takes
And
the
there it
knight.
is.
He will
It
trade
is,
back
you
to
know,
the knight,
Liquid
no?
under pressure, going solid here with his approach right now.
And then
you
what?
go E4, you would have ended up with a weakness on that C6 square. He's not allowing
Zooming
any
part
of that.
is
But
so
I see a bunch
unnecessary.
of
What do you
trades at the
mean?
center of the
Don't
board,
you like to
and
see
there
the
bishop
faces of the
lands
players in like the
unchallenged
hyper
right
big
now.
and the headphones?
Looking at B7, looking
That's
at
great
F7,
production
the
value.
A-pawn about to push up the board as well. It just feels like Alireza's on the right side of the equality in this one.
What are they doing?
Absolutely. Can I just say, Liquid under pressure and then solid? Like
Did that make sense?
that was like,
Okay.
you are spitting fire. Firuja, if I may. That was
Wrong player.
best caster in the world. I'm saying it right
Fredo,
now.
can you zoom in your
amazing.
camera?
Anyway,
yeah, I
this
could.
is not the best position in the world.
No, I don't think I
This is a
can.
little
I
bit
have the
of a
auto
nap
thing
time
on.
position. Magnus's pawn's not too happy in the middle there, but this is not the first rook end game we've seen today or in this tournament.
I
that even a
am,
pawn
yeah.
advantage,
I am.
you can just go and
I
take
just
some
don't have the
pawns.
title yet.
It's unlikely to be a decisive result. The amount of time it's going to take white to take some pawns is the same amount of time it's going to take black to take some pawns.
At least
and
they
likely
don't
to
look,
trade
don't
off
look like
completely.
IT workers with the...
Magnus's rooks are beautifully placed in this endgame as well, right? You're eyeing the fourth
Bro, I have a
rank
good
to hit 2
headset.
pawns.
What do
You're
you
eyeing
mean?
The second rank for activity as well if you're Magnus.
Okay, we're
You've got
back.
a worse pawn structure, but enough piece activity.
Title is in the
rooks
mail, yeah.
Beautifully positioned for Magnus. Alireza coming in with an attack. That pawn cannot be defended. Let's just highlight that.
For sure. And then the next pawn probably might as well not be
Man,
defended.
this is so
Here,
drawn.
black can play rook into d2.
Last game was exciting. I
Like,
think
rook
this
on
will
the
be like
second rank
drawing
of
like
the
the next
opponent.
3 moves
Just
or
ignore
something.
the threat. And the idea would be you lose the center pawn, and then after you take on b2, you give away the second e-pawn.
Okay.
Well, we're not going to get the second e-pawn getting taken, but we are going to get the first one. And now I'm curious. Wow, Magnus doesn't even infiltrate at all. He just, this is fascinating, dominates the open files. Look at that.
He's going to do a double on that second rank.
Yep.
Magnus is
the
down
first rook will land, and then the second rook will land.
one
He's looking
pawn.
at piece activity
Okay.
just at its absolute
No,
maximum.
he is. Yeah, he
Tying
is.
down the white rook on F1
I mean, he's
to
doubled
defend
up
the king
pawns,
side.
but still.
Magnus Carlsen, rook d2, rook c2 coming in. Alireza Firouzja, he's got one move to set up counter ideas of his own.
Alireza might just push the F and G pawns, just activate the space around his own
Let's
king.
see what he does.
Playing with fire.
Yeah, but
That's
then
a dangerous game, Levy. Rook d2, rook coming
If
in.
you DM me your address, Filu, I hook you
I
up
don't
with a
think
good
his attack is
headset. No,
actually
guys,
fast
okay.
enough.
My
This
headset's
is
pretty good.
Nasty business.
I
by
have
Mac-
this
you know what you
headset
might have
on
to play here
every
with
day
white?
since a
Rook
year,
B5.
and still it's perfectly fine.
Rook b3, rook f3. Like, try to defend that way. Do a little snake, like we used to play on the phone. We're too old. It's like no kids watching this have played that.
I've spent a lot of hours in that game, got to a very high level as well, as we're going to enjoy some high-level rook pawn endgame in this one. And I will point out what Magnus has set up
What
against the
accent
move
do you
that he just
have? It
suggested.
doesn't sound
If
like English
Alireza
German.
plants his rook on the
I'm
b file,
specialized.
notice
It's
how
a
the
specialized
central
chess
pawn and the side
accent.
a-pawn are undefended.
Yeah, it's
Magnus
special.
will then slide up his d-rook all the way along to the 4th rank, winning one of the 2 pawns. And you just called that out, Levy. Rook to b5 on the board.
Yep.
This is the move that we were hinting at.
When I'm back from holiday, I hook Unc up.
All right, what's the next one?
My
What's the next one? Do we
headsets are
defend the center
great.
pawn? Do we chuck the pawn on the left side? He saves that pawn. He gives away the center pawn.
My headset is sick.
And now the rook is free. This is still very dynamic. I mean, these endgames are very tricky.
Okay, now the
5
Euclid
versus
pawn
5,
again.
the black king will step up just to free up any
Yeah, this is
checking
just
on the
draw.
7th rank
Just-
currently, and then look at
just draw it.
infiltrating
No,
on
I
the
don't know.
2nd rank if he's allowed to do so. Magnus Carlsen, 5.5 minutes, about 2 minutes ahead on the clock right now.
That's standard. That's Alireza playing chess ever.
Okay, Levy, we often talk about the Magnus touch in endgames, right?
Can you not bring his
always
rooks
about
on
how he finds ways
the second
to
file?
squeeze
No?
water out of stone and all those cliches that
On
we
the second
use,
rank?
and he does it.
Can you not
time
do
and
it?
time
Like
again.
at least bring one
Does
piece
this
there,
endgame have enough juice
and then the
in it?
other
Can
one.
Magnus look for something here?
Well, what's really funny is that you look
Nah,
at a
then the
position like this
pawn's
and you go,
gone.
would Magnus
You
be able to
cannot
win
move
this with
with one
either color?
pawn.
With white,
I
you would say,
kinda
oh, his
can.
king side pawns are all, look at a little triangle, and he pushed them forward, and black's pawn next to his king on the left side, e6. That's a weakness, right? That's what we would say. But Magnus is playing black, so we're going to say...
The more I
that
look at
pawn's
it,
like
it looks like a
dynamic
20
element in
cent
the
headset
position.
from the
He's actually going
flight.
to push that pawn and use it as a shield for his king, and then maybe weaken the white structure a little bit. Basically, any endgame in the hands of this guy is a problem for the opponent. And I don't like where this is going, Tanya. Like, 2 minutes 40, I said the only way Firouzja is going to make his chances in this
Timo
match
headset,
lower
that's not
is that
pretty good
time.
headset. Okay.
It's the time that haunted him in their EWC final at Riyadh as well, and currently struggling on the
I mean,
top. The
Alireza
position
is down
absolutely
1.5 minutes,
imbalanced.
you know?
A player of Alireza's caliber should draw this every single time, and he needs to do this. You don't lose this against Magnus in a semi-final.
And in Norway chess this year, he might have even won it. Like, really,
you
Magnus did
listen to
not have the
shipping
best tournament
container?
performance there.
No,
but
I
this is a
don't.
very different story. He has double the time of his opponent, keeping all the possibilities on the board. Hikaru likes to say, you have to give the opponent a lot of options. And Alireza has too many options right now.
Well, first question for him is, what are the options with the rook? He goes with the
Check.
other one.
He's
gives
down
a check.
2.5
There's a
minutes. You have to
beautiful
play a
square on
bit.
B6
He
that
has
you
to
could
play a bit
land on.
faster.
Plant your rook there.
He has
That just
to.
means some undefended pawns on the queen side that you have to
Okay.
take care of eventually. Rook to B6. Is Magnus going to start hunting that A pawn? He does. Is it time to get the B pawn into the game? Whoa, Alireza not looking happy in this position.
But why?
You've got the better pawn structure. It's a rook pawn endgame.
Alireza with an antenna,
No, he has to chuck a pawn. He's chucking
Yes,
the
this
pawn, and
one.
he's
I
gonna
have
go
it as
rook to
well.
E3.
Should I stream like this?
There was a checkmate
Would
in
it
that
sound a
position.
bit more professional? What do you guys think?
We've got to show that why that pawn could not have been defended. A beautiful line. Magnus had set this up. Watch and enjoy this. If you went B4 in this position, it's game over. Look at that bar
Wow.
shoot down.
I mean-
rook check, rook checkmate.
I mean, just that's crazy. How do you...
How do you spot
magic.
this? How does this happen in a rook and pawn endgame?
Well, it's magic, MAG, and it's fire, right? That's really what we're looking at. I didn't know. I was looking at it like, what am I missing? And there you go. Now, somehow Alireza still makes it
It's
here.
still draw.
But he's got 1:40. Now, will Magnus go
Man,
for king and rook
he's
versus king and
up
rook
3
flag?
minutes.
That'll be really funny. Because that could happen.
Wow.
Velo, this is Velo. Welcome to Chess
Three
Mistake.
2.5 minutes up on the
Man, you
clock
know
right
what? I
now.
would-
He first made
I would-
sure
I
that the
think
2
I need
versus
a
3 are taken
steak
care on that
again.
right side.
It was a
The
long
rook
time
looking
ago
at
I had
B2. I
this
will
proper
say one
steak.
thing, Levy. If the B and the A pawn go off the board, that would be handshakes.
Even now, right? Because we could have a repetition right here.
We could. The king
Yeah,
could slide
they will
over, hit
repeat
the rook.
moves,
The rook
no?
goes back where it came from. The king comes back. A back and forth. Or is Magnus actually ambitious in this endgame? That would be
Come
quite
on,
the
Magnus, do
statement.
something cool.
Surely not. 1:32 is like 10 hours. You know, we talk about like dog years.
I
like
can't.
1 and 7.
Oh, wow,
maybe,
but
maybe,
no, both
maybe.
pawns are
I was going to
gone.
say, Alireza, this is oceans of time, but Magnus is investing in his outside pawn.
He is.
Wow, okay, bro, but
bets on that pawn right
I mean,
now
it's
because
only
G5 is
the,
about
you know
to come under
the
attack as
evaluation
well.
bar
If you're
says
Alireza
it's
Firouzja,
equal,
he
but
first
not
gives
only
a
if
check.
you play it
Is Magnus
perfectly.
going to step far away? He does.
You know
Oh, Tanya, this is bad.
why?
This is very bad. This is vintage Magnus winning an endgame with the opponent under time pressure. This
Uh-oh.
If Magnus wins this, I would have seen everything. And then I'd see
Uh-oh.
another game
Yeah.
and be shocked.
That just brings his king. But maybe it's not so easy to
No,
bring the king
Magnus
because you're
not
always
happy.
under threat somehow.
I mean,
of
he has
losing your
only
pawns.
1 minute. He has
if
to
you're
play
Magnus Carlsen,
accurate
you
as
need the black king to
shit
assist that
with
game
1 minute on the
You
clock,
have
and
to
his
step
heart
it
rate
up
is
the
also
board,
130.
on the C line, on the B line, and start marching up the board.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
Magnus
Alireza
also
has to create counterplay where
stressed
his majority
out.
lies.
And he's going to try to push. He's going to push and push, and then he's going to break through. That's the most important thing. He's going to try to get a pass pawn on the right side of the board. I don't think he has time to run his king all the way to the left, but Magnus is grimacing himself because he doesn't exactly have a solution in this position.
And Magnus is calculating what happens when he gets his king closer to that black rook. The problem is that
Mag
his pawns
hope
on that
Magnus
right
does this
flank
iconic
put them
backflip
extremely
after
weak
hitting
in
his
tender.
W, yeah.
And Magnus goes for that plan. He's going all in this endgame.
Okay.
Maybe you can play pawn to
Yeah, but
F4
bro, he
here.
can pick up the pawn. I
Yeah,
think that
absolutely. No, I
Alireza
know, but-
can
In 1 minute. It's under 1 minute for Alireza. He's in bullet territory now.
push
He
the,
has to.
I don't know.
think
Oh, he has
yeah,
50
plays a little
seconds.
Passively, but that was very important here.
I know what.
Does Magnus just give that pawn?
How does Magnus
Oh,
do
he
this?
attacks
How
the
are we
pawn.
in this rook and pawn endgame and this
Wow.
Oh.
isn't a draw?
No, this is definitely a draw. He's
He
gonna take
gives
the
that
pawn,
pawn.
and then he's gonna probably go for this F4 because then it's
Nice.
easy.
All right.
At some point, he can even play it now.
Do it.
And he's gonna give the rook for the pawn, and it will likely be a draw.
Really?
Eventually, White will be forced
Why?
to give up the rook for the lone remaining pawn that Magnus will have on that left flank. But Alireza needs to make sure he's in time on that race. He needs a passer of his
30
own.
seconds.
He gives a check first.
Okay.
The king, if it moves forward, Alireza will keep checking. The third rank, the second rank, the first rank.
That's actually really funny. Anywhere the black king runs down into Alireza, yeah, he has to back up.
You got to play for a win. You got to go back. If
30
you're Magnus
seconds.
Carlsen right now, the A pawn ready
Is
to
this
push
really
itself if it's
completely
allowed.
equal?
I think Alireza is in panic mode.
He
has 20
is.
seconds on the
20
clock.
seconds. There's no.
He doesn't know what to do.
You can see it on him. He's about to get flagged in this position.
Okay,
Yeah,
good move.
4, and he's got
16.
Good.
Levy. I don't think Alireza
And now what?
this.
You do a check and push the
We're gonna get
pawn.
into flagging territory here.
2.5 minutes for Magnus.
He has 16 seconds.
How many
He can
times
flag
we've seen
him.
him do this? It's just unbelievable.
But this isn't even Magnus. I mean, I gotta say, this is all Alireza, right? Magnus looking for ways to complicate.
Wow.
The decision's challenging. But
Okay, he takes both pawns.
I don't think
Now
is
he
he gonna
pushed
flag
them.
him.
Alireza's mouse
This is
skills
actually
are from
draw.
another planet, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Is he gonna? No, there's no way. You can't even flag here. They're both gonna trade all their pieces, right?
Yeah, because the Black Rook will be forced to give itself as well, and Magnus is about to do it, and it ends in a draw.
All
with 7
right,
seconds
man.
remaining for
7
Alireza.
seconds on
What
the
a game.
clock.
Whew. Intense stuff. I think we can all take a breath.
Cool,
Alireza
yeah,
7
cool
seconds
endgame,
remaining against 210, but he found the cleanest cut. Like, he found the way that there was really nothing Magnus could do. Only way to flag there is to keep the rook on the board and give checks, even allow the opponent to make a queen.
Payout gamba.
But that would be extremely humiliating if you do all of that
Draw.
and then you lose.
New gamba.
And Magnus, I don't think he's really in the business of doing that. I think he wants to play really high-level chess. If he had a flagging chance, maybe he would have taken it. But so far, 2 draws and very tense games. I have to say, Tanya, the second game was made tense by the fact that Alireza just doesn't make
Could
a
have
move.
Magnus avoided a draw.
Didn't have to get us that stressed.
Not
This has
if
been the most impressive part
Alireza
about
played it
watching
perfectly.
Alireza over the years. When he's
And
got
he
time
did.
on the clock, you can see a bit of uncertainty in him. You can see the hesitation when he makes a move. But down on those seconds, it's beast mode Alireza. He's unstoppable. I don't even know how many moves he can get in with 5 seconds on the clock. It just feels
He's
like it's
really good
always
when
going to be
he's not
enough.
timing.
And Magnus Carlsen,
My heart rate higher than Magnus.
tried hard in that one.
He meaning
But
Alireza
I'm gonna be
and
honest, I don't
Mihal
think that
are
he's sick, because
the two
if you
best
are
time
sick,
scramble players in the world.
I think that your heart
sure.
rate is higher when you're stressed out.
Yeah, time scramble. Purely like
I
if
think,
you gave them
no?
10 seconds. Their mouse skills
No,
and their
maybe I'm
hand-eye
wrong
coordination
here.
and their ability to predict their opponents, just second to none.
Wow. I
Why
think
Magnus'
we're gonna
face
be
looks so
seeing a lot
annoyed?
more of
Maybe he
that,
is.
But now we get to see a Sicilian on the board, and it's been a while.
Absolutely. It has
Why
been a
does
while.
nobody ever
That
play
last
Vienna
match was
Gambit?
a lot of
See, they have
symmetrical
no idea
games,
what
a
they're
lot of locked
doing.
structures. Well, actually, this one's going to be locked as well. Neither player is going to be able to advance their D pawn very much in this game.
My heart rate is
Here comes the
50
light
right
square
now,
bishop
really. Yeah,
being
mine is
saved.
low as well.
Maybe he will take the knight. Maybe he will take that knight. He could have taken either of those knights. Maybe he won't take the knight at all.
Well, I think the defining feature in these positions, Levy, it's always those central squares that white has the knight to jump onto d5. You've got the
Okay.
d4 spot, and then who gets
Wow,
a
yes,
pawn
a
break?
sick knight,
Is it
but
on the
it's a bit
queen
early
side?
for the
There's
knight,
always
I think.
b4 to watch out for. Or will one of the f pawns move forward? And it does look cagey with all pieces on the board, often all pawns not traded, till a lot of moves are made, but eventually the break arrives. And that's when it gets spicy.
Magnus already unhappy here? I don't really know with what. Of course, he has many choices. He can play short castle. He can.
Why is he
move his
thinking
D
so
pawn up
long?
a square.
I mean, he still has to develop some
Surprised if
pace.
he
Now, what
does
are you
trade
thinking
at this
about?
point, because
If
again,
he brings back the
storyline
bishop?
of those 2 squares at the center of the board, you go bishop takes knight, Alireza captures towards the center, and then suddenly Alireza's got a
Okay.
beautiful d4 square, and you've got no jumping spots. He does instead continue with developing. I'm expecting both sides to castle soon. One of the knights to land on d5.
All right.
Magnus doesn't like the way that he's played this. I think he was just sort of improvising a little bit. And now he goes for this idea, knight to d5
Okay.
and b4. I love when these guys play Sicilians because they either open the board and play something crazy or play a closed maneuvering type of game. And maybe Magnus thinks that this is the way to beat Alireza. Slow maneuvering chess.
It's also perhaps what he wants right now. You know, if you go into those
Missing.
complications, you go into Mikhail Tal's forest of complication. You know, 2 + 2 equal to
Can you
5.
gain muscle by
path
playing
out
chess?
Wide enough for one.
Well, it depends what
you look at
muscle.
Magnus,
If you
get the
mean
feeling he's not only
a
fighting his
finger
opponent, but
muscle,
he's
I
also
bet you
fighting
can.
himself
But
right
other
now.
than that, there's
He
no
has
muscle.
his hand on head.
Well, maybe
It
in your
feels like he's
butt
in a bit of pain.
cheeks.
And I think you want to keep it as simple and strategic as possible in these situations, till you're actually forced into those muddy
Yeah.
waters.
Alireza will find a way.
Yeah, you know what? Brain as well. Yeah, you're right.
He's going to find a way. Right now, he's got some ways to maybe strike back also with the B pawn.
Is Brain a muscle?
Here is pawn takes pawn.
I don't think that Brain is considered a muscle, actually, now that I think about it.
Open up a little bit further.
I don't think that the Brain is considered a muscle.
Here, I would be tempted to offer a
There's
trade
a
of
doctor
knights.
in here.
So move the knight on d7. That's a little further back to really either square. But that comes with problems, too. Because then you're no longer defending the pawns in the center of the board. And
no,
he
Grok
does it, but
Brain is fat. No,
right now,
the Brain is not.
The
Brain is an. Oh yeah, I think so as well. That the Brain is an organ.
It's a very fascinating position. There's an opportunity now with that knight no longer
it's not a
defending these
muscle.
pawns. That if you take, there's going to be double pawns. So for example, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes bishop, queen takes, and just something very easy. Take these pawns. This is just a little ugly, no? Like.
Okay.
This looks beautiful for white, and I think we're walking right into this line that you're showing.
Holy, they just 15 moves in a row.
Back to the live position. Thank you very much.
That was spot on.
Okay.
I just want to say, this is long-term advantage.
I'm gonna be honest. These pawns look like a very bad. No.
Has an entire
Maybe that's why white is
super
slightly
far away.
winning with
Meanwhile,
0.6.
that c5 weakness you highlighted, the
This is
bishop
kind of
landing
bad.
on e3 at any moment. The white knight can reroute itself to start hitting those
Okay.
targets. This is just long-term weakness for Alireza.
And what he's doing now is he's going to move his knight forward 3 squares, which is illegal. It is not a rook. But if we pull up the analysis board one more time, we will show you exactly what we were talking about. The knight will reposition itself there,
It is
there,
Ulysses.
right? And there.
Oh.
Now, it's not quite a rook, but it's working on it. Now, you can also maybe go here. And then maybe you can capture, because there's going to be a pin. H3 is a waiting move. Knight f8 is likely, right, Tanya?
I love it. I love that rerouting of the knight. You find the spot you want it on. It also stops any attack on that
he does
c5
it, see?
pawn, and I think that's exactly where
He reroutes
Alireza's
the
knight
knight.
is headed. Magnus has a move or two to try to set up counterplay. How does he do it? Is he going to go for the f pawn moving forward?
Okay.
He brings his
Oh, he
queen
attacks
out,
the
so
pawn.
firstly, the c6
But he
pawn
will now
is
what?
under
Bring the
attack, needs to
bishop?
be
He
defended.
can. The
You could
bishop will
slide
be
your
under
queen over,
attack.
keep everything defended. But I'm
Oh,
gonna
the
point out
bishop
the
I
b
think
file
has no
as
has
well.
to go here
At
now
some
and blocks
point,
his own
if you're
rook.
Magnus, you're
He
looking at
cannot go
doubling
here.
up there.
I
Rook
actually
takes
kind of
pawn is
can.
something that you need to watch out for as well.
Wait, he can.
That's one thing that actually
Oh,
Magnus
no, he
didn't
can't.
forget about. Alireza should not take his pawn with his rook. It would allow Magnus to take back a pawn right away with the queen, infiltrate on the left side of the board.
let's see.
Might even win on the spot. The rook might be trapped. Yeah, it basically is, because you would... Anyway, he's not going to play rook takes pawn. All right, I would be bewildered. But one thing that is annoying here is the concept of time. Alireza's position will only work if every move that he wants to play comes on time. And Magnus is going to try to disrupt that. He's going to try to get in the way of those plans. Now Black has to play defense. Does he slide the queen over 2 squares? Frankly, I'm not even sure there's another move. But if you do that, you weaken the c5 pawn. The queen no longer defends that pawn. So that's why Alireza just hasn't played that move in 1 second.
Da
He's
Vinci
trying to decide,
analyzing
like,
a chess match,
do I wanna defend my
1926
c6 pawn?
colorized.
Is it important?
Yeah, brother,
What do I do here?
1926, Da
I do like
Vinci
this move
wasn't
that you're
alive.
pointing out, because sliding that queen to that spot not only defends the c6 pawn, but the central
1726.
e5 pawn, which means that Black's knight can
I
actually
think
jump
that
to
even
e6
that is
without
too
severing
late.
that connection between the queen and that center pawn. You don't end up losing it. Queen over, knight forward. Seems like a reasonable plan for
even that is
Alireza,
too
but
late.
he's got some other ideas.
It's more like
He doesn't
15
like something,
or
clearly.
14,
he might not like
26.
that White's light-scored bishop could try to maybe go to a5. And again, we can show this. This is a very complicated game. So they're both going a little bit into the tank. For example, queen here, maybe he doesn't like something associated with this. Now, to be fair, if you go
More
here,
like 16.
now
No,
you
I
actually
think the Da Vinci
can
lived in 14
capture
until
this pawn,
1500s.
And after this, the
Something
queen would
like
have to
that.
go
Because
here,
I
and
know
you're
that the Mona
desperately
Lisa is,
defending
I think,
everything.
500 years old.
And then comes this move. And it's like, wait a minute.
I know that
it-
because the
it's
Mona Lisa,
happening.
do you guys
It
know
is
that? The
happening.
Mona Lisa was
You're defending
actually
everything, but
in the
all of your
bedroom
pieces are back here.
of
This
Napoleon.
doesn't feel very comfortable
You know
to play
that's-
against Magnus.
This
Anyway,
is how crazy
let's see
this
what
picture
happens
is.
after queen c7. Will Magnus play bishop
Mona
d2?
Lisa
There
got
are
made
other
by
ways to put
AI.
pressure, Tanya.
That pawn formation is a long-term problem for Alireza.
He died
Magnus
1512.
tries to
Okay.
simply defends, guards
1519.
his
Yeah,
d3
something like
weakness
that.
before getting his bishop out into the game. And this gives Alireza just enough time to jump into the center with his knight.
Just enough time to threaten to do it. Then the bishop move would still threaten the spin, but he goes there. And maybe he's going to take the knight with the bishop. Honestly, both look okay, to be fair. But in a closed game like this, that light-squared bishop for Black is a real problem.
That's a beautiful positional point you make, Levi, that a knight versus bishop imbalance in that case would definitely give Magnus something to play for. There will be pawn advances later on. Just a positional
he's
solid
attacking
point
this pawn.
there. Bishop e3 played. Alireza won't jump in just yet. But the problem is, as long as that knight is there, you're not finding great squares for your bishop to come out.
Certainly.
I mean,
honestly, you
I
could even
think
trade the knights.
that
This
Magnus
is a
has a
position where
lot
the
of,
opposite colored
you know, he's
bishops
attacking
sort of
this
benefit
pawn.
the infiltrating side. It's
He's
generally
attacking
said that they
this
benefit the
pawn.
attacking side. When you attack a king,
And
obviously,
Alireza
right?
isn't
Because the other
attacking
bishop won't be
anything.
able to defend, but
There's not
here,
a
if the
single
dark
pawn
square
he's
bishop
attacking.
infiltrates, light
This-
square bishop
okay,
needs
this
to get
one
out of
here,
the way.
well, there's a
Like,
rook.
he's in the way right now. He hasn't moved for 20 turns, but still he's defending.
Also, good luck finding a good square for that bishop to move to. Magnus looking at infiltration squares
Yeah,
and
voice
maybe
isn't
even
that
an
bad.
endgame.
No, I
Another
like her.
endgame grind.
I don't think
by
she's
Magnus
annoying
Carlsen
at all,
coming up
actually.
once the queen lands on b6. The black queen, a key defender of so many pawns. It comes with a lot of ideas if you get that out of the way. Magnus Carlsen setting threats. This is more dangerous than the bar implicates right now.
It's also, it's more dangerous because of the clock. So we know that Alireza is going to get into low time situation, but at least in the previous game, the only piece types remaining on the board were king, rook, pawn.
Okay, he's
If you then
again
add
down 2
queen,
minutes in the clock.
and
but
even
I
no
mean, he's
queen, you had
super
bishop,
fast.
knight, more rooks, much more pawns. He's not going to defend this. Like, he's just not going to defend this with that much time.
Okay.
And he's
Oh, this
already
was,
maybe
I
made
think,
a
not
slight
good.
inaccuracy. Now the queen trade's coming.
All right, bro. Now it becomes
this is
interesting.
Magnus at work.
Finally.
It, of course, lands. It's Magnus Carlsen. He'll take you to endgame every single day of the year right now. Queen b6, Alireza Firouzja. Does he trade? Does he decline it? Does he step forward?
Yeah, but
with
if
the
he
queen?
does, if he declines, where is he going?
Here is, this is
He has to
such a
protect
Magnus
his pawn,
position
so
and the
maybe he
anti
goes
of Alireza
inside
chess.
here.
You know, he's
Is
always
this a
wanted to
good
play for the
move? Even
initiative,
I
for
don't
the
know.
Dynamics. He wants a combative position where there are opportunities for both players to go wrong. And this is just one-sided. You have to sit, you have to
He does
suffer.
it.
He tries to keep the pieces
Back,
on the board.
back, okay.
Magnus
Oh,
now
now
looking
he
at
can
a
take
rook
that pawn.
infiltration.
No, he can't.
The knight on the other side of the board.
Oh, he
Full
brings the
board awareness
knight.
by Magnus. Knight coming to
All right,
F5.
you're playing fast now. Let's do it.
What a move. Just have to say, like, in the middle of all that, he just pops the knight out. Wow, Alireza's voluntarily giving the bishop. He could have moved his pawn there to make a spike,
Okay.
but that would have weakened him, and it would have blocked the bishop. He does
And
this.
now
He's
what?
like, take my bishop. I don't need it.
And that was a sneaky bishop retreat by Alireza. Magnus's knight jump was not only aggressive, it was against Alireza's idea to pin that knight to the rook on d1. Bishop to h5
And now
would
what?
have landed, given Alireza a lot of counterplay. Magnus shuts that down, and now he's going to shift his focus back
Is
to
Magnus
the left
white?
flank.
Yeah, Magnus is
Looking
white.
at potential doubling up.
And Alireza
That's
is
a
black.
nice move. Now the knight and the bishop on the right side of the board are sort of locked up in battle.
Okay.
Alireza's knight and Magnus's
He
bishop
cannot take
are
the
also
pawn
locked
now.
up in battle, pointing at the same stuff. And everything is going to happen on the left side. It's going to happen on that B file, the open file, the
All
only
right, let's
one
go.
where Magnus's rook sees the end of the board. His queen is applying pressure.
Can he bring the
And when we
rook
say
now
pressure,
in
we
here?
mean you're kind of looking at the enemy
Can he do
pawns
this
and
next?
The opponent can't move pieces due to the necessity of defending them.
And take the
Which
pawn.
is what's happening right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Alireza's just...
You know what? I think he prevents
that move is
this
just like,
to go
I
here
don't have a
then.
move. I have to make a move. I have to maybe stop the rook coming in, but I don't love it, Tanya.
And I totally understand why. Let's just compare all of Magnus's pieces to Alireza's right now. The
I don't
bishop's
even know
opposite
if
color
Alex Jones
complexes control
impersonator.
different squares
Yeah,
and can
I don't
never
know.
be
I don't know
challenged.
who
Magnus's bishop has
how
clear
the
targets in
Alex
position.
Jones commented
Alireza's
looks like.
bishop staring at granite right
I
now.
don't know.
Nothing, nowhere to go to. You've got the beautiful queen on a5 tying down the black rook. Meanwhile, the queen on d6 is doing a defensive job so far, keeping those double pawns guarded. So it is also a passive piece currently. The rook on b1 far more active than the rook on d7, always looking at ideas like a rook lift to the third rank, defend d3, and then line up, double up on the b5.
2 minutes
The
up.
knight in h4, also a very
His
active
position is
piece.
stuck.
For
Yeah, if
Alireza,
this
he
is
needs
stuck,
to
they need to
time a
unstuck.
knight
I don't know what they're
jump
doing.
and to time
Okay.
it well. This is Magnus passing the ball and saying, you're running out of moves and time.
A4 is just so... It's so mean.
It's mean.
It's just such a mean move.
Why?
Like, you don't do anything. You just hit the ball back.
Yeah, okay, but
Just say I'm
can
enjoying
you
my
not just...
position, and I know you're clearly not.
I mean, what if you
Magnus
just
can
move
play
the rook?
b6 and just go for the pawn. And that a pawn is going to win him the game.
A-pawn.
What's amazing is
Huh.
Alireza lost. Like, if he loses this game, he would have lost it on the 10th move.
I
That
don't
was
get
a
it.
move
This
on
is
which
really
Magnus
like
got a big
out of
positional
moves.
transformation.
I mean, the computer
never
says
got
that
back into the
white
game.
is winning. Oh, this is a bad
We'll
move.
see. Because Alireza's the one guy, like Magnus didn't...
Oh.
I don't know. I guess he's trying to reposition, but Let's just quickly pull up the
He lost
analysis
his
board.
advantage. He had to keep pushing, I think, with the rook.
I mean,
no?
Why didn't Magnus go here?
Yeah, why not?
Like,
I mean, what does this do? He just takes bring the rook, no?
And then he would have come back with the queen, maybe?
That's a great
slides
question.
the
The
rook
only
over.
defensive resource I see in this position is perhaps to step back with the queen, pinning
Ah,
it.
but then
Maybe
he can
that
bring
was
the
on
second
Magnus's
rook
radar, which
in.
is why he first moved his queen
But then
away.
this is
So
gone.
looking at that infiltration.
Sure,
I don't
like
know.
a minimum win a pawn here? Like, I don't
With
know.
you. It looks very strong. Something about this Magnus Carlsen did not like, and instead we see a different approach right there.
Okay.
And now Alireza
Now it's almost
managed to
equal
regroup
again.
a little bit. You know, the A-pawns moved forward, the rooks come
Bot's
to
too
the
big,
center.
let's zoom
You've
in the
got
port,
this
yeah.
battery down on the D-file. And it's not so easy to get to the pawns anymore. I think that was a very critical moment.
Yeah, what was
Certainly he
that?
didn't like something, and I wouldn't.
And
dare
again,
to ask,
some
but
of
I'm
his
sure
advantage
they see
gone.
a whole lot more. But now, hey, it's exactly
Yeah,
what we
now
said.
you're shaking your head.
Magnus is shaking
Brother,
his head
you
a
need
little
to
bit.
stop making like
We
bad
don't
moves.
have clocks. Oh, there they are. 207, 427.
He's still up on the clock, but
Yeah,
where
he's
is
up
the
2.5
breakthrough
minutes,
here?
but
You
it
know,
doesn't mean
you
anything, I
pointed
feel
out
like.
that rook infiltration,
I think
rook
that means
coming in,
nothing.
threatening. It made it look
I
easy.
mean,
Now you
Ferrugia
have to
managed
work
to do
towards getting that one more time.
a
And
draw of
suddenly
7
all of
seconds
Black's
on the
pawns
clock.
are defended as well.
Now, today on the cast, we've talked about, I have mentioned that in my opinion, the biggest weakness we've seen this year, both from Magnus and from Hikaru, is time scramble play. Now, the benefit for Magnus is that with 420 versus 140,
Is he pushing the pawn forwards?
he's not scrambling. Still, when the other
Is
person
this
has
happening?
low time,
Is this a good move?
the other person
Just
plays
G4,
extremely
let's do
fast
it.
to avoid losing on the clock, Tanya. And that actually could lead to Magnus transforming the game really fast at some moment.
He's trying to transform it just now. Alireza offered a repetition right there when he got his bishop back. Magnus did not even think about it. The knight remains there.
Brother has
Instead, he
only
lines up the
1.5
queen behind
minutes.
the
He
rook.
has to
Again,
play
eyeing that
faster.
D6 square. It's game on.
Magnus's win chance here is over 90%.
Peru speaking to the
in this
microphone. Yeah, I need a
particular
new
game.
microphone.
I mean, you just cannot be down 3 minutes with all these pieces on the board. I said it a long time ago.
And now, for the first time, there is a pawn
Magnus
hanging.
going to fork.
It's
This
a
is
question
now
mark,
it's
but
completely
ignore it.
equal
The
again.
problems are long-term here for Alireza. The position's passive long-term. Bishop takes pawn, a big threat.
And we see from his face, I mean, the clock makes you think you're losing. I mean, it's
Uh-oh,
98%
1 minute.
chance Magnus wins this game now.
Levy, this might be the moment that maybe Alireza can break free. Can he just force matters here? You go bishop takes
Oh, this is
knight,
bad
jump
move.
in, but instead he goes for a different
Oh,
approach.
no, he has something.
Alireza is extremely passive in this one.
This is the Magnus effect. I mean,
And
he
now
bishop
what?
takes knight, knight into d4. You have to force something, and he's just shaking his head. He's almost frozen. That's it. And now
nah.
I don't know how you survive.
He
this.
still has the
You
move.
cannot transform this position.
But I mean,
It
he
was
has
that
only
one moment
48
that
seconds.
Alireza
Are they
had where he
drawing
could have
this
traded the
again?
bishop for the knight. And look at
Oh
that now,
my
Magnus
God, he's
Carlsen on a
losing.
path for this knight,
Blunder.
and it's going to be a long one. Where is it headed?
I have no idea. I think he's literally playing the clock. Rook b8, and Alireza finds the best move. This man, 38 seconds on the clock. This is heart attack type of chess.
And the reason this is so strong is if Magnus doesn't relinquish this control, that rook was about to land on that b4 square and win the b line.
Magnus's heart rate is going to cross 100. There is no way he's going to be able to keep it together. Tanya, we have seen this year.
37
It's
seconds.
climbing.
Alireza's under 40 seconds.
Wow!
Magnus has
This is
3.5
horrible.
minutes
Maybe
on
as
the
a
clock.
check with the queen. Does that
Majors
do
on the
anything?
board, minors on the board.
He has
Yeah,
31.
exactly.
Yeah, the king's under fire. This is not easy, Tanya, but no, 29 seconds is just, it's so crazy.
Okay.
Alireza needs to stop doing this to himself. You can survive it once,
And now
but
what?
can you survive it again? He hits the white rook right now. Magnus has to defend it. The black knight ready to jump on f4. The knight and queen coming into the attack.
There are so many ways to lose with white. And there it is.
Wow.
He's crossed 100. He's still up 3 minutes nearly on the clock.
Okay, he has 3 minutes.
Right now, and that
This
is the
knight
clock. It's
is
28
very, very
seconds for
dangerous.
Alireza
This
Firouzja.
knight right
Is he gonna
here.
bring in the knight
Oh,
into
this
the
was
game?
a bad
Will the bishop
move.
find an inroad
1.5
into
points
White's
is Firouzja up.
camp?
Ah, this was, I think this
Alireza's
was
looking-
bad.
Now he's looking
He
for
should
the
have gone
solution
here.
of the position, but if Magnus keeps pieces
Now it's
on
equal.
the board, he will literally just win on time.
He's threatening to line up the rook and the queen on the home rank.
Come
Magnus
on.
can bring his knight
22
out to hit that
seconds.
rook. 22 seconds on the clock. This is a flag fest.
I think the knight on this square on f4 would be better. I don't know.
This is cool, calm, and collected. Really.
Unbelievable. Rook takes pawn.
Okay, I mean, he
Magnus
can
Carlsen
think.
thinking, how does he play
I
on
mean-
Alireza's clock? How does he keep the tension alive in this position?
All right.
Hits the rook. The rook
It's
slides
equal.
away.
He has to
And now you
spend the
jump out with
moves
the
out
knight.
now.
Maybe you trade the queens. There is no way Alireza can play a full endgame with 20 seconds.
Whoa, bad move! And he finds the best move!
He's blundered an attack on his king, Tanya.
Well, before the end game, there will be a middle game. Is he coming for a checkmate? There's a
he
check
can
on
check
F4. There's a
and
check
then
on the
mate!
first rank.
Oh.
21 seconds.
This is so crazy. He's literally beating him because he's making him blank a little bit. He's
What
like,
was Queen take spawn?
he's just frozen, and Alireza is winning. He's winning.
Brooke.
He's giving a check. That knight is about to fall. The knight comes
Check.
back. Another check now. If Alireza wants,
And now
he can
what?
repeat the position.
He's pinned. He
King
cannot
to
take
H2,
off the
Queen
knight. He's
F4.
pinned.
You can't go on the first rank.
I think he will. He's going to make a draw, but he doesn't know he's winning. He has a bishop reroute here that wins him the game.
That is
Wow, how?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
In 17 seconds,
Alireza
he's
needs
not
to spot
finding that.
bishop
He's
to
doing a
E8
draw.
and give a check on A4.
But it's likely just going to end in a draw. Magnus maybe is not going to repeat. Is he actually thinking of flat? No chance.
He's absolutely thinking about it. He's
But what's
16
his move
seconds.
then?
Alireza has
Bringing
to
the
find
rook.
the
He
bishop,
could bring the
retreat,
rook back.
reroute to that A4
He
square
could
to
actually
win the
block
game.
with the
16
rook
seconds
and not
is
repeat the
far
move.
too less to spot that
I love
idea.
these heart rate monitors, Tanya. 107. He's
Oh my god.
Oh, but there was a win there. But Alireza had to make a move so fast.
Oh my god!
Oh, and
He finds it.
He finds the reroute, but it's too late. He was winning on the last move, but it's a 1 minute time gap now.
Oh my god, he's coming for that A4 pawn. Alireza is winning on the board, losing on the clock.
This is unfathomable.
And now what?
Magnus
He's
is
bringing
gonna
the
go
rook.
a minute. He has not played
Wow.
well in the scramble.
Knight
It's
back.
what I called, but can he
13
right the ship?
seconds.
12
seconds. Now it's
for Alireza.
equal.
And
He
Magnus
takes
is
the
back
rook.
in the game as he chases the queen away. The queen
Okay,
steps
go back.
over. Magnus defends everything for now. Alireza has an extra pawn, but no
Ah,
time.
this
and
wasn't a
that
good move. He
falls
lost a
as well.
pawn.
And
Check,
Magnus
check,
is gonna
check.
run the king
Okay.
out, and he's going
Now
to
the king
survive,
can
and he's
run.
going to win this
And
game.
there is no
He's
checks
up a
anymore.
pawn now is what Magnus Carlsen. 9
Okay,
seconds.
attacking the
Alireza
knight.
needs more
The
time.
knight
He
can
needs
reroute,
better
no?
clock economy.
What?
Magnus
Ah, okay.
defends it. And Alireza knows it's
7 seconds, bro. Is he losing this?
He has to use his H-pawn. There's very limited hope. Yeah, he's just playing too fast, and there's going to be...
There was a checkmate in one, which was blocked. Magnus offers a queen trade. It's declined. The knight jumps in. How many
losing
moves
on
can
time.
you even
That's
make
so
with 3 seconds on the
unfortunate.
clock? A trade, and this position's lost.
This is
The clock
unfortunate.
is
He lost.
Alireza's lost, and Magnus takes the lead.
Man, he needed 1 minute, Alireza. He had it in the back.
He actually got a chance in the scramble. Can you believe it? Like, I don't know how he manages to pull this off, but it's what we said.
He had it.
It's what we said. And someone has said 98%. And can you believe it? He was
Man.
actually losing.
Actually
for 2
had
moves.
it.
But Tanya, when you have
He needed
15
1
seconds, your
minute.
nervous system is overloaded. You
But
are
bro,
mentally
if you
preparing
play under
moves.
time pressure.
But he was winning.
And Alireza knows it. He sits back, he sits on, he's looking
He will
at the
now
game,
see it
replaying
as
those
well.
moments that he did
You know, he
have.
will see
It's
that he was
halftime in the
winning.
match. 3 games
See, he
down.
sees it now.
A winning game is what the Falcons had in this
He sees
one,
it
but
now.
just not enough time.
Yeah, see, it's like, oh
And
shit,
eventually
I had to
Magnus
win. Now this
Carlsen
can,
kept it going,
again,
kept
this
himself
can tilt
alive,
you very easily.
took the
Bro, you
win
need to
right
reset,
there.
brother.
Snatched
You
it
need to
from
be positive.
Alireza. You know, had he got an extra minute on the clock, this was his game. And
Yeah,
he's got
1
to
more
know that.
minute.
He has to make that the big takeaway. He just cannot allow this to happen again, Levy, if he wants any chances in this match.
It's like one of the few people who consistently imbalances
He
Magnus's
played very
like,
well under
nervous
super
system.
time pressure.
And we've got Team Liquid fans right there, right now, for the Falcons. It's tough. It's a tough moment with Alireza.
He had it, yeah, he did. He
Going
was
down in
super
that last
winning,
game.
like
He hasn't
insanely
left the
winning, but
arena.
No, he
I mean, he
hasn't.
had
I gotta
20
say,
seconds.
there
What
was
do you
the
want?
gentleman who did the ice cold gesture.
You know, if you have
That was
20
ice cold.
seconds
Magnus
against me, but that's
certainly
one thing. But
got
you
a
have
little
20
bit
against Magnus,
out of
that's
control
something
toward
different.
the end of that game, and then the second he righted the ship, it was easy. It was easy. The king was safe. The knight was safe. Here we see the sacrifice early in the first game, which ultimately resulted in an endgame transposition.
they are playing really
transformation,
cool
I should
chess.
say, and a draw. Tanya, the second game.
I thought it's cool that Magnus didn't
It
go
was
for the
nice
draw.
Alireza, but then Magnus defended, and Alireza didn't make the right break at some moment. And we see here piece trades, rook trades,
And
coming
again.
in later down. Checkmate, maybe. Could have had a checkmate in the second
We
game.
walked into it. But, of course, the players did not, and it remained in the balance. And a rook pawn endgame that was played out. But even in this
Right,
one,
man.
you could,
Again,
you
I
could
think
see
they
the
are,
signs of Alireza
This
struggling
was
on
only
the
the
clock.
third game, and 3 more to
For
come.
sure. And it ends with king and rook, with a pawn each, going all the way down. 7 seconds.
Guys,
at the
don't
end of
forget
this
to
game
join our
against 2
Discord
minutes.
server. Huh? Now you're here.
And this playing style
We have the greatest
really
Discord
hurt
server
him
on the
in third
internet.
game.
Fastest
It was
growing
an
one.
interesting battle.
Guys,
You're
please
about to
don't
see a
forget to
trade of
set the
pieces
route
here.
when you.
With knight to
you have to
b6,
go
and
to the
after
routes
this,
channel, and then click
it
the
was just
green
suffering.
check mark.
It was. And then Alireza made magic happen. As he shuffled around, he defended for a long time, but burnt a lot of literal time on the clock. And it looked like it was a Magnus Carlsen show, all this. But with all the shuffling, eventually Magnus gave him one opportunity to come back.
Velocio shot into chess as well.
And then it all turned around. Suddenly, Alireza's queen, his rook, comes into play. And he was winning, but with just seconds on the clock, it was far from over.
Absolutely.
Man, he was so winning.
There was
and then
a
the
moment
queen.
there, he could have maybe moved his light squared bishop back.
There's the pawn, and then was over.
It doesn't, you know, ultimately it doesn't matter. The clock is a piece. The clock is a piece.
Yep.
And Alireza maybe had a winning move for a move, but he played the response in, I don't know, 0.5 seconds.
But you know, he can beat him.
And
Alireza is, you know, he's on fire. He can beat him.
Also in disbelief of what a missed
He can do
opportunity that was right there. What a matchup we've got between.
But it takes
Team
too much
Liquid
time
and
there in the middle
Falcons
game.
Right here, and of course all the entertainment that we're
Needs
getting.
to be
Now,
quicker.
one thing's for sure, Levy, that Alireza has it in him today to get the positions. It's only been the clock that's been stopping him.
He's absolutely
Time
always
to find
has
a
it in
new
him
one.
to get the positions.
Gortys is why.
I think he is the one player who consistently
Where is
gets
he,
good
bro?
positions and winnable ones.
Maybe he has to work
against
for
Magnus.
once.
The other one might be, I don't know, Arjun Geisi. Like, these guys, they're very good at complicating things and defending and making it not so simple for Magnus to improve his position. But if Alireza had played that with even like 7 or 8 more seconds, maybe there's a chance that he would have won.
We might have been talking
Which
about
country?
the
tournament is in France.
He needs a reset.
It's in Paris.
He needs to forget what has happened.
What does Team Liquid and Team Falcons? Why are their teams? I think it's an
esports
thing.
It's
an esports team tournament, and the teams pick themselves players.
For him. Every single game, Magnus Carlsen
But
has
they don't
had
really
extra
do
2
anything.
minutes, extra 3 minutes
It's
going
more
down
about
to
the
those
players,
final
not the
scrambles.
teams.
And then it doesn't even matter what's going on the board. You called it, Levy. The clock truly in this 10+0 is the 17th piece.
All right, bro, come on, you have to lock in now.
Magnus is on a break. We see him now for a couple minutes there. Suppose this is our.
It's still
our
35
halftime
degrees.
equivalent.
Yeah.
3 games have been
I'm
played.
sick of the heat, guys. I am.
What? I mean,
I'm
I
freaking
love
sick
that
of
this
the heat.
match
I want it
is
cold
so
again.
much more dynamic and complicated, right? We've commentated 2 semifinals today, 2 very different matches. 4 of clearly the best players in the world at this format. And if Alireza can
Son
just
needs to go to
put it all
vacation,
together in
or
one
I
game,
need an AC in my
everything that he
apartment.
does,
But I don't have
complex
one.
openings, making Magnus go for positions that maybe he doesn't typically play, certain pawn structures, holding the defense, and then messing with his nervous
Do you
system.
have a
just
seat?
having
No,
like
I
2
don't.
minutes on the clock.
What do you think, Levy? Do we have more Falcon
I don't,
fans
bro.
right
Don't
now
you
or
see
more
how
Liquid
shiny
fans
my
in the
forehead
house?
is?
I don't know. Good question. That's a good question. We have we have maybe we just have chess fans in the house. We have we have Liquid, right? We have Falcon.
Oh, you've got the GOAT in the house.
Yeah, that's.
Well, Magnus comes back for the second half. He has the lead. Alireza Firouzja has to strike back. And what a missed opportunity it was in the last game. Again, the clock coming to haunt Alireza.
It's going to be
for the
40
Falcons.
degrees
They're looking for
Celsius
the
where
win
I'm
right
at
now.
it
They're
Sunday.
looking
Really?
for their
Oh my
target.
God,
Not too
40
many games
degrees.
left as we go into the second
But
half.
are you outside or are you
Magnus is
inside
willing
somewhere?
himself into the match.
Get an
I
ice
don't
bucket
like
for your feet at least.
That some of
Yeah,
these
that's too much
players
work.
sometimes say things like, "I'm
Whatever.
just happy to have made it into
I
the
just
Final
pushed
Four."
through it.
Because all that says to me is, Magnus Carlsen is at the end of the line, right? And that's my next opponent. I wish like some of these players that
Just
are in the
put
Final
ice
Four
behind your fan. You
talk
know
a
that
little
I
bit like
tried
Hans
that
Zimmer,
trick.
You know, just like put him
And
in
it
the
did
F
nothing.
tier and just, you know, I'm gonna beat him. But he doesn't just win on the board, Tanya. He wins in the mind. He wins in the spirit. He wins in the soul. Before
Europe
you even
has
sit down.
eyes. We
They're
have
like,
eyes.
I want to
We
put
have.
up a good fight, and they do. But none of them succeed.
All right, bro,
Carlsen,
come on.
They say lives rent-free in his opponent's heads. And
It's a lot of real estate.
it is.
There's a lot of
especially
properties.
with these guys. I will say, though, one thing. I think with the younger generation that we're seeing right now, that might not be as
Just
much
move
of
to
a case
Norway.
as those who firsthand witnessed
No,
Magnus's
I need to move to
greatness
Florida.
played against
I need
and
to
grown
move
up
to
with him.
Miami. I think
And
this
we're
is my
off to
city.
Game 4 right now.
Okay,
It is
what's he
Alireza
playing?
Firouzja
What
with
is
the white
that?
pieces, and it
Is
is
that?
the
Oh,
Italian
this Italian, no?
for us.
Is White playing Italian?
Curious what Magnus plays. Will he move his bishop? Will he move his knight? Will he play something else? He moves his bishop indeed. Maybe Alireza goes for a little Evans gambit. There's a lot of gambits in these positions, all right? He plays the professional variation. Ah, yes, this is the Firouzja. Alireza loves to bring this bishop out early in the Italian. It's not the most normal way to handle it. And then you drop the bishop back like this. And because your pin on the knight is so strong, you bait black into playing either that move, which he just played, very passive, or attacking you with the G-pawn. But Magnus, he's not interested. Magnus is not going into the type of position that Alireza wants, Tanya. He wants to play symmetrical king's pawn game, and he wants to not complicate matters.
Can you eat raw ham in Germany? No, we don't eat raw ham.
I can assure you.
Ham is not raw. Ham is cured meat.
These two from getting into those
we eat raw ground
what
pork.
I'm focusing on is how has Alireza managed
That's
to
what we
make
do
terms
here.
with what's happening
Raw
on the floor?
ground
Are we gonna see a
pork on
faster
bread
Alireza in this
with
game?
onion.
Will he make quicker decisions?
Yeah, now what?
Will he play attacking
Huh?
chess? Stick to his style of play, but also believe in his intuition, rely on his instincts, and just make those moves faster. Right now, we see the C-pawn going up the board.
This GM level of chess is too much for me. I don't understand. Only Da Vinci games suit my intelligence.
I think the normal way actually for black to play this position is to shuffle around the king and then advance those pawns on the king side. So you can slide the king to the right sometimes, then maybe you bring the knight back or to the side, and you push those, at least the f-pawn. But
I
also
was in
even
Germany
sometimes the
hoping to
G-pawn.
get
The idea is
currywurst at the
basically
train station.
white
It was
starts
only
bishop
fast foods.
sucks.
Bro, what do
There's
you
just
want at
really
a
no
train
better way to
station?
put
Do you
it.
want a
Like, you're
3-star
baiting the
Michelin
opponent into doing it.
style
You're not gonna
menu?
lose the bishop, but
Like
it's gonna
train
get
said, you
wild.
grab
We
a
see
sandwich and
Magnus
move
goes for
on.
that, But I kind of doubt it.
You know, it's either that plan, and like you pointed out, the dark squared bishop, not so great. It's the light square bishop.
Isn't there a
that is the
possibility of a
German white
parasite
position.
in
The
raw
other way to
pork?
handle this opening, if
So?
you're Magnus Carlsen
Do you,
right now,
do you
is
think
to
we are
offer an
scared
instant
in
trade of
Germany
the
of a
light square
parasite?
bishop to
We just
E6,
eat
get
and
rid of that,
digest
try
it.
to fight for another break.
Probably
You
good.
mentioned
It's probably a
F5.
good protein
I'm saying go
source.
for D5.
Yeah.
Yeah, D5 is another critical idea in these
Good source of
positions,
protein.
and that's exactly what Magnus goes for. Doesn't really care if it's maybe not the best, but it's simple. It is simple, and Alireza is the one that's going to have to show, hey, I know how to maneuver this position better than you, and I also am able to do it.
If you have a
well
weak
on the
stomach,
clock,
you're
which I
sorry,
have to
boy.
say for the first time in a while is in his favor.
And that's been his big takeaway. Now, Alireza's got 2 out of the 3 remaining games as white. Is he going to go all out in this one? Will he rely on that final one to create complications right out of the opening? Big questions. Magnus keeping it solid. We see a double pawns, but the drawback of that for white is you give an F-line open. Also,
It's
black
enough
gets
for Magnus
more
to
control on the
draw
squares
every
at
game.
the
Yeah,
center
it
of
is.
the board right
He
now.
could draw, but bro, Alireza is
usually
playing good
once we
today.
see this trade, it becomes very hard for black to actually
I
break
was
out with
actually
D5.
working,
There's
guys,
always that
really?
E-pawn, which remains soft.
Why? You are the manager there.
Example, by the way, like
You don't need
right
to
now,
work.
Black can't play D5
Just send you
at
interns.
all, but now he like super duper can't play D5, like because the pawn would be able to take it, then the rook, the knight, and the bishop would all be attacking that center pawn. I like Alireza's plan. He's shutting down Magnus's pawn play.
White is winning.
And so now
See,
Magnus
and
has to solve the position
he's
in
up
terms
in
of,
time this
where
time,
do I
so we
move
will
my
see.
knights? Where do I move my bishop? I was going to say bishops, but unfortunately he only has one of those. And do I still play with this idea
Must be
of
terrible to
maybe
be a
advancing
chess
on the
player
king
if you
side?
have a
'Cause
weak bladder.
I could,
I
but
think they can go to
I
the
mean, a
toilet,
move
but
like
they
that's just kinda like,
they
I'm
need someone
stabilizing,
that
right?
goes
I'm just
with
sitting,
them
I'm
there.
going to wait. I'll let Alireza come to me.
The dream plan for black in these
One
positions
of my
would
guys
be
is
to reroute
bullshitting
that
me.
king
I
side
know
knight
he
to
is,
the
but I
F4
can't
square.
prove
You're eyeing H5 and a jump to F4, but you have to watch out for tactics. That knight on H5 will be undefended, allowing white a potential knight takes pawn sacrifice at the center of the board. So always time that well, and for now it is Alireza.
They need someone to
Firouzja
hold it.
first.
Yeah,
To the
exactly.
center, he strikes with D4, lashes out. Feels like a good time. You know, you've got the C line for the other rook opened up as well.
Alireza does get rid of Magnus's weakness, potential weakness, let's put it this way. And he does give Magnus access to the square. You give Magnus an inch. Oh, I know we're in Paris. I keep saying that. He's gonna take a mile. These are American measurements. It doesn't sound as good when you say you give a centimeter, he's gonna take a kilometer. And look at this. He's just jumping around with his horses. He's got the active rook. I hate to say this. Alireza is going to need something to get his confidence back up because I just don't think he's feeling it right now. And Tanya, we've
But
seen
why?
this.
He's winning
We've seen
in up
Magnus win a
1.5
game, and
minutes,
Alireza
no?
He might spin out of control.
I don't know what you're talking about because this is the first time this entire day in this match against Magnus that Alireza's up on the clock. And I think that is a very positive sign for Falcons.
Yes. Having said that, yeah, Magnus himself has been a little bit more in the tank. Hey, don't curse it, okay? Because if the next couple moves, Alireza gets low on time, I'm blaming you. So he's got to continue this
pace.
Yes,
absolutely.
this pace, exactly. I don't like, You know, I don't like the hesitation a little bit. I want to see him like walk down the middle of the board. He's got to bring his knight out to c4. You know, improve his worst place piece.
Wait, did we have a
Come on,
Alireza? Yes.
Just keep the momentum going, and he has to trust himself a bit more. He has to play the position. He has to play on Magnus's clock. When you're playing against Magnus Carlsen, you need to be able to piece everything together. You have to beat him all around, all over.
All right, bro,
over
let's
again.
see it.
Not
Man,
just
come on.
opening,
You need to
middle
be
game,
up on
end game,
time
but
the
every
entire
single
time.
move of the way along with that. And for Alireza, what he needs is really time. He goes into a thing. I love the idea of actually jumping forward with your knight to c4. He does it. You can also reroute it towards the center of the board. It just feels like there is enough meat in this position, enough juice in this position to fight for. You have the better center if you're Alireza. You've got a really nice knight placed on c4, an open c-file. Magnus retreats with his bishop to defend his weak pawn.
And Alireza can continue to maneuver here with his knight. That's exactly what he does. And yeah, the 1 minute time advantage is very good. Now, this is the moment.
All right.
Will he pause here, go in the tank? Will he continue to play at the space? Will he find the way to advance with the pawns?
And what is
With
the
Da Vinci
way?
with
It's
Magnus,
kinda
yeah,
hard to come
probably.
up with a good pawn push in this
Probably,
position,
yes.
you know, and I like what Magnus just did. He retreated with the bishop, just preempting any doubling up on the c-file.
Okay, he goes
and
back,
Alireza
trading the
realizes that
knights.
Magnus's
Oh
most
my
active piece
God,
is the knight on the
why?
left. Let me get rid of it.
He's now trading it.
It's coming off the board. And after knight takes knight, the rook will capture it back. The other
Yeah,
rook
guys, in
ready
case you want
double
to...
up.
So, no, he's drinking
Alireza
water.
will need to find a pawn move.
Yeah.
A
You know,
pawn
he's drinking
push,
water.
And
to change the dynamics.
And
Exactly. The
he has a chessboard on here.
Because Magnus will push the other one.
Wait,
Whichever
is this a
pawn
real
Alireza is
chessboard?
gonna
What is
push,
this?
Magnus will push
Am
E
I
or the D
tripping?
or
What
the
is
D or the
this?
E and lock the position.
It's
That
a real
is
chessboard that
is
just
a
looks
big
that is
decision.
on top
Wow,
of the
that knight does
digital
not look
board.
like it's going to be comfortable. Is he going to
Or
put
is
it on
that...
E7, G6, and then F4?
Wait, that was real.
He's rerouting it. I mean, F4, that's a square we've been screaming
Looks
about
like
for the black
vodka.
knight to land on. But this gives white
The queen, yeah, I know what I
pieces to
said.
attack.
Yes, that knight is unprotected completely. You could
There was a
attack
real
it. Now,
queen.
Magnus is not going to lose it. He's trying to put it on
It's
E7.
behind their screens.
And then all the way around to the other side of the board. There is only one square, if I can pull up an analysis board, that actually prevents this plan, really, fully, I feel like.
Bro, are you high? No, I'm not high.
I will show it to you in a second.
What do you mean, are you
this.
high?
Because
Where the
after
board?
this,
Guys,
you
it's not
can't
my
go here.
fault. The production
Because
has
look at that. That's
literally
pretty-
no
that's
idea
that's
what
pretty
they're
sick.
doing.
That doesn't happen.
That's a tough spot. He doesn't find it. Instead, he hits the knight the other way with the rook, and Magnus Carlsen invites a repetition.
What?
Don't take it.
The
Just
ti-
don't do it.
The time advantage is 25 seconds. You just said it, right? Like, we needed that energy. We needed that pace. Not because I want Magnus to lose. I just want to see more chess.
Yeah.
Close match means more chess.
He's got to play on, Levy. You know, this position,
Okay.
and he does. Alireza is ambitious about
I mean,
his
come on,
chances
he
in
cannot
this one.
draw
He
the
doesn't
game,
fall
but now
back
he
with
had
the
to
knight.
make a
Even
bad
if
move.
That move is a question mark. It doesn't
But
matter.
it's not
That's only
that
question
bad.
marks is
It's
this.
plus 0.2. It's still
Again,
equal.
we've been saying it's one of these weird positions where actually
Okay.
expanding the kingside pawns is somehow the way to go.
Hmm.
That wasn't necessarily it, but now these knights are coming in over here. Alireza can bring his rook up and cover that, and then there, by the way, might be still some sort of repetition of moves here. But there's also another possibility, which is to trade once, or
Okay.
maybe to trade twice, and then go for some sort of endgame. But Alireza unlikely to win such a position. That's just the
Yeah, he
reality.
needs
Black
to
is very
win.
solid. He's also the best endgame player in the world. And frankly, he might be the best defender. I know it's always him or Ricardo.
But that's the thing with Magnus Carlsen, he's just good at everything, and it feels like he does all of those things just a little bit better than every other chess player.
The time there, by the way, Alireza was down on time for like 3 seconds. It's close now, but
Yeah, he was up 1.5
it's
minutes.
exactly what you said. You know, the pace. We needed the pace. We needed the energy.
Yeah, we needed energy, bro.
Levy, this is again starting to get concerning. Now, the rooks moved forward, hiding against, fighting against that fork that was being threatened on d3, and you pointed out that if Magnus wants it, he can start chasing this rook up and down the board with the knight on the left side coming in.
Okay.
Or is Magnus going to start pushing that g-pawn that you earlier said, now that the knight is nicely planted on f4? That's Magnus saying, I want more in this.
Yeah,
Okay,
he does
locks
it this
it-
way. He's
pushes
not
the
much
pawn.
of a position repeater.
But Magnus
He
doesn't
plays
like it.
But he's not happy with it.
All right.
Instantly a shake of his head.
So why'd he play it?
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's the typical chess player thing, right? Play a move and you're instantly like, why did I do that? He could have repeated, obviously. He could have just shuffled the knight around like I showed. But that's not his style, right? That's not why he likes to do that.
It's also not an easy decision now for Alireza how to react to this move. You know, you've got the central pawn. Do you trade it? Do you trade the knight? That knight is a thorn in White's camp. The knight on f4. The knight on b4 not making life any easier as well currently. Now with e5 played, Black also potentially has ideas of rook lifts lining up on the g line. You know, the h-pawn moving up the board. I know it's far away, but there are potential for a kingside attack here for Black.
Yeah, let's just pull up.
I mean, Feroja's not down on time. Let's not go. Where is Green, bro? I don't know where he is.
Why?
He
but
wasn't here the entire day.
Alireza is now down 30 seconds on the clock nearly. And if Magnus were to take this pawn in the center, then we would get something like this. Like, to me, this looks very natural. But this is actually maybe not the best.
Okay.
And he has taken.
Okay.
We're going to see pawn takes pawn.
White slightly winning now.
And so now apparently it's not this, it's now taking here.
Why?
Or, okay.
All right.
That move also very logical. This knight can go back, Tanya, right? Attacking this pawn on c7. I guess Magnus just doesn't like that now he's under pressure. Is that it?
Huh.
Feels like it, that he feels that, you know, this e5 pawn that he pushed, he's voluntarily given a target to White. Now that pawn, which was kind of defended and hard to get to, the white knight attacks it. Potentially other pieces might join in targeting that e5 pawn. It's just another weakness for Magnus to take care of.
But this is the best game we have so far in terms of there are 4 minutes remaining on the clock and like nearly every piece.
3 minutes,
we
47.
could continue to analyze here. Okay, this might actually be an offer of a draw.
Really?
That knight isn't staying there for too long. If you walk back, if you step back with the rook, I think Alireza's Magnus is ready even to step back, and he does it.
He could slide it over to the right. That rook does not have to go back to where it was. And you don't spend time here. You have to make a decision.
Come on, bro. What are you doing? You cannot draw this. We have one more game.
The decision is, are you playing for more?
And he is. He is playing for more, and that was the best move. So 25 seconds advantage for Magnus, which really in Alireza's world, he could make that up in 1 second, you know, just like pre-move everything. This is his best position, other than the winning one for a move last game in the scramble. But in terms of time on the clock, wow.
That's a whole traffic jam on that diagonal that the bishop has just landed on. The queen, the rook, the knight, the bishop, and a pawn. But this is committal by Magnus. Gives a doubled pawn.
Push f3, push f3. Just defend everything, bring the dark squared bishop back. Typical. Or that, fine.
I like it. Rook d7, a massive threat on the board. 7th rank.
Yeah, but now he got stopped, right? Now he can't play the move f3. But yeah, rook d7 is looking really good. Alireza just got to trust in himself and move.
He just can't spend that much time for these moments right now. And I've noticed that about
what
these
is
players.
this?
He goes a different approach. So he has another
mistake.
idea. He hit the c7 pawn.
This is a blunder.
That rook, it gets
make the board bigger, brother. Oh my god, bro.
Bishop h4.
Can you please make the board bigger?
Connected to the c7 pawn.
Bishop h4 is just a direct attack on the rook.
I cannot believe it. This is the worst production I've ever seen in my entire life.
But he played that move fast. He played it fast.
Like, I just cannot believe it.
Alireza on the clock. Alireza's not moving.
But he needs to move. This is not over. This is far from over. Checks, captures, threats. There are no checks in the position. The captures don't work. You have to look for threats. There's a direct one. Alireza would
Magnus baiting with blunders for content, yeah.
It's a one-mover, Levy. Why is he not playing? He does it finally.
He
okay, he plays a rook,
I
bishop.
honestly think it was just a matter of like, there's no way Magnus would have blundered that. I really think that is what it was. And now we're going to get grimaces out of Magnus.
Okay. Yeah, what nice.
Deeper than that. I think there are massive tactics on the board. I'm looking at ideas where the black knight is hinting at a fork on e2. And I might completely be losing my mind, but is rook to d7 even a possibility? Or am I going
he's
crazy
down a minute
now?
again, but I mean, he's good under time pressure.
Let's
but
maybe show that we
and now
don't
what?
have too much time.
We need the evaluation bar back. Thank you.
Were to slide over.
Oh, this was the only move.
There is knight to e2 check, and you actually have to attack the knight. Then the knight takes your queen. You take the queen. The knight takes the rook. takes, and then b3. Obviously, to get out of this.
Okay.
And white's winning.
And white's winning, right? Because then you're going to go here, and it's
man, that's a crazy move.
All the pawns are falling.
I think this will happen actually. No, he plays the queen and blunders.
On the board, and Alireza didn't go for
it's a blunder. He's losing now.
The rook, that was a bluff. That did not work.
Now, it only didn't work because of B3. But Alireza trusts Magnus, grabs the pawn on E5 instead, and now Magnus is a pawn down.
But
the position is so nasty here for White's king.
And for some reason, it's Magnus who's on the front foot right
But
now.
what's the
it
move?
has to do with his piece activity. I don't know what's
What's
best
the move?
in the
Black has
position,
a really
but
good
Magnus
move now.
needs to find it. He's also going under the 2-minute mark right now. This is going to be wild territory, and I say that only because I think the first time in this match, it will also be Magnus Carlsen under time pressure.
I don't think that this was
This
it.
is so crazy. He can infiltrate fully across the board here with his queen all the way down
Yeah,
to
he
the
can
bottom
go all the way
left-hand
to
corner.
A2
Like you would
here.
abandon your king. The other moves, he can maybe bring the knight back and
Go-
attack the
come
queen
all
and the
the way
bishop. That
back
looks
here.
very natural to me. He can jump in either knight to attack the queen on the D3 square. He
Because you
sits
have
up.
this,
140,
but
he's
you
now
have
lower.
this
The
knight
time-
check.
Look at the heart rate. 105. This is Alireza Firouzja has to win this game.
He needs to convert this one. It's a triple.
He's
digit
up
on
30
the
seconds,
heart
and
right
Magnus
now
kind of
for both these
swimming.
players. comes
He
in
plays
with the
it. This
queen.
is
There's
a
override
nasty
problems.
move.
A checkmate in
Yeah.
one being threatened currently. Alireza
How do
needs
you do
breathing
this
space
now?
for that king.
This
let me
is
see.
so unbelievably
I mean, you can push the pawn.
complicated. There is only one line to survive this attack right now. Alireza has
And
to
what is
bring
it?
his knight back to C3. He's going to think that he's losing, but there are so many wild tactics on the board. 130 a player.
Okay, he
He's
plays the best
found it.
move.
Now Magnus can
This
jump
is
in with
good
his knight
because
and
now
give
the
it,
rook
and
can
he
run
doesn't
back.
give
Oh,
the
the
check.
knight!
He doesn't give the check. He just wins a pawn.
He does, Magnus Carlsen, but now where is Alireza's attack on that
He could
back
check
king
with
is
the
question.
knight.
How does he keep the pressure? Right now, it's still level material. It's 5-5 currently. But
Okay.
an absolutely wild position. The knight's looking at the white king.
1 minute
He
each,
still doesn't have
bro.
a good way
And
to
it's
create a
completely
split square.
equal.
Any pawn move
No,
on that
wait,
right
this is
side
equal. This is
extremely
a computer
weakening.
equal, I think.
Yeah, what does he do? Can he grab the pawn on C7? But no, Alireza is now down 25 seconds on the clock, nearly 30% of his opponent's
Make
time.
a move, Alireza. He has to move, Levy.
1 minute.
Alireza
Yo, Mitch,
loses
game.
this
10
game,
minutes.
he's going to lose this match. Magnus will have white in the next game. He's gone pawn to
blunder.
G3, attacking the knight.
But this is what we spoke about. It just leaves behind so many squares.
And
for the
now
black knight
what?
To jump on. You could give a check on H3.
But Magnus isn't happy.
Why?
He's also like, he's very distraught
I
by
mean,
this
it's
move.
only
Will
1
he
minute.
find the
Yeah,
bishop? That was the
okay,
best
good move.
And
Oh, it's
now
the best
queen
move
is under
even.
attack,
Wow, it's
and
the
you can't
only
even take the
move.
knight.
He just
You can't
let's
take the knight. The rook
attacks the
defends
queen.
it. You have to fall back with the queen.
And then
Magnus
what?
getting ready to give a check on H3, and that's not any average check. The rook is ready, eyeballing that pawn on F2.
Wow.
That's going to be major pressure on Alireza's
Yeah, but this
king,
is double
who's now gone into
protected. Wait a
hyper bullet
second.
territory with 30 seconds.
Okay, he can go check
this is
and take
an
this.
amazing
He cannot take
under
this pawn
pressure
yet.
performance for Magnus. The knight is in, and honestly,
The pawn at the center of the board is falling.
yeah.
Levy, queen takes pawn next.
No, this is wraps. I mean, if Alireza survives this, it's truly a miracle.
Okay.
And that was a head nod. Magnus knowing that this has to be close to his second win of the match. The king steps up,
Okay.
and Alireza trying to get the queens
And
off
now
the board
what?
to
This
just
is a
avoid
mistake.
any checkmates.
But 20 seconds. It's really not even won a game on time here, but it's just amazing
He
technique from
trades.
Magnus.
It's been the story of this match.
I mean,
so
Magnus is
far,
still
Levy.
winning.
Oh, G5. He's gonna mummify the bishop with
Oh,
G5.
he's super
That is
winning.
it.
Wow.
That
And
is
now the
it
bishop's gone.
for Alireza Firouzja.
That is beautiful geometry on the board right there. The
Okay.
bishop gets trapped, and he doesn't pick it up immediately. He's
He
looking
takes
at
it
the
now.
knight jump. There's a pawn
Bring the
hanging on
knights.
G4.
Take.
And Magnus
Wait,
has
what?
seen this all the way through. He sacrifices
Ah.
the rook. You pick that up. The knight takes it. The rook
Ah,
falls, and at the
he
end of
has
it, once
a,
the dust settles, it's Magnus Carlsen with 3 extra
He has a
pawns.
fork
and
afterwards, and
Alireza
now he's
with 8
up
seconds on
3
the clock.
pawns.
Now
Now
he
it's over.
Obviously, we'll lose one of them, but it simply does not matter. I mean, there is
Yeah.
a very small chance Magnus doesn't win this in a time scramble, but
Okay.
Alireza could have an hour on the clock, and he's not
And now
saving
goes
this
back.
one, Levy.
no, this is just
Check.
B4,
Go here.
B3. This is easy.
Okay.
This is easy.
Yeah, bye. Yeah, bro.
And that's it. And that is it. Magnus Carlsen wins again after the break to take a 3-1 lead in this match with a
Bro,
game
this
coming
Magnus
up
guy is quite
with
good at
the
chess.
white pieces. It's a nightmare for Alireza
I have to
Firouzja.
say.
It absolutely is for the Falcons. First, Hikaru exits, and now Alireza staring at the same.
That was
he needs to
impressive.
make miracles happen in this
I
next
mean,
one.
he's
For
really
Magnus, it was
strong.
absolute flow and rhythm by the end of it. He
How
found
did he
all
win?
the right moves, kept the pressure.
He
and
made a
again,
queen with
the
a
clock
pawn,
played a
and
massive
then
role, and Magnus
Alireza
Carlsen
basically
under
let
pressure was
out
just
of time.
flawless.
That was just great.
But I think Alireza could they've won the game.
You know?
He was
needs
winning,
a
I
draw
think, in one
the next
situation,
game,
no?
and it's match over.
And he's going to play E4. Alireza will play Sicilian defense, and Magnus is going to play the Alban. This has been his strategy.
He has to win
in
both
every
games now.
game that he has had white, and the
He
opponent
has to win both
win.
games, and for
Alireza is
Magnus
gonna have
it's
to play
enough to
some
just
crazy
draw the
opening.
next
I mean,
game.
I really don't know how else he's supposed to pull it off. He's had some chances, but honestly, if it wasn't for that time scramble in the third game, I mean, what are we supposed to say, right? Here comes game 5.
All right, bro.
Game 5, and we will have that soon enough in front of us. And I completely agree with you. That loss for Alireza wasn't an isolated game. It was everything that happened in game 3 and beyond that being carried forward right there. He tried to keep control on the clock, but it wasn't
All right,
enough
maybe
on
we
the
just
board.
say the players now without the board. This is new, guys. Yeah, only players without board.
With the king spawn going
This
off
is
the
new
board,
production
but it wasn't the Sicilian.
system.
For Alireza Firouzja,
All right, there it
he
is.
has to win.
Bro, they are playing since over 1 minute, and they zoomed into the players.
Which often the elite players rely on to create chances in the middle game in absolute desperation. There's no Sicilian. There's no king spawn opening.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Pierce.
We forgot the Gamba. Oh, guys, sorry.
This is what you go for. I remember there was a quote.
I forgot the Gamba. Let's do a speedy Gamba. Real quick, guys. 30 seconds. You have only 30 seconds. Let's go.
About the World Cup, right? Not the esports, the World Cup, which is classical chess, right? And I think it was Peter Svidler who famously said, you have to get a completely losing position to get a chance to win. And what that means is your position's going to be very bad for a little bit. Magnus hasn't played the most testing line, but he's played in a way that's going to put a little bit of pressure. But basically, you get into a situation where, you know, the other person's just obliterating you with pawns and pieces and attacking your king. And then somehow they blunder and you survive.
Can you please
now,
explain
Tanya,
the
very
moves
bad
and
news
thought
here is
process?
Magnus
Yeah, we'll do a
is
long
not
form video explaining everything.
participating in a vicious king attack. He's just going to play positional chess, take more space, make some good trades. And he's going to, I mean, Alireza's going to have to go for it.
And you know, if you're Alireza, you're fighting your own mind right now. You're thinking, if I can't beat this guy from a completely winning position, if I can't beat this guy in a position where I'm the one who's dominating on the clock, and even when the clock's in my control, it slips out of my hand, how am I going to solve this problem with the
heart rate
pieces
not
where
looking good for
so
Alireza.
He
was the entire time 110.
Pushes the bishop out, control of the center as well, and now forcing Alireza's hand to give
Magnus
up the
is
bishop
white
there.
needing
There was
just a
too much
draw,
tension on the D line for the bishop to move back.
But you know,
he would have lost the central pawn.
Maybe also Alireza. I don't know if he is tilted.
Who has
because he tilts.
2 bishops.
I saw a tournament where Alireza lost, I think, 12 games in a row, 14 or something. He was omega tilted.
In front of the queen, he activates the dark squared bishop. It targets the pawn on D4. And then it's probably going to force Magnus to play D5.
The game for third. Yeah, it's the first game. First game is for third, and then we watch the grand final.
Like maybe taking in the center
it would be hype.
Just to free up a little bit of space for his pieces. But overall, or that's also a possibility. Again, you might need to bait Magnus into a move like this, right? And make it a little bit of a scrappy game, but he has to win.
Yeah.
But maybe this is what he wanted. He wanted to close the center so that it
you are
becomes
knowledgeable.
more of a
You are
King's
knowledgeable
Indian
in the
approach
tilt.
of the
No, I
right
never
flank,
tilt.
where if you're
I
black,
never
you're
tilt
trying
ever.
to find ways to get that F pawn up the board, the G
Best
pawn
for
up the
third
board,
is
get the
think
knight
I
out
have
of
no
the way.
idea.
But you have played the white side of King's Indians before, and the only way to launch an attack is with a light squared bishop.
It's not there anymore.
And it's gone.
It's gone.
And Magnus knows that. And to be honest, I mean, I feel like Alireza definitely first of all, he knows that. But what I'm saying is he was maybe looking for some imbalance anyway. But it's really not there. I mean, he's going to have to take some massive risks here.
Which king is the King's Indian named after? I have no clue.
Takes his knight out, needs to finish development. Meanwhile, because of the absence of that light squared bishop, it's going to be hard to get that F pawn up the board as he gets ready to do just that. For Magnus, the board's divided into a half.
Okay.
He's focusing on that.
I mean,
left
down
flank.
a minute.
Wants to get B4 going, get
Also
C4
slightly
up the board,
losing.
finishes
Yeah, I don't like
first.
it.
He's just making sure that Alireza does not land an F5. And if
When
he
are you
can't,
playing Magnus
I'm expecting Magnus to
after
start
the grand
pushing his
final?
B1.
That's the way you generally meet these King's Indian attacks, and that's why Black needs a light squared bishop. Even though it would be sitting on the home square, it would be covering the F5 square. So Alireza is trying to push that pawn in front of his rook 2 squares forward. Right now, he would likely just lose that pawn, and White would be able to hold on and defend it. And Magnus could play something crazy to stop that completely, like G4, but you don't have to do that. That's a massive weakening of your king, and generally in these structures, for anybody wondering,
Grand final is tomorrow.
White is supposed to play on the left side, on the queen side, B4.
This is the last
C5,
game, the last match.
And Black just can't deliver checkmate while the other side of the board is falling apart.
I've been to the US many times. I love the US.
Magnus go for
I would
that.
love to live there.
Just don't do anything.
But it's not
Why
that
attack?
easy.
Just let Alireza come to me.
I like Indiana Jones,
You
bro.
look
I'm
at
a
the pawn
massive
that's
Indiana
the most
Jones
far
fan.
advanced one in the game, and that's that D pawn for Magnus, which dictates which side he should play on. And he's just getting ready. He's setting it up. I think what Magnus did not like about immediately pushing the B pawn
Indiana
was
Jones, bro.
the response
great
to
movies.
if Alireza countered that with an A pawn push 2 steps
Especially
forward
the
and
third
asking some
one with-
questions of how you were going to handle the pin on the A line
With Sean
if
Connery.
that was to happen. So first he sidesteps with the rook, setting up the idea of
Okay.
B4. There it is. Eventually
Good.
looking at the A4 pawn.
Come
the
on, bro.
B5
You are
pawn,
black.
the
You need to be
C5
a
square
bit more
as
risk.
well coming up. You get the bishop out. You get C5 going. You take that with your rook first.
This is another nice meta approach in the King's Indian defense. I've seen it a lot in recent years. Black just, he just gets rid of the dark squared bishop. And this is not good for Magnus. We kind of see he's like totally allowed the full plan for Black.
Okay, why
but
not?
His position is still very okay. He is not really under any checkmate threat. It's just a complex game. That's like the way that you describe
Why they
this.
play again?
For anybody
Cow
wondering,
dance. I don't get the
you
concept.
can't take this. I mean, you can take it once, but you
This is the
really should
second
not take it
semi-final.
twice. This
And
bishop
the
would
winner
be
of the
pinned,
semi-final
then
will
the
play in
knight
the
would
grand
go and
final
attack. Now,
against
you could
Denis
defend it
Lazovic.
like this, and to be honest with you, you actually could even survive the worst of it.
Yeah.
But like, why would you do this? And instead, Tanya, we got
the first three
here,
Indiana Jones are
and then we
undefeated.
got
The rest
this
are
move,
okay. Yeah, the
lashing
rest
out on the
are
dark
honestly,
squares.
the rest
I
are
actually
kind
really
of
like what
trash.
has happened here for
They are
Alireza.
not good. But the first three are top
A3,
tier.
and it just feels like he's managed to create
Especially
those
the first
chances
one and the
right
third
now on the
one.
right flank. And what decision will he go for next? I really like the idea of continuing the avalanche on the right flank. You go F4, you go G5, you start pushing the pawns. Very King's Indian-esque. And it's something that Alireza Firouzja is very much familiar with right now. At least it gives something to play for in these positions. You know, the knight will come back to F6. You'll be able to defend those pawn advances.
Just draw all the arrows. Just
Loving it.
The rest of the board does not matter.
Just highlight the white king in red.
Yes, and
Red
then
alert.
this is bad. Okay, everybody clear, fantastic. By the way, we see F4.
It's happening.
F4 reminds
Okay,
me of that
jumps in
movie
with the knight.
moment, you know.
Good, okay, picking up the
Knight
pace.
F6
Let's go.
as well,
Yes,
Yes, there we
pushing.
go. But Magnus is on time. I mean, he's on time arriving on the side of the board. He's not going to let Alireza have a free pass. F4 is like, you're locked in
okay.
here with me, and you would love to get these moves.
See you
but
tomorrow.
Magnus
Just go.
will get there too, and that's the way that it goes.
But it doesn't matter. Whatever Magnus is doing on the left flank, Alireza
Most
just
Europeans
has to ignore
hate the
it. He
US.
has to
No,
just
most
come
Europeans
all
don't hate the
guns
US.
blazing right now on the
That's
right
not
side.
true.
Just focus his attention on one part of the board. Because there's really not anything left to play for except a win.
Yep.
And this is the only way to go for it.
Absolutely, and just imagine if there was a bishop here for anybody watching, like this, watching the screen right now, and not just listening to the sound of our voice. I mean, just the arrow there, it shows you the power, and he just struggled to launch an attack in the King's Indian.
5 minutes each, and they are equal,
It's
brother. Come
unbelievable. All
on.
of this could have been so different had Alireza converted that game 3 advantage so close to getting that win and then eventually getting flagged in that one. And since then, it's just been a Magnus show, I have to say. You know, they often say in the chess world that the strongest player in the world is Magnus Carlsen, and the second strongest chess player
All
in
right.
the world is an unwell Magnus
Infiltrating. Good.
And then there's
now
all the
what?
others.
Yes.
Taking the pawn back.
There's the one that's playing.
Is he
on
doubling
the live
up his
stream, and
rooks
the ones
now?
that distracted and so on. This is a good chance though. Knight to h7. It's given a question mark, but the knight is going to reroute and attack the queen. We have to remember again, the question marks or whatever these moves are. They're
Who's white?
granted by an entity
Right
that's
now,
like
nobody, because
800
we cannot
points
see the
stronger
board.
than us.
As soon as the board is
That
bigger, Magnus
it's
Carlsen
like
is
a
white.
PhD student that's grading,
Yeah.
you know, school children. Like we can't listen.
Why
Knight
do they have
h7 is a
keyboards?
Great practical move. Magnus can take the pawn.
That's
on the
actually
left,
a good
but
question. I don't know.
That pawn could not matter any less. I really have to stress it. Like, he cannot take that pawn. He has to defend against Alireza's attack.
Yeah.
Exactly, Levy. You know, you take that pawn, and imagine you've got a heartbeat. You're a human. You're thinking about the knight jumping forward, dislodging the queen, the f-pawn moving one
To
step
trash
forward,
talk, maybe.
destroying
Man, that would
White's
be fun
kingside,
if they
which is
trash talk
why
each other in the chat right
Magnus
now.
comes back with the bishop. If that sequence was to happen, the knight jumping forward, the queen forced away.
Why do they do this view? Because the production of this tournament has literally no idea what they're doing.
And that
That's
bishop
why.
move also allows
Really.
the queen to go to the left, which
There is no other explanation.
No squares.
Now queen d3, everything is in the middle. Ali Reza is going to get absolutely everything he wants in this position, and nothing might happen. That's kind of the crazy thing. He's about to push this f-pawn, like the crowning achievement of his position. Magnus
face-off
responds to his own
was
pawn
funny,
push,
yeah.
And everything is defended, and then Ali
The
Reza gonna have
caster
to
is
find a
Levy,
second
yeah,
wind
this
of
is Gotham
attack.
chess.
And now this is a tricky position to answer because it's not so easy. Does Magnus just keep the tension? And does he say that I've got a beautiful bishop which will land on the square if you take that pawn and the defenses are there? Or does he just block down, shut down the attack with moving his own g-pawn forward? But then he would leave a target on h3 and a potential h-pawn push by Ali Reza. I would go g3 here. Just keep everything defended.
I would go g3 too. I don't even know. I can't believe there's something to
All
think
right,
about.
4 minutes
really
each.
going to allow him to take the pawn. Now, of course, white is not going to take, but black could take. I mean, yeah, the best move here, according to the machine, is... and it's all around equal.
All right.
It's not that.
It's
but
equal.
it was dropping the rook back somehow. Now Ali Reza can... Yeah, there you go.
He's going for it.
He's getting somewhere.
It's getting somewhere. I'll tell you where it's getting. It's getting to
this
that
is the
f4
only
square.
move
Now,
as
if you want to
well.
continue, I'm going to
Wow,
block
okay.
you theory here, and you push that g-pawn. Rook to f4
Now he's
would
an
have
open
landed a
king.
beautiful
All right.
spot, and I think that's where it's going to land. But first,
Is
the
he
knight
bringing
needs to
the
be
rook
taken care
now?
of.
Is he coming in now here?
Perugia, not too many happy
Is this
squares
a
to
good
go
move?
with the knight.
No, he might have to actually retreat and try to take. Normally here, you could jump in forward with
Or
the
is
knight.
this
You
terrible?
can
I don't know.
sacrifice the knight, the bishop would take, then you take with the pawn, you take with the queen, the pawn on h4, but that might end up only in a draw. You might only get a repetition of moves there somehow, and he can't get away with that. He has to win.
Let's investigate that. Levy, you know,
Okay.
desperate times call for desperate measures for Ali Reza
Oh,
Firouzja. This is what's going on in his
sacrificing.
mind. Knight takes
And
pawn.
then
It will be
take.
recaptured. The queen comes into the game, but is there enough firepower in this position?
Right, rook to f4,
No.
and I mean, you try to get something, but honestly...
No. The people
don't
need
have an
Hikaru
attack
with
here.
Magnus said that's not
You
going to
just-
happen.
you're-
Hikaru is already out.
Don't have the coordination. Rook f7 is going
He
to come
will
in.
play in the
and Magnus might have
game
to sacrifice like this.
for
And then
place
push his
3.
pawn. And I have to tell you, I think if anybody's going to find something like this, it's the best player in the world. He's going to avoid a checkmate and then invest in his pawn. The only way, Tanya, that he messes this up is if he sees ghosts.
Knight takes pawn will be incredibly committal here by Ali Reza. He's going to be
Can he
calculating
bring the
those
rook?
lines. And if it wasn't the match situation as we have it, he might as well have gone for it, keeping the
I don't know.
dynamics alive. But he
Is
very
this
well
not a good
knows that
move?
Magnus needs only a draw to advance to
okay.
the
I mean,
finals.
this is an
So he
okay
keeps the
move.
pieces on the board, does Ali Reza. Comes back, queen's coming.
I mean, he
Queen
opened up
capturing
this
the
king.
H-pawn,
This is not
coming
good
up
for now.
next.
There's no way to
Dennis
defend
beat
that pawn.
Hikaru. Yeah, he did.
That's a goner.
Queen
Dennis
to
Lazovic beat
C3.
him.
What a move. Targeting the pawn in the middle of the board. So if
Wow.
Ali Reza now takes the pawn on h4 with his queen, he would be losing his own pawn in the center to white's knight. Then he would be losing the other pawn to the white queen. I don't know how that's not just lost instantly. Position looks like it's just falling apart completely for black.
Losing that base pawn on d6 would be absolute disaster for black center right here. Queen c3. What a move by
Yeah.
Magnus. Barely took any time to make that one. He's up on the clock one more time. How many times have we said that's intense? And while the h4 pawn has see you later written all over it, Ali Reza cannot grab it right now.
Oh, this is brutal. This is an absolutely brutal spot here. We've said it time and time again. Minute and a half down. And if this
What's
was
he
game
playing?
1 or 2,
He's down
he
1.5
would be
minutes.
looking
He has
for
to
a
win
way
this.
to, you know, maybe hold the game and draw, but he can't. He has to win.
I'm trying to make a case for how does Ali Reza create some combative play here. I'm looking at
Feru
ideas of the rook
learning a
planting
lot from
itself
these
on that f4
commentaries.
square.
Next
I
stream
want
will
to
beat
get to that
everyone
h
now.
pawn. The queen is tied down. Perhaps
I will
Ali
beat
Reza
everyone when I
winning.
want to. That's why.
An assist with the
Wow.
rook here. I'm also looking at the central
Yeah.
e4 pawn.
Yeah,
Bro, he's already
you
down
do,
2
you have to
minutes.
bring in the rook maybe, but every move you make that isn't closer to checkmating Magnus is a move closer to him getting out
Already
of this
down
position
time, yeah, he
and
is.
punishing you for
He's
attacking
down
him.
2 minutes
Ali
and he
Reza is
has
down
to
2
win this
minutes
game. He needs to
and
win the
20
game.
seconds
There's
on the clock
nothing.
here.
He needs to win it.
And counting.
And counting. And he's down 2 games in the match.
And now 2.5 minutes down.
It ain't looking good. I mean, it is looking good for fans of Magnus Carlsen and Team Liquid. because this is almost a repeat, actually, of last year's
Fel
final.
Areza went to Felu, School of Time Management.
That final really was something, but Magnus Carlsen did not need the final set in that one. Taking down not one, but 2 Falcons on his way to championship in Riyadh.
I think he
Honestly, it's looking
knows.
like Ali Reza
Poor
is almost
guy.
giving up here. Like he retreated. He's trying to take on H4. He goes Rook A2.
I know what.
But
this is a
the threat is
mistake.
obviously Queen takes pawn and Queen takes, but
Okay, he brings the rook.
Magnus coming for the
Oh,
F3
not
pawn.
good move. Okay,
And
Ali
now
Reza.
is this the moment
It's your
that he
chance
can
to
try
shine
take
now.
that pawn on H4. F2
Take
is
it.
tender, so at least not
What's
giving
he even
Magnus the
taking?
opportunity to grab that D6 base pawn right there.
D6.
yeah, but actually, Ali Reza with 50 seconds on the clock.
Okay.
Let's just show that, Levy. Let's just look at that. Queen takes
Okay.
pawn. You can't take on D6. F2 is a weak spot.
Yep.
He takes
Seeing
it.
we're seeing it played.
And this was
We're
the
seeing
best
it being
move.
Played, and actually, I think Magnus is realizing there might be this move.
Okay, he plays it.
Ali Reza sneaking his way back into
Good.
this one, and suddenly White's king is really exposed. Queen F2, a big threat on the board.
The only way to defend this is to go here, which is findable. I mean, that's very findable. You just basically
What?
hide behind your bishop.
Okay.
It's on the board.
Magnus plays it. Ali Reza, can he keep the momentum in this
Wow.
position? The queen and rook.
Bro,
Now 3
like
is
how
the
do
magical
they find
number when
this
we
move?
speak of an
The
attack.
problem is
Where
that
the
he
third
has 2
piece coming
knights.
in
They
from?
will take now
This
forever
is
until they
so,
arrive,
so
bro.
difficult here. Let's go back to the live board because
Okay,
and
he goes
found
back.
that maneuver that I
27
literally just drew.
seconds.
He
He's
gets
down
the queen
3
all the way
minutes.
back. He
This is
attacks
again
the
the
knight, which doesn't have an
only
easy
move.
move
This
here.
is so crazy,
The
man.
rook
These
is a
guys.
target. The queen's a little bit of a target. Is he actually going to pull this off with 27 seconds
No,
on the
he's
clock?
not.
That is the problem. That is always the problem with Alireza Firouzja. We were talking about the
He's
third
not,
attacker,
man.
one of
He
the
is.
2 knights
Why
who
do you
need to join
spend
the
so
party.
much
Need to
time,
assist the
bro?
rook and queen for
It's
Alireza.
now
The
27
path via
seconds.
F6,
Now
H5,
what?
or
But
maybe
last
G5.
game,
Just get one
it
of those
kind of
knights
got
going.
into
But
Magnus'
where
head.
is the time? 27 seconds to deliver checkmate
Because
to the
you
world
try
number
to
one.
play fast when your opponent only has
If there was ever a chance
27
to come
seconds.
back, it would
See?
be right now.
Massive
because He might
mistake.
feel the pressure's a little bit off, but 20 seconds.
Magnus
He's
ready
gotta
to
move.
He has to
line
find the
up with
move.
Queen
Ah,
H4. He stops
shit.
it.
And that wasn't the best
Not
move. You had
good.
to sacrifice that pawn.
Comes back, does Magnus Carlsen.
Okay.
The knight does move forward.
Again,
Eyeing
not the
that
best
H5
move.
square. He needs to
Aye,
get the
this
black
is-
knight closer to the
Bro,
white king.
playing with
Queen F1.
15
Now you
seconds.
can't
This
move
is
that
just. And now
That's
what?
stuck.
12.
Okay,
Knight
bring the
H6
knight.
played.
The
Alireza
problem is the knight
desperate to
cannot
find an
enter.
inroad right there, but
This
the rook
pawn and
played.
this
He's setting up a
bishop,
king,
they block
sidestepping,
everything. The
defend
knights
rook
are
to free up the
useless.
knight.
But that's all going to take
They need to
2
push this
seconds,
pawn
and then he has
first.
10 seconds for the remainder of this game.
And guess what? Magnus has enough time to calculate all of that and some more with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Alireza Firouzja
Come on.
has to win.
Magnus can even move the rook forward 1 square. He could consider sacrificing it for defensive measures. You give away the rook, you take
Alireza
queen takes knight
Firouzja.
attacking the king, but he doesn't even have to do that. He can just kind
Alireza
of
Firouzja.
retreat the rook and go in for
Felud, this is
defense.
how we feel watching you.
Alireza's just thinking right now, what can I pre-move in this position? Magnus steps up. He defends the G5 pawn.
Okay.
Alireza goes
Good.
back to defend it. The
Back.
king does
Taking.
go into that trade. Magnus's knight is coming in with a check. Who's attacking who? It looks like it's white that's going to get to the black king.
Yeah.
Gives a check. The queen's coming in.
Queen F8 is like, it's made basically.
Checkmate in one
Yep,
case of
and he-
death, and that's it.
And he resigns.
Magnus Carlsen goes through. It will be Team Liquid in the finals for a second time in a row. What a match, what a dominating performance this was. Game 3 is where it came down to Alireza Firouzja with his shot, but
Not
did
too
not
shabby.
seize it. And after that, a Magnus Carlsen show, keeping it on the clock, keeping it on the board. And at the end, the world number 1
Will the finals
will
be
play,
today? No,
will
tomorrow.
defend his championship.
Yeah, tomorrow.
in
I
the
don't know
final
what
tomorrow.
time.
It will be
Let me
Magnus
check the time.
Carlsen
Maybe we see the.
versus
Maybe we
Dennis
see the
Lazovic.
schedule already.
Just a great performance from Magnus. A lot of imbalanced games. And, well, what can we say? This was very
don't
nice.
know yet.
Getting in there with
I'm
the rook,
assuming the tournament
trading
starts
down.
at 1
That's
p.m.
how
and the grand
things,
final will be again at
ultimately
3
concluded.
p.m.
I think we're going to send
maybe
it to the
4.
stage for an interview.
Same time as today, I'm assuming. Huh. Smash that token, yeah. Now we see the best part of the tournament. Smash this token. Yeah. Why they're not playing on the boards? Because it's esports. And also, we as a viewer, for us, there is no difference. We will always watch the game on a chess.com board.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the key is handed over, please put your hands together one more time for Alireza Firouzja.
I'm only watching for the crushing. The
you yourself
part,
said
not for chess.
that you didn't feel like you were at your best up to this point in this
Good day
tournament.
for Gamba.
Yes,
I have
you
to pay
won
out Gamba.
dominantly. How did you feel about your performance now?
I'm only watching for the zooming
by
part.
far my best performance so far in the tournament. I think it was a very good match. And you know, last year I felt that I was kind of playing better and pressing him on time as well. Today I pretty quickly
I love hydraulic
realized
presses,
that
yeah.
my best chance was to, you know, press him on time in a lot of these situations, and fortunately, yeah, I managed to work out. Third game obviously was crucial. He spent a little bit too much time there, and then I think when he had 45 seconds left or so,
I'm watching Magnus bang the table. Yeah, we had a table bang, to be fair.
I was basically going to set
we
up
had
this
one.
construction that he cannot break.
From Nepo.
And I was thinking
An actual
that
good
if
one.
I can just keep this going for, I don't know,
Crushing the opponents would be nice than this
3
stupid.
minutes
Yeah.
against his
Yeah, I
45
don't know.
seconds, then we should be fine. And then I
Yeah.
missed this
Made all the
idea
points
he
back. I
had
lost
of
with
activating
Nihal.
his pieces, and
Yeah,
it
good
was
job.
really kind of
Don't talk.
harrowing,
I'm trying to hear Magnus. Then just leave the
where
stream. This is my
it
stream. I
felt
talk
as
here.
though I might lose quickly, but I also kind of wanted to make sure he didn't force a draw, you know. So
I didn't win a
'cause I
single
didn't know
gamba
if I was
today.
gonna get a
Really?
better chance to
Man,
kinda
you
win
really
on
suck
time.
at this. How did you not win every single
fortunately, I
gamba?
managed to escape that one and get the get the victory in time there, and yeah, the
Don't
last
talk.
2 games were like absolute bloodbaths as well. But at that point, at least I knew that I had.
All right, guys. Oh my God, I'm streaming for
I could
5.5 hours, man. I
slip
am
up
done,
once
bro.
and still be okay. But I'm very happy with the way that I managed to fight in those last 2 games as well, because they were both really
I love
difficult.
Felu talking,
Like, he just
except when
never
Magnus
goes
is
down
talking, when
without,
he's not.
Without a fight.
Okay, Magnus, and last thing, of course, a lot of people, even
Not
your
before he
opponents, look
crushes
at
the
you
key.
as the GOAT in the world of chess. But recently, some people have tried to push a narrative that maybe because of
Bro.
recent events, that maybe you weren't all the way in your best form. Yet here at the Esports World Cup, you're back in grand finals. Do you feel like you proved anything to anyone, or at least to yourself?
Well, I often reach the final even if I'm not in my best form.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
Bro, he's
the
so
one,
based, man.
the only, the best chess player on planet Earth, Magnus Carlsen. You can go ahead and crush your opponent, Ski, brother.
When Felu comes to the US, I'm taking his car key to my hydraulic.
And it is time for the final key crush of the day, as Magnus Carlsen himself
guys,
steps
let's
to
see
the
the
crusher
final key crush.
to crush another opponent's dreams, as he is used to in a remake of last year's Grand Finals. He won once again, and he qualifies for tomorrow's Grand Finals for a chance for a back-to-back title. The Crusher is ready,
The hell
and
is
we
this
are
key
ready to
crush?
hear
I
this
don't
key
know.
being popped.
I don't know.
Let's
bro.
hear it.
I don't know why they do this, but they do this apparently since forever.
Simple, efficient, just like his play. Magnus, once again,
I feel like this
congratulations.
makes-
One last question for
I
you.
feel it
You've
makes
got
no sense.
Dennis
I don't
Lazovic
know.
tomorrow in finals, and although he said that he was looking forward to hopefully play Alireza and not you,
Key
he
crush
says
is
that
the
he feels
best.
like he could do it, and the threat is okay for him. What do you have?
Are they
to
also
answer to
crushing
that?
in other sports?
We
Yeah, I
played
think
in
they
the
do this in
semi-final
every
in the
sport.
Speed Chess Championship, and he's really good. I think by this point, anyone who kind of underestimates him just is in for a little bit of a surprise. So yeah, he has earned his right to be here, and it's really no accident. So it's a little bit of
They are
a
throwing
different
everything at the wall, trying
opponent,
to
like
appeal
he
to a
just
big audience. I don't know. This is an esports World Cup thing. They do this in every sport. It has nothing to do with chess necessarily. They do this in all the sports. I don't know why. Maybe it's some sort of tradition. I have no clue.
Very, very solid positional chess and doesn't really place his pieces on bad squares. So we'll see. I'm very happy to be in the final, but it's going to be very tough.
Well, there we go. New prodigy against absolute titan. This is the name of tomorrow's grand final. Please, once again, give it up for Magnus Carlsen.
Falcons.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess.
What is this?
Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Chess.com website. Yeah, guys.
As Alireza Firouzja falls, so does the hopes
Don't forget,
and dreams
tomorrow
of the
we watch
Falcons
the grand final.
having a representation in grand finals is now officially Denis
That
Lazovic
is for you with the puzzles, yeah,
Magnus
exactly.
Carlsen, AGAL versus Team Liquid. But what a fight. Alireza Firouzja ended up putting up second place last year. This time he will have to settle for third or fourth place depending
Guys,
on how
I'll be
the
back
matchup
tomorrow.
against
I don't know
Hikaru
when.
ends up
Probably
unfolding.
again.
But it goes
I would say
3:30
3:30 p.m. and we'll be back.
2 to the draw. Mimo, it was
So-
still a battle to the death.
Absolutely. It's always a battle to the death with
We'll be happy
Alireza,
to
as
see you back
Magnus
tomorrow
himself
to see the
stated,
grande
even though
finale.
He was better in the last two games.
Wish you all a good
he
evening,
did
guys.
get under a little bit of pressure
Or a good
because
day,
Alireza
wherever you
does
are.
not go down without a fight.
And
Yeah,
see you
those
back
first two
tomorrow.
games, both players played 99%
Bye-bye.
accuracy. I thought we'd be here all night, but then things opened up and you heard Magnus